The location where this line blew up was right on the perched on the international boundary between international waters, supposedly, and Finnish waters. Or the North Sea, Baltic waters. So I'm just wondering if you happen to know if that assumption is correct, if the line was drained, or is that just a complete opaque box at this point? We don't know any of the details that preceded the actual shutdown of the line, because the turbines had actually been shipped back from Canada. So it's possible the Russians did not even have the horsepower to pump product. That's just a technical question.
And again, this is still somewhat Greek to me. I was under the impression that there was still stuff being pumped before it was shut down, because the Russians said, "Oh, we're going to need to shut it down for 3 days and just cut it." You can probably tell me better. Is 3 days enough time to fully clear and put in inert gas in one of these pipelines? I was under the impression it would take longer.
My understanding was that the line was never drained.
That would do it. That's the testable. That's part of the hypothesis that this author came up with, and that would kind of answer your question there, Leonard.
I see Ben's waving his hand, so he might have an answer to this as well.
Which would indicate a major boondoggle. It means the line was never shut down in the first place. So yeah, that's a real complication.
Go ahead, Ben.
Good morning, everyone. So I had exactly the same questions once to Ryan, who expressed in no uncertain terms is despite for my level of ignorance. What he was saying was you don't drain an underwater pipe because of the pressure. There always needs to be something. And then he went on the difference between natural gas and regular gas. Don't ask me, but apparently it was not natural gas initially, but you would always leave regular gas in the pipe to maintain the pressure at 100 bars or something like that. So that's he would not have expected it to be empty at any point in time.
Okay, that's great. And thank you so much for sharing some of your conversation with Ryan with us. So we'll go to a dog called Gimpy.
Yeah, morning all. Just for reference to pipeline, an indication that there's a reasonable suspicion the Russians were responsible is the UK announced yesterday HMS Somerset, Type 23 frigate, previously slated to be on exercise Joint Warrior up in the North Sea. She's been retasked to help the Norwegians do security around oil and gas platforms. So that tells us that there is reasonable suspicion. Just reference to nuclear convoy. There was a concerted Russian propaganda effort yesterday. A lot of people who don't really understand the two topics bought into it. It went a little bit viral. The Russians had a bit of success. There was a convoy of light armored vehicles that was seen moving around Moscow on the back of a train. A couple of newspapers jumped on it and went, "Oh my God, these are armored vehicles that can operate in a nuclear environment." Breaking news, the BMP-1 in the 1960s, Russian vehicle, was designed to operate in the nuclear environment. Most Russian vehicles are designed to operate in the nuclear environment, and there were just light armored personnel carriers and lorries on there. There were no intercontinental ballistic missiles. There was nothing on that train to indicate that it was a movement of nuclear material. There was some stock footage from many weeks ago when the Russians moved some ICBMs around Moscow in a show of force. It was all absolute cobblers, and a couple of journalists who should know better jumped on it and embarrassed themselves. And then that went in tandem with the weapon of the apocalypse on a Russian submarine. This Russian submarine apparently disappeared using a Stargate or something, and the doomsday weapon, which can create tidal waves hundreds of meters high, is about to be tested. Oh my God, we're all about to die. This was published by an Italian magazine, which is of very dubious quality. And the usual suspects jumped on that, and then everyone started panicking and throwing their toys out the pram. Dogs having sex with cats, pandemonium, all the usual, and then it all died a death. So the moral of the story is, look at the sources, look at what you're reading, look at where it came from, backtrack it, and you'll normally find it's all a complete load of cobblers.
Okay, thanks very much, Gunny. So yeah, if anyone does have any questions, I don't know, language dropped down. He might be done for the night. Usually he kind of does a little sign off, so maybe he will rejoin and do that. But maybe he already signed off, and I neglected to notice. So if not, then we can maybe have some. Oh, here we go. Language has come back up. That's what I thought. Okay. So yeah, if anyone has any maybe final questions, we'll put maybe one last round of questions out, and then maybe we'll call it. I think maybe we can talk maybe more about the military situation, which is I think pretty important tonight. You know, I don't mind a little talk about the pipeline once in a while, but you know, it seems like maybe while language is here and while we got him, it might be good to talk about the military situation. So yeah, anyway, we'll go to Ben, and then if anyone has, we'll put maybe one last call out for questions. Is that okay, language?
Yeah, but like we started a little late for good reason. We had wonderful speakers here, but it is getting late, and I do have to be up early in the morning. So if
okay, well, if you want to sign off now, then I don't want to keep it.
One or two more quick ones, then I gotta go.
Gotcha. No worries. Okay, we'll do these last two. So we'll go Ben, then Daniel. Ben, go ahead.
Hello, language. Hello, Michelle and Joseph. I've got a quick question for you. Actually, I have a long one, but I'll keep it for another time. Do you have any feeling that the Ukrainians are getting overextended? Because this is something that the Russian propaganda keeps mentioning, and I assume it's bullcrap because of where it comes from, but I don't know for sure. So I'd love you to tell us.
Yeah, the short answer is no.
Do we lose language?
I think we might have lost him.
Yeah, I'm just bringing him up right now.
Oh, there we go.
Well, I got my answer. That's enough.
Well, yeah, the short answer is no. They're not. These things take planning. They are planning them, and they're not sprinting past their supply lines. You know, there's a reason these things take so long to set up, and they're doing so quite well. So the short end, that's the long answer. The short answer is no.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Joseph, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to go to Daniel. So and then we can have a language sign off. So go ahead, Daniel.
I make just a proposition. If you have some weird stuff caught from the lines from the Russian propaganda or something in a paper, in a TV channel, send to Domain. Domain use rationale. But if you want to laugh of Russian being Russians, ask Gunny.
Absolutely. Yeah, I spend more time than I care to admit reading Russian language media. So, but no, Gunny is frankly probably, not to dismiss everybody, has just such a fantastic way with words. I love to hear you speak, brother. Maybe it's the accent. I don't know.
I remember from the Snake Island campaign how clear and easy explained to us, like Portland, and always being funny, always explain to us, which you are not military, have no experience, you not understand. It's like Yehuda, adding rationale and experience to enlighten us, because it's very easy to fall in the trap.
Yeah, with that, I do need to sign off. Thank you guys all so much for having me. Text and audio, nice update up on my profile. Feel free to take a look at it. Let me know questions, comments, concerns. If you know anybody who reads Ukrainian media, please, if they want to spam me with things they see, I would love that. I really do appreciate everybody who sends me things in English language media. It is phenomenal. I learn a lot of stuff that way. But to be perfectly honest, the Russian and Ukrainian language media is usually ahead of that by several hours. And because unfortunately I do have two jobs, I'm often only able to spend too much time looking at it. So if anybody here likes to, spend their time reading Ukrainian or Russian language media, feel free to shoot it over to me. The original language, that's totally fine. And I'll peruse it on my own time. But with that, thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Joseph, for hosting this and running all this. And thank all of you guys for listening. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Language.
Thanks, Language. As usual, everything you share with us is very informative. And I know I get a lot of DMs too, how much everyone appreciates what you have to say. So thank you so much for being here. So just a few announcements. If everybody could please retweet the space. We had a bit of a crash a few minutes ago, and we'd love to have everyone back. And we really do appreciate all of you being here. I know for some of us who are a little bit more Twitter illiterate, the share button is just at the very top, and it's beside the three little dots. So not the leave button, but the one on the left-hand side. And you can share it to people's DMs. Just don't spam them. And so we'd love to have all of your friends and family join us. MriyaReport is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we've been here since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and will continue to do so until the Russians are gone. So please let your friends and family know. Also, when you do get a chance, please check out MriyaA.org and see some of the really amazing things that they do. As a lot of you have heard already, 100% of their proceeds go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and those include things like tourniquets, bandages. Colonel Lake tonight described what some of the drone project that they're working on, and also things like night vision and so on. If you would like to come up and ask a question, please press the microphone button on the bottom left-hand corner, and feel free to come up and have a chat with Joseph and I. And we are fortunate enough to have Colby with us tonight as well. So please join us.
Yeah, thanks very much, Michelle. So we do tonight. We've mostly been talking about the military situation, just because it's a very decisive point right now, particularly in Kherson. So yeah, I had a little bit of a discussion with some of the guys about exactly what's going on up there. Of course, Yehuda should be here to give like an actual meaningful military update this evening, and of course, we just had one from Language. But I mean, so yeah, I mean, just like to sort of summarize, maybe from like a less granular perspective, just like broad takeaway, right? I sort of just asked for like headlines. So the broad situation. Let me see. Sorry, everybody. Oh man, we got so much spam in our. Okay. So I was talking to John about like what's going on exactly on the Kherson front, and he said that effectively the Russian forces are broadly retreating. That they're unable to establish a proper line. Like they tried to establish a proper line and it got broken again, and so now it seems like they're basically just in retreat. And then they are trying to relocate. Basically, the Ukrainian forces are headed towards Berislav. Berislav's right on the Dnieper River, right? That's sort of the issue. And as of right now, Ukrainian forces aren't at Berislav yet, according to our best sources, but they should be there relatively quickly. They're not encountering, let's just say, meaningful resistance. I don't want to say there's no resistance, but Russian forces seem to be completely on the back foot in that regard. So we should see Berislav, something going on at Berislav in relatively short order. In Kharkiv direction or Kharkiv front line, there's also a lot going on. There is basically Ukrainian forces are pushing towards a place called Svetove, and yeah, it's looking pretty good in terms of the direction. And yeah, I don't know. So if anyone has any questions about the military situation, that's sort of the big news tonight, I would say, in terms of exactly what's going on. And on both fronts, I would say that there's been broad success. Kharkiv front, of course, over the last few weeks, we've seen major success in the offensive there. But most recently, we've seen a lot of movement in Kherson and in the region broadly, right? And I think as Yehuda pointed out, right now, there's what we would consider, or what Yehuda called a pinning operation, meaning there's an effort to keep a lot of the main Russian forces in place, while Ukrainian forces are free to do their thing in other areas where they can't move troops to because they're kind of pinned in place. So definitely, it's a major development on Kherson front in terms of the territorial situation, and we should see, I would guess, based on what's going on right now in terms of troop movements, we should see like a broad, something similar to what happened in Kharkiv in the northeastern Kherson province area. Again, it's getting all like a little bit confusing, right? There's Kherson city and then there's Kherson oblast, right? So right now, Ukrainian forces are sort of following the path of the river, and they've been very successful at hitting those Russian forces on the sort of northeast side of the front. So, yeah, anyone does have any questions, please do feel free. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Me and Michelle and Colby and Leonard are very nice people, so please do feel free. Leonard, I think there was some word of a little bit of new aid to Ukraine today, or is that just still old news from the other day that we already talked about?
No, there was new news today. I think it was roughly $1.9 billion. But that, my understanding is that follows close on the heels of Joe Biden's announcement on Thursday, whichever day he was responding to Putin's little shambolic referendum in the Donbass. But regardless, the aid today was topping that off again. So if I'm reading those two correctly, added together, that should equate to about $4 billion, at least in new aid, just in the last 5 days or so. And there was also, I don't know if you caught the initial Joe Biden's announcement 3 or 4 days ago, but there was a detailed listing of the enhanced sanctions. So there were specific sanctions that were expanded to include the wives and children of some of the high-ranking administrative minions in the Kremlin. And then there was also a specific list, I think, of 14 additional corporations that were or state entities that were also added to the sanctions list. So the sanctions were clearly broadened. There was specific targeting done at wives and children of Russian minions, as I say, and I think Prigozhin, the so-called cook or baker slash chef slash cash generating guru behind the Wagner group, was also specifically targeted. So it's clearly there's a broadening spearhead being added to the equation here, almost on a not every day, but certainly every 2 or 3 days, there's a whole new arrow that's pulled out of the quiver to hit the Russians with. So yeah, that's my understanding of what happened today. Thanks.
I was just going to say too, I know that I'm a few days behind on Twitter because I've been away, but I know that I believe it was yesterday, the day before, that Colby had tweeted an announcement as well. So I don't know if you want to share a little bit more of what you tweeted, Colby, and perhaps that's why you had your hand up too.
Yes, thank you. So those threads are now in the nest. So on Wednesday last week, the Department of Defense announced $1.1 billion for Ukraine under the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which is a long-term program that delivers equipment that needs to be first procured from industry for Ukraine. So none of these systems really exist yet. They all have to be built. So they'll be delivered in the next 6 months away from now to 2 years from now is the timeline for those systems to arrive. That was the package that includes the 18 HIMARS. Friday was Putin's annexation announcement, and also on Friday, the president signed the Continuing Appropriations and Ukraine's Supplemental Appropriations Act, which included $16 billion in new Ukraine spending. And within that, there was $3.7 billion in drawdown funding, both a reauthorization of expired funding from the previous fiscal year and then new funding as well for $3.7 billion total. Today, it was reported by the Associated Press that tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow, there will be a new drawdown authority announcement from the president or from the Pentagon. And included in that is reported to be 4 more HIMARS, 200 MRAPs, and other munitions worth up to $625 million out of that $3.7 billion that's available in drawdown funding currently. So we will get all the details hopefully tomorrow. If the reporting is correct, we'll find out from the Pentagon whether those figures are correct, and hopefully that's at least what is being sent. This is sort of being billed as the administration's response to the annexation. So hopefully maybe there's something else there on top of that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Joseph.
Thank you, Michelle. So real quick, I just wanted to cut in and say Ben wanted to mention something about the new round of sanctions, which is that one of the targets is Nabiulina, who's the head of the central bank. So that's just like I don't know, just a quick Ben note. He's on the metro. He can't come up. Wanted to give Ben a word in edgewise. Back to you, Michelle. Thanks. You okay there, Michelle? All right, we'll just go to Daniel.
Oh, sorry, I might have muted myself actually. So I just said, go ahead, Daniel. And then I have a question in my DMs that hopefully someone will be able to answer. I think I was talking to myself there.
Oh, I've been there. Dana, go ahead.
Okay, if we talk about money, yesterday America gave 1.5 billion financial assistance to Kiev. Europe approved 5 billion because they asked to help Ukraine also. And if we talk about money, Russians retrieved 600 billion rubles from their ATMs from the beginning of mobilization. And yesterday was something like 2.6 billion of rubles taken from ATMs per hour. 60, 70 rubles per dollar, you can have an image of the scale. So we sanction, but the panic home is big.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. So this is a military question around or about Kherson, and it's from a keeper. So maybe, Joseph, this might be for you. Is any of the withdrawal from Kherson for Russian tactical means, he said whether region or oblast?
So the impression I got talking to like people who know more about this than me was that the Russians attempted what we might call as like a tactical withdrawal or something, I don't know the proper term for it, but they tried to like say, okay, this line we had didn't work, and move back to a new rational defense. And Ukraine pretty quickly just kind of ran over that too. And since then, it's basically just been, Ukraine, them running and Ukraine kind of on their heels. That's sort of like my broad understanding of the situation. But again, I think Yehuda will have a much more meaty and better answer specific for the specifics. But that's like the general impression I got just talking to people about it. So hopefully that answers the question. Please do feel free to follow up if you can. I actually also had a DM. So the question is about these 300,000 guys that Russia's called up. So as of now, Language talked a little bit about it, right? The story we've heard about these new guys coming in and getting in a fight with the old guys who basically tried to rob them and institute this sort of gang culture where almost like prison gang culture where they're like, they have authority over these new people, and the new people just went like no. And so we've heard a little bit about stuff like that, like altercations between forces, and then we've also heard about guys like sort of having to sleep in the woods or go. They're just like in camps that are there's not a lot of infrastructure there. And even guys who aren't getting like food and provisions and like basic supplies. So I don't know. I haven't heard, to my knowledge, I still haven't heard of guys who were actually mobilized up there yet. I could be wrong about that, but the general impression I'm getting is about what you'd expect, right? They're kind of all just standing around, not being properly given equipment or food or training, and again, I don't have a ton of like excellent information on this, but the broad impression I get from what I've seen is there's not much. I don't know. There's not a ton of useful guys coming. I don't think they'll come in the ton. I think Russia was hoping that there would be some spot that they could go, okay, this is the city, right? Whether it's Liman or whether it's Kherson or whether it's this or that. And I don't think it's happening for them. I think I don't know. That's the issue here, right? They're just not going to be able to get those 300,000 guys anywhere useful in a meaningful time to achieve what they want to achieve on the ground. And yeah, I don't know. Even if they could, I don't think it would make a huge difference in the long run. But I think that's kind of that's what the Russians were hoping for when they mobilized, was that they could find a spot and like hold there as long as they possibly could and wait for these new guys to start trickling in and filling the ranks. But I don't know. It's starting to look like, based on the success Ukraine's having, that it'll be pretty difficult for them to achieve that. So yeah. And then I think we did have another question, or no? We're still trying to get our listeners back, guys. We had like about 900 people listening before. Now we're down to 400 after the crash. It's like the old days, the old 10 o'clock time. Michelle didn't exist back then. It was just me up here talking. And I don't know if you guys remember, all right, this is like back in April, and I was going, you'll see, folks. I don't think it was April. It's probably like May or June. You'll see, folks, one day the jaws of Kherson and the Ukrainian armed forces is going to snap shut. They're going to stop all this HIMARS o'clock stuff, and they're going to make their move, and it's going to be spectacular, and they're going to plan it out, and it's going to be amazing. And you'll see. And every night I was doing that. I was like, it's going to be great, guys. And look, here we are. This is it, right? I don't know. Just think about it. You were there. If you were there, Leonard, you were there. Remember? I said all that stuff, right? I'm not crazy.
I don't know
no,
if I
you're probably
believe
not.
you.
You're probably not crazy, but you did say that Michelle didn't exist back then, which I suspect is not true. But anyway,
well, I just mean on the show, obviously Michelle existed, in other capacities, but yeah, up here with me, it's great. It's great to have Michelle up here. But yeah, so I don't know, just kind of a fun recollection back then, thinking about the Kherson offensive and now. Oh, Michelle, did you mute everyone?
Yes, this is what happens when you have me up there. I by accident unmuted everyone.
It's okay. You can't mute me. Yeah, people have tried to shut me up before. It's not possible. It's simply not possible.
Yep. You did a great job earlier, Joseph, and I kind of missed the detailed social analysis of Kazakhstan and various other points east. So yeah, if you want to enlighten us on any of those topics, that's always interesting too.
Oh boy, yeah. What's going on in Central Asia? So, we haven't heard a ton of news out of Central Asia. The recent, I'll say this: what I read in Tajik media, which is like my only specialty, which is like the most narrow specialty in the universe. There's only 7 million Tajiks in the world, and yeah, it's just not that huge of a. I picked a weird place to study. But anyway, the way they're talking about it, it's like they're like, this is over. And the other thing is, I don't know, they seem to talk about it like, and I've heard about like that there were strikes from Tajikistan into Kyrgyzstan. So I don't know. I'm still trying to piece together exactly what happened. But I don't think that border altercation is like long-term, super. I don't know. I probably shouldn't speculate on exactly what it means, but I don't think it's super relevant to the overall Russian security situation or security vacuum so far. I think that they're like Kazakhstan decoupling from the Russian economy and decoupling from Russian political order is probably going to be like orders of magnitude more important. I still consider this like broadly, like, I don't know, I don't want to say a minor territorial dispute. That sort of trivializes it too much, but like it's like a territorial dispute. I think there's lots of those in the world. It's not gonna. I don't know. I don't think it'll boil over into anything crazy, but Tajikistan had a major civil war in the past. There was it's the only post-Soviet country to have a major civil war. Russia intervened directly in it. They basically had army units there involving themselves, supporting the former Soviet leadership staying in power. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. There's a big whole situation there. There is a Russian military base there. They've been withdrawing, units from it, which is pretty interesting. Probably sending them to Ukraine, or shuffling them around at least, and sending more troops to Ukraine. So, yeah, that's the broad situation. I should probably go look into it a little more. I'll be honest. I've been absorbed by organizational duties in the organization. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, it involves scheduling people and meetings. Oh my God, I've been in so many meetings. I'm so stressed out, guys. But yeah, anyway, I wish I had a little more time to peruse like the old days. But I'll do my best. I'll try to get back on the horse and do that soon. So thanks, Leonard, for asking. Go ahead.
I hope your references to the border troubles in Kyrgyzstan are not being funded by the big Canadian gold mine there.
Someday, Leonard, we'll figure out the connection with the Canadian gold mine and what's going on. I swear. This is my promise to you, Leonard. We got Fusilier up. Thank God we got some people coming up. Fusilier, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi Joseph. Hi Michelle. How are you? Look, I had a conversation this morning with Yehuda and Axel about a sort of.
I was busy. How are they as a duo co-hosting together? I don't see. It's not something I see a lot. How was it?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, actually, I think it's the sort of quietest I've seen Axel. It's an interesting dynamic, but maybe that's you guys know them better, so yeah, that was interesting. Just carrying on with your sort of historical theme, we were having a conversation about a sort of an analogous situation that occurred in 1973, and I'm not sure how many listeners are aware of what happened in the Yom Kippur War, but if I can sort of very quickly summarize.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
The Syrians and Egyptians attacked Israel simultaneously on I think it was October the 6th, 1973, Yom Kippur, the holiest day, I think, in the Israeli calendar.
Just coming up, ironically, or maybe not ironically, but incidentally. Right?
And I'm afraid I don't know. Maybe I should.
I think it is. Sorry.
Roger. Anyway, the Syrians almost drove the Israelis off the Golan Heights. The Egyptians crossed the Suez Canal, drove the Israelis back. completely, overwhelming numbers using Soviet tactics at the time and Soviet weaponry. Anyway, cut a long story short, the Israelis counterattacked in the north against the Syrians, drove them back, and the Iraqis who were supporting them, and opened the road to Damascus had they wanted to take it, and then shifted their the weight of their arms onto the southern front. Interestingly, led by Ariel Sharon, the later Prime Minister of Israel. And did something quite interesting. They punched through the Egyptian line back to the canal in two places, crossed it, and then on the east, the western bank of the Suez Canal, enveloped the Egyptian Third Army. And as a consequence, the shock of that to the Egyptian nation and to the Egyptian military was so great that they sued for peace. As Yehuda pointed out, there are some similarities and some differences, both topographically and in terms of the force structure. Quite frankly, the Egyptian Third Army was in better shape than most Russian units at the moment. But interestingly, if one wanted to conjecture about how this war could end, certainly if the Ukrainians managed to get across I'm trying to remember the name of the river, the large river there in Kherson. But if they managed to get across that river and envelop the Soviet force or the Russian force that's on the western bank of it, I think it would end up with a similar psychological shock to both the Russian nation and the Russian military. Interested on views.
Yeah, thanks, Fusilier. So I think it's probably a good example, right? It's tough to. There's not a ton of examples of modern warfare that line up great, but it's. I think that probably the best person to talk about it might be M, right? If we can get M in here talking about any parallels, might be interesting. But yeah, I think you described it very well. You did it very succinctly, and it was like an interesting comparison to the current situation in Ukraine. I think there is something. There's certainly a lesson to be taken away there. Could you sum up the lesson? Like, do you think for our listeners that you would say like the parallel there?
Yeah, so I think it's about how do you end a war? I mean, they're somewhat intellectual points, but most wars end. Most wars end diplomatically. Most wars end with the two sides deciding that they can't achieve anything more militarily and sitting down and talking. But not always the case. The Second World War ended with the complete and unconditional military defeat of the Axis. And my gut here is that this war is not going to end around a table. This war is going to end with one side or the other winning a military victory, which causes the other to effectively agree terms. And it's really, how do the Ukrainians do that at the least cost? And there's only two ways they're going to do it. One is that they attrit the Russian forces that are currently in the Ukraine to the point where they're no longer capable of holding ground. That is a really big ask. I mean, even the quality of Russian units that we're seeing at the moment, the Russians are notoriously tough in defence. And as Chuck said this morning, it's always a bad mistake to underestimate your enemy. So military victory can be achieved by, the complete destruction of the enemy force within Ukraine's boundaries. That's a tough ask. Or, one achieves a really shattering psychological victory. And given that General Zelensky and his staff were trained along Russian lines, and the one thing one can say about Russian strategic and operational training was that they put a lot of emphasis on the operational art. I have absolutely no doubt that the Ukrainian high command will be sitting there analysing, the issues that we're talking about at the moment and achieving a really stunning psychological blow. Is exactly the one that was enacted by the Israelis in 1973. Shift the focus of your force rapidly between fronts, and then achieve a decisive and effective victory over one very strong element, which effectively, demonstrates to the enemy that they cannot win. So, yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not saying that they're going to do it on this occasion in Kherson, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see, something quite dramatic at some point. When they decide to do it, one can see them. This is not an accident. That the shifting of momentum from one front to another is very, very much orchestrated. And the one thing I learned in my military career is there's no such thing as coincidence. This is very much a planned activity.
Yeah, thank you so much for your thoughts there. We'll go to some hands now. So Anda and then Jeff.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I entered to say good morning, to show you my cup of coffee, and to talk to you about a humanitarian ship who was supposed to arrive today in one of Romania's ports, south of Constanța, and she's not going to dock today as it was scheduled initially, but she's on her way, and it is from France. It's a cooperation between French embassy, the Romanian and the Ukrainian one. There are donations who are to be distributed to the Ukrainian emergency service, to the Ukrainian health ministry, and also in Chernihiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, and Stry. In it, there are intervention vehicles, medicines, and food ratios. They give us some data. So we have 15 fire trucks and ambulances. They are specially equipped for Ukrainian standards, so that the doctors would have everything they need on the front. There is also 19 tons of equipment for how do you say, protection and first response help, rescue, response, rescue and evacuation. 25 tons of emergency medicine. A vehicle which is equipped with a radiography mobile device and 60,000 food ratios, 48 tons of other food and beverages like milk. They also brought 5 generators and over 200 meters of emergency bridges that were this part will be used to repair the infrastructure for the civilian bridges that are damaged in the last months. So it's not going to arrive today, but it's going to arrive soon, and after that it will be transported from Romania to Ukraine. So I thought that that would be interesting, and I wanted to share this with you. And yeah, that's the only plus that we have in the Romanian news today. Thank you.
Thanks, Anda. That's really good news. And thank you so much for sharing what's going on and some of the news that you heard in Romania this morning. Your voice sounds a little bit hoarse still, so I hope you're feeling better. And thank you for coming up and sharing that with us. So we're going to go to Jeff.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So I just had a comment regarding what Colby mentioned earlier about the, I think it was $1.1 billion aid package. So even though it was mentioned that it's for long-term, quote-unquote, security assistance, someone mentioned kind of an interesting idea that it could still end up being more immediate, that we can just essentially end up, I don't know if it's part of Lend-Lease or what it would end up being qualified as, but the 18 HIMARS could just be kind of taken out of our stocks or allied stocks and then just go right back into ours. And that's
not how it works. That's how drawdown works. The $1.1 billion is through USAI, which is a different program.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, someone had just brought that up, and I thought it was, I don't know. There's probably, I don't know. I thought there was some sort of legal workaround.
No, they're mistaken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification, Colby, as well. And this is a reminder that if you could, please retweet the Twitter space. We had a crash about an hour ago now, and so we're still waiting for everybody else to come back. Who knows if they will tonight, but it'd be nice if we could have some more listeners. And also, I know most of you know this already, but MriyaReport has been on for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we're going to be here until the Russians are gone. So I know for me, this space has been really important for keeping up to date with what's been going on. I started listening probably the first week in March. And it's been really comforting for me, just knowing that there's so many people in the world that are listening and they just want something better. And so I know, I've been telling all of my friends, a lot of them don't have Twitter accounts, so I've been suggesting they start a Twitter account first, and hopefully they can come join us. And also, when you do get a chance, please check out MriyaAid.org and see some of the amazing things that they do. The entire organization is volunteer-based, as well as MriyaReport. So all the co-hosts, everyone behind the scenes, we're volunteering our time just because we want to give back, and we want to try and do as much as we can to help Ukraine and Ukrainians. And I just mentioned Maria Aid. 100% of their proceeds do go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine. And those come in things like night vision, body armor, thermal vision, and so on. And we do have a few spots for as speakers. So if you'd like to come up and ask a question, please press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner. Please raise your hand. There is the heart emoji kind of in the middle of your screen. So click on that or press on that, and there is a hands up button. So feel free to join Joseph and I, as well as Leonard and Colby are up here too. So thank you so much, and I'll pass it over. Oh, actually, we don't have any hands right now, so I'll pass it over to Joseph.
No worries, Michelle. It's a great time to talk about our Spotify account. Yeah, so we do have a Spotify account, MriyaReport. It's one word. If you're on Spotify, I don't know, searching there, it doesn't come up unless it's one word. But if you just Google Spotify MriyaReport, it'll come up. Our Spotify account has all of the carded interviews we do. That they've been edited. They've been carefully edited by our team. They do a great job, and it takes a lot of work to cut out all the people reconnecting and any audio issues and so on and so forth. They level out the sound. They do everything to try to make it a very professional, nice, quality podcast format. So it's a great introduction for people who might not understand or jive with the whole 24-hour space idea, or just coming up here, talking to me or whatever. If you just want to hear what General Hodges has to say about this whole thing, then please do feel free. Go to our Spotify account, download any of our interviews, and like our one with the Georgian Legion. That one was cool. What a day that was. So yeah, please do go check it out. And we got a couple of hands, Michelle, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Sounds good. So we're going to go to Jeff and then Bars Blonde.
All right. I just forgot to thank Michelle for helping me figuring out the hand thing in the first place. I just wanted to thank you.
Oh my gosh, it was such a good reminder, because I know I had problems the first time too. I'm like, where's this hand thing? So I thought if I was having issues, you were, I thought it'd be a great reminder to everybody where that is. We'll go to Bars Blonde if you have a question.
Yeah, thanks so much. I recently started listening to the show. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I wanted to thank you for the show. I think this is an excellent service that you're providing. I've been thinking about something that Ben Hodges actually said during an interview over the past week. And he was pointing out that, historically, when the Russian Federation or its predecessors collapsed, that it happened very quickly. So over 1917, the Bolshevik Revolution resulted in, something that came out of nowhere. And in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed really quickly. And I was thinking about the fact that he was saying, we should think about, if Putin goes down, it's probably going to happen very quickly, and there's not going to be something where we have weeks in advance to anticipate it. And I don't see how he actually gets out of this. I think he either winds up dead or in The Hague. So I was thinking about the fact that, the Russian Federation is this huge conglomerate of all these 80 different subjects, some of which are sort of only begrudgingly a member of the Russian Federation. And I'm wondering about whether, I don't know if anyone has any insight into this, but if there is a collapse of the Russian Federation, then with respect to some of these sort of reluctant subjects, including places like Dagestan and Chechnya, where are these oppressed ethnic minorities, do we have any ideas about, for example, are there any nuclear silos in those subjects that would, have problems securing control of Russia's nuclear arsenal? I'm just thinking about what happens because I think this is going to collapse probably in the next 12 months. And I don't know who has thought about what's going to happen to the Russian Federation and how do we prevent some sort of civil unrest from escalating into a situation of sort of a nuclear or even just a civil war. That's sort of what I was thinking about.
Okay, so great questions. So we certainly, this gets into some spicy late night what if Russia collapses chat, which I'm totally happy to do. It's something we've discussed on the space a few times. Sorry if you guys hear the airplane, it'll pass over. So I mean, it's a great question. So to start with, right? I mean, it is important to understand that like Moscow and St. Petersburg are the center. They are the metropoles of the Russian so-called Federation. It's really an empire, right? And it's all about sort of allowing the people who are closest to the regime into those metropoles and giving them a standard of life that is enough for them to be loyal enough to the regime that they're, they don't have a problem with it. And so that social contract's important, and it requires a sort of, real quick, Bart, I'm just muting you there just to prevent if two people talk at the same time on the space, it causes microphone issues. So anyway, sorry about that. Anyway, the metropoles require basically looting from the provinces to sustain that current lifestyle in Moscow. So I think a lot of people have thought about if Russia in its current political configuration, collapses, that would be a likely outcome, that a lot of these provinces just would be sick of getting their resources looted and stolen. It might not even necessarily be an ethnic thing. It might just be people tired of Moscow taking all their stuff. That said, of course, as you properly pointed out, there's places like Chechnya and Dagestan. Chechnya is a good example of somewhere that Russia basically has to pay out. It's like one of the only provinces that doesn't pay into the federal coffers. It pays out, right? So if Russia is no longer in a position to militarily threaten, the Chechen basically autonomous fiefdom that has been created down there, and B, to basically bribe the Chechen leadership's loyalty, I think it's an open question whether or not Chechnya will stay loyal in the long term. And then Dagestan, yeah, there's been definitely video of, unlike other parts of the Russian Federation, I think it looks like there was a more violent response to mobilization, we might say. So maybe that's like the best points I can come up with. Maybe I'll turn it over to Colby, who might have something to add. Go ahead, Colby.
So back in the spring, this was a much more frequent topic of discussion, and I know I spoke extensively about it. And this is why dissolution of the Russian Federation is a nightmare scenario, and people who are cheering it on have no clue what kind of serious ramifications are going to come of this. And it is not a desirable situation for anybody, Ukraine included. I don't think that it's necessarily a likely scenario. I wouldn't predict the demise of the Russian Federation, but it is a possibility well within the realm that it could happen. But it is not something we should desire because the unintended consequences of that will be far and very wide sweeping. The nuclear question obviously is very concerning. Who maintains control of Russia's very vast nuclear arsenal, which is spread out all over the place, many different locations, many different delivery mechanisms. That is very concerning. It could plunge the whole country into civil war again, which is going to create an even bigger geopolitical crisis for the whole world. Ukraine itself will, have millions of Russian refugees probably flowing into their borders in that sort of scenario. So not good for anybody if we have a dissolution of the Russian Federation. And this is a scenario that Western policymakers need to be thinking of very carefully because it could get very ugly very fast if the central government in Moscow collapses and is not able to maintain control over its nuclear arsenal and maintain control over its borders. Now, this is not to say that we don't wish that the various republics of the Russian Federation, of which there are 24, could have self-determination. I wish that for all people, but this is very complicated. And it is not an outcome that we should be cheering for because it probably won't end up the way that we want it to. In a perfect world, the Russian Federation could be dissolved and all 24 republics could be independent and have their own countries, their own nation states, because the republics are all based around a dominant ethnic linguistic group. But in reality, it probably doesn't work out that way. In reality, China probably gobbles up most of it. and these people are just enslaved by a much worse regime, because the Chinese regime is most certainly more authoritarian, more totalitarian than the Russian regime is. Many magnitudes worse, in my opinion. So this is a nightmare scenario in my view, and it is not something that we should cheer for.
Yeah, thanks, Colby. I think that's like some good like added like insight into that. And also I would add just like I certainly wouldn't cheer it on. Like I don't, and I don't want to give anyone that impression. If I did, I don't think Colby's saying I did, but just like I'm sort of indifferent to it in the sense that I think sort of Russia did this to themselves. Like I think that they've sort of created in their government structure an anachronistic state that will eventually maybe collapse in on itself. As Colby said, I don't want to say it's like more likely than not, or even that it's a likely scenario, but it's definitely a plausible or you know, possible scenario. So I would just say like I don't think personally there's anything we can do, and sort of thinking about like how can we prevent the collapse of the Russians and dictating our actions by that type of thinking is probably counterproductive. But Colby, I'm just wondering, is that your thinking? Do you think there's anything we can do to prevent a collapse of the Russian state? Or I mean, they just did this themselves, right?
I don't think it is incumbent on us to try and preserve the Russian Federation, but we need to plan for scenarios, and we should definitely be very cautious in our policy decisions and not take actions that would hasten that outcome or increase the likelihood or actively push for the dissolution. It's not our job to save the Russians from the mess that they've created themselves. That is their problem. But we should not push for that to happen. We should not take actions to you know, in the event of civil unrest in Russia. I think it would be a mistake for the NATO alliance or any country really to do anything that would make that situation worse and increase the likelihood that the Federation dissolves. I think that would be tremendously foolish, and just the unintended consequences that would come of this are so massive. It is beyond conception, and this is the biggest problem with Western foreign policy, is that we are consistently not thinking about the long-term ramifications of the decisions that we're making, and there needs to be a lot more foresight of these scenarios, because this is not a zero probability scenario.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we're on the same page, like broadly about that, Colby. I would say probably, I would imagine that people, you know, get paid to stay up at night and think about all this. But as you said, I think it's, of course, we agree. Like this is something that people should prepare for as an eventuality. And I think we also agree that this is, you know, Russia's a sovereign country at the end of the day. Like we're not here to try to break them up into smaller countries or smaller units, or tell them how to run their government or system. We just want them to stop invading other countries and committing genocides and violating international law so egregiously. So I think that's kind of the broad takeaway. So hopefully that was maybe a good discussion there. Bard, did you have anything you wanted to add? Go ahead.
Got a mic check.
Oh, sorry.
Mic check.
Francis, we'll get to you in a sec, buddy. Yeah, it's working, but we'll get to you in a sec, bud. Sorry, go ahead, Bard.
Yeah, no, the point I did not mean to suggest that it was anything that anyone should aspire to, like the dissolution of the Russian Federation or Empire. In fact, the reason I was thinking about it was because Ben Hodges was on some speaking platform in the past week, probably, and it seemed like he was disconcerted by the fact that people were not more actively thinking about this and talking about it, because unlike a parliamentary system or a presidential system, or even something like the CCP in China with Xi Jinping, which is that there is still a CCP, even if he passes away, whereas there's no clear succession plan for Russia. So I think, probably a lot of people listening to this show have reached the conclusion that Putin does not come out of this in any way where he has just a happy retirement, in which case, there's a situation where the last person who came to power was Putin. That was in around circa 2000. Before that, there was basically the only democratic election in the history of Russia, which was Yeltsin. And there is no succession plan that sets forth who comes to power. Now, if you follow the school of thought that Russia is essentially just a de facto mafia, then maybe, like Peter Zeihan, the politician, he sort of says that it'll probably be like 4 guys get together, one of them takes power and then kills the other 3, which is sort of like how the mafia would do it. But there isn't a clear succession plan. And so what he's saying is that, I think what General Hodges was saying was that the United States, he hopes, is thinking about how to ensure global security in a situation where nukes possibly fall into the hands of people who are disgruntled and would, if they got control of it, just lob a nuke at Moscow. So I think that that's sort of what he was saying. And that's why I was talking about it and thinking about it, because it's true, there is no real succession plan in Russia. We have had Putin for 20 years. And then when he is toppled, maybe there's another strong man that comes to power, but maybe not. We don't know.
Yeah, thanks. I think, obviously we, as you said, we don't know. We don't want to speculate too much, but I think you brought up like some great points about, how the structure of the Russian state works. I'm in agreement with the sort of mafia school of thought. I think it's, obviously it has some flaws. It's a mafia with a government, with a full state, with full sovereignty and some, clout in the international system, as it were. But it is, broadly speaking, I think that like mafia is like a good way to think about it for people who might not just, if you can't just explain the nature of the regime to people in shorthand, it's probably a good way to maybe get people's head around it who might not otherwise understand it that way. But so yeah, I think I agree with like all that analysis. I think Kayla is next. Is that right, Michelle?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, and good evening, Bart. I hope you come back often and comment. I've actually been thinking it's similarly how you have, and you give me a lot of thought. And so Joe and Colby, I might disagree with you a little bit, respectfully, if that's okay. So to Bard's point, I think it extends not just to sort of the pseudo states within the Russian Federation, but also the former Soviet republics as well. And I think we should admit, all of us inadvertently, and pushing our support for Ukraine and what we want the outcome to be, whether we want to or not, are most likely also pushing for the end of the Russian Federation. Not saying that's necessarily a great outcome, but I think, Joe, you had commented on Tajikistan, I think 15 minutes ago, and I was thinking a lot about how they had fought I don't think it was quite a civil war. I think it was more of they were trying to quash Islamic extremism that was supported by the Taliban at the time. And, I think about what Bard said in terms of it's not just, Dagestan and Chechnya and some other Federation states are at risk, but it's the former Soviet states that are being controlled or propped up by Putin that I think are at risk. And in the reality, if it does disintegrate those former Soviet states, we'll probably have Western troops in there in 10 years fighting Islamic extremism. And I'm not Tucker Carlson. I still think it's worth it to defeat Russia and Ukraine. But I think that's, to Bard's point, I think it's a great concern. And I think it's a reality of what's probably going to happen. Ukraine's going to win, but that won't be the end of the outcome. There'll be a domino effect. There'll be massive conflict and violence in those former Soviet states. Colby, I generally agree with 99% of what you say. If China goes in and India and has great influence over some of those states and controls them, it might not be a bad thing. But I think we're probably looking at a larger scale disruption in those former Soviet states, in Chechnya and Dagestan, although they really don't have any resources we want. But there's a lot of natural resources in some of those other Central Asian states that we rely on, and pipelines and train tracks. And so I think to Bard's point, I think we should be very concerned about what the outcome would be. And it's mostly going to be 10, 15 years of a lot of geopolitical disruption and war and killing in Tajikistan and some of those other states, and growing Indian and Chinese influence on those areas as well. And I think, Joseph, like you said, we have a lot of smart people who stay up at night who are thinking about this, preparing for it. You're absolutely right on that. But at the end of the day, I still think it's worth supporting Ukraine and kicking the Russians out, and hopefully having Putin overthrown. And that thank you for allowing me time to make those comments.
Yeah, definitely, man. I think I agree with all your broad points. I will say like one just like minor correction. It really doesn't like underscore or undermine anything you said, but just that so the civil war in Tajikistan, right? It was as you said, there was basically a sort of Islamic extremist angle there. It's the Islamic Revival Party was like basically the main opposition party that coalesced. But it's better to think about it as just like a broad breakdown in order. In other words, like I talked to people obviously who were there and like involved in it, and like sometimes they would get in fights and like they'd ask like who was shooting at us, and it's like I don't know, like I don't know, like it was like the fight could be from block to block. It was like they didn't know exactly, or like when we were like going like along the river, like people would say, okay, that militia camp there and that militia camp there, and that like there were so many different groups. And then the other thing is they weren't aligned with the Taliban, so there was, as you said correctly, an Islamic extremist element to this, and they really did engage in. You know, I talked to people who said they just decided to kill all the intellectuals, you know, in the area, and you know, they killed my teachers and they killed, you know, so you know, I don't want to say that they weren't bad people by any stretch of the imagination. From my experience, they broadly were. They were doing bad things. So were the government forces, by the way. But I just want to say that they weren't aligned with the Taliban. The Taliban are they were aligned with the Northern Alliance, which ironically was the group we put in power in Afghanistan, right? Those are Tajiks. They live in the place called the Panjshir Valley. They were able to sort of resist the broadly Pashtun Taliban for like decades. That was like the one little part of Afghanistan they weren't able to take, if you remember, and it was kind of a shock that they were able to push into it recently. And so that's very much alarmed modern Tajikistan, by the way, that they're now Taliban actually on their border. But before it was just kind of a weird thing. They are Tajik, so there's like an affinity there, but there was this problem where there was this civil war tension and so forth. So anyway, I just wanted to like very briefly correct the record on that. But other than that, I think like I agree with all your points. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I sorry, I misspoke on that. And you're right. It was the Northern Alliance. I apologize. I think I was confusing with an article. I think there's some tension happening now. So thank you for correcting me. And I think you're 100% right on Tajikistan too. I think it looked like you're right. It was like 1980s Beirut where you didn't know who was on what street corner. So I appreciate you correcting me on that for sure. So thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I think, like I said, broadly speaking, I think you're totally accurate. Like the Tajikistan's a very specific, like small case when it comes to Central Asia broadly. Like there's a much bigger zoom out there than Tajikistan. So, but thanks. No, I appreciate all your analysis, Kayla. So we'll go to the next hand. I think Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah, next hand is Fusilier.
Yeah, hi guys. Again, I'm going to caveat what I'm about to say by just saying that operational planning is always a question of dealing with ifs. And there was an old saying in the British Army that if your auntie had balls, she'd be your uncle. So one has to be really careful with ifs. But just going, I'm really interested in your conversation about the end game. The more I see the patterns of operational planning that are taking place in Ukraine, I'm pretty sure that the Ukrainians have got a game plan, and no plan survives contact with the enemy. But it seems to me as though they are very carefully trying to avoid a situation which I think Mick Ryan and Ben Hodges have termed catastrophic success. So they are trying to avoid creating a situation where any military success is so shocking that it shocks the Russians into a course of action which they would not otherwise take, a course of action that in itself is catastrophic. And I think the way that they would do that, and I think one can see them doing it, is I think they're trying to achieve a military success which effectively drives that Russian army back across the border, but leaves it as a problem for the Russians to deal with. And one can only imagine the difficulties that Putin and his mafia, I think you called it, Colby, that his mafia would have in dealing with 800,000 defeated and disgruntled Russian soldiers.
I think it's probably a good historical lesson to be applied. All right, that if you're able to, I guess, shock your enemy sufficiently that you can sort of overwhelm them. Would you say that's like the takeaway there?
Yes, yes, I absolutely would. But it's what the result of that is. So one has to, what I'm saying is I think that one can see the Ukrainians trying to manage the scale of it. I think that they'll leave this is not going to be an encirclement which results in an annihilation. I think they will leave a route out. They'll leave routes out for the Russian army to go home, because I think they've made the determination that a Russian army that is still basically intact will provide more problems, will cause more problems for Putin than one that's annihilated, that gives them cause for continuing the war again at some other point. 800,000 disgruntled soldiers are a problem.
Yeah, so I think it's a good point, right? Obviously, the people who have been thrown into this probably aren't super happy about it. There's clearly a major, I mean, it's an understatement to say there's a morale problem in the Russian military right now. In addition to that, I mean, they're learning all the important things that a secure Russian state would keep them up at night, right? In other words, they're learning how to use weaponry, sometimes fairly advanced weaponry. They're learning how to use violence to enforce their will. They're learning how to steal and loot, and they're learning how to extort, and they're basically in a big gang, right? I mean, that's what the Russian military is. And when you throw those guys back into civilian society, I mean, what's going to happen, right? So it's certainly possible. Go ahead.
That's the point. You don't know. I mean, look what we did. Look what we did with the Iraqi army. When we finished the war in 2003, certainly, from the British perspective, there were two Iraqi army divisions, both of which agreed to work under British and US command. But it was a political decision to disband the Iraqi army. We didn't even do that with the Germans and the Japanese after World War II, but we disbanded the Iraqi army. And that disbandment, that complete dismemberment of those hundreds of thousands of Iraqi military professionals, professional being an interesting word, there is a direct line of antecedents from the decision taken by the political administration that was put into Iraq in 2003 and the rise of ISIS. ISIS was effectively the Sunni element of the Iraqi military, which had been completely disenfranchised, unpaid, and had their entire livelihoods taken away from them. So how you deal with a disgruntled military, how you think that through is important. And I think, the Ukrainians have thought that through. I think one of your co-hosts mentioned, we, the West, we're not very good at thinking through those problems long term, and we're not. We didn't deal with Afghanistan or Iraq in a very sensible way. That's a personal view, but certainly I think the Ukrainians, just watching what they're doing, I think they've got an eye on that. I think they're trying to avoid catastrophic success, and they've got an eye on ensuring that they leave intact a real problem for the current mafia bosses in Moscow. But I'll drop down now and let others speak. I can see a couple of hands up.
Yeah, thanks, Fusilier. I think, it's a really great point. It's something I hadn't totally considered. I thought about it from like a military angle, like what it means to let people retreat and so forth. But I think that you raised, and I've just thought about the broad point that like these guys coming home will basically be bandits. But, I hadn't put it together in that way that you just did. So it's definitely an interesting theory. So real quick, I think Michelle's going to call it a night here, if I'm not mistaken. Michelle, you getting ready to call it a night?
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. I'm gonna head off. So I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. I appreciate all of the listeners and especially the speakers, and of course yourself, Joseph. So everybody have a great evening. Enjoy listening to Joseph for the next hour or so until Axel gets here.
Thanks, Michelle. You've been at it longer than I have, so we really appreciate the time you're putting in, and you're a great co-host. And yeah, thanks so much. Okay, so I'm going to let Colby go ahead. Then I think Transit might have had something to say. Just normally in the future, there's a little heart icon on the screen. You can raise your hand on the far right, and then I know you've got a question or a comment, and then I can keep the order. So I'll let Colby go ahead. Go ahead, Colby.
Thanks. Just a historical correction: the Wehrmacht and the Imperial Japanese Armed Forces were in fact disbanded after World War II. So just wanted to make that historical correction.
Yeah, thanks,
Colby.
Colby.
I'm gonna take issue with Colby there. Certainly the Japanese army were under British orders in Vietnam until certainly 47, and I think maybe even later. And not the whole of the Wehrmacht, but certainly the field gendarmerie was operating well into 1946 under Allied command. So, Colby, factually, the whole of the Wehrmacht was not kept intact, but elements of it were.
Technically, yes, with the military police. I mean that was sort of an ad hoc thing that was organized on more local levels, because the order that was issued by the Allies said that all German armed forces are just disbanded, that no exceptions whatsoever, they're all gone. But obviously, for various obvious reasons, keeping German military police around was very useful for Allied occupation forces. So that was allowed to slide, even though the order that had been issued by Supreme Command said that the entirety of the Wehrmacht is now dissolved. With regard to Japan, certainly some forces, for a couple of years were still around. So there was a transition period there before the new constitution came into effect. But certainly on Japanese homeland, all Japanese forces were pretty much disarmed right away. And obviously there were holdouts that still continued fighting on some islands for some time, for 20, 30 years in some cases. But those were more exceptions than the rule, I would say.
That I'd certainly agree with. But can I just tell you that when asked to keep an Iraqi military police company in 2003, I was refused.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Obviously, the coalition provisional authority made that decision that they were going to disband the entirety of the Iraqi army and all of the other instruments of the Ba'ath state, which obviously had, again, these are the far-ranging consequences of policy decisions I talk about, where we don't think too carefully about the actions that we take, and it ends up biting us in the ass because we didn't sit down and think about things a little harder before we make these decisions. So, that decision by the CPA and Mr. Bremner was obviously a mistake.
Yeah, roger that. Thanks, guys. I'll drop down and let other speakers step up. Great work. Again, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Fusilier. I think it's a good discussion. Yeah, the only thing I was going to add was I think there's some parallels. I remember the phrase de-Baathification and de-Nazification seems like kind of a similar. But I think your point about just the comparison between the dissolution of the Iraqi army and the sort of more or less dissolution of the Russian army it's a little bit different in practice, but the result might sort of wind up the same. At least this might be a somewhat not the worst analogy here that we might be able to apply in some way. So thanks for that. And it was a good discussion. And I think Colby, on the technical points, I think that obviously correct. So good discussion, guys. And with that, I'm going to go to a Transit Coalition. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, Joseph? Just trying to formulate a question without getting to be verbose on it. From the trends that I see here, at some point, Ukraine will be Russian free. I mean, they're going to be out of the country. But Russia, being the bizarre country that it is, they're not human. Will they still be provocative in attacking Ukraine from Belarus or elsewhere? I mean, what are the indicators that once they're cleansed of the terrible things that they're doing in Ukraine?
So
will
by
they still be?
attacking, do you mean are they gonna attack like militarily, or you mean like just informational attacks, cyber warfare, and just general aggressive diplomacy against Ukraine?
Well, they're bad things like the propaganda is not going to go away. They're not going to take the criminals like the former president and Tucker Carlson. Are still going to be not with the program.
Yeah. So
I'm
you
talking
mean
about
more like informational attacks, right?
well, information attacks will probably continue because that part's not being destroyed, but the military part of it, the borders, Ukraine is not going to probably be going into Belarus or anywhere like that. Even though personally I would hope so, but they're not. But what will be will there still be security within Ukraine once the Russians are removed?
So I see it like this: the informational attacks will never stop. Absolutely never. They didn't stop informational or attacks, on cyber attacks. They never stop on Lithuania or Baltic countries, and they will never stop against Ukraine. In terms of military, it all depends, on what's going to happen after the Ukraine wins. I don't think after Ukraine winning, they will have capability of doing any attacks. They will be much more, uh, conservative with what they can do because they will have too much, hatred inside the country against their own politics. But in general, it all depends on the Ukrainian military. If Ukrainian, if we have counter battery, if we have our artillery, if we have our weapons systems built, and they know that each of their strikes are going to be, they will gonna get retaliation for that. They will not strike. It's gonna be over, and then Ukraine will probably join NATO. That's what I hope for, but that's only when the entire territory is freed, and then it's just going to be totally different story. But in general, just like with absolutely all other parts, when the Ukraine kicked the Russians out of Kiev, they the attacks on Kiev they decreased. Attacks on Sumy decreased, attacks on Chernihiv decreased, attacks on Kiev or Kharkiv decreased. So basically, it will not make sense to attack Ukraine anymore, other than build a bad publicity for itself inside Russia and also outside Russia. So, my personal opinion that they will simply stop. And of course, if you add the retaliation for those attacks, they will stop. Most certainly, if Ukraine wins. So, and our job is to help Ukraine do that, and that's why we're all here.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Constantine. Couldn't have said it better myself. I think you're absolutely right. There might need to be some, or I think there probably already is occurring, at least to some small extent, some Russia's shelling from their side of the border. Ukraine's basically retaliating on the position that's shelling, right? And that means more precise weapons helps Ukraine carefully target and not result in any collateral damage in any kind of counter battery fire. And so we want to make sure they can do that accurately, but it's necessary. I don't see any way where I think, as Constantine put it, like long term, it probably would, just because it's so counterintuitive for them to keep doing it. They would stop, but I think we want this to kind of end, and that probably requires, just when they shell into the Ukrainian border, Ukraine shells back and hits the battery that shot at them. And that's, the UN Charter entitles every nation to self-defense. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I don't think it's bad for them to do it in any way. And yeah, I think it's the most reasonable way to stop Russia from doing it. And I think they'll definitely stop, as Konstantin said. There's no real way. They can't escalate from there, I don't think. So
And
go ahead.
don't forget that if they are thrown out of Ukraine, that basically means that their military is barely holding it up and is out of the control. So what's going to happen is that when their military, if political leadership will try pushing something like attack Ukraine and let the troops die, and because that's what counter battery is going to do, it's going to kill the troops that are firing at Ukraine. It's just gonna add even more problems for them. So I just don't think it's when they are at the point where they kicked out, I don't think they will have any desire to engage in any military hostilities. Just none. But the hardest part, once again, is to throw them out. I think they are pretty much close, right now to say like let's just stop firing and let's just and that's the idea, with this whole informational attacks right now happening in social media and news outlets. Everyone is saying like let's stop, let's negotiate, all the Russian agents are screaming that let's negotiate. They want to ceasefire, they want to stop. They want to stop all the hostilities, and the further Ukraine pushes, the more they will have to do this. That's the idea, that as I see it. But the reality, of course, the crazy idiots in political power can do different things, but I don't believe they will be capable of doing this, because they will just face internal pressure to stop the war. Because remember that Afghanistan for Russia happened like because people of Soviet Union. I was born in Soviet Union. My father was born in Soviet Union. No one supported that, and there was pressure, internal pressure. It was not like people protested, but there was pressure against it. And the same was happening in Russia, in Japan war, when in 2005, 1905, Russia was losing the Japan war. It was essentially the same idea, that they had against Ukraine, like just a territory grab, and it was same, and they could not continue. Same with the First World War, where they simply, the troops said, okay, we've had it, we're not gonna fight, and if it was pushed any further, the troops would turn back on the commanders. And that's what actually happened, this First World War. Pretty much, the entire military was hating its political leadership so much that brewing the revolution on it was so easy that it was just done with a matter of years. So I don't simply think they will have capability if they're thrown out.
Yeah, I think, like, long story short, Ukrainian army is getting stronger, Russian army is getting weaker. That kind of dynamic isn't going to change. And by the time they're over the border, I mean, that's going to have reached sort of a critical mass. Go ahead, Transit.
Well, and plus the fact that the sanctions, another couple months, the sanctions, with not any ball bearings, if you can't run a railroad, and, the whole world of Russia is based on railroads, in Ukraine, the railroads are going to get restored, and we're finally going to be able to move the grain. And, if I understand this right, the gauges are going to be equalized between Ukraine and Poland. So there'll be some decent ability to get product out of the country. But, Russia's, magically, once they're out of Ukraine, there don't seem to be any way, nobody's going to turn around and start saying, okay, we're going to get your ball bearings or the supplies you need. They're still going to be a country that's entirely incapable of starting anything up, because everybody left, the brains left the country. The people with the technology aren't going to come back again. Planes aren't going to fly. I mean, you're taking, in 6 months or a year, what's coming down is you're going to have a country that's basically, it doesn't even have the skill set of Cuba, where they, run cars from the 1950s because they can rebuild them. Russia's just going to be a rust belt, from my point of view. That's what's going to happen because, nobody's going to help them anymore because of the bad things that they've done. So, I think, we're seeing 6 months or whenever the conclusion is going to be, but it's definitely nothing positive for Russian side, and for Ukraine side, there's investment in all sorts of things that are coming. So, the ways are going forward. I'm really finally happy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, man. I think it's definitely the case that Russia clearly has made a long-term decision with their war crimes and their genocide that it's going to harm their economy irreparably for at least 2 decades. I would say that's what I hear from the people in the space who know more about this than me, probably longer. I think it's sort of an open question of as you said, there is an open question of can they even make ball bearings at a certain point, and will the actual economic engine itself grind to a halt without basically support from certain very specific targeted Western industrial technologies, we'll put it that way. And I listen, of course, to finance and other people in the space who have kind of crunched the numbers and done the math and figured all this stuff out, and indicate, yes, that is a real acute problem that the Russian economy has. They're trying to sort of scam their way into getting more through Turkey and other places, but ultimately, I mean, they're just kind of much like their military right now. They're trying to stop the bleeding. They're not actually solving the problem. They're not healing the wound, right? So, they can scam a few of these industrial machines and so forth, but ultimately it does look like turning the tap off of some very specific technology like ball bearings and certain other things, industrial machinery, and of course oil technology, drilling technology and so forth. That really could destroy the Russian economy because they've structured it as a neo-capitalist economy, right? It's they, it's built on oil and gas revenues. It's if they can't extract oil at an affordable rate, in an efficient way, competitive with market price, then it's going to be very difficult for them. And then in addition, they've they don't have the level of economic autarky or self-sufficiency that they had in the olden days of Soviet War, right? They haven't built their economy that way. It's dependent on the West. I mean, period. So there's definitely a possibility there. How quickly that happens, I think, is kind of that's the tea leaves that people are trying to read. And I think that on the space, we're definitely hoping sooner rather than later, and we're seeing some indications to that extent, but it's definitely an open question. How long does this take? A couple of years to kick in? Does it take a few months? And what does that fundamental change in economic behavior look like, and what does an actual sort of collapse of the Russian economy look like? I couldn't tell you. Tim's more of an economy guy. I don't know if you're quite ready yet, Tim, but if you are, what do you think? What would you define as a collapse of the Russian economy? I'll put it that way.
I would say hyperinflation I think that's going to be the biggie. I think that the point, I mean, collapse is in the eye of the beholder, right? But it's certainly my view that there will come a point where Russia is simply not able to fund Russian government is not able to fund its activities effectively, simply because their currency is inflating. It is inflating beyond their ability to produce goods. And they are unable to raise effective tax revenue. Yeah, I mean, I think the point where there is hyperinflation and the factory payroll guy and the civil service payroll guy literally doesn't have, can't make payments to people in the amounts they're owed and stuff like that. I mean, there's a point where things just cease to function, in that way. You know, you think you kind of cast your mind back to Weimar. You think of Rhodesia under Mugabe. Sorry, Zimbabwe, as we're supposed to call it, under Mugabe. With the $100 trillion Zimbabwean dollar note, there becomes a point where it all just gets slightly surreal, and I think that is the point at which I would say, they're just done. But economic collapse is a process; it's not an event, right? So there's going to be many, many more hilarious things before that. But I think come the advent of hyperinflation, I think that's when they're cooked. Their inflation is, I believe it's officially around 15% at the moment, which is probably lower than that's probably a lower number than it actually is, because the statistics from the Russian central bank will, of course, be bollocks. And 15% in today's terms is not enormous. It's not huge by European standards. Ben's going to come and talk about inflation in Russia now, so I'll yield to Ben. But yeah, I'd be on the lookout for hyperinflation. I think that's when they're done. Ben.
Good morning, Ted. It's very kind of you to yield, although I assume that you know exponentially more than I will ever about Eastern European economics. That being said, the hyperinflation route is only one of the two options. The other option is for the Russian economy to freeze to death. If there's no more market, if confidence collapses, if people are not coming to buy stuff anymore, if people don't go to work, this sort of things, this does not mean that it might lead to hyperinflation, but it might still break the back of the military power of the Russian army. So there's the two ways. There's the hot and the cold way. Feels a bit like a Tolkien novel. We don't know which one the Russians are going to go for. You might be correct in assuming that the Russian economy is going to go hot faster than expected. The central bank yesterday announced that it would not publish any more foreign exchange data from November 1st onwards. So that's the last time we'll see those bogus numbers. I assume that they got tired of inventing stuff, but at the same time, it's not great, right? The more you hide, like the US doesn't need to hide its exchange rate because they're pretty proud of it. The EU doesn't need to hide its its level of debt, because even though it's a problem, they consider it as manageable, and the Russians they're going dark, and they're going dark increasingly. So we don't know where the collapse is going to come from, but they seem to think that it's going to come from somewhere, even though a number of data series are not good, to be completely honest. The Bank of Finland recently released data on export to Russia based on the analysis of the export data from a number of countries, including Malaysia, Vietnam, South Korea, the likes. And almost all of them are going up, and most of them are back in the range that was that of January 2022. So unfortunately, the Russian economy is getting better in some places, worse in some others. The balls are still very, very, very much in the air. It could fall anywhere, and the recent news about the oil price is also not encouraging. But at the same time, mobilization could just wreak so much havoc in their economy that the problem would be solved. Or, as you said, maybe they won't be able to source any decent ball bearing, and they won't have a railway. And if the only thing we need to do is to do away with their railway, we don't care whether they can import washing machines. That's so it's really complex, and it's fascinating, and yeah, and once more, as usual, we send our love to the members of the Department of the U.S. Treasury Department, because they're doing a bang up job. We love you all.
Ben, sending our love to U.S. Treasury. But so Ben, just while I've got you here, because I know sometimes you got to hop in and off this time. So just one question. I saw a little bit about. I don't want to call it a bank run. I think that might be a little bit too generous a term. But I saw like people lining up outside Russian banks, and just we're hearing a lot about people basically yanking as much cash out of Russian banks as they can. Would you say that's like accurate, or is that maybe inaccurate? Go ahead.
It's very probably accurate. The problem is that it's very easily solvable, and because the Russian administration has already imposed extremely heavy regulation on the movement of capital within banks. So it would be very easy for them to say, we don't want people to withdraw more than 50 rubles, 20 kopecks a day, and there, problem solved. Let's move on. So I don't see it as a big issue. In the same way, the interbank loan rate, which is basically the rate at which bank lend money to one another, which is usually considered as a fairly good way of calculating the risk that is present in the banking system. That loan rate has been managed by the central bank, I think, or maybe the Ministry of Finance, since February. So we don't have the information, and if they're afraid, they don't show it. So we're going towards a very managed economy, where the usual signals that we tend to be used to in the West when we're trying to understand how the economy works, those signals might not be relevant anymore. Oh, we've lost Joseph. Tim, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say my point about the hyperinflation was I don't think it's going to be something organic in the economy that leads to it. I think it's simply going to be Russia monetizing its public spending, right? I think it's going to be Zimbabwe stuff. I believe there will come a point when Russia has no choice but to simply print its entire budget and inflate its economy by that amount every time it needs to. And as we know from economic history, it's very difficult to walk back from doing that. So yeah, I had a question for you, Ben. You talked about the Russian economy freezing to death. Has that ever happened before? Where people just, there's just a total demand side collapse, people stop going to work, and the thing just goes. Does that have precedent in economic history?
Yeah, absolutely. Massive precedent. Most of the examples are that I know are from pre-modern economies. But even if you take the history of the British Raj, okay, I'm getting into the sort of territory I'm really not used to. But there were cycles, famous cycles, where at some point people would just stop working. I think there was something like that in. There's a very good book about jute production in Bengal, and at some point people just considered that it's not worth it to keep working, so they just pull out of the workforce and revert to a much more self-centered, autarkic style of production. And and then that's it. Unless you can force them to go back to work. And honestly, who thinks for the second the Russian state wouldn't resort to open slavery if it was if they wanted to? But if you cannot force them to go back to the workforce, people might just be willing to wait it out and do something else. Very, very common. Also, early industrialized places. I assume in the developing world it can be a problem in some places. I don't know for sure, but yeah, plenty of examples. And also just on the case of the Russian state, you're right. I think there's one thing which is going to be fascinating to follow. They announced Friday, I think, that they were, or Thursday, that they were going to float some renminbi denominated debt. That is going to be that is going to be fun. That is really going to be fun because like the Chinese economy is in massive trouble. So maybe some capital is going to be happy to take this sort of risk, diversify away. On the other hand, do you really want to diversify into the Russian public debt at this very moment? And on the other hand, even if there's appetite for it in the Chinese banking sector or financial sector, is the Chinese government going to allow this? It has the making of a fantastic story, and we know for a fact that they're going to just socially screw it. But it's going to be interesting to watch. Or potentially, the Chinese have already told the Russians, no can go, no thank you. So yeah, that's the for me that's a cherry on the inflation cake, which you presented very well.
Thank you, Ben. It's interesting what you said about economies freezing to death. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that seems to have been more common in pre-modern societies, right? Because I don't know. I mean, to my mind, the only thing that could enable it is a kind of is where people are capable of a certain level of subsistence without selling their labor. Right, so you think of feudal societies, you think of third world societies, where you can go and sell your labor, and you can go and work you can do your artisanal stuff. You can work for somebody else. You can sell your labor to somebody else for a higher quality of life, but ultimately you still can do your own thing. You can still hunt. You can still fish. You can still farm your own land, right? Do you think that's perhaps why it was more of a phenomenon? And do you think it's possible in Russia, given that in Russia you cannot, presumably most people cannot subsist like that? They have to work. They have to get paid. Otherwise they starve. Or are we talking about something a lot more systemic than that, where okay, so they stop working, then they stop paying the rent. They live on tins of beans in their cupboards, and there's just this kind of complete kind of collapsing star type thing of every economic activity just grinding to a halt, including paying people for stuff. Sorry, that was very incoherent.
No. That's exactly what deflation is. So you're right. It is something that is more likely to happen in a place where people have a little plot where they can just retreat at will. That being said, if imagine what the situation must be right now in monograds. The cities that are entirely built around a single industry, around sometimes single company. How the situation must be if that company just shuts down, or somehow stops paying people, or has to fire a large part of its workforce, etc. All this is going to be what Russia could look like. If they lose their market, if you lose the confidence, if people don't want to buy anymore or cannot buy anymore, but let's say stop wanting to buy stuff because they expect really, really bad things to happen very, very soon, what are you going to do? You're going to have a plummeting of consumption. People are going to get fired. Prices are going to fall. Because prices are falling, people cannot pay their debts. They cannot pay their rents. So all this is going to go through the wayside. And at some point, the country might just grind to a halt. This is very theoretical, and this is part of the reason why finance and I are so excited, because if we see it happening, that could be one of the only times where it happened, was recorded, people were expecting it, everyone is paying attention. And if it happens, we're going to keep taking notes nonstop. We're not going to sleep for 2 months straight just to see what's going on. And it can happen if you've got enough people unemployed and enough people believing that they might be unemployed very, very soon. Yeah, the country's economy might freeze to death. You still have hotspots, like of course anything producing for the military might continue, but the rest of the country will just freeze, and it won't be long before the government collapses as well. Because and that's something else, which is to have inflation, hyperinflation, you need to be often within the several hundreds of percent for it to have a real bite on the government's ability to act. When it comes to deflation, 5% deflation is unheard of. So where like it never happened, but if it does happen, it might happen very, very fast because the levels are so low for it to be effective.
Thanks very much, Ben. So we got a couple of hands, maybe related to economic matters, Ben. So if you are able, please do stick around. So we have Ice T21. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes, it's just a quick question for you guys. I don't know if you'll know about the update. It's not exactly Russia. It's about North Korea, what they did last night, how they launched the ballistic missile over Japan. And I was just wondering, on your guys' point of view, what you think that, and how do you think that would escalate?
So I think the question came up earlier. I think broadly speaking, we think it's basically just North Korea doing North Korea things, and probably won't escalate. North Korea does this on occasion. They do it for various reasons to get things more or less. I don't know. Colby was the one who kind of wrapped it up last time. Do you have anything you want to add on this, Colby? Like just broadly speaking, does it have any direct bearing on the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Go ahead, Colby.
I would say no. Until we have some evidence to suggest otherwise. It's just coincidental. I don't think that there was any coordination between Pyongyang and Moscow over this, whereby Putin asked them to fire it as some sort of distraction, or he was provided any advance notice that they were going to do it. I think it's just something that they are doing on their own accord for whatever reasons they may have. Usually it's to try and achieve some extortion, or they just want to make a show or actually test a new capability that they think they have developed. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. It landed in the ocean. If North Korea was going to target Japan or other installations in the region, both the United States and Japan have Aegis systems that can deal with incoming ballistic missiles, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Okay, any follow-up there, Ice-T? Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, just wondering, and what do you think of, I understand that, what do you think the US response will be to that? Because one of Biden's people have come out and said there will be a response from that. I think his name's Jake or Jack something. I don't know his surname, sorry.
Jake Sullivan, maybe? Colby, go ahead.
Yeah, that would probably be National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. And if I'm honest, I don't anticipate any particularly weighty response. North Korea is already a very isolated country, so there's no sort of easy step on the escalation ladder that can be taken sort of as a show of force or a response if the United States wants to ratchet up the pressure on North Korea. They kind of really have to ratchet it up, and I don't anticipate that happening right now.
Yeah, I think that's the best we can give you on a space dedicated to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It doesn't really have any direct bearing, but I think Colby gave like kind of a good general answer about broadly what North Korea is up to. So hopefully that's satisfying. If you do have any further questions, please feel free to raise your hand. Next, we got Send Your Mind. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas. Hey, Joseph. You've been great the past few months, by the way. You've really come into your own here in the space. I appreciate all the time that you give us, teaching us about what's going on in Ukraine. Gosh, somebody new in the space said it so well, really classifying you guys as our window to the world. And in addition to that, emphasizing all the good that you do selflessly through Maria. If everybody could retweet the space, as our host so frequently asks, I would be grateful. Ben, it's good to have you back. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us on the economy. As a longtime employee of fund management firms, I've got to say that your confidence in the way that these paradigm shifting market conditions will inevitably evolve is it sounds like you're pretty certain of what you believe is going to transpire in the space. And I don't want to drill down on any one specific issue. I think you have your thoughts very well put together. If you are that confident, I know a few folks would be very interested in paying you to hear your opinions. But I wanted to insert a thought that it's kind of got to do with some work that I've got in front of me. But over time, as markets have really forecasted a death knell or a ceasing of functionality in any way, shape, or form, I think many of us who were on Wall Street in 2008 truly thought that we were seeing capitalism dissolve out from underneath our feet. And as we all know, markets are organisms. They're living, breathing things, as are economies. And there's many butterfly effects throughout. There are many things economies can adapt and do in the face of really absolutely dismal predictions. I do believe, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. And I don't want you to think my thoughts are so narrowly focused on what I'm about to address, but more so in the context of evolution of economies really having a presence of unknown unknowns, if you will, that seemingly sprout out of thin air as to where we did not think economic concepts maybe existed prior to the market conditions we are defining based solely on historical implications. And going forward, what you're really describing, I believe, is not so much a breakdown in a total economy. What I think you're describing is the breakdown of the economic capacity of a nation state. And inevitably, along with that, its periphery who depends upon that. And we've noticed, or we've described some instances of that with the Turkestan, Dagestan, and who else have we got a little upset right now? I shouldn't say a little upset, warring with one another, essentially, Azerbaijan and Armenia. I don't think that this will be the last of this we see by any means. But when you get down to how people function in a society where the economy has or appears inevitable to collapse, I think we're going to see some recent theories of alternative economies tested in the market relatively soon. And I would be referring to a combination of the global gig economy, most clearly evident in tech development and engineering work, when you could source anywhere from over the world and compensate in cryptocurrencies. which is, I don't want to sound like an evangelist for digital assets here, but really it's stateless money. And I think it could play a very prevalent role in supporting some of these economies through transitions to better times. With that, I'll take a breath. I'll thank you for your time. Thank all our co-hosts for being in the space. Wish you all well. Slava Ukraine.
Slava, Ben.
Okay, so the important thing first and the less important second. The important thing is I'm currently dodging work in the broom cabinet. So yeah, I'm not sure anyone should listen to me or indeed pay any money for my insight.
Go to work.
I don't want to. And I still have 12 minutes. More importantly, I would say overall you're right. Economies, and especially when they're backed up by a nation state, are incredibly resilient. We should remember that the Nazi economy was like shut off of the world markets, and then bombed into oblivion, and still managed to churn out tanks until the last day. So let's be humble. And that being said, we don't need first of all, we don't need a total collapse of the Russian economy. I think that except for people who are really out for blood, like Joseph, who just like to see the world burn, but Tim and I, we're perfectly fine if Boris continues to drink his tea and go to the dance concert and fight bears. I don't know. Whatever they do, we don't care, as long as their ability to produce and fund the production of shells and to their ability to send boots on the ground declines. Unfortunately, we only have blunt weapons, so we need to go at it like we need to hit the economy rather than be more precise. But yeah, we don't need the economy as a whole to collapse. And I don't know. There is very strong argument to be made in favor of decentralization, and I think Ukraine, in many ways, if you look at what people were writing about it during the whole 2014, 2015, and later period, really stands as a more decentralized option compared to the autocratic Russia. So, yes, how far and what should be the means of this decentralization? I don't think this is the place to talk about this.
Agreed.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Ben, get back to work, all right?
All right. Love you guys.
Love you too, Ben. Ben and I don't get to see each other very often because, he fills some time kind of in my afternoon, and I fill time in, I think, his morning. I don't know. It's my night. Anyway, yeah, Ben and I don't see each other a lot, so it's great to see Ben. But yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to keep you from your work, buddy. And then you got your own slot. So we got big things coming for Ben's slot, though. We got plans, Ben and I. Anyway, thanks, Ben, for coming up and for talking about the Russian economy. It's something I haven't really been paying much attention to. I've been following troop movements, been playing mappies with the boys, right? Trying to figure out where all these toy army men go on the map. But no, in all seriousness, Ukraine is currently conducting a very serious counteroffensive, and they are currently defeating Russian forces both in the Kherson front and also in the Kharkiv front. So great job, guys, and thanks, Ben. So if you had any other questions that's on your mind or any follow-up, I gotta let Ben go. I as much as I hate to do it, loath as I am to do it, go ahead.
Ben, go do your thing, brother. Love you. Thank you so much for putting your time into this space. I wish you guys well.
Ben, where's Caesar?
I know, right?
I don't know. I like this guy. Figure it out.
Ben, did inflation to kill the Roman Empire? Yes or no? and you can go.
No.
Yes or no? No. Okay, good. Thanks.
Asterix did.
All right. Well, we got Tim back. So yeah, I think we can talk about the economy a little bit if people want. I think Tim has some good knowledge about just sort of I guess like currency and I don't know, Tim. How would you describe your economic expertise? You have a good way of like simplifying really complex economic topics that I've found. Like when I ask you a question about something, you really boil it down to where I can understand it. Whereas some people, some Corsicans I know, it gets a little complicated. You know what I'm saying, Tim?
I like the example of the Chinese underpants.
Oh man, the Chinese underpants is amazing. That's peak Tim. Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
I must have missed the Chinese underpants. Well, my economic expertise.
It was your example.
Yeah, you talked about underpants factory for like 10 minutes.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. It's a little windy. Am I audible?
Yeah, there's some wind there, Tim. If you can, we can give you a little time if you need.
It's okay. I'll be going underneath the Estonian Ministry of Statistics in a second. So my economics expertise is actually fairly limited. So I'm not an academically trained economist, or I've never worked in the economics field. I have a reasonable grasp of it for an amateur who has worked in financial services. But I'm not a trained economist. So there are a number of things that I don't grasp in any detail. What I do know comes from having worked in banking for 12 years or so, and I tended to be quite narrowly specialized in a particular area. So when I was in London, my kind of specialty was fixed income repurchase agreements, so selling and trading those, which is a very important financial product, but it's kind of a bit niche and dorky, right? And in Tallinn, for most of my time, I've been doing supply chain finance stuff, which again is highly specialized and very niche. So yeah, to answer your question, I don't claim any expertise in economics as such, but I understand some broad strokes, and I guess I could have explained them with Chinese underpants, if that answers your question.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely, Tim. No, it does. And I guess like just maybe one more question just for our listeners. Like you have done a little bit of financial service work for Ukrainian finances. Would you say that's probably correct?
Yeah, so when I was working in supply chain finance, the company I was working on, we had a subsidiary in Ukraine that was attempting to get that business model implemented in Ukraine. That had to be put on ice at the beginning of the Russian escalation, of course. But yeah, so some experience of the way Ukraine does things. But again, I'm not an expert.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I'm just trying to give our audience a sense of like what type of questions they can ask you. I know when I was a listener, that was kind of my thing. I'd be like, I don't know what to ask this Tim guy. So, I think it's good for people to know. You can ask Tim. Like I said, I've always found Tim's economic answers to be really. He has a way of just explaining it very simply to someone who doesn't really understand economics can get pretty complex and counterintuitive very quickly, and Tim has a way of like making it make sense, whereas I think a lot of people have to explain economics. They say, listen, what I'm about to tell you is counterintuitive, but you just have to believe it. And it's not that I don't, it's just that it's nicer when it does make sense. So thanks for that, Tim. We got Doman up as well. Doman, welcome.
Morning.
Good morning, Doman. It looks like you do, in fact, have an interview today, Doman. Are you looking forward to it, buddy?
Well, we have a few. We have Ruslan coming back mid-European afternoon, and then in the European evening, around early afternoon, if you're in the East Coast in the US, we'll have Alexandra join us as well. So we will have a couple of excellent Ukrainians coming to join us. First, Ruslan, who's the documentary filmmaker. You might remember him. we spoke with him about a week and a half ago, just over a week ago. He says he has some new things to share with us. He visits the newly liberated territories, among other. Last time he was just freshly out of Kozacha-Lopan. Kozacha-Lopan is a village just north of Kharkiv, just in front of the Russian border. I mean, Kozacha-Lopan is like next to where the border checkpoint is or was in peacetime, right? On the main highway between Kharkiv and Belgorod, and as well as the railway line between Kharkiv and Belgorod. And then he says he's been to some new places, some new stuff to share with us, some new testimonies from people surviving occupation for 7 months and such. And then later on, we'll be talking to Alexander, who's a Ukrainian IT entrepreneur, but her and her husband are IT entrepreneurs in Ukraine, all that. He's off fighting at the front. She's back behind the lines volunteering, and she'll be sharing some of their experiences with us later on in the day. I think about 7 p.m. Kiev time. She'll be joining us.
Yeah, thanks for that explanation, Dylan. Oh, go ahead, Dylan.
There will be cards out, I swear. It's just taking a couple of minutes for our graphics people to finalize them and push them out. That's all. Joseph?
Yeah, there's one for the documentary maker. I know, because I saw that one. I was going to bring that one up, but you so graciously and descriptively explained far better than I could what he'll be talking about. But yeah, I saw that card already, so that one's out. But the next one you mentioned, yeah, card out soon. I'm hearing. So yeah, thanks for the explanation, Dylan. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, give it 20 minutes and we'll be out.
Yep, I always look forward to your interviews, man. Just trying to make sure that people know about them. It's something I try to do before I go to bed is make sure everyone knows Doman's got some interviews coming up. Or if he doesn't, I'm always like a little bit happy. I'm just like, at least Doman's not like under like total pressure. Like he's got 2 interviews today. The man's he works hard. He works hard on these interviews. He prepares for them. Like I brought a Georgia expert on, and like I don't know what to do. I don't know about Georgia. So it's like, Doman, will you hold my hand and do the interview with me? And he was like, yeah. So you know what I mean?
Cheers.
So yeah, I don't know. You do a great job interviewing Doman. I always want to let people know, your interviews are coming up and they're great, and that you can always go to the Spotify account and check out all of our interviews, which are great. Doman doesn't do all the interviews, but he does do an awful lot of them, I would say. So it's a great place to go and check out our edited podcasts. They do a great job editing them. They flow real smooth. They're sort of a podcast format. Check them out. Just go Google MriyaReport Spotify, or Spotify search MriyaReport one word, and you will find our Spotify account. Bard, please go ahead.
Yeah, another thing that I was thinking about in the context of Putin's speech last week was how I was watching some video where someone was saying how you have to understand that Putin, the lens through which he perceives the world is that, everything is a weapon, and that he's very good at mimicking or aping any kind of behavior if it thinks that it will serve his ends. And so in the context of that speech, I was thinking about how, he made a lot of allusions in that speech that were obvious appeals to Western critics, like appealing to cancel culture, appealing to alt-right conservatives, very critical of the LGBTQ movement, or all these different sort of grievances from the past. And I was thinking about how he is maybe just aping the behavior of Western critics in order to try to reach those people who could reinforce his messaging in the West, not because he actually believes any of it, but because he's actually just trying to, it's just an act that's designed. And, he thinks he doesn't have, to my knowledge, like a sincere philosophy of values, but rather that he's just using any kind of anything, including a language, as a weapon in order to try to achieve his objectives. And I was just thinking about, is that something that's common in within the Kremlin or within sort of Russian society at large, where it's just sort of in some ways kind of, instead of adopting actual sincere values, you just sort of replicate them or enact them in order to try to achieve your objectives.
That's exactly what he does. Sorry, my audio might suck a bit because I'm on a tram. That's exactly what he does, right? So the way that the tactics they tend to use is they emphasize the controversy, and they pick. Sorry, tram announcement. They pick extremes on both sides of any particularly divisive issue, and they amplify those extremes. So on the right, you're going to see kind of extreme dislike of certain groups, and on the left, you're going to see kind of extreme ideas. Things like identity politics and the loonier sides of the social justice movement. And you're going to find those things that they're going to attempt to amplify and amplify those things and make it seem like there's a bigger divide over them than there actually is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I understand. It's very, very difficult to, when you have a Western lens, to try to access his frame of thought. And I mean, for someone who has spent the past 8 months learning more about Russian history and Eurasian history than I ever thought I would in my life, that it's very hard when you're trying to access this frame of mind. That's why I reach to these analogs, like thinking of the Russian Federation as the mafia, because it's a lens through which I can access something that I really don't understand. Like, so, if he's, there's a strong man at the top, and then, just like you would have a mob boss, the oligarchs are the dons, just like there's the 5 families in New York. And so I'm trying to think, like, when he's spouting these things and he's saying things like I remember he gave a speech once at an oil or energy gas conference, and he started going off on how dangerous fracking is for the environment. And I was like, so this is like Putin as environmentalist, which is, I mean, I don't think that he has any sincere feelings about the environment one way or the other. But it's interesting that it's clearly I think that he's just, he's kind of enacting behaviors because there's an objective to be reached, but not because it does anything other than seek to disrupt this war he thinks is going on. That he thinks there's a war with the West. And so he's just sort of doing anything to win that war, even if it's just utilizing language as a weapon.
Absolutely. Sorry, it's a little windy. The mafia analogy is really apposite, right? And there's a number of parallels you can draw there. You do see the kind of constructed morality. They have these mafia bosses. They have this kind of particular way of doing things. They have a particular lifestyle that they lead. They have particular behaviors that they engage in, and they construct this kind of cod morality around them to justify them. And another interesting one is the way Putin kind of he sort of projects Christianity. He kind of cultivates this image where he's a kind of a bastion of traditional Christianity. In films at least, mafia bosses, they're always seen taking their mothers to church on a Sunday, right? They always have this kind of slightly ironic religiosity. I don't know how accurate that is in real mafia culture, but certainly in films, that's what happens. So yeah, I think there are a number of interesting parallels to be drawn there. This kind of construction of an artificial morality and an artificial respectability around what is just pure, naked, evil, and violent self-interest, right?
Yeah, one thing I'll just throw into, just to get Tim out of the wind for a second, is just, I think, like, if we're thinking about the mafia structure, oligarchs, maybe thinking about them as like dons is not entirely like accurate. It's not wrong in maybe some circumstances, but I would say broadly speaking, the best term I've heard from people who actually kind of are involved in this, world or come from, basically former Soviet countries is they're basically human wallets, right? We have to think about like wealth is not something that really belongs to you in the Russian state. It's something that's sort of given to you as a privilege to hold on to for the people who have the actual power, right? So I'm not saying like you're wrong at all, but I just wanted to maybe like try to give some nuance to the concept of like who actually are Putin's underlings. And I think that those are mostly probably like people who are in charge of the state services and the people maybe like Kadyrov. What do you think about that, Tim? Who are the mafia dons in the hierarchy? Or maybe Doman? Go ahead, Tim.
I would agree there. I think that's where the mafia analogy does fall apart. I think what we're seeing, as you say, is really a bit more like feudalism, right? Where nobody is secure in anything. Everything people have, I would say even the oligarchs, but especially the oligarchs, everything is held from the king, right? So you court the center of power and you derive wealth from that. And that wealth lasts as long as you're in political favor. And if you fall out of political favor, you lose that wealth and you end up having an appointment with a window fitter. So yeah, I think that's where the analogy falls apart. But then I don't know. I guess are mafias like that? I don't know. I think we could disappear down a rabbit hole there. But I would say it's probably more like a feudal court than it is like a mafia family.
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess maybe Doman, I maybe want your input on this if you're so inclined. What do you think? Like, is the mafia analogy appropriate? Who are the dons in the hierarchy, or do you think feudal is good?
I think the mafia analogy is wholly appropriate because if you look at what Putin did, well, he was the Sobchak's fixer, not fixer, fix-it guy, I guess, in the mafia sense. Right when he worked for the mayor of St. Petersburg in the 90s, what he did was keep the mafia type structures and the various criminal underworld types in the port of St. Petersburg in check. That was his job. He did that very well, and it's not as though it wasn't a very similar, broadly speaking, approach to rule and to the structure of the various incarnations of the Duchy of Muscovy through the centuries. Anyway, I see the thing where I am. I just don't know how people still find this fascinating. It's not exactly news. It's been literally the case for centuries. But I guess there's a fascination with it in a similar way. In a similar way to how people listen to true crime podcasts. I don't understand why they're so popular, but apparently they are. It's kind of like the fascination with serial killers and the other types of criminal structures. There seems to be a similar fascination with this. Joseph, back to you.
No, yeah, thanks, Doman. I think that's a great perspective, right? I mean, Doman, speaks Russian. I think he understands the Russian mind very well. I've talked to him on a few occasions where I think I've missed some nuances of the Russian mind. So I would sort of trust his judgment on this one. That, yeah, broadly speaking, I think that like the mafia analogy is pretty good. It pretty much works like a mafia. I would say probably the people in the actual state apparatus are the dons, not the thing. But I think Tim's like, these are all just tropes, right? These are all just analogies that we can use to understand it anyway. But I think Tim's like feudalism analogy works too, right? I think these are all like interesting perspectives on understanding the nature of the Russian regime. Because I think the one thing we have to understand, as Doman pointed out, for us people like Americans or maybe Western Europeans, like, maybe not all Western Europeans, but a regime running like this, it's quite foreign to us, and it might be a little bit even titillating. It's so foreign to us, right? In that way of true crime or whatever. But I think that we do need to understand, broadly speaking, the logic and the nature of this regime as Americans or what have you. So it's kind of important to think about. And maybe if we need a simple analogy or metaphor to get that far, then so be it. So I'll let Bard go ahead. Go ahead, Bard.
Well, I don't think the fascination, I mean, I think it's perplexing, and so I don't think it's titillating, and I don't think that that it's something that's confusing because it's something that's been in place for centuries. What I was thinking about is when I was watching this ceremony from last week, like, for example, why did he go through the process of signing a ledger or signing documents? Why did he call in these 4 people when there is, it seems like there is a very interesting adherence to mechanistic procedure in the Russian Federation under Putin. And I think that what's interesting is that it is sort of this, it could be think of it as a feudal system, but in a feudal court, the king doesn't necessarily mimic all of these sort of the indicia of Western society. Like, so for example, it seems like in all these reports that I read about the from the FSB, how they describe how the corruption in the military, but part of it stems from inaccurate reporting. They just go straight up the chain, and it's because there's reports that are filled out, but the reports are completely inaccurate. But then they still feel like there's a strict need to adhere to filling out the report. And it's interesting. It's almost like a fetishizing procedural due process, because it's like they pay such strict attention to any kind of mechanistic way of acting like you're a Western democracy, but without any of the corresponding liberties. And it's interesting that when I was thinking about, if I'm thinking about Putin as an actor who just sort of acts any kind of behavior which achieves his ends, and I'm thinking about, if can you extrapolate that to the state, where the state has these mechanistic symbolic indicia of Western society that's designed to give the impression to the people living there that they live in a system with corresponding civil liberties. Like, in the United States, for example, there's substantive due process and procedural due process. And substantive due process is your civil liberties. Those are enforced through procedural due process. But why, like, for example, why does Alexei Navalny have an attorney at his trial? If there's no chance that you can be found not guilty, then the lawyer is just like a totem or a symbol, and it's designed to indicate something. But then it doesn't actually, the attorney doesn't serve a purpose if there's nothing to enforce. And so I'm trying to think of, if I think of Putin as someone who is acting, has that been extrapolated outward throughout the state, such that there is this illusion of civil rights or civil liberties, and it's designed to maybe comfort the people or make them feel like there is some system in place to protect them. And then this mobilization is that the disintegration of that illusion, because in fact the mechanisms and all the papers, they come in with their papers, the papers don't mean anything. They don't there's all the categories they have for your level of fitness, none of it means anything. And so I'm trying to think about, has this mechanization of due process throughout the state, is that also just an act?
Yeah, so I think a lot of good points there. I'll turn it over to Doman. I think you can give him far more detailed explanation than me. But what I will say is, I think you're broadly correct. I think Russians have sort of I want to say ritualistic or magical thinking in terms of law in the state. I think it sort of has religious roots, but it sort of grew up in the Soviet time, and that sort of logic still to some degree applies, and that's why we see this sort of going through the motions. But that's a very simple explanation for obviously a very complex cultural psychology or whatever. But I think Doman can give a far more detailed explanation here. So go ahead, Doman.
Just Google Soviet jokes. I'm not kidding. Look up Soviet jokes. Look at the sort of jokes they had. It's the same. The system hasn't changed. It is highly procedural. It is highly bureaucratic. That's just how it works. Why is it that way? Because that was the only way to turn what was basically still a feudal society into a semblance of an industrial society, and the not so great minds that ran communism kind of jumped on the old Tsarist bureaucracy that was there to ensure power is maintained within the what they considered the correct hands, and that's just what got a little bit expanded and then persisted. That's pretty much it. If you want a good sense of how it feels like and how it looks like, I would suggest that about 15 years ago, The Onion, yes, and I am going to refer you to The Onion, the satirical site. They put a YouTube video out. I think it's something like Prague's Franz Kafka International Airport named the most alienating airport in the world, something like that. Now, obviously, it's a parody, but go watch that. It's, I don't know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Go watch that. That is how it feels like. That is how bureaucracy functions. Yes, it is that ridiculous. It is that procedural, but this is the fundamental tenet of how I would say Soviet, but now Russian society functions. That is like an 85% true representation of it. So I would strongly suggest that it's fun, and just leave your preconceptions at the front door. There's no need for those. And what I mean by that is, assuming that Russia is a normal country deep down. It's not. It just isn't. I'm not saying you have them. I wasn't referring to you specifically earlier, just because every day we have 2-3 people come up at various points who are relatively new to the space, and they ask. Everybody kind of comes in with the same question, but why? What are the underpinnings of this? Because obviously it's so weird because your normal assumptions don't work, right? Because it's not a normal country. Much in the same way, and I'm sure some economists, right? And economists always have this assumption built into, especially microeconomists, have this assumption built into everything that they work around. And it's basically an assumption that people will act as rational actors and do what's best for themselves. And it's an assumption they don't go out and state, right? I'm oversimplifying things somewhat, but you'll see where I'm going. It's an assumption they don't go out and state every time that they write the paper, because it's kind of built into the how things work, right? In a very similar way, all the foreign policy people around Western countries, for the last 3 decades, they kept using an inbuilt assumption that Russia's a normal country, which they didn't actually state, so they didn't remember to challenge it, right? They didn't challenge their own assumption. And this is where successive German governments went building Nord Stream 1 and then Nord Stream 2, and the French were selling military equipment to Russians and stuff like this, right? This wouldn't have happened if they had appropriately challenged their assumption that Russia's a normal country, or rather if they had just listened to the Estonians and the Latvians when they were telling them that, no, Russia definitely isn't a normal country. Don't make this wrong assumption. So I would suggest that's a good idea to kind of start with. Again, I'm not saying you made this wrong assumption, but I'm just saying, as a general rule, this is advised. One thing that I want to highlight is the example of the Krasnodar Krai Rosgvardia some months ago. This was in April. 20 odd members of the Russian National Guard from Krasnodar Krai. Krasnodar Krai is just to the southeast of Rostov-on-Don, so very close to the Ukrainian border, kind of close to where the Kerch Bridge goes across from Crimea. That illegally built bridge, and they were sent to Ukraine, and they said, no, we can't go because we do not have valid international passports. We only have internal passports, and this is not a war; it's a special military operation, so it's illegal for us to cross international borders without a valid international passport, right? Because at that point, Putin hasn't declared war, and therefore the bureaucratic mechanism says, no, you're not allowed to go, leave the bounds of Russia without a valid international passport. And they only had internal passports. And if you're from the US, you can kind of think of them like driver's licenses. They're used for the same stuff, getting on a plane, getting on a train within the country, basically. Not for actually driving, but everything else. They're kind of the principal ID, and people have to have an internal passport. Many people don't have international passport. So they said, no, we can't go, right? They didn't want to go, but this is the excuse they found. So they were dismissed from Rosguardia, and then they took their commander to court for wrongful termination because he was giving them an illegal order. They didn't problematize that he was sending them to commit genocide. They problematized that he was sending them across international borders without the valid international passport, which is illegal. So that's a very bureaucratic approach. And this is very pervasive. This is very strongly pervasive through the Russian way of thinking. I don't know what happened to them, but this is the way to do things. It's very procedural, as you noted, as you rightly observed. It's very procedural. It's very formalized, and it's very, I don't know, Orwellian or Kafkaesque, depending on the day. So that's fun. Joseph, you move things along. I will drop. I will come back up, and then we can switch.
I would add something to that, just a little pushback on Bard's Blonde. This is not a uniquely Russian thing, and it's not a uniquely modern thing as well. When regimes are exercising essentially dictatorial power, they still have administrative procedures that they go through in order to legitimize in some ways, but in order to wield their power effectively. Now, I like English history analogies, so I'm going to go with Henry VIII again. Now, Anne Boleyn was put on trial for treason for reasons of because she allegedly committed adultery with a number of her courtiers, including her own brother, Sir George Boleyn. There was still a trial, right? There was still a trial with evidence and charges and lawyers. The men who were accused of adultery with her, which was a form of treason, of course, but she was the queen, were also given trials. So people like Sir William Brereton, her court musician Mark Smeaton, these men were also tried, right? There were charges, and a number of them who were accused were, the case was dropped because they didn't have any evidence. They could create the evidence if they wanted, but for various political reasons, people like the poet Sir Thomas Wyatt, he was not put on trial. He was imprisoned briefly, but they didn't have any evidence against him, so he wasn't tried. But the case was essentially political, and the outcome was a foregone conclusion. But nonetheless, there was this highly elaborate procedure that preceded the execution of Anne Boleyn and the 4 or 5 men who were accused, possibly falsely, of having inappropriate relations with her. So it's not, this is not the only example we can raise as well. You think of Roland Freisler's People's Court in Nazi Germany. That had a procedure as well for dealing with charges that were foregone. So yeah, I mean, this kind of this procedure, bureaucratic procedure in essentially dictatorial regimes, it's not uniquely Russian, and I'm not sure we can say it's pretending to be the West. I think it's a way in which large organizations behave. In some ways, bureaucracy is how large organizations do business. And yeah, as Doman says, it's a very Soviet thing, and before it was a very Soviet thing, it was a very Tsarist thing, but it most certainly is not unique to Russia. Does that make sense, Bard's Blonde?
Yeah, no, I didn't think it was unique to Russia. But I was thinking about because however long it's been going on, it has to serve a purpose, which is not the underlying use that it would have in another country. So I'm trying to think of in a way that is, that can make sense from my perspective, which is limited because of my my frame of reference, which is, with respect to like, for example, Putin has clearly been receiving inaccurate information. I mean, probably who knows how long. It sounds like the intelligence that he was receiving based upon, what was going on in the Ukraine before this started, and information about the preparedness of his military, the weapons that he had in stock. That was all inaccurate, but it was based upon information that was being delivered to him because people filled out forms and told him that we have done X training performance, X training exercise. And so, it stands to reason that I understand it's a total kleptocracy, but there has to be some way to understand beyond just trying to parrot legitimacy, which exactly would have been true in the times of Henry VIII, where they're trying to show that there is a reason for executing Anne Boleyn that is based upon justice. And that could be true in a number of cultures. But I'm trying to figure out, if none of the reports are accurate, why fill out the reports? Why not just check the reports? It's like, why have all this paperwork? None of it means anything. It's just, it serves no purposes. And I'm trying to think, obviously trying to creating the semblance of legitimacy for your regime is obviously one way for ceremony. There's a purpose to ceremony and procedure in that sense. But I'm trying to figure out, like, with respect to something the public never sees, then why not just dump the rest of it? You could eliminate a lot of this administrative overhead if you just dumped it. And maybe there's no way to really understand it if you don't have
That's
that
exactly right.
presence.
That's exactly right. The last sentence you said, there is no way to really understand it within a normal frame of reference. And by normal, I mean whatever a normal country, democracy, pseudo-democracy, whatever, would consider normal. That is exactly it. You can put that on a poster and not think about it anymore, because I know it's confusing. I know it's really hard. I know it's really hard to wrap your head around this. But honestly, it's not. I just don't think it's worth as much thought or talk as is being afforded to that. That's not going to be changing. It is how it is. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. But I mean, at some point, I think we will need to move to the 44 tanks that Ukraine has destroyed yesterday, which is just much more prescient, perhaps. Sorry, Bart, but there's only so much we can discuss Russia in a go.
Domen, can I say one thing?
Shoot, Luca, and then we will move to 44 destroyed tanks.
It's because every time I jump on, there is these like super interesting topics that like I'm like, oh man. Okay, so very quickly, Bard's blonde, yeah. Okay, so we discussed about this with my son very often. It's kind of like philosophical. The thing that struck me was that at one point in time, there was an image of a trial from Kim Jong-un. He put his uncle on a trial because he was suspect of like, I don't know, like stealing money or a coup or whatever. And then it was the most awful thing. It was like condemned to be shot with like a cannon, like, an anti-aircraft cannon. I mean, it's like, it was super medieval, but they still had the trial. And so we were like brainstorming with my son, and it was like, of course, over there is probably like Henry VIII, or even more, strict in terms of like, we know that the trial doesn't mean anything. Kim Jong-un will decide to just like get rid of his uncle with like an aircraft gun or something, right? But he still put up a trial. So I think our interpretation was, and it's true, it's not just Russia, is like this idea that like, even when there is no justice, you need to have a society, a system needs to have the perception of justice. And I can give you the opposite case. In a case that there is actually a fair trial, okay, but for whatever reason, the media, the public doesn't have the perception of justice, then the society will not function. So you need justice and you need the perception of justice. I think what we're seeing in this dictatorship is perception of justice put up with those show trials without the actual justice. That's what I wanted to say.
Here we go. Yes, it's all about perception. It's pantomime. It's theater. It's not real, I guess, is the conclusion of it. All right. I have had plenty of DMs. Please get away from Russia. And let's talk about 44 things that got away from Russia in the last 24 odd hours. Those 44 things start with a T and end up usually with a turret tossing competition. Yes, Ukraine has destroyed 44 tanks, 31 of which in the south, that is to say in the Kherson area. 31 in the Kherson area alone. I think that is impressive at the very least. 44, Tim, that's pretty much a record, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is what, an entire regiment's worth of tanks, right? This is a whole equivalent of a whole unit being totally wiped out. I would say for a one-day loss, this is, fairly high.
And at this point, Russia has lost something like 2,500 tanks, I think, maybe 2,400 something, which is an insane number. So earlier today, Tim, I was thinking, you know how we keep saying that HIMARS are being advertised very well, and Lockheed Martin will be very happy with all the good advertisement that HIMARS and Gimlers are getting. I was thinking, does the same actually hold for javelins and Enlos? Because yes, on the one hand, they're being used very effectively, very efficiently. Look at how many times they've destroyed. But at the same time, I'm thinking, look, at this rate, by the end of the calendar year, something like 20% of the global stock of all main battle tanks will have been decommissioned. What are all the future javelins and Enlos supposed to be shooting at?
Well, this rather frees them up to focus on other things, right? So you deal with the direct danger, then you can deal with the indirect danger, which I wouldn't like to be in Russian logistics right now, put it that way, especially not around Berislav and their major logistics points in the Kherson Oblast, because I think they're going to start to get flattened.
Yeah, it's been very. I want to ask later, where the current front lines are, because somebody has to. Luca.
Yeah, about the 44. So that was actually my question. Do we have an idea how they take out so many tanks? Is it really still by javelins and portable munition, or is there twos?
It's a lot of javelins and Enlos. Yeah. I bet that the majority of those 44 were taken out with ATGMs.
Because that means that you gotta come to basically contact, right? I think those are like a 2 miles or a 3 kilometer type of weapon. So it means that they're getting pretty close, and then maybe they use spotters or those little drones, and then they shoot them from like a couple of kilometers away.
So there have been some interesting descriptions on Russian Telegram of what Ukrainians have been doing and how they've been sending small motorized units, like imagine like 3-4 MRAPs kind of thing, and moving in those. What's that, Tim? Is that a platoon for 4 cars?
Yeah, 4, 5. Usually with lighter vehicles, it's 5.
Okay,
something like that.
Something like that. Okay, so sort of platoon-sized elements penetrating deep behind Russian lines very quickly, very effectively. Kind of like somebody used the phrase "recon through combat." I think something like that. And just lots of those at various locations. And they are very lightly armored, obviously, but they can be pretty well armed with all of these ATGMs and some 50 cows, and apparently that makes them very effective, because you don't need a tank to take out the tank. You can park, you can throw a couple of Enlos in the back of each Jeep. That is a lot of that's a lot of firepower. And if you go out with 4 MRAPs, take out 2 tanks and 3 BMPs, you've done a hell of a lot. And you're also likely to actually get all your guys back. that seems very effective indeed, and you get to take out a whole lot more of the enemy capacity with many fewer losses with just a small number of well-trained people. I'm being told I was roughly quoting General McRyan talking about combat through recon, or recon through combat, or whatever, recon battle. Either way, I think I guess they're doing both. There was a British chap, I think, who put some videos up on the internet over the weeks, that yesterday was posting about cooking out somewhere in the beyond the front lines in Kherson. He was basically saying the same. Look, we're just light infantry, maybe motorized, maybe not. Our logistics don't even catch up to us. Any tank that comes, we got a stack of endnos. So I think that's pretty good. He was saying something like, Russian Ministry of Defense, please start supplying your troops with better MREs, because when they leave them behind and our logistics don't catch up to us yet, then we have to eat them. So it's not just for the Russian soldiers clearly don't care, but please get something better for us, because we need to end up eating them. Which I thought was quite funny. Also true. Colby.
If there was over 30 tanks destroyed on the Kherson front, it's likely that we probably will see, or hopefully we'll see, some video of some armored engagements, because we know that there was a Ukrainian tank battalion that was participating in this advance, and we've seen video of Ukrainian T-64s on the move and engaging targets. Couldn't see what they were exactly engaging, but we do have some preliminary video of that. So if anybody sees any video of any tank action going on, please do send it over.
Yeah, I would love to see that as well. I just want to read out briefly what the Operational Command South reported this morning. The aviation carried out 9 strikes on enemy positions and targets. Rocket artillery and tubed artillery units carried out 290 fire missions. In the past 24 hours, this is as of like 3 hours ago, Ukrainian defenders destroyed 87 invaders, 31 tanks, 27 other armored vehicles, an Uragan multiple launch rocket system, and a transport and loading vehicle for the system, as well as a Sani 120mm mortar. 87 people, 31 tanks, 27 armored personnel carriers. In addition, capturing 2 tanks and 1 infantry fighting vehicle, the Operational Command South added that the Russians are trying to hold the defensive lines, but they are better able to retreat to the positions they prepared earlier. So this is just in Kherson, right? Operational Command South is basically currently just Kherson Oblast and the tiny bit of Mykolaiv Oblast that's under occupation. And yeah, you're probably right. There's probably some tank on tank there as well. But with all of these light units, penetrating really deep, I suspect a good number of them were still Ennos and javelins and the like. Because I mean, it's really excellent, though, isn't it? Luca, you were trying to jump in a second ago.
Oh no, nothing. I mean, I understand the strategy. That's why they can move so fast, right? They're light. It's super ballsy though, because of course, it's always dangerous to go behind enemy lines, especially in this case. They're probably very light armor. So, but in general, it's clear that it's almost kind of like this war we witnessed the death of the tank. It's like, I don't know, these tanks are not doing so well these days, actually.
See, that's the thing, and this is another thing. I'm pretty sure it was General McRyan who said this. Maybe it was another one of the generals that come and hang out with us occasionally. Saying something along the lines of, well, the tank isn't so great, but it does offer me firepower, mobility, and protection. And until something else better comes along that offers me all 3 of those, the tank will be the best I can get. It's a sort of a democracy by Winston Churchill quote, right? It's the best of all the bad systems we have. I misquoted that. Colby, help me out. What was the actual quote?
Democracy is the worst system except for all the others, something along those lines.
Yeah, that sounds more like it. Look, I'm sure you can refit that to the tank.
Yeah, but the thing is that before these Anglo and javelins, these like really powerful, smart munitions, right? I think when I was reading like RPGs do not take out tanks. You would need to hit them maybe twice or like hit them at very specific spots from very close. So I don't know, like the balance of power has shifted. And then I think Portland yesterday is not the only one. Some other people were saying that there is something funky happening with Ukraine probably right now having north of 400 tanks in their inventory, comparing how many tanks they got gifted by the Russians. And they themselves, at least up to now, they have not deployed that many tanks. They are more using these techniques of like moving fast with light infantry vehicles and Anglos and all of that. So it's possible that they'll deploy them later, but like it seems that the operational envelope of tanks has severely changed because of these new weapons that are basically fire and forget, and the tank is gone.
So let's think back to 1973. Tim, why do I want us to think back to 1973?
You thinking about Israel?
I am. Why am I? What specifically am I getting at?
Okay, you'll have to school me on this. This
Okay,
is Yom Kippur War, but
I'll take this one.
It's about ATGMs, Colby. What happened?
Yes.
What was the big surprise?
Yes. So in 1973, the Yom Kippur War between Israel and Egypt and Syria. We're primarily talking about Egypt here. Israel sends its very skilled armored forces into the Sinai Desert, expecting once again to utterly destroy the Egyptian army as they did 6 years prior. Except this time, the Egyptians have been equipped with brand new Soviet Stagger anti-tank guided missiles. And those anti-tank guided missiles did quite a number to Israel's very capable, very well-trained armored forces, possibly the some of the best that the world had seen since the Wehrmacht itself, who were the obvious undisputed world champions in armored warfare. But all those hours of training and the skill and experience of the Israeli crews was negated by the fact that just with some fairly minimal training, Egyptian conscripts using Stagger anti-tank guided missiles were able to destroy large numbers of Israeli tanks. And that did not make the tank obsolete, as many observers thought that it would. This is a game-changing weapon.
It led to what?
Well, you had the development of things like explosive reactive armor. You had a redoubling on the importance of combined arms to ensure that tanks are not operating without the support of infantry and also close air support. You have a change in tactics. You have improvements in technology. And here we are 50 years later, and the tank is still on the battlefield. So there have been many instances in which the tank's demise was predicted by the introduction of new technology. And it always turns out that that's not the case. And you just see further evolution in technology and tactics. And the tank has remained for 100 years as a fixture on the battlefield, and you anticipate it's going to get anytime soon.
Tim, did Colby's voice go funny for you towards the end as well, or do I need yet another set of earphones? Okay,
That's just Colby. That's just a Colby thing. Don't worry about it.
No, but I mean, we heard everything, Colby. No worry. It just went a bit tinny. So this is exactly what I was driving at, right? 50 years ago, 49 years ago, there was a death of the tank predicted because of ATGMs, but it didn't happen. What it led to was changes in design. And it led to the Merkava, first of all, but also, every Western tank afterwards has implemented substantial changes in design because of that first experience with having to go against ATGMs. The difference is, though, I would argue that the Soviet and Russian tanks haven't gone through sufficiently good changes in design because they stuck with the autoloader system, despite what they saw from that, and is despite the development of top attack ATGMs like javelins. That's why they're quite dangerous, low survivability for the crews, and this is where I think I have an explanation as to why we haven't seen as many Ukrainian tanks in action. Reason being, they have Soviet designs. I think that if Ukraine, instead of having hundreds of T-whatevers, would have had hundreds of Leo 2s and or Abrams, Ukraine would be using them a whole lot more. Because the survivability is quite low, they're just not as valuable, the ones that they do have, compared to what something with similar, mobility and firepower, but much greater protection would have been. It's just my thinking. I have no basis for it. It's wild speculation, but I think there's a good chance it's correct. Colby? I'm glad to see. I just want to note Axel's applauding, which I think is a good sign that I'm onto something. Thank you, Axel. Sorry, Colby.
Radio check.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, just want to make sure. Sorry, I'm trying to be quiet. I'm in bed here. It's late. No, there's certainly something to that theory that the tanks that Ukraine has at their disposal, one way and another, they're all basically Soviet designs. Even the ones that they've received from other countries, they are still Soviet tanks. They've just been upgraded, but the upgrades, aside from the ones that have ERA, that's an improvement in survivability, but fundamentally, Russian tanks, Soviet tanks are fundamentally flawed in the way that they are designed. I think that has been proven conclusively during the Cold War. This was a matter of debate, two different philosophies. I think it's pretty clear that the Western philosophy around tank design has conclusively won the argument that our tanks are just better in the way that we have designed and what you want a tank to be able to do, and the importance of crew protection, and having a larger tank, doesn't, it's not that much of a disadvantage because Russian tanks are much smaller in profile. We've won this argument. So there's definitely something to that. Ukraine knows this. They know that their tanks are fundamentally not very well protected. They are vulnerable to Russian anti-tank weapons because Russians have many of them of their own, and they're not bad. But I also believe that Ukraine is keeping their armor in strategic reserve for a number of reasons, and they don't need to use it right now. They're getting along fine without it, but they can see that there's opportunity in the future to use it more decisively once they get into better tank country. And at that point, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more out of Ukrainian armored forces.
Thank you, Colby. Sorry for the hot mic. I think you're also right about that, and that is indeed the other component of that. That makes sense. Thank you, Colby. Ian, question.
It's just in regard to the tank numbers losses yesterday. I saw quite a few reports, but I can't find the original source. And that's they caught a tank platoon crossing the Dnieper, and they destroyed 2 pontoon bridges as a tank company was crossing. Oryx is never going to prove it, and I can't find the original source, but I think that's why there's so many tank losses yesterday.
That makes sense. Excellent. Well, that makes perfect sense why it was in Kherson then. I will note that there's observational drones that Ukraine has over those pontoon bridges when they're hitting them. So I think we might see a video leak, some days, weeks, months down the line. I'm sure that's something that Oryx will have to just add after the war then. But I bet they had eyes on that one. I mean, makes sense to me. The other thing I want to note on, and thank you, Ian. That's excellent. That's excellent notes. Right, someone's asking about Bushmasters. I'll get to that in a second. I just want to know the other thing about all the tanks that Ukraine got from the Russian Lend-Lease. My understanding is that a lot of them have shot engines and transmissions, and because of that, they're not being able to be fixed up super quick and return to service super quick. So the ones that they captured around Izium, right? Getting 100 tank engines is no small feat, and working on that isn't very quick either. So I would suspect that all the ones they captured there aren't yet ready for employment, but will be, not that long from now. When the push to Berdyansk and Mariupol comes, I think they'll be prim. Right, a question about someone. I'm interested how the new IFVs, like the Bushmaster from Australia, are doing, and how the crew protection element is. There are some seen destroyed, but I wonder how the crew fared. I think that's from an Australian. I will quickly note that the Bushmaster is not an infantry fighting vehicle. It is a mine-resistant something MRAP. What's an MRAP? Ambush protected. Tim, help me.
Mine resistant and ambush protected. Yes.
Oh, well, what I said then. Not an IV. An IV needs a much bigger armament and much more protection than that. Bushmasters are pretty good when it comes to mines, mine protection specifically. So if you run over a mine, it will flip over, but won't kill the crew, which is very good. They are, however, definitely don't have the right protection to go up against, even a big autocannon, let alone a tank, right? So when they get destroyed by something like that. But they tend to not kill the crew, which is good. The details of it aren't very well known. I'll tell you what, they are a damn sight better at protecting their crews than the soft skin vehicles that Ukrainians sadly often have to take to the front. So just from that perspective, it's a lot better. Colby, anything to add on Bushmasters?
Everything I've heard has indicated that Ukraine has been very happy with them. That they know what they are and what they can do, what they can't do. It's not a heavily armored vehicle. As you said, it's not going to stand up against large caliber automatic fire, but against small arms and shrapnel, it's very good, and it's a highly mobile vehicle against mines, IEDs, very good. And just the other day, there was a video of one of them towing away a captured Russian BTR-80. So good for that too.
There we go. Thank you, Colby. I heard that they were quite happy with them as well. I saw some excellent videos with fantastic soundtrack behind them, with a Ukrainian version of Rammstein's Sonne. It was fantastic. Really, really impressive. I'm just saying they're very good at finding soundtracks. Tim, notes. Then we go to Joseph and Luca.
Dermot, I never thought you'd be the kind of guy who'd be into German fisting music.
No, this is Ukrainian.
I was talking about the Rammstein.
Yeah, but it's a cover in Ukrainian. It sounds very good.
Fantastic. I would add slightly on the protection of Bushmaster. Now, one of the characteristics of these modern MRAP systems is they do come with kind of variable armor packages that are often modular and can be changed to suit the particular mission. So these come in a kind of hierarchy of NATO standards referred to as STANAGs, and you can get Bushmaster protection packages all the way up to level 5 protection, which is, if memory serves, will stop an armor penetrating, a sabot round from a 30mm cannon. Now, I'm not sure what level of protection the Australians supplied these to Ukraine with, but yeah, the most basic armor package available is kind of stopping mine blasts, stopping 7.62 rounds, stopping smaller non-armor piercing guns such as 50 cals and 20mm. But it does go all the way up to stopping the kind of small cannon you'd find on a Bradley or a Warrior.
So yeah, it is variable and it is modular, the exact level of protection they have.
Thank you, Tim. Joseph.
I got kind of a question on a different topic, though. So Luke, you can go ahead of me.
Okay.
Yeah. How about this reading? Ukrainian military intelligence assesses the newly formed Russia Third Army Corps to be demoralized due to obsolete and unusable weapons, arbitrary abandonment of position, refusal to go to combat, consumption of alcohol, systematic violation of military discipline. So yeah, so those were like the one that they called before the last mobilization. The last mobilization, they're going to be worse than these. So dot.
Yeah, so these are the volunteers. These are the ones that actually wanted to go. They tend to sort of be, I don't know, 40-year-olds whose wives actually managed to escape their domestic abuse. Frankly, I think that is I don't have statistics on this, but I would be surprised if that is not the principal category. I'm not kidding. I'm very serious about that. Judging by the various videos that came out of who actually was in these in the videos of who was training at Molina for the Third Army Corps. So there we go. What else should we say about them?
I'd say that I would add that this is a very new formation, as Doman says. It was formed, I believe, in June, and was largely volunteer. I mean, its destruction has been reported a number of times, so I'm a little skeptical.
So they didn't send them all in the same place, is the point. There's a good chunk of them that were around Izium and got hammered, and a lot of their equipment got taken by Ukraine. There's another chunk of them that are off in Kherson. So there's various bits. Okay, what's really interesting is that they were given some pretty fancy equipment, if that makes sense. They were given like T80 BVs and T90Ms and BMP3s, and they got the AK-12, new generation assault rifles. They basically got all the fancy kit that Russia still had lying around, and they were trained for about 2 months, 3 months, something like that. They were volunteers. They got the fanciest kit. They got a few months of training. It was Russia's one attempt at saying, can we actually train up kind of from scratch an effective fighting force? And the answer is no, definitely not. Anything but that. So they actually gave some of the better donations to Ukraine of like the newest something or other self-propelled howitzers, which is the newest stuff that Russia has in stock. That are actually, some are actually post-Soviet. And the T90M, I think, was theirs that Ukraine captured, the newest version of the newest Russian tank that doesn't need to be on the back of a transport to move, unlike the Armata. And they've basically shown there's no way you can train an effective fighting force if you're Russia in 3 months' time. I think that's what we know now.
Well, if they had put them all in one place, it would have helped probably.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Colby.
Domin saying that they had deployed some in Kherson and some in around Izium, so you can't split one army corps up like that and expect it to have any sort of impact.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, it's a large number of people, right? This was, I don't know, supposed to be 25, 30 BTGs worth of men. Is that way more than it actually was? It was supposed to be some huge number. At least that's what they were aiming for. I don't know how many there were actually, but with the way Russia split stuff up,
There was no place that they could actually fit 30 extra BTGs all at once anyway. So
We're supposedly at least 15,000 men. 15.
Okay, so at least 15 odd BTGs. Okay, fine. So a bit less.
Which is short for an army corps. I mean, I'd call that a division, but whatever. Russia gonna rush.
That's always been the Russian system. A Russian corps is like a large Western division.
That's how many people CJ goes running with. That's it's a joke, but it's true, because last week he was sending us pictures of him running with like 18,000 other people all at the same time, and it wasn't a race. There's just exercise.
It's not crazy. I mean, how many people do the London Marathon? Like, it's a six-figure number of people, right?
Yeah, but that's a race, and they don't do it at 3 a.m.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, the third Army Corps, just turning back to that, they were supposed to have lost a heck of a lot of equipment in that during the collapse of the Russian line in Kharkiv, right?
Yeah, probably. So, has all of Kharkiv Oblast been liberated yet? I heard 99.7% yesterday being the number. Have we moved forward? Rather, no, let me rephrase. I have nothing to do with it. Have the Ukrainian armed forces moved forward? Mic check.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Just nobody wants to actually answer me. Okay, fine.
I thought it was a rhetorical question.
No, Tim. I don't know what's going on. What's going on, Tim? I'm not the only. I just spoken to a muted mic. Great. I'm saying, Tim, no, please tell me, because it's a serious question. We have hundreds of people listening. I bet there are dozens just like me who don't know where the things stand.
I can take a crack at it if you want, Tom.
Please do.
All right. So I asked, our friends about this. This is about 4 or 5 hours ago now. Basically, in Kherson, the Russian army's in a state of like collapse or retreat would be like how I guess I would put it. Ukrainian forces are headed to Berislav, which is a town that's like right on the Dnieper River, and basically they're not meeting like serious resistance. The Russian forces are basically, as I said, in retreat or disarray, however you want to put it. Then in so earlier today, obviously, Russian accounts were actually like asking for air support on social media. That's sort of how bad the situation got.
Joseph, what air support doing?
Oh, nothing, Doman, because they weren't getting it. And anyway, basically everything north of the Duchany along the highway, everything north of the village of Duchany along the highway is confirmed liberated. So that kind of whole chunk of northeastern Kherson Oblast we've been talking about is confirmed liberated. And then there seems to be some I would say it's basically considered broadly correct at this point that Ukrainian forces are heading to Berislav, right? That seems to be, I wouldn't say the only objective, but I think that it's fair to say that that's happening, and Russian forces aren't putting up a super meaningful fight. From my understanding, there was an effort for them to like reform a line, and they quickly kind of Ukraine blew past that effort, and since then they haven't really been able to meaningfully manage to take anything or reorganize. I should put it that way. And then there's some talk about in the Kharkiv area.
Joseph. Before that, there was supposed to be a bridge to the south of Duchany, but I don't think it's actually a bridge. I think it's actually a dam. Has that been actually blown? There was some talk that the Russians blew that bridge, but I don't think it's actually a bridge. I was looking at it on the satellite. It doesn't look like a bridge. Any news, or can Ukrainians push across that?
Dylan, it's a great question. I know back when we had more time, we were. So that was going to be my question to you, Doman. You remember earlier I had a question, but I let Luca go ahead because I want to talk about a different topic. And that topic, Doman, was bridges, because I think we probably have some new people in here, right? They weren't back there. I'm remembering back to the days of yore, Doman, when we were obsessed with bridges, and it was like all we talked about. We talked about bridges for hours and hours, and it was great. And we learned so much about bridges. And I think maybe first we might want to give like a broad overview to anyone who, in the last maybe month has joined the space and might not have heard the whole spiel about the bridge situation in Kherson and like what it all means. And then as far as the specific bridge you're talking about, Doman, I wish I had a great answer for you. I think the broad answer, though, is probably disabled. As far as I know, most of those bridges across the inulets have been disabled. I don't want to say destroyed, but made difficult to use for heavy equipment. But I can't say for sure that specific one has. So I don't know. You want to talk about bridges for a minute, Doman?
No, let's have Luca go ahead, and then I can talk about bridges anytime.
Yeah, I
Sounds
mean
good.
that thing there, like even if they blew it up, like you can zoom in on Google Map and you see that there are like little country roads. You literally just go 500 meters to the left and then come back 500 meters. You go like 1.5 kilometer longer and you just come back. It's not a biggie. I mean, as long as they clear that area, because it's not an actual river. It's just a little swampy thing there. So yeah, I don't think that really helped them a lot. The thing was that yesterday when people were first mentioning that the Ukrainians were going to get to Berislav.
Berislav, yeah, that was massively overstated. That's because some Telegram channels, some Russian ones, were talking about the Berislav direction,
Right.
which basically means from Nova Kakhovka up the right bank, that is to say the west bank, upstream. And after Nova Kakhovka, you first get to the town of Berislav after 20 kilometers north. And then after that, it's still like 40, 50, 60 kilometers to where Ukraine is now. But the Berislav Rayon, the district, stretches almost all the way up to Dutchany. So that's just what they called it. They just called it the Berislav direction, right? So some people who just use the auto-translate function on Telegram got it wrong because they used the auto-translate function and jumped to conclusions. Of course, they
but
did
Joseph
like
now
75
is saying that
kilometers
they're going
in
to
one
get
day.
to Berislav, though, right?
I mean, they're pushing in that general direction, right?
Okay.
That seems to be the next aim of the
They're
push.
40 kilometers away. So and again, in my understanding, the Russians are not like defend. There's basically one town or village or whatever one strong point the Russians might have between them and Berislav. But again, the description I've been given of the state of the Russian army in that area is running away. Like it's not, they're not reforming, they're not reorganizing, they're running away. So I mean, I don't know. I can't say for sure. I'm not there, but that's what I'm hearing, that they're 40 kilometers away from Berislav. The Russians between them and Berislav aren't keen on fighting. And I mean, they should be at Berislav. I don't know how long it takes an army to move, but I would imagine within, a couple, maybe 48 hours, but I don't know. Doman, back to you.
I don't know either, Joseph. I think it's going to take them a few days, probably. As the farther you go, and where's Craig when I'm about to use the magic word? The logistics train gets longer, and that dampens your progress. And this is why many weeks ago, Craig was talking, months ago even, Craig was saying, what Ukraine needs, even more than tanks and other stuff, is more trucks. Because when they'll go on a counteroffensive, when they'll make a big push, they will need more trucks to supply the same amount of units and to keep them, filled with ammunition and food and all the other stuff, as well as to take the wounded away, of course, right? And they'll need more trucks, and how important that is. So I think it's going to take a little while longer, but who knows? I also saw some memes circulating that The reason why the training that the Russian troops are receiving isn't so much military training, but they now are employing Usain Bolt as a trainer. That they're running away so much. I would note that those memes have no basis in reality whatsoever. A sprinter is completely useless for training for what the Russians need. They need a marathon trainer instead, I would suggest. Yeah, it's long distances. This isn't short bursts kind of running. Just a thought. Anyway, where else were we? Right, Joseph, Kharkiv, or not Kharkiv anymore.
Yeah, so I'm not as good with Kharkiv geography. I've been staring at a map of Kherson a little bit longer. But
we were all just expecting a Kherson counteroffensive, right? So we know every village on the right bank of the Dnieper in Kherson. You wake Joseph up at 4 a.m., tell him, which Alexandrivka is next to Petropavlivka, and he'll be able to tell you. Right? And he'll be able to tell you, no, you're thinking of the wrong Alexandrivka. But you show him a map of Kharkiv region, he hasn't been staring at it for months. This all came as a surprise, right? It clearly came as a surprise to the Russians, I'll tell you that much. So he's just not as well versed in the place names there.
It's true. There was actually a good, I guess you call it a meme today. I think Maria Drutska. She's kind of cool. We might try to get her on the space, but the joke was like at the start of the war, like where's Ukraine on a map, and like now which Alexandrivka is it? Like the difference in people's like geographic understanding of Ukraine.
Can I make an announcement, Joseph?
Yeah.
We are working on it, and by we I mean AXO. AXO is working on it as a part of reconstruction of Ukraine. There will also be a renaming of the Alexandrivkas. He already has a system planned out. He knows which one he'll change the name to what. We just need to get it sorted, because this is untenable, right? This would be a major drag on the economic recovery of Ukraine when stuff keeps being delivered to the wrong places. It's no way to go about things. So I think this is crucial, very important.
When Doman showed me a Chernobyevka and Kharkiv Oblast, my eyes rolled in the back of my head. I had to walk away from my computer for a second. But yeah, so I don't know the geography as well, but I think it's Svetove is like that seems to be the dream. I mean, obviously, like Ukraine's not near it yet. I don't want to say they're like on top of Svetove or something. I think I'm remembering the right town. It's Svetove, Doman. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
in Luhansk Oblast already. Just to be
Right.
clear.
Yeah. So I think that's like that. I don't want to say for sure, but that seems to be the broadly speaking the objective. They're not near it yet, but the moves that we have like on the record as, again, the sources right now we're using are basically Russian sources by the criterion of embarrassment, meaning Russian sources are admitting certain things are falling. We have to assume that they wouldn't admit that because it's embarrassing unless they felt they needed to for whatever reason. So obviously that's not a perfect method, but so far Rybar or Krybar, as we sometimes call him, he's been talking about various things.
Is he fishing for excuses, Joseph? Is he fishing for excuses?
He's fishing for some. He did get out of Liman in time. Was he at Liman, Doman?
That was War Gonzo. That's a different one.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yeah, Artois like has an encyclopedic knowledge of these guys. I don't understand. He like knows like, oh, like back in 2014 they were living in this country or something. I'm just like, oh my god. But yeah, so there's lots of different accounts. I'm not great at parsing through which one of them are reliable. But we've got some people that are on top of it, and we do our best to try to figure out what they're reporting and maybe what's okay to publicly share based on what the Russians are already conceding. I guess you might put it that way. But anyway, that seems to be Svetove seems to be the goal. Ukraine's making moves up there. Russia doesn't seem to have a great answer. I don't know exactly. I have a ton of details of how it's going. Konstantin obviously would be the person to ask in terms of details, but we're seeing some movement again in Kharkiv. They seem to have a goal. It looks like Svetove, but they always wind up surprising me, Doman. So maybe I'm wrong about that. So there's movement in Kharkiv. Go ahead.
I think that Axel came up to tell you that Ukraine is already operating right outside the Svatove.
Morning, Axel.
Just a hunch.
No, good morning, but I was not. I just left a meeting and was listening to you. The only thing I wanted to add is that we're using a lot more than just Russian sources.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I don't want to say that, but yeah.
Well.
They're not my sources to say. Go ahead, Doman.
The Russian sources are the ones that are citable, quotable, attributable publicly, and then there's other ones that people like Axel and Yehuda and others have that are not attributable to. Like we can say,
right. So what did you say? What did you say about Berislav?
Joseph said that that is the next Ukrainian objective, that Ukraine is advancing towards Berislav.
Well, the Russians may wish.
So looking at the map, I was thinking, what are the Russians going to do in the areas that are, let's say, farther away from the river, but to the so let's say to the right hand side of where Ukraine is advancing, and to the left hand side of where Ukraine is expanding that bridgehead that they started at Suchy Stavok. What's going to happen there? Will they just clear out of that area of possibly several thousand square kilometers at this point, or are they going to get cut off?
As far as we know, not all of them have sufficient amount of diesel, and not all of them are in a position to organize an orderly retreat. And some of those units have been told to fight, and some of them are very confused.
Yeah, I can see why they're confused.
What does confusion and disorganization typically lead to, Doman?
It leads to a gesture of goodwill.
You know what the good thing about this area is? That there's many of those villages, townships, and agricultural, complexes, as they would call it, meaning farming estates, are bereft of people, meaning bereft of civilians, fortunately, because they've already fled. Some of these villages still have people, but you know what happens when Russian troops are confused and mixed up. So we should be comparatively glad that they have less stupid things to do.
Peter.
Good morning. I have a question on HIMARS munitions, and I'm not sure if there's anyone present who can answer, but I was wondering whether we know.
I have been paying attention to everything that CJ said, and I remembered some of it, so I probably can answer.
Okay, so it's a question about the Gimler's alternative warhead, the cluster bomb replacement with the 180,000 tungsten balls. Do we know anything about the lethal radius that's stated for that munition?
I think it's something like 6 per grit square, if I remember correctly. So it's very, very broadly effective.
6 what per? I don't.
Six Gimlers for a square kilometer.
Okay.
6 rockets wipe out a square kilometer, if I remember correctly.
That's crazy. That's yeah. You don't want to be concentrated, Russian troops.
As I just said, we should be very glad that there are so few civilians in the areas currently occupied by these condensed, clustered but still spread out in the countryside troops.
Because 1 square kilometer is that's a million square meters. So if you divide that by 6, that means you have 60,000 square meters covered by 1 GMLRS, and that's excluding overlap. That's pretty substantial.
Yeah, just call it 16 hectares.
Lovely.
Yeah, because I don't know. It's at a certain size, I think square meters are less useful. Yeah, 16 hectares, or for our friends from overseas, about 40 acres. Joseph, that was for you.
Thanks, gentlemen.
And yes, before the questions come up, if there's a building, an elevation, a hillock, or a forest, or some trees in between, that of course eats up some of the tungsten. But at the same time, you don't want to be a tree if this tungsten flies around.
And I would also note that right bank of the Dnieper in Kherson Oblast, not very hilly, not very foresty. So a good place to employ such tools.
Tank country.
Joseph?
So, gentlemen, I got to get some sleep, but I just wanted to once again mention your upcoming interviews for the day, you and Axel. So you guys have Ruslan Gorovi. He's going to be here. He's a Ukrainian documentary filmmaker. He's going to be here at 9 a.m. Eastern time. That's New York time. After that, you guys are going to have Radan Kanev, a Bulgarian lawyer, blogger, and center-right politician, MEP from the EPP group. That'll be at 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's New York time. And that'll be followed by Alexandra Zubal. She's a Ukrainian IT entrepreneur turned wartime volunteer and a co-founder of MyDone.io. She'll be here at 12 p.m., so 1 hour after our Bulgarian guest. So lots of interviews today, guys. Definitely a packed schedule. Looking forward to all of it. We'll try to wake up and promote them as best I can. So have a great shift, guys.
Thank you, Joseph. They're all up in the nest now as well. If you scroll from left to right, they are in chronological order, so should be easy to find. I'm very excited for our interview-filled schedule today. It's always great when we have excellent people to talk to, and it's even better when we have excellent new people to talk to. Not that I don't like talking to Tim and Axel, but it's nice to spice it up a bit. I'm also excited that we're getting Radov Kanev in today, because what happened 2 days ago? Who wants to tell me? Because I know what happened.
You wouldn't believe the mini golf championships in Sofia have been sacrificed for another event.
Really? They would have postponed the mini golf championship?
Yes, they did. Absolutely atrocious. They thought it would help.
Well, it didn't help the turnout, I'll tell you that.
See, they had to work hard.
So on Sunday, there was the Bulgarian parliamentary election, the fourth one in a year and a half, because they keep not forming very good governments. Because the elections are always quite confusing. And the turnout was abysmal. I mean, truly, genuinely abysmal. I forgot what the actual number in the end was, but maybe 40%, maybe. And that's depressing on its own, I think.
But we can talk about this with Mr. Kanev, because he is a very, very eloquent, very centrist, very calm, and completely and utterly bereft of any illusion politician.
As I said, I'm excited. Pauli.
Good morning, Domin. It's been delightful to hear you talking with Axel and Tim. Good morning again. Do we have any news about my love?
Well, we're not quite sure who you are, say, entwistled with, but Milove is about to be liberated.
Yes, that's good news. When I look at the map, it seems that the sack is tightening, and yesterday
Absolutely.
that's really good news. Yesterday I had a prediction that the North salient from Visakopilia is going to fall down, and I was really happy to notice that the flanks have been covered, and the like the north wedge or the north salient is becoming tighter and tighter. So I think the attack looks pretty good. I'm quite positive on that front. What do you think?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Pauline. I think you're highlighting yet again how methodical the Ukrainian armed forces are approaching this. That they are exploiting opportunities as they have done with this mechanized infantry and tank attack through Buchani and the likes, is of course given to the aggressive commanders, which Meg Ryan also had called for. But it is evident that this Ukrainian battlefield approach, this tactics, these first shape then fix then circumnavigate then tighten the noose, they do this magnificently, and the Russian enemy hasn't quite learned to deal with it, and probably it's there's no time left for them to learn.
Agreed, 100%. I think later on it would be amazing to have the actual stories and documentation how they have executed the attacks and planned the attacks. I think that will go to military schools in everywhere, I think.
100%, as a friend of mine says.
Axel, any chance that a friend of yours could give us a proper military update later today?
Yes, he has been a bit under the weather yesterday, but I think he might very well be sooner rather than later available. We're getting to the time when he's being woken up.
Soon. Let's go to John Haworth. In the meantime, I'm familiarizing myself with Milove and looking on Street View for where their watermelon statue is, so that I will know from the first picture it gets published from that it is indeed in Milove. This is how Ocean people like myself prepare for verification and immediate geolocation, pre-prepare, knowing where the next bound
Watermelon
is.
verification?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it is the most reliable way of identifying the correct town in Kherson Oblast, is it not?
This is delightful. So as soon as we go to Melitopol, it will be cherries.
Yes. As I said, that's why we had 2 agricultural segments on in the past week. Why? Because this matters. Because in a country like Ukraine, especially, agriculture truly, genuinely matters. And it matters even for things like this. I am being slightly facetious, of course, especially when describing myself as anything to do with those. No, I have neither the skills nor the dedication nor the time, honestly. But this is they're full of watermelon statues everywhere because they make lots of watermelons, and by make I mean grow. They don't manufacture them. So this is how much I know about agriculture. Sorry, silliness aside, John.
Well, you can't make wine with watermelons, as far as I know. Although you may be able to correct me on that one. Quick question for Axel, if you're still listening. There's a lot of chatter last night. Brilliant, thanks. A lot of chatter last night that the Ukrainians had made massive use of EW around this offensive in Kherson, and that Russian units were just simply falling back because they had no comms, and they wanted to avoid being cut off. Do you have anything on that at all?
I have nothing personally against it, but I followed the same chatter as you do. But I think Yehuda Yehuda already referred to this, and that more recently the Ukrainians have, given the fact that they have dissected a number of the electronic warfare units of the Russian enemy, they've become ever more capable of addressing this. They've also been scouting them out quite neatly, so they are pinpointing by now the units which they need to confuse.
Right, okay, thanks. I passed out before he said an awful lot yesterday evening. Chuck was talking and he had to go and sort his kids out. But anyway, so if that's correct, then really they're falling back and concentrating ever more into a smaller area, which is obviously just a massive fire pocket. So you would expect, well, I mean, you don't know what to expect. The way this is, I didn't expect the Kherson pocket to evolve in the way that it is evolving. I thought it would be much more of a slog than this, and that's fantastic. But you would expect at some point that the Ukrainians are going to switch to very heavy fires and just start really pounding these people, because if they are concentrating in a much smaller area, that is the sensible thing to do then.
What kind of Gimler did we talk about earlier?
Well, exactly. Well, I don't know what you were talking about earlier. I presume it was the
tungsten.
the M30A1, which, and I was going to make a joke about it's what the M30A1 is what Elon Musk would do if you asked him to redesign a Claymore mine, but then he decided to become an absolute shitbird yesterday for some reason on Twitter that is beyond my understanding. So I'll pass on Elon jokes because it's boo Elon at the moment.
Yeah, the path to redemption is difficult.
Well, I just hope he doesn't have a tantrum and turn off Starlink, because that really would be a problem.
I feel, while we've got you here, John, I feel I should clarify something extremely important. You can make wine out of watermelon.
Oh, that's interesting.
No, Tim, you can make watermelon wine out of watermelons, but you cannot make wine out of watermelons. See, this is why we need an efficient, effective bureaucracy, such as the one in the European Union, to tell us that wine is strictly defined as beverage made from grapes, and everything else needs a modifier.
So I thought the only correct way to use a watermelon with alcohol was to cut a hole in it, fill it with a bottle of vodka, leave it overnight, and then go to work.
Go to work,
Sorry.
then return, and then eat.
Exactly, go to work, return.
Sorry, I don't have anything else. I'll drop down, mate.
Thank you, John. Sorry for the EU notes, but we are getting a member of the European Parliament on later, so I think we should hype up the European Union a little bit. Peter.
Yeah, I thought I'd give one of the Norwegian updates just very shortly. I think feel the climate in the media, in the Norwegian politics has shifted quite substantially since the Nord Stream sabotages, which coincided with unknown drones circling oil and gas installations offshore. Drones also observed around the onshore infrastructure, and in general, I think the general populace is waking up to the fact that we need to take national security seriously, which has not been the case typically in Norway. That's typically been handled by the military and by the politicians, and we're safe under the American umbrella anyway. So people have been very complacent about it, and I don't think that's the case anymore. And a lot of stuff is happening. The Home Defense League is mobilizing to do some protection of certain potential targets, critical infrastructure. The police have started the security police, what you call it, the sort of intelligence agency of the police has stepped up their readiness levels and started monitoring those oil and gas installations. So all sorts of belated stuff is happening. Also, Norway has accepted allied protection for I guess the pipelines and other offshore stuff. So it's really a shift here, and I think it's for the better for Ukraine and for generally the defense against Russian aggression.
And I hear rumblings that Norway might be sending a good number of winter uniforms to Ukraine as well. Which, Norway as a subtropical country obviously doesn't need any winter uniforms ever. I don't know why they think they might be qualified to judge what good winter uniforms are. But...
Yeah, I mean, nobody's going to need them soon. According to the latest projections, average temperatures will rise by 10 degrees in the northern Norway, which is the most climate sensitive part of Europe, I think.
Also,
so yeah, we can just do away with them.
Who would they be fighting anyway? The Russian Arctic Brigade just got destroyed in Kherson.
Yeah, yeah. I think the jokes aside, I think the real threats against Norway are naval primarily. Yeah, the polar bears, exactly. So and then a question. What's NATO accession for Sweden and Finland doing? Are we just all, waiting because nobody wants to negotiate with Orban and Erdogan, and it's not?
So, yeah, I can give
nobody's in a hurry.
I can give you an update. I think Pauli can also give you an update. There, 28 out of 30 have ratified. Only Turkey and Hungary outstanding, as you correctly noted. Everybody else has sorted things out. I think 3 or 4 countries still need to deliver the paperwork from their embassies in DC to the U.S. State Department, I guess. But that's a trivial issue. Hungary yesterday, in Parliament, the Fidesz MPs voted down an opposition proposal to finally schedule the vote for Finnish and Swedish accession to NATO, which is very frustrating. Looks like the assurances that the Orban government has given to Finland and Sweden that we'll do it, don't worry, we'll do it, we have nothing against it, have kind of fallen flat since yesterday. They didn't want to even schedule a vote on it. Their own MPs vetoed scheduling a vote on it, so that's annoying. Erdogan needs to be bought off with some more F-16 spare parts, I guess. Pauli, you've been tracking this rather closely.
Yeah, Domen, you laid it out beautifully. So I don't know if there's anything to add. Maybe just Finnish take with Hungary. I think EU has to, or the EU countries have to twist Orban's arm a bit with the EU subsidies, and then we have this one guy in Turkey who's a carpet seller in a bazaar. I think we have to do some, bargaining with him on a minor level. But other than that, I see it's quite evident that Finland and Sweden will go to NATO before the new year. That's my expectation. I do not think that Turkey is gonna postpone the vote until the elections. If I'm honest, it would create too much instability, in my opinion. It would look really weird because all the other countries have been quite fast in their processes. Even the Mediterranean countries have been working diligently in this matter.
Exactly. Peter?
Yeah, so follow-up question, which is, I guess, broader. Do we see any signs that those countries that have tried to play both sides and cozy up to Putin and so forth are seeing the alliance with Russia as less and less valuable, and therefore are more interested in the alliances towards the NATO EU sphere?
I'm very sorry, Peter. I was distracted and I missed that. Yeah, I'll repeat. Are we seeing any signs that those countries that are trying to have it both ways and cozy up to Russia as well as to ally with the EU/NATO sphere, that they are seeing Putin as less and less valuable ally, and therefore are more incentivized to tie themselves more closely to EU and NATO? And I'm thinking of Turkey, Right. especially. I can explain this. So Turkey, I don't think sees Putin as anything like an ally. Turkey is merely economically opportunistic. I think that's all there is. And it's also opportunistic when it comes to Finnish and Swedish accession to NATO. I will go more deeply into that in a bit after John speaks, because it's a long speech. Hungary, yes, Orban is definitely more ideologically tied to Putin, seemingly, because otherwise, and the vote by Fidesz yesterday was really dismaying in that regard. But John, go ahead, and then this is a longer session, and I know that John needs to go to work sometime soon.
No, it's okay. I had a question on a different topic. So to be honest, please go ahead, develop this, and come back to me as and when.
So, sounds good. Thank you, John. Okay, so Turkey is experiencing ridiculously high levels of inflation, and 80%, maybe 100%, who knows, right? So Turkey, and Erdogan has elections next year. Erdogan really wants to stay in power. Really wants to stay in power, even more than a normal politician usually wants to stay in power. Erdogan is desperately trying to get cheaper grain in somehow, cheaper everything in somehow. He's very happy to facilitate, economically Russian sanction evasion. However, Erdogan, on top of that, Erdogan has geopolitical goals to the south and to the east of Turkey, which are being facilitated by Russia ignoring what Turkey does in the area, because Russia has similar, the opposite geopolitical goals, but both sets are relatively limited. And if Russia looks away, Turkey gets to expand their own more, which benefits Turkey. So on top of that, if you think back to the 1970s, Greece left NATO during a period of rule by military junta. And then Greece, a few years later, reapplied to join NATO and was let in immediately. Turkey didn't get any concessions out of that. The then, let's say, fairly secular government didn't get any concessions out of that, didn't ask for any concessions out of letting Greece back in. And Peter, you know full well, I trust the situations with some islands off the coast of Asia Minor that are Greek, that Turkey doesn't particularly approve of. Right, so the AK party, the Erdogan's party, and their associated media, for decades after that, they kept going. And look how they robbed us of an opportunity to, win one over the Greeks and just let them in without, back into NATO without extracting any concessions. I'm not kidding. There's a bunch of articles on this, and that you can find from like the 2000s still, and even 2010s, and it just seems one of those, let's call it scandals, that brews back up to the surface whenever the Erdogan people need like a little political win or a distraction or something. So now when Sweden and Finland were applying and Erdogan was in some trouble, it's like, aha, it doesn't really affect me. We know that they're going to be let in anyway, but I get to score a big domestic political win out of delaying their accession, out of appearing strong and good for Turkey, right? So that's a really big component for Erdogan. This is a domestic political thing for Erdogan, much more than a pro-Putin thing, I think. Erdogan has been quite steadfast in saying, no, Crimea is a part of Ukraine. This war will only correctly end when Crimea is again administered by Ukraine, right? Same goes for Eastern Ukraine. Erdogan's been quite, towing the right line when it comes to Ukraine. Also, no weapons going from Turkey to Russia, but his son-in-law supplying these excellent, excellent value for money, if nothing else, Bayraktar drones to Ukraine. Turkey also gave 200 MRAPs to Ukraine, I think. So they've not been unhelpful. You can point at some other NATO members who have been less helpful militarily, frankly, to Ukraine. And I don't mean Germany, to be clear. Germany definitely did give more to Ukraine than Turkey did. I'm just saying some other NATO members who have been less helpful. Now, Erdogan wasn't particularly public with that, but that's a separate issue. Orban is much more of a weirdo here, frankly. And he seems to be for Putin for much more ideological reasons, both simple domestic political, Trianon logic type of reasons, but also other ones. And that honestly scares me a whole lot more than what Erdogan's been up to. I thought they finally said, no, it's fine, we'll play along. A couple of weeks ago, it came out that I forget who it was, I can look it up, some Hungarian high government officials said, no, we don't have any objections against Finland and Sweden joining NATO. But I don't know what they're playing at currently, honestly. They'll end the year with something like a 6% budget deficit, like 6% of GDP budget deficit. That's insane, right? That is appallingly high. They're needing to completely redesign the budget for next year because of that as well. Because next year's, under the previously accepted budget, would be even bigger than 6%, apparently. So they're needing to scrap the budget for next year and redesign it completely. And from the start, I thought Orban was just trying to say, if we're good with Russia, we'll get the cheaper gas and oil, and that will be good for our economy and we'll suffer less. But somehow they've managed to make it worse because of fundamental issues with the Hungarian economy. And I'm sure Axel is happy to expand upon what the protectionist measures that Orban has been trying to apply to the Hungarian economy over the last couple of years, how they have especially backfired, and how excess government control of certain branches of economy in Hungary has really been bad for the Hungarian economy, and excess state interference through state-owned companies has been particularly bad for the Hungarian economy. Now, this is much more of something that Axel can cover far better than I can, so there's no point in me speaking to it a whole lot. But Orban has basically screwed Hungary both out of a good geopolitical alignment as well as out of a sensibly run economy, and that's really disappointing. Now, back in the 90s, Orban seemed like a sensible chap. He has lost a lot of that, and by a lot of that, he's very much on the other side now, with respect to that. There's also the Trianon component. There's a strong undercurrent in Hungarian politics that builds off of, Hungary was dismembered and destroyed after the First World War, and all of those territories are rightfully Hungarian. And there's a chunk of that that's now in Ukraine as well, basically Zakarpattia Oblast. And he's been like, there have been notes out of various high Hungarian government officials and journalists and commentators aligned with the Hungarian government saying stuff like, even 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, but Ukraine's going to lose and be split up and dismembered anyway, and we'll get Zakarpattia back. And where are these people living? What are these people watching? Are they just so brainwashed that they actually believe it, or are they just propagandists trying to say it actually is true? And this was in I think the second largest Hungarian broadsheet that's very well aligned with the Hungarian government and controlled by someone very close to to Orban directly. No, this was kind of the lead commentary of the day was, but Ukraine's gonna lose and get dismembered anyway, and good because we get Zakarpattia back. What are you talking about? Where have you lost any sense of proportionality or sense or foresight or just current sight? Have you not been looking at what Ukraine's been doing? So there we go. I'm much more worried about Hungary from a geopolitical perspective. I think Erdogan just wants stuff and cash.
So the 6% budget deficit, that's...
Peter, you are very muted. I think you're covering your mic. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
The 6% budget deficit, is that after EU money?
Unsure.
Right. Probably is, right? Because yeah, that's part of their budget. So
I guess
would,
so. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's ridiculously high.
I would think that if the EU really squeezed Hungary, they could force them to comply, because with that kind of financial crisis, the threat of losing the EU funds would be, I guess, almost unthinkable. I mean, basically the state would collapse more or less, right? So is there anyone in the EU system who's having Hungary's back and preventing the EU from squeezing them?
Not necessarily, really, because the Polish government used to do that, but the Poles now hate the Hungarian government over how Hungary's been treating Ukraine. So that bromance is largely over. And I mean, good, right? Because there's no excuse for what Orban's been doing with respect to Ukraine. And as to there's a chance the new Italian government, there was a fear that the incoming Italian government might, but also there's a question if that will happen either. So we'll see. I think we have time to observe this. But at the end of the day, some things just can't be stopped anyway, even because they're not subject to veto. They're just subject to qualified majority anyway. Depends. Different tranches, different things. Either way, they seem to be not doing very well. And I don't think anybody's crying for that right now. Anyway, that's about it. I don't know. I don't want to talk about the awfulness that the Hungarian government has been perpetrating by preventing overflights by Allied transport aircraft on the way to Rzeszów. It is just the mind boggles. John, get us off of the abysmalness that is Orban. We can go back to it later, but give us at least the palate cleanser in between.
Yeah, how about tanks?
Excellent. What about tanks?
Indeed, what about tanks? So,
do you mean 44 tanks?
You take one down and pass it around. There's no. Anyway, so Presidential Drawdown Authority that's expected today. The tweets up in the nest: 4 HIMARS, 200 MRAPs, and a partridge in a pear tree, which is fantastic. That's coming out of Biden's petty cash, basically, in the back of his office, the 3.7 billion US that he's got, really to kind of just do what he wants with, have a bit of fun. I'm not really sure what the rules are with regards to spending that, but that's obviously not coming from the Lend-Lease Fund, and we know now that that is active, and there isn't really anything in terms of rumor control on social media that I've seen in terms of what that's going to mean, when it's going to come, tranche sizes, equipment, etc. Now we've all got our super long wish list, starting with sort of air defense, F-16s, and then moving down into sort of big armored things with tracks and guns. So has there been anything that I've missed in terms of timelines, in terms of equipment packages, in terms of rumors as to what may or may not be coming and when? And that was it. Thank you.
Axel? Maybe?
Sure. One moment.
Yeah, it's just a lot. Axel will know this so much better than I would. I would just be speculating wildly and irresponsibly that hopefully soon, rather than just say the nothing that I would say.
Well, exactly that, Damon. I was hoping that within sort of 24 hours we'd see a fleet of ships sailing from Norfolk, Virginia, very low in the water, weighed down with the world's supply of killing machines to to come and equip the Ukrainian army. Although it has to be said, they seem to be doing a pretty smashing job all by themselves at the moment. But yeah, I'm just trying to fill a couple of seconds to see if Axel pops back up. So if anybody else has anything in the meantime, Damon, please feel free to move on, and I'm sure we can come back to this.
Okay, Brad.
Yeah, just tidying up the topic of Turkey real quick. So Erdogan is setting himself up as a major pivot point for that entire region. He views Turkey as a crossroads and as essentially a broker who can do business with just about anyone except for maybe Greece and the Kurds, right? And frankly, while we may take offense at some of his positions and some of the things that, some of the business he does, frankly, he's doing a pretty good job. If you think about it, he's kind of got one foot in every, market, so to speak. I mean, Turkey is, I guess you can call it a democracy, but it's very, very, very autocratic. But let's be honest, most of the governments in that region are autocratic. He obviously they're an Islamic republic of sorts, which that's who's in the region. There's a lot of other states that are like that in that region. He's a member of NATO, but he's doing business with Putin, right? So in some sense, he's kind of has there are some things in common with India. So the idea of strategic independence. Yes, Turkey's a member of NATO, but they're kind of playing their own tune. And very much, if you think about it, who is unwilling to do business with Turkey other than the Kurds and the Greeks? Can you think of anybody who has a real, has really big issues with Turkey right now? I don't know. I think it's very, very interesting what's happening in Turkey and the role that they're looking to play in the region. And frankly, I think they're probably going to be successful. The question is, are they useful? Is this a useful, are they a useful avenue for pursuing better relations with like Iran or some of these other countries that are super problematic? I'm not sure. I'd be really interested in hearing some other opinions.
Pauli?
Yeah, I think directly to the question, is there anyone? I think Armenia. I think they still have some how would I say, bad feelings about the 1915. But other than that, in general, I think Turkey is doing quite well with the trading and yeah. So
I'll just briefly
I agree.
note, Armenia went out to quote unquote normalize relations at least somewhat with Turkey a few months ago. So they seem to have realized at that point that Russia wouldn't be having their back. Correctly so, because they didn't since. So
I mean, can we consider Turkey a sort of honest, well, I hate to call them an honest broker, but are they useful for NATO and the West? Or are they more problematic, or is there actual utility for us in terms of what they're doing?
John, utility of Turkey for NATO? That sounds like your division, your department.
I mean, I'm not a Turkey expert, but just geopolitically, it's better to have them inside the tent peeing out than outside peeing in. The control of the Bosporus is obviously a major factor and something that is strategically important to NATO. They are effectively the southeastern flank of Europe, and they, in the same way that Libya under Gaddafi acted as a cork in the bottle, if you like, of mass migration from sub-Saharan Africa up into Europe. Turkey sort of serves that same role as a bit of a stopper in terms of, you know, preventing mass human migration into Europe. So, you know, for various different reasons, it is important. It is, I mean, obviously economically it's in trouble at the moment, but it's a huge population. It is a large economy. There's also resources down in that corner of the Med now, offshore gas. And it's, as much as I despise Erdogan as much as the next right-thinking person, he's a very bad actor. And it probably would have been better for everybody if the military had actually been competent in their attempt to overthrow him a few years ago and got that done. We'd probably be back to some sort of functioning democracy by now in Turkey, but you know that hasn't happened. And where it is, it's simply Turkey can be a bigger problem for Europe, for NATO, and for the world really, outside of the institutions that currently provide at least some form of guardrail in terms of their behavior. Because I mean, from my perspective, Erdogan definitely sees himself as a bit of a sultan type character, and would like to do a lot more in the Middle East than he is already. If he wasn't restrained by NATO, I mean, what's to say that he wouldn't be trying to push into and annex parts of Syria, northern Iraq? I mean, they absolutely had designs on Mosul. There was no question about that. But you could probably add Raqqa to that, and quite a few other places as well. So, you know, we don't like him. He's not a good guy. He's very rarely a positive actor, but he could be a much more negative actor if he didn't have the slight restraints on him that NATO membership imposes. That would be my take on it.
Yeah, I think he looks at that relationship with NATO and the West as like that's half of his market, right? So he needs to be part of the West. He needs to be part of the East. And frankly, I think he's done a pretty good job of it. And in terms of Turkey being a stopgap from migration, well, you know, you look at Turkey's demographics, they've got pretty decent demographics, right? And all those people from the Middle East who would normally be going to Europe, if they end up in Turkey, that's Turkey's advantage, right? In terms of, you know, as we look at the aging demographics of most European countries and a lot of other countries around the world, I mean, this puts Turkey in a really good position. I think Turkey is going to be a power broker in that region for decades to come, as long as they don't really screw something up. As long as they continue to at least play nice-ish with the West, I don't know. I think they're pretty well positioned.
Okay. On that point, now we have 5 hands up. I'm going to go back to John, then to Pauli, then to Vic, then to Charles, then to Alex. John.
No, I'm just going to let it go, mate. It's okay. Please go past.
Pauli.
Thank you, Dom. Yeah, just briefly, Turkey has been there as a country or as a state in different forms for the last 1,000 years. So I think we have to have we have to be patient, and we have to have an understanding that Erdogan will not be there in the long run. And I think for the EU stability and for the whole country's stability or the world stability, I think it's in my opinion it's good that we have Turkey in NATO, and I think with some caveats and some requirements, possibly have them back on the EU track, but that will take long time. But I think that would be good development. And I personally do not think that Turkey will be in the same track that Erdogan's leading them for a long time. I think they will come back to the West. Well, I hope they will, and they will honor civil rights and democracy a bit more. And I think just one note I would like to add is that many people didn't see, honestly, didn't see Ukraine as an asset like 9 months ago. But after the war broke out, well, second war, could we say, many people are now seeing Ukraine as an asset to the world, to the NATO, to the EU. So I think we also have to take a bigger perspective what Turkey can be, like have like serious pondering what it can do and how they can be an asset and how they can help themselves. Thanks.
Thank you, Pauli. Vic.
Yeah, hi, Domin. I'm not sure if it's okay to change the topic slightly.
Oh, do you want to talk about Serbian oil companies?
No.
Oh, damn it.
No, so actually it's a topic which is quite interesting. It's about, again, coming from Moldova.
Okay, let's quickly go to Charles and Alex then, and
yes,
then
okay.
we'll swing back to you, because
all right, so
I think I know where you're going, and this is interesting, and I want to talk.
Right, I might join then quickly later. I need to jump in a call, but cool. I'm gonna join.
Oh, no. Then bring it up now. Bring it up now so that we know what we're talking about.
It's about, if you recall, the prank in which fell the Minister of Defense Wallace, with Russian pranksters.
Yes.
Where
they
now
called him and then made fun of him on TV. Yeah.
Exactly. So they've done the same with Maya Sandu now, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. So now I think there is a bit of we are denying in the presidency, but it's like an 18 minutes interview, and they're claiming, like the other side claims to be the Prime Minister of Ukraine, and basically they're trying to cover all sorts of potentially sensitive topics, Transnistria, mobilization, any sort of like help from US, help from the West, like the ports and things like this. So trying to get any like very sensitive details. There is, or what happens in case, when the mobilization is going to happen. I think overall the responses are quite balanced from Maya, but it's you obviously see this like they are trying to do some sort of propaganda through humor or pranks. Overall, I think it's the points that Maya is sharing. They're surprisingly aligned with what they're claiming, like open, in the public. I kind of thought that maybe something happens behind the scenes, but maybe she's not willing to share with like she thought is the Prime Minister of Ukraine. But yeah, it was quite interesting. So I'm still waiting for some reaction in the Moldavian, social media, things like this. But yeah, anyways, I wanted to share this. I'm gonna drop down now. So thanks.
Thank you, Vic. So good. So she didn't misspeak anywhere. That's good to hear. So no issues there.
No, there is only one potential issue. She claimed that basically they allowed the Ukrainian side to look for like an area close to the Giurgiulești port to explore, potentially to acquire, and I'm not sure for what sort of purpose. For me, that it's still not clear, but I mean, it's maybe something totally normal. I'm just not 100% sure about that. So yeah, that's the only thing.
Interesting. That's a big railway interchange there, Giurgiulești generally, right? So the railway that goes down through all of Moldova, it goes to Giurgiulești, and then it splits to the west towards the port of Galați, and then to the east to the Ukrainian port of Reni on the Danube. And I'm guessing it probably has something to do with that.
Yep.
Right. Thank you, Vic. Thank you for the update. I thought that since we're talking about Turkey, you'd be talking about Gagosiya or something, but hey, it is how it is. Cheers, Vic. Charles.
Hi, yeah, good morning. Yeah, just two comments about Germany and Turkey. I guess in general, what I find is that there may be a misunderstanding of how the EU and how NATO work, and that they're not actually the same and they work in different ways. I think Axel highlighted that yesterday in terms of the an Orban question, in that there's sausage making going through both of those. My first comment is about Germany itself. I've heard today and seen on Twitter a lot of criticism about how Germany has responded to the conflict in Ukraine, and I just want to highlight that that Germany has not been clear on its international interests for a long time. Probably the last 10. Well, let's see. Merkel was 16 years in office, so they were not clear on what their international interests were. Also, the Bundeswehr was a joke in Germany for many years. The speech from Olaf Scholz in March to give 150 billion to the Bundeswehr and for defense spending was a huge shift in Germany, which is, although they say never again, is really, really pacifist. Energy policy was in chaos. Well, not chaos, but was under discussion for the 10 years before that. So basically, my point there would be is that Germany is under a huge transition, as I see it at the moment, in energy policy, in defense policy, in defining its international interests. Its involvement in Afghanistan was largely under the radar. On the other hand, I think there's an overestimation of its influence in the EU, in that it is maybe perceived outside that it has more influence than it actually does. But I think that I agree with the point that Germany should do more quickly. But I'm not seeing it within the population. Living in Germany for 20 years, it's taking a lot of time through the energy policy, through international interest, through defense policy, and so on. So that was my first point. I guess the question to the panel would be, do you see something different? On point number two, and that is regarding NATO, I also think that there's a little bit of a misunderstanding of how NATO works. In my opinion, so Turkey has been a member of NATO since 1952 or something like that. They've been around for a very, very long time in NATO. I don't see a conflict between what they have been doing recently and what their value to NATO is. So they have, while being a member of NATO and providing all of the things that NATO requires of them, they've also established a position where they can negotiate prisoner return, where they can have a meeting with Putin that other NATO members might not have. I see that as a huge value, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are betraying NATO, because the cost benefit and all of these things, it's still in favor of Turkey. And also for the United States, also for the UK, that Turkey is still a member. So I see their role as a really critical one, and one that we should value. Is Erdogan the right person to lead that value? That's an open discussion, but those were my 2 points.
Yeah, I was just going to say this is exactly what I was talking about, and I'm glad you fleshed that out.
Very good. Alex, I'm sure you followed all of this detailedly and you will tie it all up into a neat bow.
Yeah, Simon, I'd like to tell you a story about a nation, about about a regime that brutally represses minorities within its own borders and encourages its neighbours and closest allies to carry out acts of genocide against other ethnic minorities, and aids and abets them in doing so. I'd like to tell you about a nation that uses military force to carve out areas of its neighbours to take over and administer through its proxies. I'd like to tell you about a regime that funds and promotes violent extremism in its neighbours and further abroad. I'd like to tell you a story about a regime that shells churches on Easter Sunday, that drops bombs on refugees and on schools. What is the name of this regime, Doman?
Why don't you tell us, Alex?
It's Erdogan's Turkey. Erdogan's Turkey is a crocodile, no more, no less. It is a necessary evil at best, and anything we do to aid and abet Turkey's agenda or Erdogan's agenda, above and beyond what is absolutely necessary to restore peace and stability in the world, and to aid and assist Ukraine in repelling the Russian invaders once and for all, is too much. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Let me add something to this. What most people in Western Europe deny knowing or deny recognizing is the fact which role the military security services of Turkey played in creating ISIL. That needs to be absolutely clearly stated.
%. And Erdogan's son was obviously involved in shipping illegal oil with ISIS that was being taken out of the occupied Syrian territory, or the Syrian territory that they occupied during the Caliphate period. And yeah, Axel was absolutely right. They were in it up to their nuts in terms of ISIS in Syria. And that only really changed when ISIS turned on them and started unleashing bombings within Turkey itself, at which point they shifted their support broadly to Al-Qaeda. So, yeah, good guys.
In it up to their nuts, they jumped in with both feet.
So they jumped into it with both feet and ended up.
I think what
you're
Axel's saying
you're
is
in
that
violent agreement.
I think Axel. Axel. I think what Alex is saying is that ISIS is rather shallow. You know, it's only about 3 feet deep.
So to kind of reconstitute what Alex was saying there, I guess where I've been trying to get to, you know, if we're looking at Turkey as a necessary evil, are they more necessary or are they more evil? And I guess for me personally, the jury's out. I see what they're trying to do. I see a certain level of utility west of having them do what they're trying to do, and yet, as Alex mentioned, there are all these other really problematic issues. So anyway,
Exactly, John. And maybe we can get back to tanks now.
Yeah, sure. I mean, okay. So just to sketch out where I stand on that, I'm firmly on the take back Constantinople bus. So, yeah, that's my opinion of Turkey.
By the Greeks or the descendants of the Rurikids?
Well, I think it's about time to resurrect Byzantium, to be honest. I think we could do with a bit of Byzantium.
I like it when you stress the long arc of history.
Axel, are you available at all to just give us some views, some thoughts, any rumours you may have picked up about Lend-Lease, please?
Okay, sorry, yeah. But I stepped away. I had heard the word Lend-Lease in the background, and the fact that you thought about President Joe Biden, sorry, I should not be disrespectful, that has no merit. President Joe Biden's petty cash drawer in the Resolute desk. He evidently used that with the latest presidential drawdown, which I think was a very smart move. Well done by his administration. Couldn't support this more. And whilst doing so, completely befuddling the overall press with the fact that the Lend-Lease just kicked in and allowed a host of departments within the DoD, sections of the intelligence community, the State Department, the Department of Energy, by the way, and others to carry out what they had been preparing for, because obviously since the Lend-Lease Act was passed, all those agencies, departments, and logistics sections of the various parties had been preparing for exactly this date to kick off. I think this was a smart move, and the Lend-Lease has come in with full force, which will mean that most people will know significantly less, which is also good. But if your question is directed as to the M1 Abrams, more harms, and therefore more future harm to be incurred, additional ordnance ammunition, M109s, Paladins, Bradleys, as well as F-16s and a couple of F-18s thrown into the mix, plus whatever people in Tucson, Arizona can find useful for the Ukrainian purposes, where somebody from Transcom is currently standing with one of these old boards, these clipboards in hand and going through, oh, this one looks nice, and that one will have too. Yes, all of this is happening. What else did we expect?
Oh no, I mean, I unfortunately missed the first 30 seconds of what you said, but I think I got the gist. And I think you were saying that now it's come off the.
You went away when I started talking. In response.
No, my
Courteous.
internet went away because it's very rude. But yeah, so
John's internet got jealous of the Estonian internet. And
it did. Yeah, it absolutely did. The hamster died. The UK hamster, the power. Our internet. So basically now it's onto the Lend-Lease framework. It doesn't have to be declared. Was that correct?
100%. The stuff which will be explained is, of course, each and every. If you remember, within the U.S. Congress, the budgetary supervision is carried out by the House, and fortunately, there are committees within the House which can do so. Some of which are currently, stacked with members who all have massive amounts of preparations ongoing for the upcoming elections. And lots and lots of people are completely comfortable trusting the relevant departments doing their job, having prepared them pretty well. John?
Thank you. And that, I mean, that's really good. That makes operational sense to have a lot of secrecy around that. But on that very point, one thing I would say is that if weapon systems like F-16s, for example, are going to be introduced into theatre, it would probably be wise strategically to declare that before it happens, because if Russian if the first Russian troops know about F-16s is that they're being bombed by them, that could very easily be misinterpreted as NATO. So I think that there probably is. So I mean, with ground kit, it doesn't matter, but with the aircraft, I think that it will probably be prudent to let the Russians know that they're about to die before they do die, just so they know who they've been killed by.
Yeah, I'm a little bit on the fence on this matter. I think it's completely sufficient after the first successful interceptions and then bombing raids by a proper multi-role Western aircraft, and whether it's a Gripen or an F-16, I couldn't care less. Whoever comes first, to just highlight it in the daily evening update, somewhere in paragraph 4 or 5, by the Ukrainian Armed Forces. One little sentence that recently acquired airframes have been used successfully in liberating Kherson. I think that would be a perfect statement. We need more Finnish script writers for. Oh no, actually we don't. It seems that the Ukrainian Armed Forces already have a Finnish script writer. But then, John, there's another thing. If there's one thing you want to declare, it's actually the moment when the dam breaks and Mr. Scholz has been shown the error of his ways and releases the third-party export license restriction currently still imposed on those 13 nations comfortable, willing, and ready to sell/send applicable kit into theater.
Well, I'm just a heathen island monkey who doesn't like champagne, but I will force a bottle down on that day.
You are now the second person in the past 24 hours who told me they don't like champagne.
It's disgusting, Bowman. It's for girls.
Can I join? Can I join? I did like champagne when I was younger, and I'm completely cured of it. So it's an absolute waste of good wine.
Yeah, agreed.
Now, I'm sorry, Axel. Have you had much Van Clair? Because people who call that good wine.
Mate, wait one.
To explain, the base wine that goes into the production of champagne is very high in acid, very low in everything else, and is not a very pleasant drink. Enamel stripping is the usual descriptor. I'm challenging Axel's assertion that much of the wine that goes into the production of champagne is any good. Some of it is, but very, very small proportion of what goes into the production of champagne is nice to drink. I'm just glad we can be on my turf for a bit. Pauli, jump in. I think Axel's sending me a picture.
Yes, so briefly, flash news from the Kharkiv front. So I think we already see like public pictures from Kupiansk and Borova pinchers forming together, so they're connected. That's a good thing. I don't know whether there's Rusky soldiers inside it, but I think the pinchers are now connected. That's good. And then I see that Ukraine is going forward on the south direction of Svatove. And if you look at the map and the topography, that's actually a smart move. And I wouldn't expect any less. But if you just maybe zoom in on Svatove direction on the south, and there's, I think the river is called Krasna, and then you look at the map, the south looks pretty prominent. I have not done any recon there lately, but it looks good.
I suspect that today, or at latest tomorrow, there will be an announcement that 100% of Kharkiv Oblast has been liberated. Exactly, 100. Precisely, Pauli. Thank you. Let's. Pauli, do you know the Finnish scriptwriter that Axel was mentioning?
Yeah, I think my internet connection was also breaking somehow. at that point.
Axel was
Can
saying
you
that,
repeat? Can you repeat?
Yeah,
Well,
yes,
what's their name?
Axel was saying very correctly that the Ukrainian military needs a Finnish script writer, but then corrected himself, quite rightly so, that the Ukrainian military already has a Finnish script writer. You know, with how they're
That is
dealing with the
correct.
Russians. Yeah.
I agree.
So he didn't say any names, but I was wondering maybe you knew the name of said script writer.
Maybe we could use the same one that our director Aki Kaurismäki uses. I don't know if he actually does the scripts himself, like entirely, but if you have seen films directed by Aki Kaurismäki, the script and narrative is quite short, so usually few words and few lines, and it's quite Spartan, the language, so it's quite laconic and simplistic. Maybe that would work.
Leningrad Cowboys go to Hollywood.
Axel, sometimes your knowledge on things amazes me. You did not disappoint me.
I guess they're not performing with the Red Army Choir again.
Not at all.
Well, I mean, they're at this pace, there will be no Red Army Choir very soon, for they will all have been sent to die in Ukraine.
Domen and Axel, I think you are like walking data banks or androids.
Thank you, Pauli.
By the way, I think, if I'm not quite mistaken, the writer, or is a team of writers, it's Markku Valtonen, who wrote the script for Leningrad Cowboys Go America. And yeah. I have the album at home in vinyl, by the way, just for everyone who wants to complain about Finnish music.
Will it be played in the Crimea beach party?
100%.
I'll briefly pitch in and note that Yemen Polka is the best music that Finland has ever produced, bar none. The version is up to you to choose, but you know. Anyway, Edward, to get us off of Finnish music.
Hi, morning. I wanted to go back to Finnish scriptwriters and just let's not tell them. It'd be more fun if we keep allowing them to talk about pinchers rather than pincers. But anyway, never mind about that. But also, I wanted to defend champagne, but it's important to have it at the right time of day. For breakfast, that's when it's at its most effective. Although I'm not indulging myself quite yet this morning. I did work for Moët & Chandon as a cellar guide, and I needed a bottle of champagne every morning just to endure the groups of European tourists that I was guiding around the cellars there.
Oh God, yeah, that must not have been very pleasant. Unless it was at least a millésime, that is. Charles.
Yeah, sorry, I'm talking a lot today. I have a question for the hosts and for Axel. We've been hearing a lot over the last time about collapse of Russian forces, and I think yesterday James mentioned something like that as well. My question for you guys is for you, what does a collapse of Russian forces look like? And what would that look like in the follow-on in terms of what would the Kremlin say? How would the US react? Because it seems quite imminent, according to reports. But what does that look like for you guys?
Where do you mean?
Do you mean on a specific front, or?
Yeah, I mean, we generally talk about the situation being split in roughly into two bits. So you have what's happening in Kherson Oblast, and then what's happening further north, right? So what collapse looks like in these places, I would say looks different.
Yeah, no, and that's part of the question. I guess I guess let's take the southern front. So what would the collapse look like for you? Would that mean so operationally that Kherson is lost, that all of Crimea is lost? What does the collapse with inverted commas look for you all?
In the south, Kherson, collapse to me would mean the surrender of everything Russian on the right-hand side of the Dnieper River. Because the Dnieper River is a whacking great big river. The Russians have no way to retreat across it in any great number. And they also have no way to resupply adequately the forces they have on the right-hand side. So to me, for it to be called a collapse, then I would say, yeah, the surrender or destruction in place of all Russian forces on the right-hand side of the Dnieper River.
Great, thanks. Just a follow-up question. So with that collapse, how would you see that playing out in terms of media, messaging, and other things going on, mobilization? Do you think it would have a huge effect?
I think it would be pretty devastating to Russian media efforts, yes. Especially if we think about, I mean, I'm not sure what the latest estimates are for the number of the numbers of Russians on that side of the river. I've heard it variously put at 10 to 25,000. That's a pretty big surrender. But yeah, I mean, in terms of media, it would be pretty devastating to the Russian propaganda efforts. Yeah. And we also have to remember that that is a lot of their best stuff. A lot of their best units are down there. Hence, this is where hence why Ukrainian progress has, up till this point, has been fairly slow. We're seeing signs of it kind of reaching a certain amount of critical mass at this point. But you know, these are the Russian troops who actually know what they're doing. Yeah, this is Russia losing a lot of its best formations and its best units. So yeah, it's going to have a pretty strong impact on Russian morale generally, but also on the on Russian messaging.
Thanks a lot. I'm really sorry to ask this question again, but maybe from the other hosts or Axel or the other speakers, I don't know. What does collapse mean to you?
I don't know what air defense doing. Sorry, little joke there. What does collapse mean to me? It means that Russian forces in an area are in complete disarray, kind of like what Tim said. You know, having to retreat long distances all at once, possibly abandoning much of their equipment. For example, you know, the Izium front, I think, would have been said to have collapsed in the sense that Ukraine took over a very large swath of territory, and the Russians claimed it was an organized retreat, whereby they left several hundred pieces of equipment, you know, behind during that very organized and well-planned retreat. That I would qualify as a collapse. Whereas, for example, I don't know, the Vysokopilia, when Ukraine liberated Vysokopilia, that I wouldn't consider a collapse because Ukraine liberated a town that was on the front line for a long time and then didn't progress, you know, many tens of kilometers beyond that shortly after. So I would say that you know, could be just a regular loss as opposed to a collapse. And then is that reasonable?
Yeah, thanks a lot. No, I just wanted to ask about that term because I see it a lot. Yeah.
Another element
there's a tactical sense to it, and there's of course a strategic meaning to it. Term is it's more like I don't know. There's no style guide for it. Let's put it this way. But Tim, please go first.
I was going to say another thing we're really hoping to see in Kherson is Russia attempting to move an entire division back across the Dnieper using giant beach inflatables like alligators and big rubber ducks and bananas and things like that. We think that would add a certain clownish color to their attempted retreat. So we're kind of hoping we'll see that. I think that would certainly be in collapse territory. I'm joking, of course, but yeah, it's somewhat of a subjective term. I guess the big differentiator would be orderly versus disorderly, and it does look slightly different depending on whether you're in Kherson or whether you're further north. Because further north they have actual avenues of retreat. In Kherson, there's a whacking great big river in the way that they are unable to cross in an orderly fashion because they don't have the resources and all of the bridges have been destroyed.
Exactly, and that's why we keep highlighting the right bank of the Dnieper and Kherson, especially, right? Russians put a whole lot of their forces there, but they don't have a very good way to either resupply them reliably, well, or indeed to retreat if need be. Tim, shall we talk briefly about electronic warfare?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Well, I want to know if it's typical for one belligerent to take over and safely land another belligerent's, fancy-looking, much vaunted drone, and then capture it and send it off to some basement across the Atlantic to be studied. Or is that an exceptional event that requires some degree of celebration?
It's a fun thing, and it does make the enemy look slightly ridiculous. But this is basically the bread and butter of what electronic warfare is. You could define electronic warfare as the warfare that rages on the electromagnetic spectrum. So wherever your enemy is communicating using radio waves to communicate or control assets such as drones, then it's attempting to deny the use of the electromagnetic spectrum to the enemy, use it to your own advantage, and generally kind of screw around with each other in that space. I would not say it's a particularly kind of groundbreaking thing. It seems to be something that should be a goal for electronic warfare forces, but it certainly is fun, and it certainly is stylish, and it certainly is a very Ukrainian thing to do.
I mean, I think it's great for all the worries that were expressed over but these magic Iranian drones are going to really destroy the Ukrainian capacities, and they were bad for a few days, and then that was fixed, which I think is great to hear, right? That now the tables truly have turned.
Sure, and this is a very Russian thing, right? They're big into these kind of super weapon concepts. They're big into these game changers. We saw the same with all their bullshit around this Poseidon nuclear torpedo thing that they apparently developed, and that it can wipe out the whole of the UK except Wales for some reason. They like the idea. There's a certain megalomania to their thinking. It's kind of this Wunderwaffen way of thinking that they have, that there's this thing that they'll introduce to the battlefield and it'll turn the tide and it'll be totally it'll be a military game changer. I mean, it never is, of course, because there's always a countermeasure, especially in electronic warfare. As soon as you make ground, then the enemy will find a way to frustrate you. So it's this kind of tit for tat it's this kind of tit for tat thing of you do something, enemy counters it, enemy does something, you counter it. So it's a constantly escalating thing, trying to get the best of each other in the electromagnetic space. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these things, they have more propaganda value than military value.
especially when it's coming from the Russian side. They're always announcing that they have this game-changing thing, be it Iranian drones or be it hypersonic missiles or whatever the heck they are. But it usually turns out to be bullshit because, the Russian armed forces are human like anybody else, and Russia is a country like any other, but decidedly worse. So it always seems to have a lot of fuss surrounding it, and then it's a bit of a damp squib on the actual battlefield. But it is great that this threat seems to have been neutralized. I believe Yehuda was calling this fairly strongly, that this Iranian drone thing is all bullshit anyway. That these aren't effective weapons. The Israelis have been dealing with them for ages. They're not particularly well made. They're not particularly effective. They're certainly not a game changer for Russia. MriyaReport called it, and lo and behold, it happened.
This is where it's good to know that it's unwise to jump to conclusions too quickly, right? So it's good to wait a little while, give people an opportunity to adjust appropriately. Ukrainians have been adjusting rather well to various changes, whereas I don't think there has been an adjustment to HIMARS quite yet.
Absolutely. And what is interesting from the other side is there have been genuinely game-changing weapon systems introduced from the West to the Ukrainian armed forces. HIMARS is just one of them. We can talk about Starstreak as well for low-level air defense, which is being used extremely effectively. We can talk about NLAW and Javelin. These are weapon systems that really did turn things around for the Ukrainian side. And these weren't sold as wonder weapons. These are not cutting edge systems. These, what is HIMARS? HIMARS is what, 15 years old? It's not particularly new.
So the HIMARS is just a change from previous MLRS into something more mobile. The only difference is it's the truck, right, as opposed to the tracked vehicle. The original MLRS is from the 80s. They still fit the same, pod design from the 80s. There's slightly more advanced munitions now compared to what was used in the 80s, but more precise. But fundamentally, I mean, the M270 MLRS is fundamentally the same vehicle since the 80s, and all the HIMARS is it has one slot for those pods instead of two. Now, of course, our friend Finance here, he's been working on some developments in this regard.
No need to develop anything new. We're happy here at the Atacama Brand Cigarette Company to smoke it like it's 1965. We think the old things are good things. Outside the new and improved HIMARS girls, while they deliver cigarettes like fast and efficiently like it's 1965, they are in fact a newer, faster, easier delivery system. But quite frankly, we find that Exotol Atacams work just fine to blow up Russian-occupied territory 300 miles away from Ukrainian liberated territory. So we really have no problem with newer equipment and older equipment. As you can see, the Ukrainians are perfectly fine using all sorts of older Russian equipment, turning it around and returning it to sender just the way it should be. So everyone, please remember that smoking kills, so only smoke responsibly at your nearest Russian-occupied territory.
But I just want to note that Russians have been quite effective in intercepting HIMARS munitions, Gimlers that is, with their S-300s.
Yeah, actually, they have a new interception campaign, right? Before they tried the intercept.
No, wait,
they do.
Finance.
It's kind of like a boxer who blocks fists with his face. They like to block Gimlers and HIMARS munitions with their ammo dumps. They do an excellent job of it. The ammo dump blocks the Gimlers perfectly every time. It just blocks it right there every time. It's like when I hurt my fist in a fight and the other guy's face blocked it over and over again. It's like the same idea.
Well, I was going to say their S-300 TELs are very good at intercepting Gimlers as well.
I particularly like the one that they fired out of Belgorod. Belgorod has occupied Ukraine as well, where it went straight up at the whatever it was incoming, and then it went straight back and destroyed a Russian building. That was my personal favorite air defense moment, even over their amazing inflatable tax preparation things.
We ask ourselves, don't we, Finance? What do we ask ourselves?
What air defense doing?
Yes, or at least we used to. Now we ask ourselves what Armata doing. But hey, for the good old time.
Yeah, I'm actually worried about the Armadas because I think the Russians might wheel a couple to the front, and then, as usual, they're going to demonstrate their new amazing technique of running for the hills or surrendering for a sandwich. Either way, the problem then is the Ukrainians will take these things over and be unable to drive them off the battlefield or like turn the turrets or fire them or do anything useful with the fact that there's just a massive, like multi-thousand-pound hunk of metal sitting in the middle of nowhere. So I'm actually worried that there's no useful thing that the Ukrainians are going to be able to do once they actually wield these huge hunks of metal. So it's just going to be a pain in the tuchus for them to take the huge armadas and use them for something productive. That's actually my biggest fear with these tanks.
Finance, I'm being told that yesterday there was a return to sender event as well. This time, apparently, it was an Iskander ballistic missile that was returned to sender. On the other point, as to the Armatas, see, the problem with Armatas is they can't actually go. As you noted, they don't actually drive. But there is precedent. In I think 2014, Russians in eastern Ukraine mounted a BTR, maybe? Is Antti listening? Antti can tell us what it was. They mounted some sort of a Russian tracked vehicle onto the back of a truck because the vehicle didn't go anymore, but the weapon system was still good. So they literally welded it to the back of a truck and then drove it around on the truck. So there is precedent, and I worry they might do something just like that with the Armatas. And we're joined by...
Oh, sorry, I couldn't click the thing on time. So, Domin, you're telling me this precedence of an Armata that can drive and turn on its own power?
No, not on its own power. Assisted.
Okay.
Assisted
I just want to check
mobility.
to make sure that if they haul one of these to a field in occupied Ukraine, that there's actually a prayer. So basically, the only prayer is that it's not heavy enough because they put cardboard inside the armor in that the Ukrainian tractor brigade can get it out of there. That's basically the hope here.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I was saying that previously they have welded, I believe, a BTR of some sorts. Maybe BMP something. I forget what it was. They welded it onto the back of a truck. So
for all of our Ukrainian friends, if somehow the Russians spend their limited logistics capabilities to haul one of these pieces out there, please remember to call up your nearest tractor and really want pictures of somebody hauling this piece of crap with a tractor and capture it. What Armata doing? If you could put that on the MriyaReport, first person to do that, that will be the hero for the week for sure. So if anyone can do that, you will make all of our days. Also, you have hands, Domin. I'm going to go shut up now instead of just posting the Russians.
Thank you, Finance. Charles.
Man, I'm talking too much today. Thanks for the chance again. There was a comment here about the tit for tat, and I can completely understand that from combat, understanding this cat and mouse game. There's a tactical change or a technological change, and the other side adapts. That could happen at the leadership level, at the unit level, at the individual level. What's interesting and was mentioned yesterday is that the Russian military doesn't seem to be able to do that at any level, to be able to adapt and learn. I suspect that through the mobilization and through how they're manning things now, their ability to do that will be even less. So my question, I guess, would be if the Ukrainian military has adapted and is able to learn, is there any way that the Russian military could actually achieve that in the next year, or are they completely screwed?
Can I take this?
Please.
Bizarrely, I can take this one. It
Certainly.
is a military question that I can take. I usually can't take military questions, but this is an organizational development question, and I can take organizational development questions.
Exactly. Love it.
So, in a normal organization, let's say that you own a huge, mediocrely managed business that is more or less profitable no matter what you do. We're going to call this business Bank of America. Just theoretically, it's named Bank of America. Not that there's any bank with that name that's a mediocrely managed business that can't lose money pretty much no matter what they do. Okay, so you run this huge mediocrely managed business named Bank of America.
Are you gonna vanquish BofA now?
No. I'm just saying it's a large, mediocrely managed business. They can't lose money no matter what they do because they're in lots of boring business lines and whatever. Anyways, so all of a sudden, you see the thing is when you own a huge normal business and your employees are mediocre, you can actually keep them around longer and change your policies, and they'll learn more and they'll get better. But if you're a military and you do that and they're mediocrely managed and you're competing against a better bank or a better business, your employees die, and so they don't learn more. So you go and hire a bunch of new employees, and instead of learning, they don't know anything because they're a bunch of new idiots who showed up at the job, and then they just die faster. So the problem is, theoretically they should be able to learn, and we have seen some evidence that Russia kind of sort of once in a while deploys infantry near their tanks, but they're sending guys with no training to the battlefield at this point, 0 days of training. And even when they do have a week of training or 2 weeks of training now, often one of those weeks is just lying in a massive shed without actual military training as it's defined by any modern military. So because poor performance in a military organization means you die, it's really hard to learn and get more experienced in this kind of environment. So yes, we could see them learning, but we haven't seen evidence, because this is one of those questions that I actually regularly ask our military guys, of them doing this. And because of their horrific human capital management, that's how they treat their people, for those of you who don't speak MBA, procedures in the Russian military, instead of learning, they're actually getting worse, right? When they led with all of their VDV and their early units, and they didn't do massive training starting from early in the war, they don't really have many guys left who are well trained. We joke about all the opportunities for Russian officers now that all these Russian officers are dying, but they don't have a pipeline of new guys who are being trained the way that Ukraine does. So the Ukrainian military now has more people who have at least a multi-month level of training because they've been trained since the war started, basically. And Russia has now a huge number of people that have no training, or at best 1 to 2 weeks of training, and are being shoved into the field with almost no supplies. So yeah, we could see that. The problem is that, well, let me phrase that. The solution for Ukraine and the problem for Russia is that they're doing just the opposite. So their human capital management, the way in which they're dealing with their people, is that they're just getting them killed faster. So instead of learning and developing their people, they're just getting worse and worse people over time. So instead of having a huge, mediocrely managed business, theoretically named Bank of America, that can just go on forever at a mediocre level, and everyone pretends they're the second best army in the world. Those people all died, and now they're hiring newer, worser intern level people, and they're just dying all the time. So instead of being able to get better because they have people who understand the systems, how to work things, how to make stuff go better, they just have people who suck, right? The Russian tanks aren't terrible when the Ukrainians get their hands on them, fix them up, and then shoot them back at the Russians. The Russian artillery works just fine, and in fact, much better in Ukrainian hands. The Russian Air Force, you could say the same thing with. So the problem isn't while their equipment's there's some of us making fun of it. Part of the problem is the people using the equipment matter as much as the equipment, and their people suck, and their people have gotten much, much worse, and they can't fix that. And their strategy of just sending mass waves of bodies like it's World War I or World War II makes this problem continually worse. It is structural, and there is no way to fix it, and it prevents any sort of broad-based learning throughout their military.
Thank you, Finance.
Yeah,
We'll
a
get a
lot.
CJ up to play. Sorry, Charles, go ahead.
No, I thought Axel wanted to say something to that question. Sorry. Okay, so I guess the follow-up question would be is then in terms of the ability to learn and to adapt, and I'm trying to war game this in my head, is there a way for the Russian forces to come back from this? And that's what's going through my head. There's the technological side, there's the strategic side, and all of this stuff. But are we seeing now, is there a way for them to actually come back from this?
They lack the force design. They lack the logistics. They lack combined arms and technology control. They fail to be able to train their current soldiers. They have a complete and utter, as a consequence of their force design, there's a complete and utter disconnect between the original doctrine and what they can carry out. As a consequence, you see now that the attrition of their young officer corps, as well as their otherwise only half-existent NCO corps, has led them to have what the Germans would call überdimensionale Führungsspanne, meaning the command reach of their officers and NCOs is far more than just extended and far more than just stretched. This is overdimensioned by a factor which goes beyond what can be delivered. As a consequence, the remaining platoon and company commanders are significantly underqualified, stressed out, fail to be able to embed themselves into a sensible battlefield composition, and they do not have the capacity to supply their troops with what would be needed. They fail to have the troops for what is required in order to do a fighting withdrawal at this point in time. And there is no possibility for them to create an army which could even come to a stalemate in this war. They fail to have the expeditionary force capacity as such within their whole army, which is why they should have never started this. That's the long and the short of it.
Yeah, I totally understand. Just shortly then, I guess my basic question is if we were in charge of the Russian military at this point, what would we do? I mean, we talked about collapse being
kill Putin
back to the left bank of the.
No, you would mutiny and you would take every action in order to remove the head of the problem.
I would, Charles, I would refer you to General Sir David Petraeus's recent remarks. I think it was a couple of days ago. He came out and he was interviewed by ABC News. And he came out, I'd like to quote him in full because this is really quite stentorian remarks. Ukraine have mobilized a vastly better force than Russia. Ukraine has recruited, trained, equipped, organized, and employed a force incomparably better than that Russia has. No amount of annexation, no amount of thinly veiled nuclear threats can get Putin out of this situation. He was asked if there's anything Russia can do to win this war. Petraeus says they cannot. There is nothing Putin can do at this point. I don't know, would you say General Petraeus knows a few things about fighting, Axel?
I'd say so. And the good thing about Petraeus is that he can put this, what I tried to describe, in so significantly more direct language in this instance. But then again, he was addressing ABC, so he had to do so. But yes, he's a very smart man.
Absolutely. Let's go to CJ. CJ, welcome up. Very good morning to you. How's the run?
It's going good, but yeah, Jerome Petraeus, a little bit shorter than you might think, but that's okay. As Yoda says, size matters not. So
You knew you would say that.
Oh, well, that's fine. I mean, he was infantry, right? So he could just get in and out of vehicles easily. You know, what I would say to this sort of question, and it was really so important, and thanks, Tim, for reading that off, because it is so clear at this point. You know, we know Ukraine has about 400 to 500,000 active duty soldiers on the front right now, whereas Russia can only muster, I think, optimistically, 150,000 fighting men. You know, that doesn't include some logisticians, but it really isn't over 200K total. So Russia's outnumbered 2-1, and due to the number of captured and donated, and sometimes it's the same thing in that case for Russia to Ukraine, Ukraine has more vehicles, right? We saw a bunch of incredible videos yesterday of open warfare tank battles, you know, Humvees taking tank rounds. I mean, Ukraine has the edge in every single warfighting function at this point, and it's only getting better every day for Ukraine, and worse every day, as Finance so correctly pointed out. If you're Russia and you want to war game this, and you know, let's say we don't want to underestimate Russia because they're an adversary of Ukraine, they're an adversary of NATO. So the last thing we want to do is underestimate them. You know, it's going to take 30 years. It's going to take a generation. It's going to take those privates and those junior NCOs and those junior officers that were sent to their deaths and somehow survived in Ukraine to rise to the ranks and completely, you know, upend the entire Russian military structure. And it's also going to take 30 years for them to replenish their stockpiles that they've so dwindled down in every sort of capacity, right? If they're using 40 or 50-year-old tanks and vehicles and artillery pieces, then it might take even quite longer for them to get back to where they were, if not somewhere resembling that. So, you know, if you're Russia and you really think this is an important thing to do, I mean, you have to pull out now, not any longer, because if you try and go to one side of the Dnieper or the other, you're just going to get destroyed in place. I mean, their whole army could completely collapse. Then it'll be about 100 years. So if you want to do this thing again in about 30 to 40 years, you would pull out now and rebuild everything from bottom to top. But as people pointed out, as long as Putin or other authoritarian people are in power, it simply won't happen.
Absolutely, CJ. I mean, it's not so much about time, right? It's about Russia being politically and institutionally capable of building an effective armed force, right? It just isn't. You see the same in China as well. You know, there's this corruption from top to bottom that is absolutely a feature of the way they do things. It's not a bug. You know, their armed forces are fundamentally businesses that exist not to fight, they exist to enrich the officers who operate within them. And without a whole-scale change in political and institutional culture from top to bottom in Russia, then there is not much Russia can do to build an armed force that is capable of winning wars against a peer or superior enemy with a Western professional style armed force and a degree of motivation. Just a quick snippet, totally unconfirmed, but the I think that looks like a Rybar map. Apparently, Russian forces in the north of the Kherson AO have been ordered to retreat. Totally unconfirmed, but apparently there's a retreat order gone out. I'll do some more digging around that and see if I can see it reported anywhere respectable. But that I think that's a Rybar map, but I'm not entirely sure. John, welcome up.
Yeah, I had a suggestion and a couple of questions. The suggestion is Steve Rosenberg from the BBC. His Twitter is @BBC Steve R. He has been going through the Russian newspapers every morning and just commenting on what he finds, and it's a real eye opener. You can follow it without actually tuning away from the space because he tweets it, and then the subtitles come up on Twitter. So you don't even need to disconnect from the space to see what he's commenting and what he's finding. At the moment, it's all about anxiety in Russia. The pro-Putin papers are doing helpful how to cope with anxiety columns, like and less sort of overtly pro newspapers are. Sorry, I just had a phone call. Are actively discussing the problem. One of them states panic and depression are now the norm, and the discussing the effect of mobilization on the economy. New car sales, car sales are down, which is interesting, and the lack of ability to protest is basically turning Russian society into this kind of just glum. There's no outlet for it, so it's a really interesting tweet to check out every day. It's been really interesting.
I feel the need to correct this. Car sales are not down. It's only car sales to private individuals that are down. Car sales in aggregate, including government orders, are undoubtedly up.
Yeah, lots of orders for new Ladas. I suspect people aren't buying a car just in case, the worst happens, and they think they might get one for free. But that's a very poor taste joke. My question was on Petraeus. As someone who's given his former position, I sometimes wonder at senior levels, someone like that has got to be in touch with the thinking amongst their colleagues who are still in position, and is someone like that able to reflect the thinking and feeling of people at a higher level of the American military, or sort of pass on what they know in a more informal way? I mean, otherwise, why else would he be talking to the media, I suppose? That was one thought I had, and the other one, if anyone's got a mind to answer it, is what are some of the challenges when people are retreating in front of you? How far can you go? Because it's quite exciting for Ukraine, but there's obviously got to be some limitations in terms of how far healthily and safely it's possible to progress across ground that's previously been held by Russian troops. That was my thoughts, and thank you for hosting the space, everyone. It's, as always, it's great listen.
Thank you, John. I think that's a CJ question.
No, I think it's very important. I think people maybe misunderstand this. People have pointed out, well, Petraeus isn't in the current administration. He has no right to say this, or don't listen to him. But, it couldn't be further from the truth. Even our very own General Ben Hodges, right, laid out a plan for what would happen if Russia were to nuke Ukraine in any sort of way or do any sort of drastic action like that. It's, to be quite cynical about it, it's a way that we've done it for 30 years, where retired generals or retired politicians have tested the waters for certain plans, sometimes to be a deterrent force, meaning to kind of scare Russia back into line, sometimes to kind of see what the reaction is as well, to see, if the American public or the world at large thinks it's the correct way to go about it, and other times just to perhaps confuse. So, it's, you don't necessarily want to say this is exactly what would happen, but you're exactly correct to say that this is a very concerted effort by the U.S. to pass on this information one way or another. And I would take it very seriously, right? Pretty much every reaction we've heard from retired military people of very high position and rank on this matter have been quite serious about what would happen if Russia decided to do this. And we saw with the mobilization referendum, the U.S. reacted very strongly, right? Promising 18 HIMARS over the next 6 to 12 months, if not sooner. And, as of today, they'll announce 4 more to arrive there immediately. So we are definitely responding in kind to everything Russia does, quite strongly. So that's what I would say for that. In terms of retreating, it's very interesting. We've seen a bunch of major Russian retreats, so it becomes possible to analyze both, their sort of tactics and what they do, and also, Ukraine and how they can be successful. And they definitely know that best. So in the Kyiv withdrawal at the end of March, what Russia did was they brought up a lot of fixed wing aircraft, meaning fighter jets, and also a lot of rotor wing aircraft, meaning helicopters. And on the retreat, they basically tried to blow up as many positions as possible, sometimes aiming quite blindly, but they laid down sort of a suppressing or covering fire for the retreating forces, which allowed them to escape pretty much not under too much pressure, right? Yes, Ukraine was on their heels, but they were able to escape mostly intact, even if they left a lot of vehicles behind. In Kharkiv, they tried a similar thing where they brought up aircraft for this, and they tried to lay down suppressive fire. But the difference this time around in Kharkiv in the middle of September was that there was a very significant Ukrainian air defense presence that was right at the front. So, Ukraine's had S-300s and other larger air defense pieces for quite some time, but this time they had Gepards. This time they had more Stingers. And when the Russian aircraft came to help, well, they were in a world of pain. And what happened was a lot more Russian aircraft were shot down, and Ukraine was able to trap a lot more Russians this way and capture way more gear. That's how we saw 12 to 15 ammo dumps taken, many vehicles taken intact. And the last way we've seen it is in Liman, and much more recently, where Ukraine has a lot of vehicles. And so what they're doing is using these artillery and MLRS delivered mines. So when Russians are trying to retreat, not only does Ukraine come up with Gepards and other air defense assets to take out Russian aircraft, but they mine the roads on the retreat. So Russians are destroyed as they're leaving, which is a pretty brilliant tactic. It hasn't really been done widely for quite some time, but they're doing it so because they don't necessarily need those pieces of equipment. They need the Russians to stay where they are in their encirclements and either surrender or try and retreat. They don't need to take their vehicles. They don't need to take their ammo anymore. And what this does is it keeps the Russians in one singular place while Ukraine can bypass them and move much further, so they don't have to deal with captured people at the moment and take key terrain. So basically 3 different ways we've seen Russian retreats and 3 different ways we've seen Ukrainian advances, and the Ukrainians are getting better at it with better equipment every time.
CJ, these remote mining approaches, how much have they been employed previously in previous cases, and also how do they fall under the whole cluster munition question?
No, so that's a great question. Of course, this is very important because cluster munitions and landmines are very dangerous to civilians, and they don't actually breach the Ottawa Convention for this reason that they detonate at a pre-designated time. So they can be preset to certain amounts of time. So if you know that there's a Russian armored column that's trying to leave within the next day, you can set the mines to, let's say, be 48 hours. So if no Russians go over that mine for 48 hours, they detonate in place. And so they don't harm civilians. People don't come and pick them up. They can't be used against the Ukrainians later on, because if the Russians pick them up, well, they'll just blow up in 48 hours. And so this is really a key difference between the Russian cluster mines, which just go off when little kids pick them up, and the Ukrainian ones, where the Ukrainians are watching these roads. They know that there's only Russian armor or Russian vehicles going on them, and they can be reasonably certain. Obviously, there's no sort of guarantees in war like this, but they can basically prevent Russians from using the road, because the Russians are starting to figure this out. And so what they're doing is they're taking civilian vehicles from Ukrainians and trying to navigate these roads. But there's a big difference between a tank going over a landmine that would probably disable the tank and maybe the crew would be fine, and going over it in a civilian car, where pretty much not only is the car going to be completely destroyed, but the people inside as well. So it forces the Russians to go on foot. It forces them to leave key equipment behind, or have it destroyed in the process.
And CJ, sorry, John, before we move on from this, because I don't think I got to talk to you since they were first announced, or rather not announced, I'm sorry, when they were observed a few days ago in a video by the Wall Street Journal. The M30A1, can you give us a quick primer on the capabilities of those tungsten fragment shotgun shell type things?
Yeah, so still not exactly clear if it's the Alpha 1 or Alpha 2. There was some confusion based on the fact that some of them were actually converted. And so even though the nomenclature would denote one, it might actually be the other. But long story short, it's basically, a shotgun is probably the easiest way to think about it. Instead of a Gimler's, a Mike 31 Alpha 1, that's a GPS-guided single explosion of about 200 pounds on your favorite ammo dump or bridge or singular position. This has a bunch of little explosions in it that spread out tungsten balls, which can pierce vehicles, can pierce people, and anything of the like. So it's much preferred for using against sort of troop concentrations in the open. And what the Wall Street Journal revealed, which no one had previously said definitively, was that Ukraine has these weapons that are improved, so they're not cluster munitions like the previous MLRS rounds. And it's very bad news for Russians in the open or congregating pretty much anywhere within that range, which is about 80 kilometers.
And how far away from the point where this thing blows up and sends these fragments flying are these effective?
You can think it's about a 200-meter radius, so it's a pretty gigantic area. And so if you shoot a volley of these things, you can destroy pretty definitively a whole grid square or a square kilometer of the enemy, which is pretty devastating, right? These things are they're GPS guided, meaning they go to a singular point, so you can't really use them against moving targets necessarily. But if you have Russians that aren't moving their positions or they're just staying put, then they become a prime target for this.
Is there anywhere currently where you'd expect them to see them employed, assuming Ukraine has enough of them?
Well, I would expect to see them on Russian defensive positions, but what we've seen in the north, at least, is, and well, now in Kherson too, is Russia is retreating so rapidly. They're probably not able to employ them very well. I think the thought was that maybe there would be some point in the line where Russia would stand and fight, but they're not really doing that anymore anywhere, and so they pretty much have Ukraine has a very limited time to use these when Russia stops retreating. But that's a good thing too, because if they're moving, they've got a lot of weapons options. But if Russia finally finds a way to stand and fight, then they have these to look forward to.
Talk about a silver lining for the Russians there. Eh? Peter, good morning.
Morning, Doman. Hey, CJ, I have a quick question for you. I thought you had an interesting comment online related to Russians perhaps complaining that they could again be outflanked or surrendered because the Ukrainians are using their own formerly abandoned positions against them. I was wondering if you could maybe share a little bit more insight on that. I thought it was interesting.
So I think it's super interesting as well, and it's really more of an interesting thing from, I guess, a cultural standpoint than a military standpoint. But in Liman, the Russians had the benefit allegedly of having GRU or some sort of special operations force, perhaps National Guard Spetsnaz, and this is the reason why they're able to hold out for 2 to 3 weeks, because otherwise they had half-assed BTGs and some reserve units that weren't doing a very good job. But there was this core element of people in Liman that were defending relatively well, and when they all retreated together back to Crimea with whatever was left of their forces, they were complaining that they were starting to play the blame game, as we say, saying, oh, well, if the reserve units had done better, oh, if the BTGs had done better, oh, if Spetsnaz had done better. And they were all commenting that their positions and their ammo were so good there that now Ukraine was making the most of it. So it really is just a sort of a psychological factor of your enemy attacking you from your positions that you held, that the Russians can't seem to get over because they know exactly where they came from. The difference, of course, between these two sides is Ukraine knows the terrain so much better. It's their own damn country. And so, whereas Russia felt confident in their old positions, they're now in new positions that they don't know well. They're trying to dig into Crimea to face west towards Liman, and they're being attacked from the north. So they're being attacked from a side they don't know very well. However, the Ukrainians do. So there's a lot of sort of psychological things happening that are very bad for Russia and very good for Ukraine.
And CJ, I don't know how much time you have, but if you could, there was also this reference to how the Ukrainians were fighting, and it was this recognition that they are not wasting a lot of time in positional battles. If they find strength, okay, then they move around to find a point of weakness, and then they exploit that. Could you maybe just, what was your reflection on that? I found that reflection interesting. It struck me that maybe the Ukrainians were being smart. They weren't wasting lives if they didn't have to, and they were looking for openings to exploit. But I was keen on your reflections there.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily, yes, it definitely is a smart way to do it, but it is just sort of combined arms in a nutshell, right? It's the idea that if you have more armored vehicles than your enemy, you just use that to your advantage, which is, I think, the realization that both Russia and Ukraine are coming to as of, really just this week, that Ukraine has more tanks, they have more armored vehicles, they have more, combat power. And so they can do the strategy that, the tactics that Russia always should have done, which is just go where the enemy is not. And so it's not so much a brilliant tactic per se, but just very much based in, pretty much everyone's doctrine on all sides. And, because Russia never attacked with the requisite number of people they needed, whether it be a 2-to-1 ratio or a 3-to-1 ratio, they're really feeling that hurt now as they have to try and defend this massive spat of land with really nowhere near enough people. So when we see these sort of tank fists, as the Russians call them, they're just tank companies, right? They're just 14 or 15 tanks. So a very small unit, but doctrinally correct to have one tank company and two companies of armored infantry, which makes up a combined arms battalion. So it is a full strength unit. It is very doctrinal, and Russia doesn't know what to make of it because even when they attacked at the beginning, they never had those kind of forces arrayed correctly to accomplish these very simple missions.
I'm going to jump in there, CJ. Can you hear me, Peter?
Yeah, Yehuda, welcome.
Yeah, so I heard the comment you're referring to. I just want to clarify it. Was Russians saying that the Ukrainians are using their positions to attack them? This is actually untrue, and it doesn't make sense on the face of it. I think it's an excuse that they're using to explain away their losses. A Russian defensive position in Liman, oriented westward, probably curving, let's say, just use that term, to face the west is not going to help the Ukrainians on an offensive position or wherever they're going to depart from on the other side of the town. So that's just Russian, excuse. Those are Russian excuses. Everything else CJ was referring to is these are the real reasons why Ukraine is successful. And also, I think it's fair to say, and we've said it many times, I've been trying to change up my jargon to be a little more like plain speaking. It's the building blocks of the fighting echelon that the fighting units that the Russians have that are wrong from the beginning in terms of how many men they were always apparently shockingly they're always light on infantry. Their APCs, armored personnel carriers, or infantry fighting vehicles, they didn't have a lot of people in them. They didn't have the support for their armor. Their armor didn't. Some of their tanks weren't even fully crewed. Many of their tanks weren't fully crewed. In many cases, I don't recall ever seeing. Oh, put it this way: in every single picture, UAV feed or whatever we always saw the Russians. I actually have never. So I won't say never, but I have never seen the Russians move tactically as a BTG. That means that every time I see Russian tanks, they're 5 meters apart in a line, going down a road or going across a field. I don't see that ever unless you're leaving your exercise and going back to barracks to end X or something. So all of the building blocks and all the fine little simple details that soldiers, whether they're infantry or armored, engage in, the Russians don't have that. So it shows to me a complete lack of anything. There's just zero fieldcraft. There's zero tradecraft, and Ukrainians are the exact opposite. So as CJ said, that's one way to organize a battle group, right? Sometimes you might be, you might have more armor in a battle group depending on the mission, but that's the flexibility of the Ukrainians, and that's what they're doing, right? They're making very specific groupings as required, and they conduct their mission. CJ, did I miss anything?
You missed the fact that CJ jumped off.
CJ's like, well, there's just room for one of us in here.
Okay. No, Yehuda, that was good. In fact, because I had referenced the post that CJ made, I didn't share to the group that this was from a Russian perspective, and we always take that with a grain of salt. It was implied in the conversation, but I should have shared that more. Like this was what the Russians were saying, and obviously take this with a mountain of salt. So I really appreciate your insight.
My pleasure. No worries. CJ, come back.
See, that's the problem with paratroopers, right? They jump off, they can't jump back in. Well, do you have a question? Well,
my apologies, the mute button. Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you, Will. I don't know if Dillman can.
Yes, I
Okay,
can.
great. This was for CJ. I'm not sure. I can't see him back yet, but maybe Yehuda can talk to this. The loitering munitions, when they were talked about, I thought this would be a really effective weapon. But I'm not seeing much evidence of them being used. I mean, I imagine that they are drones that fly around, find a target via artificial intelligence or whatever, and then zero in on that. Is that the case? Have I got the understanding of loitering munitions? Do I understand that properly? And are they being effective?
I'm not an expert, or I don't know more than the average person about loitering munitions, to be honest, not my wheelhouse. What I'll say is that I suspect
Did you get a call or drop off? Tim, what's your bet?
Sorry, I'm here. I'm not an expert on loitering munitions, but I can say that I suspect you're not seeing them as much, not because they're not effective, but because they're not effective in this phase of the battle. In other words, whilst the Ukrainians were treating Russians and they were on a defensive, or they were blocking Russians, using this to harass them behind their lines was more effective. Right now, the Ukrainians they're bringing the fight to the Russians quite vigorously with things that do a lot more than a loitering ammunition, right? So that was part of those attacks, and the deployment of those loitering munitions was, I think, a big part of their shaping operations before the counterattack. And now their counterattack is really, it's the sharp end of the sword there. You don't really need loitering munition focusing or bothering a Russian when they're on the run, because you have brigades closing in on you, smashing you up and destroying you. So that might be a reason as to why, if you're not seeing them as much, maybe the videos aren't coming out. I don't know. Maybe they're not.
Because you would imagine that in Bakhmut and in the Donbass, they would maybe be using them there. But
I suspect they are.
Yeah, we just don't see any footage of them on the various channels
Right.
being
Well,
used.
that isn't proof that they're not being used. It just proves that there's not footage, right? So.
Yeah, and then if I may, just to follow up on this question for you, Yehuda, we see what's happening in Mali and Burkina Faso, and also it has been happening in Mozambique, and to a lesser degree, or a less, let's say, kinetic way in South Africa. And I mentioned some time ago how Russia needs to be stopped because they are destroying Africa. That once Russia is totally destroyed, that there's some sort of a channel or way that Africa isn't forgotten, that there are, that maybe everybody in the chat, in the space, is conscious of the challenges that we face, and I just don't know how we can harness this group of people and this energy into protecting those people and that continent. You know, we see there was somebody talking about uranium, and where you know, Russia's a big supplier of uraniums, but South Africa has huge reserves of many mineral resources that, for example, Russia has, and Russia, wanting to create monopolies, is zeroing in on those, along with China, I must say, on those resources, and it's, you know, we don't want to wake up when it's too late.
Yeah, I get it. Look, so Russia and Africa can't, you know, the only thing that'll get them out of there eventually is, you know, regime change and the real destruction. The very possible and foreseeable destruction of the Russian military power as a result of what's going on in Ukraine. The Russians are in it for broke. They're going all out. No problem with that. Russia, they can bandy about nuclear weapons and blah blah blah, but they do not have a military. It is whatever military they have is being chopped up right now, and I don't think anyone here on the panel, even professional Russia watchers like Peter, I think if you told Peter this in 2008 that within 15 years Russia would try to invade Ukraine fully and get its pants taken off and spanked in front of the whole world, I don't think Peter would have. I think Peter would have thought I'm crazy. What do you think, Peter?
Well, I have the luxury of having published on these topics for many years, so I'm on record as actually being very optimistic on the record for many years about Ukraine's ability to fight, but more importantly, on the threat that Russia posed. In fact, I was, along with a few other colleagues, out in the wilderness for many years in warning about Russian military capabilities. That means I'm very sad when I saw them use them against Ukraine, but I think part of the problem was that too many people underestimated what Russia could do. And so now, I mean, that was that. Now we just have
Oh, sorry. It's the other way. I meant the other way around. Who would have thought in 2008, and the answer is really no one, that Russia would be so poor at fighting, meaning that their trade craft, their field craft, their military, we knew there was grift.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you, Yehuda. Correct. Yeah. So yes, go ahead. I'll let you go ahead. But correct. Yeah, that
no,
means
you know what I mean. Like, no, I'm sure a lot of people thought the Ukrainians would fight well. As you know, we're in good company. But did even whoever thought the Ukrainians would fight very well, no one just thought the Russians would be driving, armored personnel carriers with 2 people in it, or a tank with 3 people, or 2, or that they would just not just falling apart. It really is, this paper tiger, and I think we all have the egg on our face for just assuming that, hey, Russia was this, I mean, you got to understand something. We thought Russia was not as strong as the United States, but awfully close. And they're not. You can't mention the U.S. military not in the same sentence or the same paragraph. You shouldn't be mentioning the U.S. military in the same page as the Russian military, right? That's the delta between what we've seen is phenomenal. The lack of everything, not just basic building blocks of fighting, but combined arms, joint operations, meaning like their air force is not talking to their land forces. Like no one, it's just a gong show, and so this, they played chicken, with an 18-wheeler, and they were on a tricycle, right? Literally, like that's how I view. I'm not trying to sound mean, Peter.
No,
I'm not
no,
trying to
you're
sound
right. But,
hyperbolic.
yeah, no, you're right. But I can speak more accurately about many NATO armies. I'm thinking specifically about Poland and Romania, countries that deployed forces to Iraq and Afghanistan and fought very well in those theaters. And the way for maybe members of the audience to think about it is that most militaries have, we'll call it an A team, a B team, and a C team. And the A team, for example, with Poland, Romania, they deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan. Russia had an A team, perhaps a B team, certainly a C team. Russia's A team, though, which we were seeing and thinking was much larger, what we believe now constituted an extremely small percentage of their total military forces. I don't know about their B team, but their C team is what really ended up in Ukraine, and they all died there because they were the C team. And so I think what, how I would interpret your comments, Yehuda, is that, yes, Russia did have capabilities. They certainly had forces that could fight, perhaps a modern army, but they were so infinitesimally small relative to the rest of the military. And that's what ultimately failed. And that's my take so far. I'm open to being wrong.
Sorry, I was just typing something else, some in the chat. Yeah, no, infinitesimally small, but even the VDV, you're right. Who knows if they had the numbers they said they had of those more well-trained forces, but even that, I'm not a Russia watcher. Like, I'm not a like, I don't. When I say Russia watcher, by the way, I'm not. I hope you don't think I was denigrating your work. I meant people who are in the know with things Russian. and I'm not a professional Russia watcher, but
so that's me, Yehuda. So that's me. That's why I'm here.
I'm just saying, I called you a Russia watcher, so I hope you didn't think that I was poo-pooing your expertise on it. I meant people who are really dialed into what Russia's doing. I'm not, but I mean, probably more than the most person. However, one thing that's obviously, I think anyone in the military, especially if you've done any battle school and training, you go through the YouTube videos from other countries of how soldiers train. I don't know if you've ever done that, if you're bored. Have you?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Keep going.
No, have you ever looked at how other soldiers train by any chance?
Actually, I have, and I had the benefit of several, and we'll call him a senior 3-star retired general, actually explain some of these components to me firsthand. But I'd be interested in your perspective.
Yeah, so when I watch VDV training on YouTube, like this is what the Russians make and put out. I was never impressed. I didn't look at this as a very, like, these weren't Pathfinders to me, Canadian forces, Pathfinders or SAS or any U.S. Special Forces type of stuff, or certainly not Navy SEALs. It was very developing country-ish kind of training. A lot of macho, hyper masculine activities that didn't seemingly make much sense to me. And I'm thinking, well, as I'm watching, like, it was like an hour documentary the Russians put out about their VDV training and their how do you call it? Their cutting their teeth exercises. And I'm like, it's all very individual. It's not a whole lot of focus on section and platoon, and it was very, very individual, like feats of personal feats of strength, and it just seemed really weird to me. And the reason why is, as someone who is, for example, an Israel watcher or Middle Eastern oriented person in terms of military capabilities, I always would look at that and juxtapose it against the Israeli experience with Egypt and Syria and the neighbors that were at war with Israel in the past, but obviously Egypt and Israel are not at war. And I always, the argument was they weren't good at fighting because they didn't adopt the Soviet doctrine properly. They didn't deploy the way the Soviets did, that they were kind of Soviet light, like an imitation version of what the Soviets were doing. And in the last few years, and it didn't change my opinion of what I thought the Russians could do. I thought they could do a lot. I thought they were incredibly, powerful, and just had a mass of really, really, really good soldiers. But now it's almost like I'm going to apologize to myself for thinking about how the then enemies of Israel, Egypt and company, and Syria is still an enemy, but it was like, oh, you just didn't take on the lessons from the Soviets. I think they took them on just fine. I think Soviet doctrine is just fundamentally flawed to the point of inefficiency.
And there's one point, Yehuda, when you're done, I'd like to make one point.
Go ahead. No, jump
because I think when it comes to Russian military exercises versus what we do in NATO or certainly the U.S. Army, there was a significant difference, and that is, I can speak about the U.S. Army in Europe. The U.S. Army started to train for failure. So it wasn't to train for the cameras. What you're describing is a propaganda video training exercises on the Russian side. So there was a time when the U.S. Army would say, okay, we're going to, in Europe, okay, we're going to have an exercise. And it was fine. And they did their after action assessments. And the assessment said, hey, we're doing great. But that's not a real exercise. And so the U.S. Army started training for the kinds of missions that perhaps they would need, such as how do we get from Germany to the Suwalki corridor as fast as possible? Well, we haven't tried that yet. Well, okay, well, let's try it. And what did the U.S. Army immediately find out? Number one, they don't have enough trucks. Number two, they don't have nearly enough bridging equipment. Number three, they're burning through wheels and tires faster than they ever thought possible. training to find the weaknesses in your system and then addressing those weaknesses and backfilling where you're weak. That is a significant difference between how the US Army trained and what the Russians were doing. And so I think what we ended up doing was making a better Western military, and the Russians ended up making a bunch of propaganda videos, which we saw and consumed.
Yeah, last year this time the Russians were putting out all these videos of what they were doing. I mean, those videos I could see as propaganda. Those were for a news release, right? These were very choreographed. And now we found out now, even from defectors, that they're all choreographed. That they, but they never actually demonstrated combined arms maneuver. They always showed, a troop of tanks in a firing position, firing off in unison, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. And then you had artillery firing off like all by itself in the middle of an open field. It didn't really show me much. So I didn't really, when it comes to fighting NATO, never did I think that Russia stood a chance, but I never thought that fighting Ukraine, that Russia would underwhelm the world so much. And that's not a knock on the Ukrainians, but just, I expected there to be 100,000 VDV, not 100,000 total people, half of whom were completely untrained and the other half who weren't organized correctly. These are the numbers. So remember, the word on the street was Russians had 100,000, 10 actual massive divisions of paratroopers, of VDVs, like the 101 Airborne. That's what we thought we were talking about, and it just wasn't true, and it's not true. And on top of it, the VDV forces, paratroopers, more elite forces that they had were sent in piecemeal. Like, we'll just put a company of them there. That'll save the day. No, it won't actually. It worked out even worse. So yeah, I just
the A team, the B team, and the C team. And their A team is just very small.
Yeah, I don't like to call it an A, B, or C, but I mean, I see where you're going with it, and definitely I see that's a term that some people would use. But either way,
well,
yes.
I mean, Yehuda, for our audience, I mean, not everybody is a 27-star general like yourself, So for our audience,
no, it's not about that. It's just about, like, I wouldn't call someone in my military a C team because it's kind of degrading. That's what I'm trying to say. But I know what you're saying. I know what you're getting at, right? So, yeah. There's definitely a standard that everyone has to meet as a rifleman or woman, there's none of that going on in Russia. It's really the take-home message, right? Sorry, finance wanted to jump in.
Hey, Peter, love to see you up. Yehuda, thanks for the military updates as always. So given that, the other thing that surprised me is look, I didn't really understand anybody's military before this war, and I still basically have a kindergartner's level of military understanding. But on the economic side, I didn't really dig into Russia, so I understood sort of what the average, Wall Street guy who didn't focus on Eastern Europe understood about Russia. And what's really been shocking on our side is sort of something similar to the military thing, which is that this is like just how fragile their industry is to sanctions and the fact that just because they have money doesn't mean they can get stuff done, because they're so corrupt and authoritarian. They can't actually get in the skilled people and parts that they need to build stuff, for instance, to go to war, to have train cars, etc. Peter, and possibly Yehuda, since this is also part of the military-industrial complex, is this something you, as like a Russia watcher or people in the military, sort of saw before the war, or is this something that was even sort of broadly understood outside really serious economists who looked into this sort of thing?
Yeah, so I was typing too. Just reframe quickly.
Yeah, so their economy has been really racked by sanctions and the inability of Russia to use their huge current account and capital to actually get in the parts, equipment, and supplies, or like build stuff, right? Like if you give the US can always spend $20 billion to just build a plant if it absolutely needs some parts to go to war, or it absolutely needs some parts to run the economy. Like, it might not be the absolute most efficient way of getting things done, but for instance, when we need semiconductors, the question is, should we do it, and is the price like proper? But if it was, we need semiconductors, otherwise we are, because no one will ever sell them to us who's good at making them, and we're in the middle of a war, like,
we're going to get that done here in the US. Like, we will build it, it will happen, they will pump out semiconductors, period, end of story. Russia can't do that, which is just something that, like, from a capitalist mindset, because they are in many ways a capitalist country, like they have, they had, because they used to be able to trade freely with the rest of the world, a relatively free looking kind of market. Like, they can't actually spend money to build the shit they need at the technology level that they had prior to the war. Like, was just how fragile and susceptible their economy was. Like, I stupidly believed what sort of everyone said in, like, the papers of, oh, well, Navalny was a good job and they were sanctions proof, which turned out to be so beyond a joke it wasn't even funny. Hell, I had one buddy who thought they wouldn't declare war, who's a finance guy, because he knew they had $200 billion at the Federal Reserve, and who the hell leaves all their money there and then declares war when it would just be seized? So, like,
I got it. Yep. So you're bringing
was
back.
that understood by you guys? Like, is that something that people like got?
The Treasury Department certainly understood Russia's economy extremely well. So for everyone in the audience, you have to think about escalation in terms of vertical escalation, going up and down the ladder, and then horizontal escalation, kind of widening out what you're doing against an economy. Let me frame it this way. The answer is yes. The reason I say this is I've just literally spent the last month writing a 40-page significant report, which will be published when it is. I will let everybody know. You can read it on the impact of U.S. sanctions, what we do now, how it can affect the Russian economy. So, a little teaser for that. The answer is to your question is Russia is an oil state. So you mentioned their deficiencies in their industrial capacity, their military-industrial complex. Treasury is, and with the Europeans and also the Canadians, have hit the Russian economy extremely hard. The reason their current account is bonkers. I mean, $189 billion in the Russian current account is a record high. The reason that number is so high is that Russian consumers aren't buying anything, because they can't buy things, because more than 1,000 Western companies have departed the economy. They can't get foreign goods into the economy. And so all that's happening is that Russia is selling a lot of oil and gas to China, India, and other markets. So they're having a lot of money come into their economy. So their current account is going up, but a lot of money is not going out of their economy because Russian consumers aren't buying anything. For the Russian military industrial complex, this is a big problem because they can't get the critical components that they need to sustain their war against Ukraine. They are trying to get them from China and other places. We're seeing, Iran sending drones and things. So, Russia is trying to find ways around this problem set, but it is working for now. The question is, what do we do? Is this enough? Here's the interesting part, and this is what I find just so fascinating. Under the Obama administration, under the Trump administration, our efforts on sanctioning Russia were tailored to punishing Russia. They were tailored to imposing costs on Russia for what it was doing. After February 24th, after that first wave of sanctions, the swift and severe sanctions that went into effect, the Biden administration, to its credit, slowly started changing its goal, slowly started changing its objective, from punishment to degrading Russia's ability to wage war. And at that moment, America began to cross into the realm of economic warfare. The moment you start using your economic policy to prevent your opponent from waging war, you are now in an economic war with that country. So currently, and we just saw this September 30th by the statements from Treasury Secretary Yellen, when she said the purpose of our sanctions today in response to the annexation sham, the purpose of this new round of sanctions is to prevent Russia's ability to wage its illegal war. That is important. That is powerful. Now we have horizontal, think about vertical. Vertical is secondary sanctions. Vertical is basically saying, if you are a company in India and you are doing business with Russia, you are now denied access to America's economy. That's a secondary sanction. And that is a powerful economic weapon that we can and should use more in order to deny Russia the ability to wage its war. Yehuda, if you're still listening, might I say, as one of the members of the Russian priesthood here, may I give you a battlefield commission as a Russia watcher? So you have certainly earned it to the point where I think you can now consider yourself a Russia watcher.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm nowhere. I don't have the publications behind me yet. So let's see. Sorry, hold on.
Finance, keep an eye on Russia's current account because that's interesting. And may I say this, because this hasn't.
Yeah, I want it to keep going. It's weird. I want it to keep going up because what's killing them is the inability to buy stuff. When they can't buy stuff, they're donezo. D-U-N, done.
Yes, but so think about that current account. Again, we're talking. This is sort of your high, or I don't know, maybe Econ 201 class here for those in the audience. So when it comes to the current account, think back to the early phase of the war. The G7 coordinated, and we seized Russia's foreign currency holdings across the world. They had about $600 billion, give or take, in foreign currency holdings in central banks and other places around the world. This is how economies work. This is how trade happens. We seized about 50% of that. That number actually comes from the Russian Ministry of Finance. There was a leaked slide deck where they were briefing people on how much they lost. That got leaked. I've seen the reports on that. They're available online. But so we seized $300 billion. That's a lot of cash. It's currently frozen. A lot of people want to use that money to eventually support Ukraine. But because Russia is just soaking up so much foreign currency right now through its energy sales, there is a point in the future where they will essentially be able to replenish all of the money they lost in that seizure. It'll probably happen about maybe the spring or so. They'll be able to actually rebuild those foreign currency holdings inside Russia now through sales to China, for example. I would also note that China did not participate. So Russia still has about $200 billion in foreign currency holdings in China. And they're essentially using that stash to conduct trade with China and other countries. So our efforts were powerful, they were significant, they were necessary, but we didn't go all the way. And where the question is now is, what do we do? And this is why I really like this idea of riding the tiger, embracing the reality and saying, now is the time for secondary sanctions on the Russian industry, particularly Russian defense industry, and on Russia's energy industry. Not just its sales, but its ability to generate money in the future. And that means Arctic offshore. That means shale oil. That means any company in the world that helps Russia pump oil from the ground, that company can no longer have access to European Union or Western markets. That will immediately make for a very bad day for Vladimir Putin. And I think that's where our thinking needs to be going now. But I wouldn't be overconfident in what we've done because Russian technocrats are very good and they will find a way to help cushion the blow.
Sorry, I wanted to jump in. I couldn't. I had a baby issue there. But as Peter was saying, I'm not a finance or an economist or anything type of person, but there's one thing that I wouldn't doubt, and that is the expertise of the U.S. Treasury. And there were a lot of people on both sides who kind of said, haha, the Americans can't do anything to us. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't think that's very true. I think probably the smartest economic minds, in the United States or the world are sitting in the Treasury and trying to figure out what's what and tracking and knowing everything. And as Peter so aptly put it, there were punishments meted out, and then there were actions taken to degrade long term. And these are two different things. And I like how you explained it, because it's one thing to sanction a country and its industries. It's also, and there's a step up where the U.S. basically in the West forces other countries and other companies who are going to take advantage of sanctions, meaning they'll say, well, we'll do business with you. Well, eventually, if I'm not mistaken, Peter, you can add more color. You talked about it up to a certain point, and then you stopped, and it was up to secondary sanctions. At some point, the Americans could say, well, you got to make a choice then, Indian Steel Company. Do you want Russian oil, or do you want access to our market? Because we're not going to let you have access to our market. And if you create a shell company and a shell company to pass it on to get to us, we'll find out because we're very bright and we will block you. So in other words, I'd like, if you could, Peter, talk to the ability of the US to take those sanctions all the way down the line where the Americans are now saying, yeah, we'll follow that product and we will make sure it never gets to the West. And you can sell it back to Russia or you can sell it to China. Maybe the Russians will give you cheap vodka. Maybe they can have a barter system, but it won't come into our sphere of influence. Is that a thing? What is it called? Can you talk to that, Peter?
Yeah, and Yehuda, that is the power of secondary sanctions. So let's take Vladimir Putin, for example. Let's look at primary sanctions and secondary sanctions. So Vladimir Putin has been sanctioned, which means Vladimir Putin cannot open a checking account in New York City. He can't, go, okay, well, here's my checking account. He can't do that. He's barred from our economy. All right, fine. Vladimir Putin doesn't care. He had a plan. He was prepared for this. So secondary sanctions say, we understand that you don't care, Vladimir Putin, but we want your bankers in Vienna or Beijing to care. So if they hold any of your money, then that bank is barred from accessing US financial markets. And at that moment, nobody wants to hold Vladimir Putin's money. Think about it if you're the Indian Steel Company. You're selling steel to Russia. You can say, okay, you can decide to only sell steel to Russia, but we notice your bank has a loan that you hold, that they hold a loan from you. So that Indian bank can't do business with America. And at that moment, the gate goes down and the Russian defense industrial complex collapses because no one in the world will stop. Or no one in the world will stop doing business with the United States if the choice is between the United States and Russia. That is the power of secondary sanctions. We have done it before. We've done it to Iran. It was highly effective. It actually forced the Iranians back to the negotiating table, and that's how we got JCPOA. So we know this works. The difference is that we've never really done this towards a country that is as large as Russia, that is as powerful, quote unquote, as Russia. So it hasn't really been done at this scale. And there's some concern here and there about the consequences and managing unintended consequences. But at the end of the day, I see secondary sanctions as the next step in vertical escalation that can prevent Russia from waging this war.
Is there tertiary sanctions? I'm going to give an example. Russian oil being used to make plastic injection mold products in Shanghai. Your Jesus Nightlight at the dollar store, your hair clips, your plastic hair clips that you see in a bodega in New York City. Let's say that oil starts in Russia. The Chinese take it, they filter it through a bunch of the companies, tricking the evil Americans. They'll never know. And then that product gets made in China, and then in New York, businessmen, not unlike a friend of mine, buys it in China, ships it to New York, and then sells it in the dollar store to a bunch of dollar stores. Can they sanction those companies and say, shipping company, you're moving product that initially originated in Russia, it was completely processed and manufactured in China and sold to an American company? Can it go that far? Like, is there an end to it?
In theory, no. In practice, yes. Right now, the debate is currently over secondary sanctions. So right now, the debate is over, can and should we not sanction the plastic Jesus that comes from a factory in China made from petroleum that was pumped out of Russia and sold in a bodega in Brooklyn, because that's how the global economy works. Right now, the question is, can and should we sanction the oil in an oil tanker that is sailing from Vladivostok to a port in China that will eventually make that plastic product? It hasn't happened yet. Treasury doesn't want to do it at this point.
But this is possible.
but it is possible on the secondary sanctions side. The tertiary sanctions side, no one's even talking about, because the political debate is so intense right now over secondary sanctions. I support them. Carefully executed. You have to be very careful to understand costs and benefits, as with any policy. But I think if we really wanted to say, Vladimir Putin, if you use a nuclear weapon, for example, even a test over the Black Sea to demonstrate your power, that is a trigger for sweeping secondary sanctions against the entire Russian economy. And at that point, Russia becomes North Korea. We unplug them from the global economy, and Russia implodes at that point. So we have non-nuclear weapons, so to speak, that we can use as a deterrent against Russia. I think we need to be more forward-leaning in expressing how we will use those economic weapons in order to deter Russia's use of nuclear weapons.
I should have clarified that. I meant if we went that route from, say, a nuclear test or something. That's really what I was. I don't mean necessarily now, but I mean you could even say to the point where, Apple, because obviously it can go really far. Because you could say maybe Apple phones made in China are produced with something from Russia, and then you're going to tell Apple you got to move to Malaysia now. Obviously, that would be quite upsetting for the folks at Apple or whatever technological industry.
Yeah,
right?
which is why no one's talking about it, because it's the moment you move into that direction, Treasury needs to hire 100,000 new people. Now, you were correct. Treasury is so good. I am very impressed with the work of, it's not just the Treasury Department. There are several bureaus and agencies within Treasury that are just extremely good. And, tip of the hat to the men and women who work there, because I know, and State Department as well. I can't forget State. I know they have been burning the midnight oil for 7 months now. And they've done a magnificent job. And they are the unknown and unsung heroes who have really been tightening the screws on Putin. They're not, military. They're not on a TikTok video. They're not blowing up a Russian tank. But Treasury and State are doing tremendous work to deny Russia the ability to sustain its war. And they certainly deserve a lot of credit.
Who knew? Blessed be the bean counters, right?
The accountants always win, Yehuda. The accountants always win.
And I thought it was cheesemakers this whole time.
That's how they got Capone. It was the accountants that got Capone. Think about that.
Yeah. Anyway, no, great points. Yeah, no,
It
I'm all
actually,
for
it actually was the postal service.
Okay, fine, Axel, fine.
Way to go, Axel.
Just saying. Just saying.
Ruining another perfectly great comment,
I love the fact that the accountants caught him, because of course they dissected it. You're completely right. But effectively, what happened was the fact that they did stuff which went across state borders, and that was wrong.
That's when Axel was in school. Perfect.
Mail fraud.
Yeah, no. So again, the whole sanctions regime is very interesting to me, and I do want to go back to this very interesting conversation that press individual and Joe Biden had in the White House or wherever they do their briefings, and she was almost mocked. She didn't mean to sound mocking, but she did sound it to me. He said, "Well, you said you've done these sanctions. What's going on?" And at first he said, give it a month. Like, in other words, be quiet. We just said it yesterday. But meanwhile, I think another time he said, give it some time. In other words, that you're not just going to stop overnight. It takes time. And I think that's a fair assessment. And it was a pretty bad question from a reporter who has credentials at the White House to ask the day after sanctions are announced, well, how come they're not working, or why aren't they working?
Russia's been lying too, Yehuda. Russia's been lying. So, I mean, I went into this research.
This was the first day, though. This was like the day after, and she was asking why. I'm like, okay, come on. Even a child would know that wouldn't make sense, right?
Yeah, true. But we also know we're hurting them because of the data that they have stopped releasing. So there is a lot of data that gets released by ministers of finance and economies, et cetera. The Russian ministries have stopped releasing critical data that would give us insight into how effective these sanctions have been. And then we can look at secondary indicators. And what have we seen? their industrial production has just collapsed. Their consumers are not buying anything. The Russian economy is, they're saying that it's going to be okay, but a lot of people don't buy that simply because they're either lying or they are refusing to release the data. And we can read a lot into that. Plus, the flight of companies. 1,000 companies leaving Russia over the course of 7 months or suspending operations. That's huge. That is your iPhone seller on the corner who's no longer there because they don't want to run the risk of getting sanctioned by the Treasury Department or the European Union. So we are having an impact. Where we haven't yet had the desired effect is that Russia is still in Ukraine. The war continues. Putin hasn't left Crimea. So we haven't yet changed behavior, but we are slowly and surely denying Putin the ability to sustain this war over the long term, where I think we need to, again, look very carefully at is how do we communicate escalation dominance in the economic realm? How do we say, if you do X, we will do Y in a way that we know will make you upset? Like I said, Putin can't open a checking account in New York. That shouldn't be our goal anymore because he doesn't care about our primary sanctions on him. We need to make his bankers care. And when we do that, we will make a lot of people around Putin very upset. And that is how I think ultimately we will win the economic war.
Fair enough. Sorry, I think Edward had his hand up, but I do want to add one quick thing that people, and again, I'm not an economist, there weren't all you economist types on in the beginning when this started. One of the things that a common sense person would say is, okay, so what if some companies skirt sanctions, and so what if the sanctions aren't 100%? A country like Russia isn't set up to function at 60%, at 50%. Something's got to give at some point, right? And that's a fair assessment, Peter?
Absolutely. And that's, again, the power of vertical escalation through secondary sanctions.
There you go. All right. Thanks. Edward.
Hi, Peter. Thank you. It was a very interesting discussion. I've been worrying about these secondary sanctions, vertical escalate. But it strikes me that the example of Iran and all of the legislation that the United States initiated to control their economy might be very instructive, and another petro economy that we're trying to starve of any military capability. And to what extent is this terrorist state designation significant from that point of view? Should the United States be sort of duplicating the Iranian legislation that they had put in place, or do we want to go North Korea on them? And because I guess with Iran, we're sort of hopeful at some point that the mullahs will be replaced and we can deal with a new regime. It's looking a bit toasty over there at the moment. But with North Korea, we've obviously just given up, and we just want to starve their economy completely.
Yehuda, if I can do 2 seconds on this one?
Please, that's for you. That's not for me.
All righty, fair enough. You are dead center on target. So imagine Iran and then imagine Russia. Both are oil states. There's really, the main way in which you get oil to your consumers is on a tanker. These giant super tankers that ply the waters of the world. You cannot move oil on water unless the tanker and the shipment is insured. There are two, we'll call them groups of insurers. They insure about 90% of all of the maritime traffic on the planet. And they are based in New York City as well as London. Okay, so in the case of Iran, what we did under the Iran trade ban, the United States led first. The Europeans were kicking and screaming against us because we did it. But eventually they came around and joined us. That's an important point to remember. When the United States leads on an issue that is morally justifiable, it affects our mutual security, eventually other countries and allies come around. All right, so what we did was we said, okay, we can't blow up Iranian tankers in the Persian Gulf. That's a bad idea. But what we can do is apply both primary and secondary sanctions to the shipment of Iranian oil on the water. So if you are an insurer, great. Feel free to insure as much Iranian oil as you want. However, any other ship on the planet that is also carrying an insurance policy that has your company's name on it can never dock in an American port. Now you have to choose. Are you going to just go all in on the Iranian economy, or are you going to continue to ensure vessels around the world that want to ply the waters of America? Well, they immediately chose America over Iran. And within a very short period of time, and we now know, we cut off about 50% of Iran's oil exports. We sent their economy directly into a recession. The Iranian economy was in a really bad shape. And then the magic happened. The European Union came around and said, you know what? We're going to match the Americans. This is right. We're going to join the United States and do pretty much the same thing. And then the Iranians had to face both the United US and EU. That's bad. And when that occurred, the Iranians returned to the negotiating table. Imagine if we applied the same kind of logic and thinking to Russia. Russia's an oil state, much like Iran. Russia must export most of its oil on the water, much like Iran. If we pulled the trigger on secondary sanctions against maritime shipments of Russian crude, we could do significant damage to the Russian economy and deny Putin's ability to sustain his war. I think this is the next step in vertical escalation that we must take in order to maintain that escalation dominance.
Yeah, thank you. That's interesting. It's surprising we haven't already, or the United States hasn't already done it. But I was thinking over the nuclear deal was a time when the EU tried to sort of strike a divergent path because they were in favor of the nuclear deal and Trump was ripping it up and so on. And there was a kind of battle of wills over secondary sanctions. And I wonder to what extent the US might need EU cooperation really to fully enforce any such regime.
Yep, so that was later on in the process. I want to keep us focused on Russia and Ukraine right now. But the bottom line is it is important to do these things in coordination with allies. America is stronger when it acts with its allies. And I'll leave it there because I want to keep the focus on Russia and Ukraine.
Okay. All right, here's a question for you, Peter. I'm not sure if we had the individual on the space. I think I saw him on Bloomberg News or some U.S. economic finance related channel, and he's probably not the talking head type because he's very knowledgeable and excitable and probably too highbrow for many people. But I did see him on several interviews. I thought he was great, but I haven't seen him since. I'm going to try to remember the name. He's one of those finance economist types, and he was giving a breakdown about the 600 billion in foreign reserves. And he made a bunch of statements that I, as much as I could verify, look right, look legit. And I want your take on it, and maybe you can help us understand what it means. The news presenter asks the gentleman about 600 million. He says off the top, 300 million in total was caught in the West. So subtract that, and I think it was about June, mid-June, where he said. That up to date, Russia's used up about 80 to 100 billion of those reserves to do things like prop up the ruble, make the price of eggs low, make the price of this like that, artificially sustain the economy. And he said, but the number is growing. It's not a linear function. It's almost exponential. And he did say that at some point that remaining 210 billion will get used up to fund the war, and it's not just funding the war; it's making the economy work. It's and in my mind, I took that to mean as averting riots when people have to pay $100 for eggs or a loaf of bread. I don't know the details, and he did go into some of them, and I don't remember. But let's say this. First of all, do you concur with this 300 billion, a certain 100 billion used up? What happens when that extra 200 billion is gone? And the only money he's getting from oil he's using to support whatever military he has, and he can't do both. He can't offset the economy and manage the military side of it at the same time, sensibly. What happens to then what happens? And is it true, Peter?
Yeah, sure. So what this gentleman, I didn't see the interview, but what he was referring to, we've been discussing. So imagine $600 billion spread in various locations in foreign currency. So we're talking yen, euros, dollars, the only real currency that matters in the world. Okay, so and the Canadian dollar. Yehuda, the Canadian dollar.
Don't
Okay,
mock
so
me, Peter. I have a block button. Don't mock me.
okay, okay. All righty. So imagine this money is held in various locations, but mainly in various central banks around the world. It's basically an Excel spreadsheet. So this is how foreign trade works. So when Russia expanded its invasion in February, what the G7 in coordination did was say, all right, we are freezing Russia's accounts in our central banks. That was a powerful move. And in the process, they basically froze $300 billion. That is correct. There is about 200 billion left in China, basically. And that's a significant amount of money. Also, very few people talk about this. Gold reserves count as well. And so many in this space may remember the great migration of gold back into Russia right before and immediately after the February 24th date. Russia was basically bringing home as much physical gold as it could. Okay, so this is what you need in order to conduct international trade. Because no one gives a crap about the Russian ruble. No one wants to accept rubles in exchange for goods or services. So you have to have either gold or foreign currency. Russia was on its back foot. Russia has rallied. Yehuda, because Russian consumers have not been buying things from the rest of the world because of the sanctions, the money has not been going out of the Russian economy. But because Russia has been selling very large volumes of oil and natural gas to consumers in the world, foreign currency has been running into the Russian economy. As a result, yes, Russia was on its back foot, but right now, as of the end of September 30th of this year, so a couple days ago, Russia had about $189 billion in its current account, which means they had $189 billion in hard reserves that people would, money that people want, that they could use. And that number will continue to grow. So what Russia is basically doing is saying, okay, you took our money, but we can replenish those stocks with the money that the Chinese are giving us in exchange for energy and other products. So it's a partial yes is my answer. Yes, we hit them hard. Yes, they were on the back foot, but also yes, Russian technocrats are pretty good. They understand how the world economy works, and what they're doing is they're running this Chinese angle in order to keep the back door open while the front door to Europe and the West is closed.
Okay, not the answer I hoped for, but the answer I deserve. So then, if I was a Machiavellian type of economist in my in the Treasury Department, how do I tell the president? God forbid he'd ever want to talk to me. Things are a problem. Then, but how to say this is how we make this is how we make life unbearable in Russia, so that this ends this war quicker. Punish them with the basics. Is that an option, or can Russia just go ahead and keep selling eggs at half the price? And then the truth is, I'm just tired of seeing these friggin' Russian troll YouTube videos that go to the grocery store. I'm getting sick of it. It's annoying. I'm just kidding. Yeah, and I'm just wondering, that's got to be an angle that people are taking, right? No one really thinks that a Russian not being able to buy a new Lada with air brakes or power steering is going to make the Russians get mad enough to get rid of Putin. But isn't that a strategy, or is this too 1960s and I better stop talking?
No, you're absolutely right.
CIA.
Look, we know it's happened. We've seen it. I was literally in Russia when it happened, when their current account basically went to zero and they defaulted on all their loans and their economy imploded. I was in St. Petersburg in August of 1998 when this happened. When you run out of foreign currency, a lot of very, very bad things happen to your economy, happen to your society. So that's where the thinking is. How do we make this hard? The problem is that there's always consequences. Policies are always about balancing needs. So because currently oil markets are tight, Currently, there is, the OPEC is not really pumping as much oil as we would want them to. America can, but isn't pumping as much oil as we could. Oil markets are relatively tight. So the G7 over the summer was a little concerned about what would happen on December 5th when the US, Canadian, and EU oil embargoes fully came into force, and we basically dropped the hammer on Russian oil sales. There was a concern that if we did this, oil prices would go up, prices at the pump would go up, inflation would go up. Policymakers don't like that. That's bad for their careers. It's bad for our society. So they said, all right, let's cap the price of oil. So when you see these stories about the Russian oil cap, that's what they're trying to do. I won't get into it. It's a hour-long conversation. If there's interest, I'll come back. But bottom line, right now, here's where we stand. There will be a cap set by the G7 on the price of Russian oil. It'll be around $60 to $40 per barrel, below the market price. What will not occur in tandem with that policy are secondary sanctions on anyone who violates it. And so right now, there's a bipartisan piece of legislation introduced into the Senate that says we can do the oil cap if we have secondary sanctions. Treasury says, nope, we've got enough voluntary participation among oil traders and banks, et cetera, insurance agents around the world. If someone tries to break this embargo, they'll drop a dime, they'll narc on their friends, and we'll hear about it and we'll enforce our actions against them for breaking our policy. It remains to be seen. I'm skeptical. I think the Russians are going to find ways around that. I think we are setting ourselves up for a disaster. I think this is going to look a lot like the oil for food program that we did with Iraq back in the 90s. That was a disaster, but Treasury is confident. So I give them a lot of credit, but I'm also skeptical like members of Congress. Bottom line, there is more we can do.
Yeah, oil for food. And you know why that didn't work, right, Peter?
Yeah, because you had to pay a bribe in order to get access to the cheaper Iraqi oil.
I was going to say it's because you can't eat oil. So how could you have oil for food? Anyway.
You could have, much along the same lines. Just want to stress one thing.
Doman, we're talking about oil for food. We got to let it play out. It was very funny. All right, now I guess not.
It was so silly that it was already funny again.
Peter,
Yehuda,
quick question for you.
Yehuda, you weren't here. I came onto the space and I gave you credit for having your very first funny joke. I was so proud of you. It was great.
Is that the dad joke one?
No, it was that Russia was mobilizing the paramilitary force of Russia's Alcoholics Anonymous.
That's right. Well, do you know, since this will be the fourth morning I'm doing it, and since you weren't here yesterday, do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
Oh God, I'm terrified to ask.
It's when it becomes apparent.
Oh, please.
Now, Peter, do you want
mute
me
him,
to
Doman? Mute him. Mute him. Hit the mute button.
Do you want to know why that's funny?
Yes, please explain it to make it funny.
Because a parent, like apparently, and then a space parent. It's funny. Apparent. And you ask me why I make the explanation is I get the questions in my DMs. I'm saving myself some time. All right, let's move on.
To make a serious
process
point
of explanation, which is funny.
Yeah, sorry,
Doman,
Mr. Serious.
What is the wine pairing for this joke?
Yeah, I think it's Sovietskoye Igristoye. Peter, you were talking about how Russia is going to bulk up its foreign currency reserves with all of these exports of energy. My question for you is, what good is money if you're not allowed to spend it on anything?
It's worthless. It's worthless. At that point, shotguns, ammunition, gasoline, those things are valuable.
And isn't Russia very close to being in that sort of a position? Yes, we know there are attempts at sanction evasion, but doesn't the sheer fact and the mere foreign currency reserves serve as evidence that they are indeed a position in which they would want to be spending money on things that they would want, but they're simply not able to actually spend the money on things that they would want?
That is correct. So you got to remember the people who work at the Russian Ministry of Finance, many of the bureaucrats who populate their, echelons, et cetera, they've all gone to the London School of Economics. They all have degrees from Oxford. They have degrees from Georgetown. I was a classmate with some of them who are currently indicted, et cetera. So, I mean, they've all been to the prestigious schools. They've all received the same educations that Western elites have received. They understand how economies work, and they understand how to manipulate economies like everyone else does. So, here's the catch. When we started dropping the hammer of sanctions on Russia, many in this space may remember the propaganda television shows that said, don't worry, we can be self-sufficient. Don't worry, we can make all these things here at home. We don't need the outside world. They were proposing a North Korea strategy. What we now know is that, that was a lie. They can't. They were too integrated into the global economy. They're an oil state. Oil states or exporting states don't make things they need. They sell oil for money that other people have, and then they use that money to buy iPhones, to buy luxury watches that the patriarch of the Orthodox Church wears. So, Russia doesn't make the things that it needs. Without access to the global economy, Russia looks like North Korea very quickly, and many Russians will be very upset about that. Not just the poor ones who are still waiting on a train spur to be mobilized in the middle of Siberia, but the wealthy ones, the powerful ones who surround Putin, who are realizing that the world is closing in on them. That must be the focus of our policy if we're going to win.
Amen. And then even then, they won't be able to have oil for food. All right. I think
And indeed.
Oh yeah.
Just
Steve, sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, you pronounced it right. Excellent. Just a mind relying on Iran to up-technologize its own military, and at that point, you know where you are when you're relying on Iran to up-tech your military with the next wonder weapon. Vyshnikovsky.
Thanks, Domen, for interrupting when Yehuda already wanted to give me the word. but I found your information valuable anyways. I think it's cool to know that the Iranian drones also have been made completely useless again so fast by the Ukrainians. Kudos to that. I wanted to add to the economic discussion that you guys just had now. Yes, Russia has a lot of dollars, a lot of money it accumulates in its banks, but what does it help Russia if it cannot spend it? And what I read from Russia, so I have people there telling me how shit is really going, and they're not going from store to store and film the prices because they're kind of like irrelevant, the prices in stores. They're about increasing the same rate, tiny bit higher, like I think like 20% inflation or so that we have also. Like tiny bit higher than in Europe, right? But what really is interesting, for instance, that car parts and cars have become 2 to 3 times more expensive. Car spare parts are hard to attain, so people started stealing cars. The number of car theft is going up. That person told me. Additionally to that, they cannot get building materials and paint for houses. That's what they struggle with. Then additionally, like money-wise, to withdraw cash is of limited availability, right? Also, especially foreign currency, they have a hard time exchanging their rubles against foreign currency, and if they do so, they have to pay quite a fee. Then also, what just recently has been limited is the transfer between their own bank accounts. So if I'm a Russian person, I have 2 bank accounts, it becomes increasingly difficult to move money between those bank accounts. And I think that's where our sanctions are biting. They're not biting so much in this clearly visible areas where journalists and all of us are always looking at, like how the prices in the supermarkets rising. But if you prevent people from withdrawing their money, if you prevent people from moving their money around, there is, I think, some
increased anxiety among the people that will happen. And I think it's not going good for Russia.
I think we're broadly in agreement there, Vishnikovsky. I think we all agree that fundamentally it isn't, because at the end of the day, as noted previously, it's no good if you have money if you're literally not allowed to buy anything from anyone except for Iran, and it's not really any good, is it? Dr. Brain.
Hello. So I have a question for Peter. So he's
Just a second. You're very soft. I'm not sure if Peter can hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
It is just very distant and quiet. Peter, can you hear him?
There's some echo. I think we've got some.
Let me try one thing.
He's in his car, so the speaker is.
Yeah, I'm in my car. I'm driving. So
Yeah, I'm fine.
My question is, so how does it help Russia to get more foreign currency when they're insisting on getting paid in rubles? Those two things don't really work together, especially since ruble is overpriced right now, and what they're getting is basically a lower amount of foreign currency than they would get if ruble was in real currency, in real value. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So there's an echo. I'll wait till you turn off your speaker. Okay. Imagine that Russia wants to buy semiconductors from China to put into military equipment. The Chinese will only accept hard currency, yen, euros, or dollars. Yeah, maybe renminbi, but Russia has to give China something in exchange for those superconductors or transistors or whatever. We'll call them components that Russia needs. So Russia can do one of two things. It can use money or it can use oil in exchange for those goods. This is just basic trade. This is how the international trade system works. The issue here is that Russia's ability to buoy its current account, we've been talking about it, it allows the technocrats to, I'll call it, cushion the blow of sanctions. So it's not that sanctions aren't effective, it's that they have a level of insulation to the impact of those sanctions. And so if our goal, and that is the goal now, is to deny Russia the ability to wage its war against Ukraine, what we want to do is press hard on that front. And Russia is finding a way. Let me put it this way. The gate to the west is closed by and large. And so Russia is opening the gate to the east, and it's using that eastern gate to support its war against Ukraine. As a policy, what we would want to do is close that eastern gate or make it difficult for Russia to do so. And right now, we haven't quite put in place those policies because it's an active debate. So I hope that's a useful answer to you.
Thank you, Peter. Ian. Ian.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I muted and unmuted. From what I understand, you're saying is that they are essentially just accruing a savings account that they can't possibly spend. But I was under the impression that Putin recently reduced or is preparing to reduce all his budgets by about 10%, suggesting that he's losing money. So how does that? Why would he be reducing his internal budgets?
Yep. So the Russian federal budget is heavily reliant on the sale of oil and natural gas, mainly on oil for reasons. So about 40 to 50%, it varies by year, but about 40 to 50% of Russia's oil sales fund the Russian federal budget. So if tomorrow Putin couldn't sell one molecule of natural gas or a single barrel of oil, his budget would be 50% lower than it was last year. So when you think oil, when you think natural gas, you should think Russian federal budget. Again, the goal should be deny Putin the ability to wage his war. That's a good way to do it. We have managed, thanks to the European Union, the US, and Canadian oil embargoes, along with other allies, we have managed to limit Russia's ability to sell oil, in particular, to the world economy. Russia has doubled down on its sales to China and India as a result. So money is still coming in. The Russians are bragging that they're making a lot of money. It's complicated. It's basically because oil is higher in price than it was a year ago, et cetera. But yeah, the Russians are finding ways to sell their oil and natural gas to make money. But you're identifying the important point. He's not making as much as he needed. He's not making as much as he wants. And that's affecting the Russian federal budget. And that's why they're cutting.
So does that mean that his overall money is going down then currently, like his savings account, so to speak?
Yeah,
He's
so
spending more than he's coming in.
here's the problem. 189 billion. I've cited this number because it's a wow number. It's literally a number that makes you go, wow. It's a record. Russia's current account has never been 189 billion. Again, for those who were sleeping through their econ classes, the current account is basically the monetary measure of the balance between all the money that's going out of your economy versus all the money that's coming into your economy. For an oil state like Russia, because they're selling oil and not buying anything from the rest of the world, a lot of money is coming in. So their current account is surging. That's why they have, as of the most recent number, 189 billion. And their technocrats, who are Western trained and very good, will be able to use this money to essentially replace all of the foreign currency that we seized at the beginning of the war. If Russia's current account went to zero, thought experiment, if it went below zero, under Russia's conditions, I want to stress this isn't how it works for every economy, but under current Russian conditions, they'd have to start printing money. And they would turn into the Confederacy of the United States during the Civil War, where basically the Confederacy was just printing money and those Confederate dollars were worthless. And that helped to lead to the destruction of the Confederacy. So when your current account, if you're Russia, is high, you don't have to print money. You can buy things from China. You can buy things from India and Iran. What we want to do is restrict that and prevent them from finding ways around our sanctions. That's the policy objective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I have some people telling me, that the Russians are bragging that they're avoiding sanctions by going through Turkey, for example, quite a lot. And I just want to make this clear because there's a number of people messaging me with that. If Russia could get everything it wanted or needed through sanction evasion through, say, Turkey, then simply the balance of payments wouldn't be as imbalanced as it is. Right, that's where in the proof of that lies. If Russia got all its imports it could possibly want through sanction bypasses, it would be spending a lot more of those dollars that are coming in. The mere fact that they aren't means that they're not getting as much stuff as they want to. Yes, they get some through Turkey or Georgia or wherever else, but not nearly as much as they would be wanting to. Just a minor, technical point there. Just because it's not a perfect set of sanctions, it doesn't mean that it doesn't do anything.
Oh, yeah. And so sanctions evasion is always an issue. And in fact, that's the primary focus right now for many folks in the Treasury, people like myself who are watching this. But we have to remember there's a difference between sanctions evasion on an individual level. So you can think about an oligarch who's trying to manage his money, there's a difference between sanctions on an individual level and sanctions on the national level. When we talk about sanctions, the nifty thing is most energy companies, all of them, Gazprom, you think about the oil companies in Russia, they're largely state-owned and they are heavily taxed. Russia uses these companies as piggy banks, as warehouses of cash, so that when the central government needs money, it draws upon the money that these state-owned companies have. So, when we talk about sanctions evasion, that is a serious thing. Think about this, though. Imagine if we asked the Turks, hey, we want you to clamp down on sanctions evasion. Turkey would say, maybe. Imagine if we said, all right, no business in Turkey can have access to the US economy until you clamp down on sanctions evasion. How fast do you think it would take Turkey to clamp down on sanctions evasion? That is the power of secondary sanctions. We have not yet done that. That's why I keep saying we need to take the next step up the ladder on secondary sanctions in order to enforce and prevent sanctions evasion.
Exactly, Peter. That's exactly it, right? When and if there's sufficient determination that this is a necessary thing to do, there are tools to be employed beyond what has been employed thus far. And some of us, I think, Peter, I would include you in this because I think that you and I are in agreement here. Think probably that this should have been done a while ago, but it is still there. That tool is still on the shelf, still ready and able to be used. If it were genuinely necessary to close that off.
Actually, I push right now that we should do it now, but it is a debate, and I understand Treasury's point. I just fear that the policy won't work, and we should preempt the failure by imposing the secondary sanctions now.
Yeah, I was right then. We are in agreement. Thank you, Peter. War Doggo, go ahead.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. Hello from Ukraine. Great pleasure to hear all of you in the best Twitter space ever. One point that I would like to bring up is related to Russians' payment system, so-called MIR, the one that they are using in order to replace the civilized payment system. I don't discuss some details, and it's already touching the point related to innocent, poor, ordinary Russians that should be allowed to enter Europe, because this MIR system was developed by the Belgium company called, I think, Openway, and this company was founded and run by Russians. And it was designed far in 2014 for 15, I think, if my memory doesn't fail me, from what I've been reading. And that was especially designed preparing for the war we are having now and for the sanctions they're having now, with all the limitations. And that's maybe someone has more details on that.
Yeah,
Well,
they've been around for quite some time and should have been sanctioned.
Go for it, Axel. Sorry.
No, they have been around for quite some time. Should have been sanctioned. It's an absolute scandal that the Belgian government has not yet completely and utterly sanctioned them to bits and pieces.
And regarding MIR, I did see a few posts online of Russian men who have now fled from Russia to avoid the mobilization, and they're complaining that none of their debit cards work or credit cards work because they're locked out of the international financial system. MIR only works inside Russia. There is some good news here. So if anyone's ever received a wire transfer, you've used probably something called the SWIFT system. That system is how you transfer money from one country to another. Think about it as a wire system. It's a private company. Physical money isn't transferred. It's basically money moving around on spreadsheets and computers. It's run by a private company, and so the private company can decide what countries get access to SWIFT. Right after the war happened, there was this question, can we shut SWIFT off to Russia? And the answer is yes. We have, by and large, shut SWIFT off to Russia. SWIFT has decided, because it's a private company with encouragement from the EU and US, not to allow Russian banks access to SWIFT. There are about 3 exceptions. So currently there are about 3 banks in Russia that still have access to SWIFT. I mention that because one of those banks is Gazprom Bank. So when Gazprom makes money through the sale of hydrocarbon molecules to other countries, companies and countries pay Gazprom through the SWIFT system. So Gazprom is still plugged into SWIFT. again, this is the power of secondary sanctions. Because we can't say, hey, SWIFT, we don't like what you're doing, please stop. SWIFT can say, we're going to keep going. So if we imposed secondary sanctions and said, nobody who is providing SWIFT access to Gazprom can have access to the US markets, oh, well, how long would it take SWIFT to unplug Gazprom from that system? I mention this because Gazprom is paying Russian soldiers. So Gazprom Bank is acting as the paymaster for Russian soldiers' checks. If you're a Russian soldier and your wife or your grandma back home has their money deposited into your account or gets a check, Gazprom Bank is the bank that's paying your salary right now. When Russia sells natural gas to foreign companies, Russia is using that money through Gazprom Bank to pay soldiers who are killing Ukrainians. Why is it that Gazprom Bank is not denied access to SWIFT? I think that's a powerful question that policymakers must answer, because right now the answer is we're looking the other way. And I don't find that answer acceptable.
I think, if I'm not wrong, this system that is called Mir, I mean, usually when you find a picture of the Ivan that is gone in Ukraine, being bang bang, you find a card that is exactly that Mir, and it was designed in a way that, like, this OpenWay company is using technology called Way4 that is not the hardware, I would say, like, is not the wired, but is like wired software product. And in fact, it was designed in order to to overcome the possibility of being switched off from the modern payment system. And I assume that using that company and that technology, they've been paying to Iran for the drones. That's something that I was reading about it, but I cannot find any confirmation more than just the rumors.
Yeah, well, all I will say is this. Mir works inside Russia. It doesn't work outside. And all of those Russians who fled the mobilization are having a really bad day trying to use their Mir card anywhere outside of Russia. Doman, I've got about 15 more minutes. I did not expect global economic finance and sanctions policy to be so interesting to the space, but this has been fun for me, and I hope others have appreciated the conversation as well. I've got about 15 more minutes, and I've got to go back to my day job, as it were.
Peter, by the way, on Sunday, we'll have another McRinnock, meaning discussion about markets in regard to Ukraine. So if you want to participate, it's early in the morning, your time, 2 p.m. Kiev time, but it may be worth your while. We'll have people from Australia and New Zealand logging in, and people who are really interested in markets and economics. And we will be talking sanctions impact, and the like. So you may want to put this in your calendar if you're Polish bird hunting dog allows you.
Hungarian Wisla, but yes, count me in.
It's been redesignated due to excess support for Ukraine.
Oh no, Wisla's been redesignated as a Polish Wisla. Wow, that's a international incident right there.
Yeah, we completely deorganized him.
Well, she's Hungarian, and I love her. She's my girl.
There is hope for our wonderful Hungary. Absolutely, I agree. There are more sensible people and dogs in Hungary than there's Orbans. Or call them Orbanites now.
Doman, do we have any more questions? Otherwise, I'll duck down. I see one or two hands.
Peter,
but yeah.
I think Finance and Yanis probably want to dig a little bit deeper on the whole Mir thing. I think Nina might have a question that might help them play off of that, as well as you, Peter. Nina?
Thank you, Domin, and thank you, Peter, for your excellent explanations about these economy things, which I don't understand a lot about, but I even understand this now. My question is, what do you mean by we have not been using these secondary sanctions? Is it like something that EU has to make a decision, all the countries together, or is it like the US, or what is the we, and how can we make it? Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. So the answer goes back to 2017. I can't speak to the European Union. My expertise is much more on the US policy side. What I would say for the EU is the EU can do very similar things if they wish. All right, so in 2017, because the US Congress was so angry at what Putin had done through the illegal annexation of Crimea and the occupation of the Donbass, Congress passed something called the CATSA Act. It's a very long piece of legislation. We call it CATSA here. That was 2017. And in addition to that, Congress passed an additional law called the, Countering Russian Influence in Europe and Eurasia Act of 2017. Together, these pieces of legislation were combined, and they are now basically the same block of statutory authority. A lot of big words. It basically, Congress handed over a pile of weapons, legal weapons, to the president, whoever the president is. At the time it was Trump. Biden now has these weapons. These weapons have never been given to the president before, and they include the ability to impose secondary sanctions on any section of the economy of Russia. I don't actually think Congress realized at the time how much power they were handing over to the president. And if you look at the legislation carefully, it basically allows the president to interpret this legislation however he wants. So he can take a maximalist or minimalist interpretation of this power. So far, he has taken a middle of the road interpretation. CATSA and the accompanying legislation allows the President of the United States through the Treasury Department and the State Department to essentially impose secondary sanctions on, for example, the Russian defense industrial complex, on Russia's energy industry. And if you do business with those components of the Russian economy, you lose access to the American economy. And so we just force companies and countries to choose. Do you want to be on Russia's side, or do you want to be on our side? And Nina, if you remember, Axel and I, we've been talking a lot about now is the time for choosing. Now is the time, like for countries like Hungary to choose what side of the civilizational divide do you want to be on. Secondary sanctions would be a forcing mechanism. Secondary sanctions would force countries and companies to choose what side of that civilizational divide do you want to be on. I see an advantage in imposing secondary sanctions to prompt that decision for countries like Hungary, India, and others.
Thank you, Peter. Would that be also Turkey? Thank you.
I think Turkey should be choosing as well, in our favor. I want Turkey to be part of our Western civilization. I certainly do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Nina. Finance, jump in.
Yeah, look, I agree with you that Gazprom Bank should be sanctioned. Somebody needs to be unsanctioned if we want to allow for buying of Russian oil products. That's a big if. The reason that's done is that it has so far been politically unpalatable to get enough people on board with complete embargo of Russian oil products. So that seems to be more and more palatable now that Russia's cut off people like Germany, the Baltics, etc., by just turning off their natural gas pipelines. So, Peter, you're the most
exploding their natural gas pipelines.
Yeah, well, that was me, Peter. I've actually taken credit for I'm so frustrated. I actually swam out there from here in Tallinn and blew it up myself. That was me. That wasn't the Russians. I did it. I'm taking credit, unlike the Russians who never take credit for anything. That was me. But if it wasn't me, it was a Russian sub. But it was me. So you can either believe it was me swimming out there with my old busted self, or it was a Russian sub. Take your pick. My serious question, though, is if we do take Gazprom Bank off SWIFT, which, hey, I'm down to basically sanction any Russian company in the world for any reason. The reason is Russia is declaring a genocidal war in Ukraine. So that should just be the reason to sanction every Russian company for the audience. But getting back to Gazprom Bank, if we sanction Gazprom Bank, that would clearly make it, as far as I can tell, impossible to buy Russian oil, or are you suggesting there should be some other payment mechanism allowed to get those payments in, because Gazprom Bank clearly does a lot of other crap Like they're going to continue to be the paymaster of the Russian military because obviously the Russian military operates where Russia controls territory or is super cuddly with the regime. Please see Syria. So if they sanction Gazprom Bank, are you saying this is also your way of saying sanction all the oil? Or are you saying there should be another mechanism to allow for our less on board, more neutral countries to buy some Russian blood oil? Peter?
He's reconnecting. Yeah, I was reconnecting. If I understood your question correctly, yeah, this question comes up. If we, unplug Gazprom Bank, the Russians will find another way around. And the answer is yeah. Why are we making?
Let's find another way. Are you suggesting there shouldn't be a way for them to have a way around? Because if they have no one on SWIFT, right, there's just no good way to pay them. Or are you suggesting that we say, hey, you're allowed to accept payments from, I don't know, like Bank of America or Deutsche Bank or TransferWise or whoever, and they can go into this one specific account at, it doesn't matter which bank, Spare Bank, BTB, whatever, and the old-fashioned guy in the cage will receive payment from a frigging courier who bikes it across the border. Like, is that how you're suggesting to be done, or are we suggesting no payments for oil? Which are you suggesting here?
When Vladimir Putin listened to Joe Biden's credible threats that he followed through on, when he said, we will impose swift and severe sanctions on you if you invade Ukraine in a larger way, etc. I think Putin actually said, okay, your terms are acceptable to me, because Putin had his plan. He didn't care about the sanctions, and he proceeded with his invasion. What I think we need to do is to go one step up. We need to do something that Putin was not expecting. So that means unplugging Russia from the international financial system, because the world should not be doing business with genocidal criminal states. Now, does that mean Russia won't be able to find a way around our blockade? Of course Russia will. We shouldn't be making it easy for Russia to do so. We can't control what Putin thinks or does. What we can control are our policies. And right now, there are significant gaps in our policies that should be closed. And I see secondary sanctions, particularly on the finance sector, as being one of the most attractive avenues we can pursue in order to show Putin that there are costs. And in doing so, we deny him the ability to sustain his war. That should be the goal and the mechanism we use to bring about Ukraine's victory and Russia's defeat. That's what I'm proposing.
Thank you, Peter. I think Yanis wants to talk about the MIR a little bit more. Yanis?
Yeah, just to clear some stuff about this MIR. So basically, Russia has prepared for a scenario that Visa MasterCard is not anymore available in this region. So basically, as you know, there is several big card organizations in the world: so Visa, MasterCard, American Express, China Yuan Pay, and etc., etc. And basically, they set the rules. They do all the interchange stuff between banks who support those cards, etc., etc. And I guess before even 2014, they introduced their own processing system called NSPK, National System for Payment something, and it's owned by Russian Central Bank. And basically, it's self-contained system which issues these MIR cards and do all the account stuff beneath them. Yeah. So if we disconnect this Gazprom Bank or whatever bank from SWIFT, it does not change how these MIR cards work inside Russia. And also in other countries who accept these cards, like Belarus, Egypt, Kyrgyzstan, Venezuela, Cuba, etc., etc. So they still work there. And this is just based on this Russian NSPK what can be do? Those solutions require special hardware, so special encryption modules, etc., etc. And as I know that the company who produced them, Gemalto, I guess French company, has left Russian market, so it becomes more complicated. Now they are looking for alternatives, and here is where it's become even more complicated. They are looking on this China system, so basically China payment cards, China Union Pay, which are widely accepted all over the world. Yeah, and also China has its own alternative to SWIFT. Yeah, and it's also pretty big, not so important player as SWIFT, of course, but like in close markets in China, Russia, and this region, it can be used as a fully capable alternative to SWIFT. So, and even more, as you know, there is very popular cash payments like salaries in Russia. So you go to your accountant in your company, go to this window once a month, and you just receive the cash. So this will not be the case, and the problem with this MIR or payment cards, who will stop salary payments for soldiers or from state company employees, etc., etc. So.
Yeah. Okay. So, Janis, your point is well taken, and as I understand, you're correctly saying that the MIR payment card system works in Russia. But
all right. What do you just for levity, because it is the morning and I won't be able to talk for much longer. I have to get to work. What is the condition that causes a dentist to lie? Anyone? The condition that causes a dentist to lie? Peter.
I'm terrified about the answer.
Peter. I don't want to take a stab at it.
Did you not hear Peter?
Maybe he didn't. He doesn't want to step up. I get it. The condition that causes to lie is called truth decay. Yeah.
Ooh, yes. Good. All righty. On that note, I'm gonna bow out. I'm gonna thank everybody in the space.
One of my better ones. Not gonna
all righty,
Peter, I'm very sorry. I think Peter can't hear you. That's
that way.
Okay.
Because he's probably saying bad things about my joke. But no, I can't hear Peter.
No.
You know what? I have to say it when it's on the top of my head. Anyway.
You can't hear each other.
If CJ's up, he can take over. Since apparently everyone wanted to ask CJ a bunch of military questions.
So I will outline what's going to be happening over the next few hours here in the space. Thank you very much, Peter. Apologies for technical. Thank you, Peter. Great to have had you. Right now it's just afternoon if you live where UTC is, which is basically Iceland, pretty much. Right now we're going to have a military update from CJ. Before that, we'll quickly run through the hands by Watfo and Associate Yonderly Fella. We'll spend a couple minutes on that. Sorry, guys. And then we'll have a military update for CJ because there are major developments, I say, down in the south of Ukraine. In just under an hour, we'll then be joined by Ruslan Khorovey, who's a Ukrainian activist, documentary filmmaker. He's been to some freshly liberated territories, has some stories to tell. In just under 3 hours, we'll be joined by Radan Kanev, who's a Bulgarian member of the European Parliament, a staunch supporter of Ukraine as well. And then an hour after that, we'll be joined by Alexandra Zubal, a Ukrainian activist and IT entrepreneur. Later in the evening in Europe, we'll also be joined again by James Vasquez. So a very busy day ahead. Because of that, we need to go first quickly to Watfo and Yonderly Fella, and then we'll have a military update from CJ. Watfo.
Good day, guys. Thank you for the amazing discussion and for indulging us in this space, especially the lay people like myself. It was a question for Peter, but I can see that finance is about, and we've got many other capable hands in the space at the minute. My question was in relation to Peter's point that Russia cannot spend much money now, therefore it is accumulating foreign reserves. So I would like to understand how that is working against that previous strategy of forcing companies buying anything from Russia to convert that money into rubles. Yeah, it could be rubles. Rubles.
It's not. I can explain.
Into rubles in order to prop their own currency so that it doesn't tank completely.
Okay, I can explain. They're the same thing. They're working hand in hand, because if you are a foreign company and want to get rubles, where are you going to get them from? Russian banks, likely the Russian central bank. It's just putting money from one pocket to another, from one account to another. It doesn't matter if the account is in the Russian central bank or a bank owned largely by the state of Russia or with a company that is largely state owned. Fundamentally, it all kind of works, broadly speaking, the same when it comes to Russian foreign reserves and the Russian economy. It's not exactly right, but it's about the same. There we go. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Watchful. What up, Tim?
Sorry, you
Yeah,
just dropped
James
for a
is
few
just
seconds. Was
messaging
that
as
just me?
well. So why don't we just wait for him? If you need me to co-host, let me know. Can for another half an hour. And James, there's some things we have to talk about to the room. It's good stuff.
Excellent. As soon as we get James, we'll jump onto him. Yonderly fella, let's clear your hand in the meantime.
Yeah, hello, thank you. I was just wondering, I feel like the temperature of the whole Twitter environment around the Ukraine war and the analysts have, feels like they have road rage lately, maybe spuriously connected to the breakdown of the Russian defense lines, probably spuriously. Like you see Edward Luce of the Financial Times, the opinion columnist, calling Michael McFaul like a moral extremist. I feel like I see that other places as well. Do you feel this? Is this real, or is it just like me imagining it? And why do you think that is?
Look, it's coming. People are going to start on both sides bringing knives out against one another. I don't really care about people. If people have an opinion and they're concerned about different things, even nuclear, I'm not going to slag them for it. You just explain that it doesn't make sense. But Russia's obviously doesn't make them a Russian asset or spy. I mean, it makes them someone who has an irrational fear, perhaps, an opinion based, not knowledge, but emotion. Let's not throw the babies out with the bathwater. Some people are wrong, but they're still not Russian wrong, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Not everyone is on here 24 hours a day listening or getting news from different places. So we need to put it in perspective. That's my suggestion. I don't know. Someone else has anything to add? Maybe we can talk to CJ and myself about before James gets here about what's going on in Kherson. Obviously, I posted a map.
CJ, let's dive straight in.
Yeah, I know John's gonna come up in a moment.
He's
as
connecting.
Well. Okay, yeah, I know he's walking to class. He's a very busy guy, but I know between the both of us, we should be able to paint a picture of what's going on. In my opinion, the events of the last 2 hours are way more significant than Liman. They will change the course of the war. They are what Ukraine has been driving for 30 days. And they are finally successful in this regard based on a lot of different factors, which we'll get into momentarily. But John, do you want to kind of give the wave tops of the biggest pieces of news, and we'll kind of let the people know what's most important?
Yeah, he's connecting again. He dropped off. Okay, John, main headlines. What's going on?
Yes. So over the past about 3 or so hours, the liberations of a number of settlements, mainly in Kherson, but a handful in Kharkiv as well, have been either confirmed via images or geolocated images and videos that have been released, or have been reported from a variety of sources. So for this morning, there is, oh God, there's so many of them. Let's start with Kherson. There is Novopetrivka up in northern Kherson. If you're looking at the map that's posted up in the nest, that's going to be up near I'm going to start with these pronunciations. Arhan Haleski. So that'll be just to the east of there. That was confirmed liberated this morning. I believe Novo Mykolaiivka, which is also nearby, although I don't believe it's depicted on that map, was also confirmed liberated. Davidov Brid, so if you go further to the south, along the Inhalets River, that was confirmed liberated as well. Between there, you have Velika Oleksandrivka and Mala Oleksandrivka, both reportedly liberated, although we don't have, geolocated confirmation of either of those yet. Moving a little bit over to the east, Duchani, at least the northern bank of that little gulf there, was confirmed liberated. And I believe there is one other settlement that I'm forgetting. Oh, yes, there is. There is Staro Celia, which is between Arkhangelski and Velika Oleksandrivka. And then I think that is it for Kherson. And then there were two more settlements that I'm blanking on the names of in Kharkiv that are just north of Borova that are indicative of the main body of Ukrainian forces that have moved up along the eastern bank of the Oskil, about to link up with the bridgehead that they have successfully established on the opposite side of the river from Kupiansk. And there are actually a couple more in Kherson. There's Veremivka, Krostrika, Chereshniv, and yes, I think that's it.
So, that's a lot of great town names.
CJ.
The one I want, yes.
Are fonts collapsing?
Well, fonts are collapsing. What air defense doing? I mean, really, the key part here is the Inglets River has fallen, right? Why is that sort of important? Well, the Inglets was, more or less intersecting the central part of the side of the Dnieper River for Kherson, and control of it meant control of the occupied province. It allowed Russia to hold, the Ukrainians in place, really at the border of Mykolaiv and Kherson in the central portion. And now that that's collapsed, well, I mean, we should just talk about the northern pocket. That's what the map is in the nest. This is the most key part in the short term, right? So this section of the front was extremely far away from the Russian supply lines, right? It was 70 to 80 kilometers away from Kherson city. And more importantly, it was very far away from the only viable crossing across the Dnipro, which is currently Novokhovka or that area. And so the Russians did something relatively smart, which was they put their lighter forces up there. They're better trained forces, and I'm speaking relatively, of course, at least in this front. So they put VDV and they put some of their better tank units up here to try and hold out a much bigger area than they were supposed to, and also much further from the Russian command. And so the fact that now that it, based on just the unit composition alone, it's something between 5,000 and 7,000 Russians that are now collapsing or about to be encircled in a pretty major way, right? Because there is, unlike in other areas, nowhere to retreat to. They said initially when Duchani fell that they would pull back to Milov, and that you can see that sort of on the map there near the two east-west running rivers in sort of the central portion. Well, if Ukraine is broken through on the west, that becomes very untenable. And they can't just pull back to the city because they'll be destroyed. And the city either being they cross the river to Novokhovka, or the city being Kherson. So now is a very critical time for the Russians to figure out, do they want to try and preserve their force and take them across the Dnipro while they still can, or are they going to try and hold some sort of foolhardy line at the river itself or Kherson city, in which case they're all going to get destroyed or captured or something else. And that something else is trying to cross the Dnipro in winter, which is, again, over a mile long, 2-kilometer river in most sections that now is freezing cold. I mean, we were talking offline. I mean, I'd like to consider myself in pretty good shape. You asked me to swim a mile. If my life depended on it, I'm pretty sure I would die. I don't know if anyone else here could pull that off, but not a great situation for Russia right now.
Chuck, So we've been saying this for a while, though, CJ. We've been saying that that bisecting the Russian occupied areas west of the Dnipro is the key, right? The Inhalets is one of those, obviously natural obstacles that are there, and it looks like the Ukrainians obviously have done just that. They have cut that force in half, and as CJ said, there is nothing left but to be destroyed, surrender, or make a run for it, I guess. Where are they going to run? No idea.
Well, and this is the thing that, I've kind of said from the beginning, you want to always think of the battle space as three-dimensional, right? And this Dnipro River is such a very big obstacle. But the reality is, as Chuck mentioned the other night, we could see some crossings by the Ukrainians much sooner than all the pocket is, consolidated, meaning if you're Ukraine right now, you would want to take advantage of the Russians retreating in every which way with no air cover and try and get as far across the Dnipro as you can reasonably, at least Novakhovka, because at that point in time, you could set up a bridgehead for future follow-on operations. I mean, the sky's the limit. This is one of the key reasons why all of the Ukrainian general staff and every Ukrainian politician has changed their outlook on thinking when the war is going to be over very recently, from by the end of the spring and the summer to probably by the end of winter. And that certainly seems how it's going, which is, great news overall.
So, CJ, all of these liberations, are they all in that quadrant, the far, let's say, northwestern quadrant of the West Bank of occupied Kherson Oblast? Sort of between, the Ukrainians on two sides, now on three sides because they were pushing down by the river. Is that basically the area where the liberations occurred now?
Yeah, so really it's important because if you look at, I think Brutskiensk is the only town on that highway that Russia still controls, sort of, just beyond the line of control for the Ukrainians. And this is the key thing, that for a long period of time, as Yehuda pointed out, Russia had held on to this very strange salient, or this very strange bubble going along the road that didn't really make a lot of military sense, other than they were trying to hang on for dear life with that damn road, which again isn't necessarily always the best option. But since their supplies are so limited and they depended so heavily on getting those trucks in, they needed to kind of form this strange salient. And now they're paying for it, and they're paying for it dearly. And this is the thing that people keep going back and forth on. Should Ukraine or basically focus on destroying these Russians that are here, getting them to surrender, or should they make a thunder run for the river? And the reality is they might be doing both, because now with these new liberations you pointed out, Doman, Ukrainian artillery can range everything, west of the Dnipro. This is a huge development, right? It means no longer can Russia move supplies or people safely after the last few hours events, meaning that the collapse is going to be even quicker, because we know Ukraine has M270, rocket launchers there. They've got 777s, they got 105s. They have, at least in this sector, parity or the same number of guns as Russia does, if not more. And so it's a situation where this buildup for a month was really important. I still can't believe that pro-Russian people were trying to claim that the Kherson offensive had failed. I mean, this is such a silly concept to even think of. When time is on Ukraine's side, you really can't say anything until it's said and done, and it's about to be done.
And what's incredible is if you do a terrain analysis, I'm sure CJ did, on the area west of the Dnipro going south in that MSR. I'm struggling to find out who in the Russian headquarters there decided we don't need cutoffs there. We're just going to leave that empty. In fact, we're going to put an entire artillery regiment without any infantry there. I don't know if anyone else saw that, and I just boggles my mind that there's what was it? Gosh, I think it was there was on my map I just posted
227th.
227th Artillery Regiment. No, 140th Artillery Regiment was at New Alexandrivka, and they're gone. They didn't cross the river. I don't know what happened to them. I think this might have been another give me an artillery regiment for free day. CJ, you see what I'm putting down here? Like, that was undefended. Who on earth thought this road is definitely not going to be a problem for us? and it blows my mind. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a poor array of your forces in the north, all fixed. So if you look at, I think I posted the map. I don't know if someone took it down. Did you take it down?
I didn't take it down, but we have James Yehuda.
James, welcome, James. Speaking of good news, how you doing, brother? James. Is my mic broken or is James?
No, your mic is
Here we
fine.
go.
I think James can't unmute. James, mic check.
Okay.
All right, there we go. I think, am I on now?
Yeah, man, we can hear you.
All right.
How you
Yeah, I
doing,
mean,
brother?
yeah, I'm doing all right.
Good.
Had better days, I had worse days. Just another day in the hood over here. Actually, about to go to
Diego
the
to the
shooting
Bay.
range. About to go to shooting range in a little bit and let off some lead, hone the skills.
Hey, James, we were talking, just to do some housekeeping, we're talking to Rip, and I've asked the audience to reach out to me. Maybe you can repeat it, because you slightly are more popular than me, which is good. No, we need your star power. Ripley's Heroes is in need of a 20-foot box truck.
Yeah, yeah. We're in the process
and-
of getting one. Yeah.
No, we want to get one donated. If you're in the Washington D.C. area or anywhere in the United States and you have a 20-foot box truck, Ripley's Heroes need it to move all the donated goods and things that are delivered.
Sure thing. Yeah, 100%.
To Ripley's. So if I might make a little post and then from the MriyaReport account, James, and I'll flip it over to you. I need you to retweet it because I want to get you guys that truck. As you know, Rip spends 2,000 miles a week moving supplies that people donate to them, and we want to get it. We want to get those items over. So you're cool with that, James? I'll go ahead and I'll make that post in a bit.
Of course. And listen, I just want to point out, not only does Rip do that with his own truck, but he does it by himself. I mean, the guy is a 10-time deployed veteran with a bad back, and he's been pallet jacking and doing all this stuff and getting all this stuff on his own. I wish I could help him over there, but obviously I'm over here. So
and just so you know, James, when I did make that call out, I had at least 2 or 3 folks in the DC area who said, look, I'm a big guy, I can lift boxes too. You know what? I'm going to leave that to Rip to decide. Obviously, Rip's got to check out people who come to help him, obviously, right, James, for security reasons. But if you are willing to help and lend a hand and Rip's needs it, he's loading up boxes of, medical gloves, tourniquets, and just delivering it to himself to the airport. But the truck situation is untenable. He needs to have a new truck or a used truck, a new to him truck. So please, if you know anyone in the business, car business, truck business, New York, tri-state area, any of you people, if you're willing to even lend it to him for the course of this war, he's not going to use it after. He's not going to get into the catering business or party supplies. He's doing this just for Ukraine. He needs that 20-foot box truck, and he will use it to deliver product. I'm sorry to say that. I want to get that out of the way, James, because I want to help you guys the same way we help Maria Aid as well. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah,
man.
One thing I want to point out, it's not what we're doing is not just for Ukraine. It's going to, we're going to continue Ripley's Heroes after this, and it's going to be for anybody who needs aid anywhere in the world. So, obviously our focus right now is on Ukraine, but Ripley's Heroes is not going to just shut down once Ukraine is, once we win the war, and we will win, 100%. It's going to be something that it's a lifelong passion for us, and we're gonna continue to help any downtrodden country, past this. Not just Ukraine. It's listen, this is obviously something that we're near and dear to, and we're very committed. there's no doubt there. Anybody who knows what we're doing knows that we're committed to helping Ukraine. But after that, Ripley's Heroes is not going to stop. It's going to be for anybody who has this type of situation where they're being attacked senselessly, and we're going to keep going after this. This is just the beginning of
All right.
nation.
Yeah, no worries. And Ripley's Heroes, you're right. I didn't think that far, but I mean, for now, definitely we need that truck in the short term, and then
Sure thing,
maybe
yes.
funding could come in for someone else. I'm just trying to get them a truck ASAP, right? If someone says, "Look, you could take this for 2 years," then that'd be great too, and then we can get another one, right? It just for now, we can't have this truck break down. He uses it for his family and all that jazz too. But
Yeah, I mean, Rip has a Ram, I think 2500 or 3500. He's got one of those bigger trucks. I've been in
pickup
it
truck
with him.
right?
Yeah. And, he's been putting 1,000 miles a day on this thing. Just running back and forth, getting all this equipment. So none of us are rich.
Yeah.
But we're just trying to do the right thing. So yeah, I mean that would be very helpful if we can get
100%. Also, listen, I need to do a fan out with James here in the audience. James, a lot of people when we started promoting Maria Aid and jazz, they would say, "Hey, I'm a police service in so and so, or we're the fire department in such and such town in New Mexico, and some donor, bought us brand new yada yada, and we've got 15 backboards, the ones you put people on. It's like a stretcher, but it's a hard board. We've got this, we got that." And they're like, "We want to send it to you." So I'd call the Maria Aid people up. I say, "Hey, listen." And they're like, "Look, it costs a lot of money to move it from there to Canada, and we got to pay taxes on it. Then we got to ship it. It's just we're using all the money right now for product and shipping in Canada. And if someone can ship it to Canada for free, then we'll take it." So we lost a lot of items. So now I spoke with Rep. We put our heads together and kind of had a eureka moment, James. And we're like, wait a minute, all the people that were offering stuff in the States and it was too expensive to get to Canada, let's send them to Ripley's Heroes. Let's send it to Rip and James, and then he can ship it. And that way we can optimize and be efficient with the donations of the donate items. So why I'm saying this is there are people in the space, maybe you're not here now, maybe you're a friend of someone who was in the space and offered it. Please reach out to us. You can send it to the MriyaReport handle or the Maria Aid website or Ripley's Heroes directly and just say, "Look, we offered stuff. It wasn't able to go, but now we understand we can ship it to DC to Ripley's, and that way we can get all that stuff." James, sounds like a good idea, no?
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, Rip being the smart guy that he is, has actually negotiated with DHL to get a 74% discount on any type of shipping overseas, which is remarkable. I mean, it just shows the legwork that he puts in, on a daily basis. So, let's say you wanted to ship something to me overseas. Well, now, we're bringing tons of gear. And when I say tons, literally tons. We just shipped over 2 tons of cold weather gear for Ukrainians. Obviously that's going to be a big deal, for the winter. It's going to be very effective as far as how you can operate in the winter. And he got 74% off of what would typically be 100% charge. So what we're doing is we're trying to make sure that every dollar that gets donated to us, everybody gets their bang for their buck, and that's
right.
And obviously, Ukrainians are going to be the benefactors of all these great things that we're doing. So
Keep
that
sending.
was pretty amazing of him to be able to even just negotiate that type of deal.
So my point though, James, is that I want to call out to those who had already offered really important equipment that Maria Aid couldn't take. My point of this is saying, send it to Ripley's. We're going to organize it.
Sure. Yeah.
So that all that stuff we left on the table, And unfortunately, they can't do everything, right? It's not huge, and but that's why we're working together with these groups. I think
Right.
Ripley's Heroes, Rip and you are working with Maria
And we're not
to
huge
do stuff.
either. So, we're
Exactly, but together we're big.
We are a foundation in this infancy right now. So it's whilst in the future we plan to be much bigger and have a little more leg room, and when we can get corporate funding and things of that nature. Right now we're relying on crowdfunding right now. And listen, everybody's been amazing, and everybody has really dug in their pockets, and they're making things happen. And it's been an overwhelming response. I mean, everybody's just been so amazing. But we're just beginning to do what we're trying to do. We're bringing a lot of people on board. I am not sitting on the board yet because it's a conflict of interest because I'm still theoretically fighting. But I'll be on the board as well. But we just got Adam Kingsinger. We got a couple 4-star generals retired that are going to be coming on soon. So these are the type of things that one day we're going to be, and one day soon. I'm not saying one day like in a far future. One day in the near future, we're going to be, a pretty great foundation.
Perfect.
And we have a lot of people who are working. Everybody works pro bono, and they work tirelessly. So this is not something that's going to stop anytime soon. We have a machine that's going, and we're going full steam ahead, and we're never going to stop.
Thanks, brother. Do you have to go? I don't want to be disrespectful of your time, James. I heard you can only pop in. Did you want to?
Well, I'm waiting for a buddy of mine because we're about to go to the shooting range, and until he pulls up, then I can talk.
Perfect. You just tell me when. You just say, hey, he's here, and then you just cut off, and we want to bug you, man. All right. So basically, James,
I don't want to sound like a dick, but my buddy, he's the only guy in Ukraine that has a Corvette, and we're gonna go to the shooting range, and we're gonna let off some lead, and we're gonna get some aggression out, and I'm about to head to the United States in a few days. So I'm in Kyiv right now. I'm going to be in Lviv in a couple of days, and then from there I'm going to hit the Polish border and go back to the States, go see some friends, go see some, do some fundraising. I'm going to be in Houston. Then I'm going to be going from Houston, I'm going to be going to Stamford, Connecticut. From Stamford, Connecticut, I'm going to be going to Pittsburgh. From Pittsburgh, I'm going to be going to DC. And from DC, I think, God, I got to look at my schedule, but it's gonna be a little bit bananas, and every day like seems to coordinate to the next day. So it's going to be a lot of traveling and a lot of craziness, but it's all for the for the good of raising money for Ukraine. So it's going to be a lot, but I'm okay with it. It's going to be a good distraction from losing a lot of my friends, a lot of my comrades, a lot of my buddies. So just kind of decompress a little bit, and then I think my last stop is going to be in Canada, where Yellow Armbands. I don't know if you guys follow them, but or him, but they've been like since I came here, they've been saying, "Hey, look, we'll host an event for you," and finally, I was just like, "Hey, look, I'm in the United States. I'll pop into Canada." They're gonna put a big event together, and
that's not the only one, James. Did Rip tell you? I guess not yet.
What?
We're gonna have a meeting.
Where?
In Canada. I'm not gonna give you the address.
Oh, really? Is that a fact? All right.
That's a fact. Yeah. Rip and I are working on a setup with him, you, me, Melanie Lake, Alex if he's back in Canada, and also try to do some kind of there are some interesting people, very generous and deep pocket donors who've expressed an interest to help. So we're gonna have some meetings, bud.
I fear James might have had technical difficulties. We might have kept him longer than the 5 minutes in the first place.
There's no problem with that. He said he'd get off when the friend came, so he's fine. But no, I think the excitement of coming to Canada made him press the mute button. He just got so happy.
I mean, going to Canada is one thing, but being inundated with all those dad jokes, I don't know. Can he handle it?
He can. He's been to war with Russia, so he can certainly handle my dad jokes. I'm sure. You better.
All right, you guys still there?
Yeah, we're here.
You guys still there?
We said about. Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Dialogue off with it. But yeah, I mean that would be amazing. I mean, listen, I'm a big fan of what you guys do. I think it's amazing. now, 24/7, and inform the people with intellectual experience. It's vehicle. It's so I don't know what LATA is.
Oh,
but
Google it. You're gonna have a good time, James.
If it's a Russian car, then I'm sure it's not that great.
It's a generous term to call it a car. It's definitely something that moves, but I'm not sure car is what we'd call it.
It just moves.
Yeah.
I'm sure it just moves.
So, anyways, the running joke is that because it's called the Lada, that after that we want to encourage the Russians to have a great festival called Lada Palooza, where all of the Ladas get together and have a dance.
Oh, well, there's going to be a lot of them.
Oh yeah,
there's going to be a lot of them. And listen, I just want to point something out. These 300,000 soldiers that they're supposedly going to be sending in, they're sending sheep to the to the lions. These guys are well undertrained. I mean, none of these guys are trained. Listen, I just talked to a guy from the Wagner Group the other day that we have captured. This guy's been in prison for 23 years. All right. They just let him out of prison just to come fight. And it took him about 2 days to get captured. He was in country for only 2 days. He got captured. And I had a conversation with him, had a translator, and started asking him some questions. I actually have a video of it, but I can't release that because I got to figure out the legal ramifications for that sort of thing.
Yeah, we got to be careful with that here, though, James. So let's.
But the guy said that he's been in prison for 23 years. The one thing I failed to ask him, which, by the way, I'm kind of regretting right now, which I can actually find out if I wanted to, why he went to prison. I'm sure it's probably for murder or some shit like that. And the common theme with all these guys that get captured is they all say, I wanted to defect and fight with Ukrainians. It's almost like they're taught.
Do you buy it?
No, I don't buy what they're selling. I'm not picking up what they're putting down. No, it's bullshit because if he wasn't captured, he'd be probably doing some dastardly stuff. And, everybody says the same thing, and across the board, when these guys get captured, they all say the same thing. So it's almost like a rehearsed thing. Say, hey, listen, I only, joined the Russian army just, because I want to go over there and I want to fight for Ukrainians. Every single one of them. So, yeah, no, I'm not buying what
there have been a couple instances where there have been captured Russians that have joined the Ukrainian. And it's very few and far between. But there's a story up in Kharkiv where one guy is literally working for them. He's a mechanic.
You're not wrong, and to be honest with you, I've actually seen that. But is it on their own accord, or is it just because they got captured and they don't want to be a POW, or they don't want to get killed? So it's
Yeah, but the one guy, it's only one that I know of who's fighting as a soldier and a mechanic near Kharkiv. He could be safe in a PW camp. He doesn't have to be fighting the Russians, right?
Are we talking about the same person here? Because there's one guy that
maybe it is.
there's one guy that we have that as a tank, and now he's repairing tanks for us.
Yeah. That's okay. It's the same guy. Let's leave it at that. Also, you have to understand, laws of armed conflict. We can't be like, the the interviewing of PWs is a bit of a touchy subject, right? So
no,
let's gloss over that.
Asking a couple questions. Just wanted to know how he got and why he the guy was for 23 years and what made you do it. So without saying too much, his answer to me was like, well, my task was I have to pick up Russian bodies. That's what they tasked me with. But you know what? When you put a weapon on his back,
he's a combatant.
He's a combatant, yes. So He's not just a guy that was tasked with picking up bodies. And first of all, with my experience, Russians don't even pick up their dead; they leave them there.
Yeah.
So who you bullshitting?
Yeah. Well, just for context, there was a very famous Russian in Russia, very famous. He was a serial killer, murdered I don't know how many people, and he was
I
killed
know
there,
who you're
actually.
talking about.
Yeah.
I read the book.
Yeah. I mean, these are the people. You
Far
ask me
enough,
what are they in
remember
jail
his name.
for?
Yeah.
We know what they're in jail. They're murderers. They're rapists. They're psychopaths, and they're fighting. Do you want to get out of jail and take your chances with the Ukrainians? They're like, yep. And then it's nope, right?
He was the most prolific serial killer in history, I believe, with I think well over 100 kills. I mean, it's and a very torturous, crazy individual. I know who you're talking about. I read the book a long time ago, actually, when I was like 14. So I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
He's dead. Hey, James, you want to take a question from an American friend?
Go on.
Go ahead, Latin.
Latin American aviation.
Sam?
Go.
You're up.
Question for James.
Are we having issues on my side, or
No. It's Latin American. They're his former Air Force guy. Let's go to John instead.
Hey, I appreciate everything you guys do. Really quick, I saw a picture that was circulating. Was that a Malyuk rifle that you have, James?
Yes, it was a Malyuk.
Dude, that is beautiful, and I appreciate everything you're doing, brother. Be safe.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yes, it was a Malyuk. Good call.
No.
My Corvette just passed right by me. I think he missed the mark. But go ahead. I'll take one more before I have to boogie out of here.
CJ.
Yeah, James, thanks for coming, and hope you have a tight zero today. My question is, this week was so significant with all the Ukrainian military gains, and some Russians noted that they think overall Ukraine has more vehicles and more artillery finally than Russia does in battle. Would you say this pretty much lines up with what you're seeing? Of course, they need more, they need better gear, but is it clear that the tides have turned in terms of the number of vehicles they have?
I would say 100% yes for a couple of reasons. Number one, where our vehicles are becoming sustainable, and we're not losing them. Number two, we're taking them from Russians. Anything that they have, every time we come into an area, we're taking their vehicles, we're taking their armored vehicles, we're taking their tanks, and so at this point, I would say the shoe's on the other foot. Only because once we come in, these guys run and they leave everything behind. So I would say, weaponry and vehicles, and I mean, just, everything across the board is now becoming, Ukraine's property. So it's more because we're taking it than we have it. It's not like, we just happen to have. Listen, we're getting vehicles from other countries. We're getting tanks from other countries. We're getting the 777s. We're getting the HIMARS. But more than anything, what we're doing is having the ability to take their vehicles without destroying them and putting them back into production. So and putting them back into action. So we're fixing them up. We're using them. We're utilizing their own vehicles against them. And it's just every day it gets better and better in that sense. I'm telling you, if I've seen it once, I've seen it 100 times. When we go in, these guys run and they leave everything behind. And it gives us a just cachet of weaponry and vehicles like nobody's business. And we have a lot of talented men over here that are able to take these crummy vehicles that they have that are terribly maintained and make them better and then utilize them against them.
Yeah, James, question on that one. So we've heard this a lot, and I want to hear it from you on the ground there. A lot of captured Russian tankers and Ukrainian soldiers have said a lot of the equipment is really poorly kept, and meaning like specifically tanks with major oil leaks, tanks that weren't even moving. They were just, or they were almost like mobility kills where they were just using their guns. And that has a lot to do with it. Is there like a huge like rear esh effort? Is there a huge logistics effort to correct, to assess, to inspect, assess, and repair these vehicles and get them back into fighting condition?
So, to answer that question, we have a lot of makeshift motor pools.
That's what I'm talking
in
about.
The United States military, we have motor pools, and we have, it takes a village to be able to.
Yehuda?
I'm here, but I lost James, so I don't know what happened. I figured my mic went.
Same here.
So there.
James, you there?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That was a space-wide glitch.
Okay. James, sorry we lost you. I thought you were using a Russian captured cell phone and it didn't work properly. Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk.
I think he received a call in the meantime.
But these guys don't. They don't have the they don't have the field mechanics. They don't have the talent. So we actually take these vehicles and make them 10 times better, and then utilize them against them.
Yeah, we spoke to some people in the audience and said, why can't you use them right away? Well, the simple answer
Are we still here?
Yeah, we're there. Can you hear me, James? James, can you hear me?
Oh shit.
No, we hear you.
I was just doing a live radio interview.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you
Good to
kept,
see you, man.
you kept
James, we still hear you.
cutting them
No,
off.
okay.
Oh shoot, man! I didn't know you were like that.
All right.
Got it
Can you
like
hear
that,
us,
man.
James? Okay, we're just gonna mute James out of respect for him because he's because he doesn't know he's live. And James, can you hear us?
Cycle him down, Dorman, and bring him back up.
No, he's
All right, you guys still there?
Yes, we are.
No, no,
Okay.
I cycled
All
him.
right. Sorry about that. All right. So listen, I am in the Corvette now.
Yeah, no, I cycled him down as he was talking, and I guess it was just a big delay. Be prepared. I have a feeling the space might crash. I got a little warning. So, gentlemen and ladies, let's wait out for that. In the meantime, I'll try to bring James back up, I guess. And I apologize. We're just having comms issues. James Vasquez, let's invite him to speak. Is my mic clear, Axel and Duman?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, that happens sometimes. What a weird glitch. He wasn't even on my screen and yet he was talking. All right. While we get
It was just a bad
up,
delay.
Yeah, it was a bad delay.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go to Chris in the meantime.
Yeah, let's go to Chris, and I'm trying to get Verlaine up and Ruslan up, who are both supposed to be up to now. Verlaine to help with the translation in just a couple of minutes. Chris.
Greetings all. Yeah, actually, that was very weird. There's all sorts of weird stuff going on here. Mic check, okay?
Perfect.
Yeah. Yehuda, you can answer this anyway. So it's sort of interesting that I was looking at some of these like maneuvers that they're performing, the Ukrainians are performing. It almost looks like they're trying to scoop up, equipment and men and all the rest of it. I guess that's not how you would see it, but what would you comment on that?
Well, I mean, it's there, right? So it's not the objective. It's it's a inevitable result of the missions they're conducting. I will say that I just have received some confirmation and varying reports that the northern AO of Kherson, on the west of the Dnipro, is effectively encircled. It looks as though it might take a few days to clear or destroy or accept the surrender of Russian forces. The time is 8:58 Eastern Standard Time on the 4th of October, and it looks as though it is closing time for Russian forces north of the Invades and the west of the Dnipro. There have been, I think, the 126th Artillery Regiment was destroyed or captured along the river, the Dnipro River rather, and the 4 motorized brigades have either been attrited to such a state of combat ineffectiveness, or have surrendered in part, or are currently being destroyed. Ukrainians will conduct clearing operations of this region, and this is at least 5,000 troops and their associated equipment. It is a very important moment, and I'm glad to be able to report this to you at this time. The Ukrainians have effectively encircled the remaining Russians north of the Invades River and west of the Dnipro. An incredible day, and we're looking at also Ukrainian advances in Kharkiv towards Svatove and to secure the line up to Troitsky on the Russian border. Many moving parts, a lot of changes going on. I can only wonder what the Kremlin is thinking. Doman, sorry, I know we have a guest, so I will defer to you and for Lane.
Not yet, still waiting for him to connect. We might as well go through some more questions, because it is very exciting news what Ukraine is managing to accomplish there in Kherson Oblast.
100% it is. It's actually, and I'd love to say such and such a battle was a watershed, a changing point, a turning point, but apparently the Ukrainians think it's Christmas every day, and they keep giving the gifts that keep on giving. That is victory after victory. But, you know, it's measured in liters of blood of Ukrainians, both soldiers and civilians. They've fought and they've paid for this freedom, and it's only being actualized now. The attacks in Kherson a month ago were not feints or tricks. It was just an action that was undertaken, and it caused another action from the enemy side to happen. And then the Ukrainians capitalized and exploited that Russian weakness in the north, and they've now clearly gone back to the south, and we're looking at a very open bit of terrain. I think the key question, the next big step the next large concern in my mind is what on earth happened to the 5th Combined Arms Army. They were sandwiched between the Russians' forces in the north of that AO and the Invades, and now we're looking at major issues with them. Have they all withdrawn to Kherson in order to form some last redoubt of Russian tyranny? Only time will tell, but the Ukrainians have obviously skirted. They've fixed Russian positions in the north. That's the 34th, the 205th, the 126th, and the 10th Special Separate Purpose Brigade by pushing down through Duchany and to Milov, and eventually to Novokakhovka, which is where I expect they will go. And the noose will be tightened even further on Kherson City. And then at that point, I think we'll expect to see movement by Ukrainian forces and brigades and divisions to the west of Kherson to tighten that circle. It's not easily defendable by the Russians, and we see that the Ukrainians have the momentum. So on that note, who is next? Doman.
Well, we did have Ruslan join us in the meantime. Доброго дня, Руслане.
Доброго дня. Дякую, що запросили. Hi. Hello, everybody.
Welcome to the space, Ruslan. Thank you for being here. As you know, we're 24 hours 7 days a week reporting on Ukraine and speaking truth to power, having voices like yours, allowing Ukrainians to speak to the world through our platform is our pleasure and our honor. So thank you for coming and please welcome.
Really, thank you. Дуже дякую за таку можливість. А чи є мій перекладач?
Є, я тут, Руся. Чуєш мене?
Ага, да, чую. І навіть бачу вже іконку.
Прекрасно, ти нарешті зрозумів, хто тебе перекладав. Алілуя.
Ні, перед цим не було видно іконку, а зараз помінялося щось.
Все може бути.
Ні, чого ж, я тебе впізнав, ти що? Я тебе впізнав. Я тобі пишу там щось в Фейсбук, ти не чуєш. Ну ладно. Менше з тим.
Anyways, guys, let's start.
Yes, Ferlin, you're going to come into the co-host spot. I'll pop down. Cheers.
Я хотів би поміняти трохи, бачите, ви говорили зараз про лінію фронту, а я хотів би поговорити і розказати вам про дещо на Київщині.
I would like to divert our line of attention right now because you've been talking about the front line, but I would like to stress out the situation that's happening in Kyiv Oblast.
У нас досі тут складна обстановка з світлом в деяких населених пунктах на Київщині.
The situation is still very dire in terms of the light and the provision of power in some of the areas in vicinity of Kyiv.
І якщо подібні речі можна зрозуміти на Харківщині, там, де тільки що пройшли бойові дії, то коли такі відсутність електрики, там, де 7 місяців поспіль вже люди могли відновлюватися, на мій погляд, це недопустимо.
And if we can understand what's happening in Kharkiv region, Kharkiv Oblast, and why they don't have live power and other kind of utilities right now, it's quite understandable because the settlements have been liberated quite recently. But in terms of Kyiv region, Kyiv area not having those kind of utilities, it's obviously unacceptable.
Мабуть, англомовним слухачам важко зрозуміти всі такі наші внутрішні проблеми країни, просто, мабуть, пояснити, що країни з молодою демократією, які тільки вирвалися з Радянського Союзу, мають багато різних проблем по різним напрямкам. І от люди біля Києва стали заручниками такої проблеми з електроенергією.
And Ruslan believes that for English-speaking population, the problems of the young democratic state, or because we do have this young democracy, might be a little bit like mind-boggling, but you have to understand that we do face various problems and various issues on different axes overall, not only like military front lines.
Виходить, що зараз десь понад 300 сімей, які живуть в будинках без світла вже понад 7 місяців, тому що є певні, як це правильно сказати, як вони називаються правильно, ці не генератори, як вони, коротше, є певні
Динамо.
Перепрошую, як воно правильно називається. Є певні технічні засоби для подачі енергії, які невідомо кому зараз належать. Ніхто не хоче казати, що це воно їхнє, і відновлювати. А вони знищені, а воно все знищено росіянами. Я перепрошую.
Все нормально. Я тобі скажу, що часом забуваюся теж слова всіма мовами світу. То нормально. А якщо ти забуваєшся менше 5 слів в день, то все в порядку. Це просто серйозно. So Ruslan is saying that nowadays, if you look at the overall picture, up till like there are like 300 families that live in their private areas for private facilities. and those people don't have their electricity light for more than 7 months, sort of, at this point. And they even though there are some technical devices and units that might help to provide light to their houses, no one right now wants to actually speak out and tell who those technical devices or technical assets belong to before the Russians actually destroyed everything. So there was some kind of additional assets. Russians came and destroyed them, and now no one is actually taking responsibility for having those and for the restoration of those. So there's like some sort of like
Я
vicious
згадав,
circle.
називається, я перепрошую, називається трансформатори струму. Можливо, так легше буде. Ці прилади величезні називаються трансформатори, які розподіляють струм.
Це типу як трансформаторні будки?
Так, да, назвемо це трансформатори, які перероблюють з 380 на 220 вольт і вже роздають, з 10 тисяч стоять трансформатори, менше, і зрештою воно приходить до будівель, до квартир уже 220 вольт, в даному випадку в нас. Так от вони розбиті, і відповідно не можна підвести туди електрику, до цілих масивів.
Okay, so Ruslan is like he had forgotten the word, but he actually meant the current transformer, which helped to convert the power line and voltage, so it will be able to provide the proper voltage of the power lines to the facilities and so on and so forth. So they were installed in the majority of the areas, but since Russians came and destroyed it, nowadays no one is actually like coming up and saying that we were responsible for those and we will restore them, and no one is providing this necessary help for a lot of settlements in vicinity of Kyiv Oblast.
Ну і от ми намагаємося якось з тими людьми, які не байдуже, які бачать, що відбувається, якось дійти якоїсь згоди, щоб енергетики дійшли якоїсь згоди з владою місцевою, хтось проплатив ці генератори, тому що звичайна людина не може купити генератор, який коштує там кілька мільйонів, я не знаю навіть точної цифри, і навіть громада не може це купити. Але от бачите, стали заручниками колізії, і живуть і діти, і дорослі, і старі люди, старші, і сім'ї військових живуть без світла 7 місяців поруч з Києвом.
So you have to understand that the families, like from the infants to elderly people, the family of the military servicemen have been living without the light and power support and power supply for more than 7 months at this point, because they're lacking this current transformer, which helps to provide the light to the facilities. And nowadays, since they can't find like they're technically they are hostages of this collision of the situation, and since those are really pricey, they can't be bought neither by the community or by the volunteers themselves. So they should come in some sort of cooperation and agreement with the authority and with the state authorities, because they need at least a couple of those quote-unquote generators. But no one actually knows how much do they cost. Also, what is their actual price? It's a couple millions for sure. And people nowadays overall, and Ruslan as well, are just trying to puzzled with this event, and they're trying to figure out how to support those families, those 300 families that are residing on that area.
А оскільки ми живемо в дуже швидкому світі, коли одні новини швидко змінюють інші і все забувається, то ти можеш людям розказувати про цю проблему дуже довго, а в них вже пам'ять їх забрала то все через 20-30 хвилин, коли прийшли нові новини. І тому доводиться весь час це питання тримати на плаву. От переклади, мабуть, це, а потім я розкажу, що я робив, чому я напросився до вас в ефір.
So, and Ruslan, I would like to point out that since we're living in a fast, rapidly changing world, the news keep on changing real fast. One keep changing the other, they switch each other, they keep on swapping and keep on coming as avalanche. People have a tendency to forget in 20, 30 minutes because you can keep on like stressing out something, keep on telling for a long time about this problem or that problem, but there's like a tendency that in 30 minutes the person will receive another piece of information, and that data will technically remove or replace the one that was told before, because the new news, sorry for that tautology, keep on coming, and that's why people just have and must have this necessity to keep on repeating all over again. So that's why Ruslan is saying that he kindly asked to join our space this day.
І от в суботу минулу я зі своїми друзями, тих, яких ми називаємо циганським табором, з нашими, тим, якими опікуємося цим селом, цими дачними кооперативами, ми вирішили поїхати туди на 2 дні і ночівлю. Тобто провести там суботу, ніч суботи на неділю і неділю. І подивитися, що відбувається на місці, з чим люди стикаються, і писати про це в соціальній мережі. Я робив трансляції, я писав твіти, я в Фейсбуці викладав, що відбувається по годинам, коли зникає сонце, що відбувається в селі, щоб ті, у кого є інтернет, могли це все умовно побачити в прямому ефірі, з чим стикаються місцеві.
Ти все-таки хотіла в це свою задум. Я просто взагалі була не в мережах, тому зараз це круто, зараз розповім. So, Ruslan, previous time when he joined our space, he shared with us this idea that he would come to the space once he will conduct this sort of experiment, and he had, as far as I know, because I wasn't online, had successfully accomplished it. So, what was he referring to? This Saturday, like last Saturday, he with his friends, which he keep calling them the gypsy camp, they came to that the Dutch community, like the settlement sort of, to the people who don't have their own power supply for this 7 months. So they decided to go there and spend there 2 days. So they spent night there as well. So basically they were there Saturday night, from Saturday to Sunday, that one staying overnight, in order to see what's happening there at the site, like what are the needs, the complications and the problems of those citizens who have been living without the power supply for this like 7 months basically. And he was referring to the events like what are the responses when there is no light, when the sun goes down, what's happening with their lives when they basically can't see anything, and so on and so forth. So he's been tweeting all the time. He also had like a live stream on Facebook, and he was basically hour by hour explaining how are the people surviving in that village, like generally speaking, what are the challenges of this new forced life.
Ага. І от мені основне було показати, що там люди живуть постійно, що це ніякі не дачі, що там купа людей зі своїми проблемами, які так само хворіють, у яких там можуть бути якісь проблеми, що звідти дуже часто не може дозвонитися або вийти в інтернет, бо він там нестабільний, телефонний інтернет. Або в одних операторів він є, в других нема. Треба бігти кудись поночі, вилазити на якусь верхотуру, ловити той інтернет. І все це я намагався показати. Ми спали в розбитій хаті, яка текла, дивилися, як воно показували людям, як це спиш, коли тече на голову, коли вже осінь, був дощ якраз, що таке, як вітер рве рештки побитих хатів, це такі звуки, які нічим не кращі, ніж на фронті, наприклад. Давай, наверное, переклади, бо щоб я не сильно...
Все нормально, я просто, у мене така свідомість, що ти це все кажеш, що в мене в голові це все картинками. Тому таке. So, Ruslan really wanted to use this experiment to show the others who have never faced difficulties how it's actually this kind of survival mode of the people who were forced to live in the basically partially destroyed or completely destroyed houses, because as you know, like it's a Wikipedia mode, the dacha is like a summer house for some people, because this word has been used as this, but those are just a name for this dacha, because it's just a normal house. It's just a name that they've been using, but that's a house where people have been living. It's their home. And he has been telling that there are actually a lot of problems, even like if you not take into account this the absence of the power supplies and power lines, because there are a lot of like illnesses that are coming to the settlement. There are other issues that should be dealt with on daily basis, and those people might not have their like internet connection, or it's really unstable, or some of the operators, like the mobile operators, aren't even functioning properly. Some do have the connection, but you have to go up to the altitude to get it. So basically every now and then you have to find the hill or some kind of incline to get the proper connectivity. And some operators don't have internet at all. For their state, they've been saying at the damaged, like nearly collapsed house, the house, the roof was leaking, and they were showing to the society and to the viewers how it is actually to sleep while you have this leakage coming to your head, and it's actually full here in Ukraine, so it's been raining all over, and this sense of rain falling onto your head, even though you aren't in like you're not engaged in the combat, you still can hear the rain rushing through the empty rooms of the almost collapsed house, and the sounds, as Ruslan is saying, aren't better as those that are on the front line, so they are as harsh in those explosions.
Знаєте, як там відбувається все? Коротше, люди намагаються сьогодні зібратися у одного, завтра у другого, післязавтра у третього. Чому? Ввечері. Тому що готувати краще на більшу кількість людей. Не кожен собі готує там, а на мангалі зразу робиться картоплі багато, або макаронів, бо ще люди сидять, їдять, і включається один генератор. Ну, можливо, там по селу ще десь один така купка, ще десь. Сьогодні у одних сіли, повечеряли всі разом і розійшлися спати. На наступний день пішли до інших, ті включили генератор. Так люди економлять, тому що якщо немає електричества, то не можна ні зберігати ж продукти, ви ж розумієте, ні холодильник включити, нічого. І от ми там ходили, там, я бачив дітей, там поруч з ними собаки бігають, ну все як в нормальному житті, тільки немає світла. І розмови всі тільки про світло, тому що нічого не можна відновити. Тобто поїли, поспали, вони вдень щось намагаються робити. Ще ж треба якось заробляти на це життя, їздити на роботу. Тому от така проблема. Ввечері всі сходяться і така абсолютно безвихідь.
Yeah, so you have to imagine how it's happening. Every day, like if it's today or the next day or the day after the next day, they keep gathering at one spot, then the other spot, then someone else's spot to like usually it's during the evening times to make dinner together, because it saves resources more if you cook for huge numbers. The more people you have, the more you cook for, the easier it is to save both resources, like power, and obviously they are making it in some sort of like home-made, home-crafted barbecue-ish spot. They usually cooking a lot of potatoes with. Sometimes they also cook noodles. They have usually at one spot one generator. Maybe at some other spot they have another generator, but they usually saving the energy, and like on one day they are doing it at one house, and then to the other, going to the other house to once again save the resources, because obviously since they don't have light, they can't use fridges. And since they can't use fridges, they can't obviously store the food. And the food basically just expires really, really fast and gets rot. So that's how they roll. They gather together at one spot in the evening, have this massive dinner, then they go to sleep because it's really dark. They go to sleep immediately, and it's really hard to process because they obviously need to work during the day. And Ruslan said that he saw like kids playing, there are like dogs running around, like pets. It looks like it's a normal life, but everything they've been talking about in that settlement is like power supply, light, and they can't do anything basically without that light. And they have their dinner, they go to bed, and it's like Groundhog Day all over again. Obviously, they're trying to live in sort of normality, go to work because they need to obviously support their families. But once again, they are in this sense of hopelessness because nothing is being solved and the days keep on repeating themselves.
І вимушений ще сказати, що ця тема не дуже популярна серед українського соціального сегмента, чи як його сказати правильно. Тому що, звісно, дуже хочеться перемоги, і всі спрямували свої очі на південь і на схід, і чекають перемоги, і допомагають. А на всі питання не можна так зі своїми людьми. Відповідь: потроху все відбудуємо, дай перемогти ворога. Але людина не може відкласти своє життя на 7 місяців, на 5 місяців, на 4 місяці. Якби були бойові дії, тут було б зрозуміло. А так, це дуже неправильно, тому що ці люди, які живуть зараз в таких умовах, по-перше, вони могли самі відновлювати свої будинки. Вони і так це роблять, але ви ж уявіть, наскільки втрачено часу і наскільки мало вони це зробили. Вони б могли повноцінно допомагати тій самій армії, допомагати своїй країні, а не бути нахлібниками. А в даному випадку вони нічого не можуть. Вони просто не можуть нічого. Мало того, що росіяни знищили їхні хати або знищили частково, вони не мають можливості, навіть не треба допомагати з держави, а за наявності світла вони б могли це робити. Я дуже часто чую, що після війни прямо якісь міста, то Данія буде відновлювати, то Америка, якесь місто побратим взялося, то ще щось. Але це буде колись. Не можна жити без світла, без їжі і просто впасти як ведмідь в спячку і чекати перемоги. Ми ж маємо її всі наближати. Саме тому от я намагаюся цю тему дуже сильно пушити.
Ні, все гаразд, я концентруюсь на твоєму голосі. So, he once again is forced to say that this topic that he's been trying to explicitly explain us isn't very popular among the Ukrainian like social segment, so to say. And obviously everyone thrives and wants this victory, and everyone's attention is all pointed out towards south of Ukraine and east of Ukraine. You guys know the sensation. We want this victory to come as soon as possible, and everyone is helping and helpful, and but at the same time, those people who aren't living in the occupation now, and who are who now has the opportunity to rebuild their settlements, their houses, they are doing everything that they can on their own, but it's not nearly enough. And all that they hear right now is like, let's fight the enemy, let's win this war, let's like repel the enemy attacks, and we will start rebuilding the cities and rebuilding the houses. Just wait. But the Ruslan is saying the problem is it can't be this way, because a human being can't delay the life for like 4, 5, 6 months. One thing is when there are like actual combats, like there is like someone is engaged in the hostilities, is one thing. Obviously, they can't do anything. But those people who now have this at least freedom to do something with their lives, they are basically hostages of the situation of not having power lines established, so they don't have lights, and they can't restore their buildings or their houses that are either completely destroyed or partially destroyed. And they don't get this support because the subject, this issue, isn't being addressed, because they've been told that wait until the war is over and then we will deal with this issue, because right now it's not a priority. But can you imagine, quoting Ruslan, this time that was wasted for them? And obviously they've been living in this inhuman conditions, and instead of helping as others do, helping the state, helping the army, they are like helpless, and they can't help others, because they can't even help themselves, because obviously Russians have destroyed their houses, and they are pleading for help instead of supporting ours. And we obviously, as Ruslan mentioned, have heard that when the war is over, some of the like cities in Denmark, in the US, will help restoring Ukrainian like settlements and cities. But it's gonna happen someday, but no one knows when this day will come, and those people can't live without the electricity, without food. They can't just go into the hibernation state as bears. That's why Ruslan is pushing this issue wherever he goes, because in order to help the victory like come as soon as possible, we have to support not only the army, but the people who can potentially support the army as well.
І треба розуміти, що ці люди не живуть десь далеко, не віддалено. Це просто по повітрю 12 кілометрів до Хрещатика, 20 кілометрів по дорозі. Вже десь за 4-5 кілометрів від них світло, От ти коли сидиш там вночі, ти бачишся, як над за лісом світиться Київ. Якщо виходиш на інший бік, дивишся в бік Гостомеля, ти бачиш, як світиться Гостомель. І це, ну, людям дуже, дуже страшно, вони відчувають себе покинутими. Це при тому, що це наші люди, патріоти, яких часом половина сім'ї, там чоловіки воюють, а жінки лишилися тут, в своїх домівках. І вони розуміють, що вони підуть, вони дуже бояться залишати повністю все, тому що його просто можуть розграбувати. Не всі люди однакові, не всі люди чесні. Ну, ми прекрасно, ми дорослі люди і розуміємо, що все це, що означає, якщо закинути на півроку будинок в нашій незалежній ненці Україні, і щоб ніхто туди не навідувався. Ну як? Не буде нічого. От і вам, будь ласка, під самим Києвом заходь ДРГ, роби, що хочеш, якщо людей нема. Тому люди там, люди чекають, люди сподіваються, а я разом з друзями, я разом з усіма людьми, які мають якийсь вплив, я вже і Яніну Соколову дзвонив і підключав, просив допомоги, я у інших там відомих людей стукався в усі двері, щоб побороти колізію, дати людям світло, хоча б тимчасово, хоч як завгодно, дайте можливість. Ну, поки що обіцяють, нібито щось роблять, але або світло є, або світла нема. Поки що світла нема.
Yeah. So, for those of you who are listening and who don't understand what Ruslan is referring to, he is referring to the settlements and areas that are 12 kilometers away from the downtown of Kyiv, from Reshatek Street, by air, if you just fly. It's like basically 20 kilometers by the highways. So it's if you so Ruslan was kind of like reminiscing, if you sit there during the nighttime, you see that somewhere far away on the horizon, like 3-4 kilometers from the settlement, you see the light, you see how Kyiv is all lighting up. If you like turn the other way, you see that Hostomel is actually all like lighting up, and there are street lights. And people there in the settlements, when they hadn't restored the power lines, they are very obviously terrified. They do feel like someone, like they have been abandoned. And those people, they are real patriots of Ukraine. Half of them, half of their families are in the army fighting for Ukraine. The men have been sent to the front lines, and the women obviously have decided to stay in their houses, because obviously they are also scared to leave their homes as they are, because not everyone is the same. Not every person is a human being, let's say, and not everyone is honest. Not like everyone is really like different, so that's why they are afraid of looting. Plus, it's really close to the border, so like we all are adults, and I think you have to understand that if you leave a house which is partially destroyed unattended for half a year, when you get back you might not see everything, especially during the war times, because it's really close to Kyiv, and the sabotage group or local gangs can actually, get into the facility if there are no people there. So that's why people decided to stay in their homes, even though they don't have the electricity, the light. And that's why Ruslan, with his friends, with the acquaintances that he knows who might have some kind of like influence, are trying to raise this issue and address the issue. He also got in touch with Yanina Sokolova, which is one of the Ukrainian most prominent journalists. He asked for help from the other real famous individuals. He was knocking on the door to somehow fight this sort of collision. And obviously, some of them might try to find the solution which might help temporary. Like even temporary in this case would have worked. They keep on promising that something will be done, but as of now, nothing has been done, and there are only two states, whether there is light or there isn't, and right now there is no light.
Ну, я бачу, вже питання є, да.
Yeah, so Ruslan, soon after, say, Irpin was liberated, we heard that the train connection has been restored. So how much has actually been restored? Because you're now describing a lot of things that have not been restored, but I think it's important to maybe get a better grasp of, let's say, what proportion of what was destroyed has been restored.
Все-таки переклади мені, будь ласка, щоб я не помилився.
Так, звичайно. Домен, просто забудьте, що ми багато чули після звільнення Ірпеня, що почали відновлювати там і світло, і сполучення з потягами, з УЗ і так далі. Але, можливо, якщо в тебе є такі дані, пояснити легше, в який відсотковому співвідношенні змогли відновити ось ці, скажімо так, блага цивілізації для тих територій, які були окуповані в межах Києва. Може, хоча б приблизно. Тому що, реально, людям кажуть, що відновили, але це так, знаєш, узагальнено, а по факту, ми знаємо, як це виводить.
Так. Треба розуміти, що вкладається в слово «відновили». Якщо ми говоримо про електрику, то, можливо, там ми можемо говорити про 99%. Просто такі є замкнуті кола, да, тому що в Київ достатньо густо заселений район. Якщо ми говоримо про відновлення житла, то я думаю, що не відновили навіть 10%, тому що, це неможливо фізично. Якщо на вулиці я заїжджаю в село, знищено, скажімо, всі хати на вулиці, а там 3-4 доміка з 20-30 хат. Так от приблизно. Якщо село було винищено під ноль майже 90%, то з тих 90%, які винищені, можливо, там 10% хтось щось отримав. От і все. Ще тривають як воно правильно, комісії приходять. Були зроблені вони дуже неправильно, тому що людина мала ще й заплатити підряднику спочатку 5 тисяч гривень, а потім, коли комісія робила це висновок, то тоді її вертали. А деякі люди, в них просто все погоріло, в них не було цих грошей, наприклад. Потім поміняли якось там, зараз по-іншому все. Я не хочу сказати, що взагалі нічого не робиться, але що значить відновили? Нічого фактично, крім електрики, газу, постачання, те, за що беруть потім з людей гроші, я би не сказав, що це прям відновлено. Є точечні речі, але чи держава це робить, чи фонди інші, я вам точно не скажу. Велика кількість людей, волонтерів, там працює і фонди це роблять, це да.
It depends, addressing Domen's question, it depends what is your definition of restoring or restoration. If it's something related to the restoration of the power supply in the vicinity of Kyiv Oblast, then it's probably like 99% is restored, but there are this kind of like vicious circles when we do have people who are obviously hostage of the situation, like Ruslan is telling, because Kyiv overall is very densely populated. So that's why like 99% of electricity was restored. But if you look at the facilities, the actual housing, not even 10% of everything that was destroyed has been restored. Like it's physically impossible to restore it. Let's imagine when they come to the village and they just see that like nearly the whole village was like erased from this earth. They might see like 3-4 somewhat still staying houses from 20 to 30 if it's like a small village. So let's say if nearly the whole village was destroyed, let's say 90% of the village was destroyed, it's somewhat close to 10% of the actual restoration that was being done. Obviously, the committees are still ongoing, the so-called committees, but Ruslan is pointing out that at the beginning they were improperly created because the person who lived under occupation had to pay 5,000 hryvnias, which is approximately like $170 if you have lost everything. And then the committee was making their conclusions. Then obviously they reimbursed the initial payment. But if, for instance, no one has anything to pay because everything was destroyed, obviously it's another, it's another precedent of the confusion. And nowadays they have completely changed their approach. But once again, it's really hard to say that something apart from electricity was restored. Maybe yes, the supply of electricity and gas was somewhat restored in some of the settlements, but at the same time, they still ask people to provide the initial funding for this restoration that are going to be reimbursed someday. Ruslan is just pointing out once again that some of the issues have been addressed, but they are basically like a drop in the ocean. And mostly the restorations nowadays aren't done by the state, but mostly by either state or the funds. And the volunteers and their foundations are the ones who've been dealing with some separate cases. But as of now, as Ruslan pointed out, everything is being technically sent to the front lines, whatever we have.
Я додам буквально, що коли я привозив туди Красний Червоний Хрест, які вроді як мають все це знати, вони поняття не мали, що умовно отут за лісом ще живуть якісь люди. Вони просто фізично не знали. Вони потім на наступний день, після того, як я їм показав, відвезли і роздали там понад 200, якщо я не помиляюся, наборів з їжею. Розумієте? Тому там, все це, якщо ми говоримо знову ж про цей Мощун і поруч з ним ці будинки. Я хотів би ще сказати, що якщо є якісь в Україні зараз присутні люди з інших якихось фундацій, організацій, які хочуть побачити все на власні очі, я їх піду і відвезу. Якщо вони зараз в Києві, в Україні, ми можемо домовитися, хтось із спікерів, можливо, дотичний, я поїду і покажу. Я покажу, що відбувається зараз. І ще раз хочу, щоб мене не сприймали, що от зрада, все погано, на країну напали. На країну напали виродки, знищують. У них було одне завдання – знищити нас. Ми виживаємо як можемо. Просто інколи за великим не видно малого. А мале – це дуже важливе. Дуже важливо, тому що все це дуже близько до людей, і це людське життя. От так би я хотів, щоб люди це зрозуміли.
So Ruslan would like to add that at some point he brought the Red Cross to some of the settlements, and it was a surprise for him to see that even the Red Cross, even though they should have known how it's done, they didn't have any clue that right behind one of the tree lines, the forest, there were more people living in the settlement. They physically had no clue that there were still people who survived during the occupation. So when he pointed out that they were missing data on the people, they brought more than 200 sets with food for the people who lived under occupation, who were liberated. So if we're talking about Moshun and the houses that he was referring to, Ruslan is stressing that if there are right now people or foundations that would like to physically go and see and become like eyewitnesses of what's happening, like in Kiev, in Ukraine, with people who lived under occupation, who are trying to survive, or maybe someone who is affiliated with those funds. You can always reach out to him, and he can basically bring you to those people, to those settlements, and to see what's happening now after the liberation. And most important thing, that you don't, please don't perceive it's like everything that he's been saying is like a betrayal, that everything is really bad, and that like etc etc. It's just the biggest problem is that Ukraine has been attacked by inhuman orcs, technically, and who came to destroy us, and everyone is surviving as they physically can. And sometimes when you see, like, sometimes you can't see the small things behind the bigger like the bigger picture, but those small things they do matter, especially if those small things mean human lives. So once again, Ruslan is just stressing that there are some small things which can be dealt with, but no one has right now the approach to those issues that are still being caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Ну, можливо, хтось щось хоче запитати, а я скажу, що я б з лютого, коли почав їздити там по деокупованим селам, почав робити замітки, і я вже зрозумів, що я собі зроблю книжку есеїв, тому що воно все забувається, затирається. І я думаю, що фінальним есе, у мене там уже близько 300 текстів, чи може і більше, буде от коли в Мощині дадуть світло. Я хочу це описати. І буде це закінчена книжка. Я, до речі, хочу дуже її перекласти, як мінімум, англійською мовою. Буду робити українською, англійською. Хочу видати таку книжку, тому що, мені здається, це треба зафіксувати для якомога більшої кількості людей. Не тільки війну, а й те, як люди відновлюються після того, як їх просто тут рознесли в пух і прах. Тому що, ще раз повторюся, поруч Ірпінь, поруч Буча, коли вони не могли пройти через Гостомель далі, через зірваний міст, вони пішли через поле, через пойму річки на Мощун і просто знесли село з лиця землі. Воно кілька разів переходило з одного від наших до їхніх, від їхніх до наших. І те, що там взагалі люди вижили, це якась дивина, тому що не всі встигли навіть звідти евакуюватися. І тому і нашим допомагали відбивати село. Там можна розказувати дуже і дуже довго. Тому мені ці люди вже стали близькі, і я їх точно не кину. Світло дамо, буде ще й книжка.
Плюс. Yeah, so Ruslan, since if you haven't heard his previous speech on the space, and if you have no clue who he is a journalist, he is an author, writer, you name it. So he, since he's been traveling pretty much from the beginning of war, since February, he was traversing throughout these deoccupied areas and villages and settlements, and he was making notes and essays. And now he has the idea of publishing this book of the essays. Right now he has like almost 300 texts or essays. He was making notes because he knows that like the memory isn't eternal. It all fades away, and some of the things or some of the thoughts keep being replaced by others. And now he has this vision of the book. He will include those essays that he's been writing since the beginning of war. The end of the book, the final chapter, will be dedicated to the time when Moshun will finally get the power supply, the light back, and that's going to be the final chapter and the end of the book. Obviously, he's going to publish it both in Ukrainian and English language because he believes that there is a need to record not only the war itself, but also how the people were surviving and restoring like their belonging and their life after everything was completely destroyed. Because the thing about Moshun is that it's when the occupiers, the Russians, weren't able to come through the bridge through Hostomel because it was destroyed, it collapsed, and it was close. It was really close to Irpin and Bucha. They decided to basically march straight through the field through Moshun. They like basically annihilated this village. It was erased from the trace of earth, and this village was at some point like under occupation and under Ukrainian order, then under occupation as well. And it's a real miracle, and everyone is surprised and confused how people were able to survive. It's a mystery, it's a miracle, because not everyone was able to evacuate themselves in time. And those people who remained in the village somehow was also helping for Ukrainian armed forces to liberate the city. So he can keep on rambling on and on and on about this topic. But yes, this is the most important thing, that the people have survived, and if we do have the people and they do have the light, there is going to be a book and there's going to be new tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, Ruslan. Thank you for joining us again and adding to the testimony. It's really important for people to hear this. It's really important to understand that just because a village has been liberated, and we have heard of many today, and many more to come still, I believe, actually down in Kherson Oblast, especially, but also Kharkiv Oblast. That doesn't mean that the war is over for those who were under occupation. It merely means that reconstruction is about to begin, and that isn't quick. It isn't easy. Even if someone is to return who might not have suffered, physically oneself, that doesn't mean that it's the end of the story. It only just begins then many times. And thank you so much, Ruslan, for joining us.
Дякую вам ще раз. Кому цікаво, намагайтеся слідкувати, оскільки зараз всі соціальні мережі можна читати чужою мовою майже завжди. Тому, кому цікаво, слідкуйте, дізнавайтеся. Я буду інформувати, як тільки зможу, і буду приходити на ефіри, щойно мене будуть просити. От. Ну і дякую, звісно, за такий прекрасний переклад, Сонце. Ти що? А як же?
Руся, вибач, я зараз перекладу. Я гляну в Фейсбуці, я вже бачу, що ти писав, я каюсь, мучусь, але не каюсь. So, coming from the last point, але дякую дуже, що прийшов, і дякую за такі слова. So our last interaction with Ruslan was I was making fun of myself for not seeing his message on Facebook. I'm gonna address that issue right away. Blame myself, or blame my probably inattentiveness. So, but still translating Ruslan. So if you are really curious and you're interested and you're trying to follow what's happening in Ukraine, obviously you can reach out to his Facebook page, to his Twitter account. He also has a YouTube page, which is now in Ukrainian, that's going to be dubbed, but almost all the time nowadays you can translate like the foreign language with the means of artificial intelligence. So just follow, get the recent relevant data, and he's gonna try to release his information as soon as he can, as much as he can. He will be coming to the spaces as much as needed, and when we need him, if we ask him to, and I bet we will, It's a pleasure seeing him here on Spaces. So yeah, thank you for listening. Дякую тобі дуже, Руслане, що прийшов. Скоро постукаюсь до тебе.
Все, гарного всім дня, миру по можливості. І не забувайте, що русні пизда при любих розкладах.
Точно. So, там, гарного скучного дня. So guys, thank you so much. Have a peaceful, beautiful day. Don't forget the Russians will be to the bones because that's what should be done to them.
Дуже дякую, Руслане. Дякую, Помаранчева Вікторія, для перекладу. Let's go and continue exactly where Ruslan left off on what's going on with the Russians, or what's being done to the Russians, quite rightly, quite correctly, by the many heroes in the Ukrainian armed forces. Imperius, I have heard from a reliable source that this might be the single most cataclysmic day for the Russian army so far. Now, this source sounds pretty reliable. I believe he has a West Point education, is an officer in a certain airborne division, and jumps in, parachutes in here from time to time. What would you say to that assessment, that this might be the single most cataclysmic day for the Russian army so far?
I mean, if it isn't, it's up there. Like it's at the very least, it's the second most cataclysmic day. I mean, we've already seen a broken record for destroyed Russian tanks. They lost 44 in one day. As a point of reference, I believe the United States lost 23 tanks in the entirety of the Iraq War.
But that look, we need to adjust proper scales here, Imperius, right?
Yeah.
44 tanks. Russia lost 44 tanks in a day. Fine. The US might have only lost 23. You said during the Iraq War, but I mean that war only went on for about 10 hours. So pro rata, they must have lost more, right? Or did it go on for longer than 10 hours?
I believe it went on for. I mean, I'm talking about the second Iraq War that lasted, the better part of a decade.
Oh, so it was more than 10 hours.
Yes.
So you're saying this is a lot more tanks lost by the Russians?
Yeah, I mean.
Right. Okay. Carry on then.
Yeah. In fact, I can launch into a full update, considering that we've seen the Russian fronts buckling in both the Kherson and Kharkiv area of operations. Ukraine is making continuous bounding advances and threatening encirclements, forcing depleted and demoralized Muscovite forces in steady retreat. Ukraine continues its advance in Kherson. They had reached the vicinity of Duchana yesterday and have successfully cleared the town. They've also reduced the Russian strong point at Davidi Breed on the Inhalets River, and are now committing to a solid advance towards Novokhovka on two axes. Towns continue to be liberated at an increasing pace. We're actually still trying to sort through them at this very minute. We're trying to run a live ticker here. Panic is metastasizing among Russian formations as they do not assess themselves of being able to slow or stop Ukrainian advances. And in their retrograde movements, they seem completely incapable of preparing their new positions for defending against the Ukrainian advance. Over the next 12, projecting forward for a bit, it seems, barring unsustainable commitment of Russian reserves into the Kherson front and the salient that they've got forming, though it's getting close to an encirclement at this point, if the trend continues. Ukraine will continue to make good progress towards Novokhovka and Kherson. On the outside, we could probably see that salient in the northeast get fully encircled perhaps in the next week or two. Zooming into Kharkiv a bit more, it seems that confidence is high that the ZSU has connected the Kupiansk bridgehead with the crossing, with the troops coming north from Broova, as we've had some reports that Hlushkivka, Kolishnikivka,
It's okay.
sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Imperious. Let's put some numbers to it instead of struggling with the names. Right. Yesterday, it was said that 99% of Kharkiv Oblast is now liberated. Now, the Ukrainian armed forces might be pushing that to about 99.7%.
Yeah.
There's only about 5 little villages, I think, that are still not liberated, if my count is correct. I might be off. I am not on top of these things. I am not the OCT, right? But I have been keeping a track of that, and I think there's only a handful of little villages that have not yet been determined either through OCT means or through official announcement to have been liberated within Kharkiv Oblast. It is literally the last hours of any Russian occupying presence whatsoever in Kharkiv Oblast, per people who understand this stuff.
Yeah, that's correct. The last remaining Russian positions in Kharkiv are all sort of to the north of the Oskil River crossings. They seem kind of sort of contained there, as Ukraine's sort of focus over the past couple days has been shoring up their lines in this area for a push deeper into Luhansk, which they are already in the process of doing, as they've crossed the Zhirabets River and have seized the heights overlooking the P66 highway, which is the northerly main supply route into Crimea.
So Route 66, Imperius.
Yes.
We know that Ukrainian, at least special forces, forward formations at the very least, and this has been quite publicly confirmed by this point, have already interdicted a section of Route 66, right? Even Russian military bloggers have already agreed to that. Is that right? Not that they agreed with the concept of it, merely the fact that that is indeed going on.
Yeah, I mean, Ukrainian special operations activity has been consistently able to penetrate deep into Russian lines and interdict their supply routes for the entirety of the war. So the fact that they're making a much shorter interdiction run in the middle of a general counteroffensive with a lot more support behind them is not surprising and totally to be expected. And we can assume that that's going on just about everywhere at this stage. I mean, and in fact, they comprise the majority of forces actually running down the Russian troops who were in retreat from Izium and Lyman, as they're especially suited to that task.
And Imperius, what does this do? What does this do to the Russians when Ukrainians can penetrate behind their lines, interdict supply routes, disconnect, say, Crimea from Svatove down that easiest possible connection? What's that going to lead to?
Oh, as I put it earlier, the metastasization of panic, right? They're also corroding what tenuous supply lines the Russians have left, as they've never been great on their logistics, and as they get further disorganized, that's only going to get worse for them. So yeah, it's just part of the strategy of corrosion.
What's the alternate for Russia to be, let's say, resupplying Svatove? Can they only basically do it from, let's say, the east-southeast now, from Starobilsk? Everything else seems to be kind of interdicted already now.
I believe. Hang on, let me move the map around because I was looking at.
You were counting up which villages in Kherson are are among the 4 that we don't know which ones they are, but 4 extra that have been just liberated, but we're still trying to establish which ones. Yes, I know what you've been looking at, or at least I can presume. And I think we'll have John and CJ jumping in momentarily to clarify the situation there. There's hard at work figuring that out. So Imperius, Svatove, that intermediate goal, let's say, for the Ukrainian forces, they're approaching it from at least 3 vectors, right? At this point, the only place that they can really get stuff to Svatove still, or the only direction in which they can retreat from Svatove, it must be basically Starobilsk, right?
Yeah, there's a main highway coming from Starobilsk and a sort of smaller one that follows the Khorina River, sort of coming out to the east and going north, kicking north a little bit. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's much of a rail network in that area, so the Russians are going to be largely limited to using trucks, which they don't have that many of.
And then what does that mean, Imperius? Let's say Ukraine takes Svatove, right? Let's say Ukraine controls all the crossings on the Zherebets. Why is that significant? What can Ukrainian forces do then? Is Svatove just a dead end, or does that actually change something going forward?
Well, the sort of there's actually a sort of parallel advance going on right now towards Svatove and Kremina, and that's kind of setting Ukraine up for the liberation of Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, because then they can sort of encircle the city without forcing a river crossing, even though I believe they managed to successfully cross Bielahorivka a while back.
Unlike
the Russians who
remind
attempted
us
that.
what happened when Russians tried to cross the Seversky Donetsk at Bielahorivka some months ago.
Well, they attempted to push a BTG across the river, which was summarily annihilated by Ukrainian artillery, and part of it was actually sort of allowed to cross and then cut off by special forces and some infantry in the area, and then sort of defeated in detail. And then that happened 6 more times because the Russians kept trying.
And Ukrainians, attempt number 1?
They just, as far as I can tell, they strolled across it as if nothing was happening.
I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked. Imperius, last week, over the weekend, I think, we saw some interesting missiles being transported around that general area. Ones that had the designation of M30A1.
Yes.
How could those be used?
So
for you to allow an easier push for Ukrainian forces?
So instead of the standard unitary warhead of the Gimlers, these shoot out sort of I think it's 300,000 maybe or something like that, some ridiculously
some hundreds
large.
of thousands, let's call
Yes.
it. Yeah.
A few 100,000 tungsten penetrators. So this is more of a sort of airburst anti-personnel weapon, though I'm sure it would still shred lightly armored Russian personnel carriers and infantry fighting vehicles, and also give tanks a pretty bad day.
So my understanding is, somebody's been giving me some numbers. Out to 30 meters, it can incapacitate a tank. Out to 80 meters, it can still penetrate a BMP. And there's hundreds of thousands of these little bits of... Is this shrapnel, technically?
No, it's shrapnel is usually when sort of the whole shell sort of disassembles itself, right?
A shrapnel is when you have a thing of metal and then it breaks up, right? So for shrapnel, it needs to be actively breaking up at the force of explosion. So this isn't shrapnel. What is this then? Because we've had these before. Because if I remember from museums, like 18th century British ships, one of the things you could load into the cannon was like a paper bag full of little metal balls, and this
grape
is basically
shot, yes.
that. So would this be considered grape shot? Would that be a reasonable thing to describe it as?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a giant grape shot rocket, and Congreve would be very happy with it. Congreve, for those who don't know, is the gentleman who first attempted the deployment of rockets in a modern military conflict during the Napoleonic War, and they were only slightly more accurate than the Russian MLRS systems.
I see. Well, all right. So, Imperius, what good do? What good can these munitions do for this particular purpose in these particular circumstances?
Yeah. Well, they're much more effective at sort of reducing and neutralizing fixed positions, right? Because instead of a more sort of localized point target like a command post or an ammunition dump, you can sort of point this one at a general defensive emplacement and disable units, disable infantry in cover, as well as seriously damage vehicles in and around the area. So it's more of a weapon used to directly support your forces advancing, instead of sort of cutting the hamstrings of the enemy in preparation for an offensive. Not that you can't give a Russian defensive position a really bad day with a standard unitary warhead Gimlers.
If only we had someone here who could clarify what exactly the cutting edge of those types of munitions is. If only we had someone who's been working hard with the whole research department.
I believe John is currently en route on his re-entry vehicle.
Finance.
Oh. Ah, right. Yes, the Attackmas brand.
Yes, exactly. Maybe they're too busy in yet another meeting of how to place yet more products more appropriate.
I mean, we I don't know why you're saying we're at the cutting edge. We have people like CJ and other actually excellent military minds who can just randomly appear on site who know the situation. So I just help the Russians smoke responsibly. I don't really know what you're talking about. That's what we're here for.
Well, very well. August, you're 2 months late.
Yeah, better late than never, though, right? I have sort of a leftover question from a conversation last night, and I had to touch a bit. It's about the tank, the T90, I believe. I saw just a headline that by capturing this tank, it's really going to advance our technology in the West and that type of thing. So I was wondering, is that tank really more far advanced than anything that we have? And what could we uncover? Is it only technology? Would there be other kind of intel about the war? Like, does it save data on logistics or anything else like that?
So I'll give you the one sentence answer, and then Imperius will give you a longer answer, and then Braver will give you a longer answer. It's not that it's better than what the West has. It's just much easier to adjust exactly how you're going to defeat it if you can take one, break it apart, and look at it from the inside. It's not better. It's just how do you best kill it most easily, most cheaply, most reliably, that is helped by you being able to take it apart. Imperius?
Yeah, as Doman said, it's largely an issue of sort of actually understanding how the thing is put together. Not that it's necessarily more advanced or anything. And throughout this whole conflict, we haven't seen the Russians deploy anything particularly groundbreaking from a technological perspective. Most of their equipment is just the sort of high end fire control stuff is just imported from Germany and France and just shoved in there. So yeah, it's more of an issue that, you know, we'll know exactly how it's put together, so we know exactly what its weaknesses are and what its deficiencies are. Raver, if you want to elaborate.
Yeah, so the T90M is the best tank Russia has in actual production. The Armada seems to be a wooden mock-up for all intents and purposes. So being able to take it apart bolt by bolt, nut by nut, analyze what the armor is actually made of, see how the active protection systems work, how effective the thermal blanket actually is just going to make our tanks that are already superior even more superior. The T90 is not a leg up on the big heavy Western tanks like the Charlie 2, Abrams, or Leo 2. It's just not. It's basically a very high end pinnacle of development of a World War II design, and it's a dead lineage. It can't really go any farther. The physical dimensions don't allow it.
August, did that help?
Yeah, so nothing though data or technology wise. It sounds like it's more just how it was built and the structure of it.
Well, how it's built and how best that type of design would be employed, how good the gun is against our armor schemes. There's a lot of useful information there, but the tank was never superior to the big Western tank.
I mean, for example, the that interesting thermal blanket they've got, they can sort of take a look at that and sort of how the tank looks like under that, so they can build up a picture of, or, you know, an understanding of what a tank that is covered by sort of a similar IR blanket like that to conceal it from optical sensors would look like, so they can, you know, pick them out better.
All right, thank you guys. I'll drop down.
Thank you, August. I get why you asked. We got a question before as well, so it makes sense. Nina.
Hi, Domin. I have this, really uncomfortable feeling that I have missed out of a lot of things because I wasn't able to be here. So, Imperius, what is your impression of today's happenings? Thank you.
Well, yes, the in short, the Russians seem to be even more demoralized than usual, and they're on the very verge of collapse. They don't think, or at least they think so. They don't think they can sort of bring reinforcements up to the new defensive positions they have, or really slow down the Ukrainians in any meaningful way. Though we do occasionally get the odd Vatnik Twitter troll who thinks, Ukraine lost 5 brigades trying to take Lyman or something. Charles?
Hi, yeah, just was busy, but there was some discussion regarding cluster munitions or indirect fire. So I'm former combat engineer. I didn't shoot them, but I had to pick them up. I think what we were discussing then was some of these airburst, so proximity fuse driven munitions. They could be a rocket, they could be a bomb, they could be something fired from a gun. These flechettes, these very small hard metal darts, I think is what we were talking about. That's one type of thing that can be dispersed from munition. There can also be mines that are dispersed from munition. I think that came up earlier today. And then there are actual small shape charges that could be dispersed from a munition. I think the question was regarding disablement and the radius and things like that of a tank. I think usually when we're talking about flechettes, these small metal darts, usually code for disable a tank means that because it's an airburst, because it's a top attack, it breaks the engine basically. but wouldn't necessarily penetrate. BMP or an M113, which are much lighter armored or aluminium and not steel, then they can penetrate. Then there are the cluster munitions, which are actually active munitions. They're typically small shaped charges. They look like little Easter eggs with a ribbon in the top, at least the American ones. They're designed to have a top impact and then really penetrate. And those are the ones that are typically the most dangerous after a battle, because not all of them actually detonate. And then they create a real problem after the fact.
Yeah, we
So
were
you would say
discussing
that you would say that the tungsten ones in the M30A1, would you call those flechettes?
Exactly. Yeah. So they
Okay,
would be
excellent.
Yeah, so there are anti-personnel ones, which are basically just a sleeve of BBs around the charge, but they are not really the same thing as what you'd see in an airburst. Yeah.
Got it. All right. Thank you very much, Charles. That's really good to know that we get the terminology right. Nina, I want to try to answer your question from earlier real quick. I swear it will be just a second. With a quote from CJ, and you know CJ, and I trust CJ. I think you should too. He said that this might be the single most cataclysmic day for the Russian army so far. So that's his high-level assessment. Who am I to disagree? Nina, go ahead.
Oh, oh. Okay. Yes, I trust CJ, and yes. I wanted to ask Imperius like a follow-up, specifically about Kherson, because as I understand, they are somehow trapped, the Russians in Kherson. Is it true? Thank you.
They're not quite trapped yet. They're certainly in a difficult position to pull back over the Dnipro, both from a political standpoint, since their high command isn't actually allowing them to. But yes, also the logistic challenge of actually moving themselves over the river would be quite difficult. I can actually continue the update there, since I've got a little bit about the Kherson.
And we have
You're breaking up, Damon.
I was breaking up because I was updating the nest, and apparently my phone couldn't do both at the same time. But we have a John, and I just want to say, John, have you figured out what those 4 villages that are liberated, that you know are liberated, but you didn't know what they were half an hour ago are?
For the most part, haven't a clue. I think one of them, I might potentially know the name of one of them, although that's purely inference on my part. I have not seen additional locations referenced by name as of yet from the sources I usually follow.
Yeah. What we do know, however, is that Ukraine has successfully cleared most of the crossings over the inhulets. As far as I understand, everything up from Davidi Breed all the way to Arkhangelsk. Davidi Breed was actually a sort of Russian strong point, straddling the Ukrainian advance down the T-2207 highway for a while. But now that it's cleared, the Ukrainians should have a solid foundation on the Inhulets River from which to keep moving down that highway, and we should continue to see them make good progress.
John, did you hear what CJ said?
Earlier this morning?
No. Just about a half an hour ago. He said that this might be the single most cataclysmic day for the Russian army so far. Do you agree with CJ's take? And if you don't, why?
I broadly speaking, I agree with his take. The only thing I might add is that, in terms of the collapse of the Kherson pocket, broadly as a whole, it was, to be quite frank, it was largely inevitable. I suppose it was more so a question of when, not if, Russia's position, on the Russia's position west of the Dnipro River was untenable, just completely unsustainable once those two crossings at the Novokhovka hydroelectric power plant were targeted, as well as the crossings in Kherson City itself at the Antonovsky rail and road bridge. What's of greater significance here is the way in which this pocket collapses and the opportunities that this potentially enables for Ukraine to exploit.
Yeah, that's my only sort of counter argument to this being the most cataclysmic day would be because the most cataclysmic day was when those bridges were taken out. It's just taken this long for the effects to be felt. So it's an unfurling series of increasingly cataclysmic days.
So remind me, John, what happened again about 45 minutes ago? Again?
Oh yes, the Antonovsky bridge was bombed yet again.
Oh no, not again. Okay, I want to jump to Raver. Raver, go ahead, and then we'll go to questions from Hedby and Kalle. Raver?
Yeah, to back up CJ's point, it's not just the collapse of the Kherson pocket, it's also the drive in the east. So Russia is facing two disasters simultaneously with an army that is shot out of tanks, out of fuel, out of will. There's really not a whole lot they can do at this point. If they try to take what reserves they can scrape together and oppose one, they leave the other one completely open. They try to delay both, they get defeated in detail. This is a really bad situation from an operational perspective for the Russians. They are caught with their pants down and the cookie jar is empty.
Well, that is an assessment I like to hear. Hedby.
Hello, everyone. Maybe you all remember Olaf Scholz's speechlessness at the beginning of this war on February 24th. He was silent for, well, if I remember correctly, about 5 days. As the Spiegel, that's a weekly paper here in Germany, well known, reported, Scholz requested from the German Foreign Intelligence Service, the BND, an assessment about how successful the Russian troops might be. And the BND came to the result that it will take about 5 days for them to win this war. So this might explain Olaf Scholz's speechlessness. Maybe he just waited for 5 days in order to get rid of the whole situation by new facts. But what I am interested in, how can it be that an intelligence service, I mean, those are well-organized, big organizations, can be that wrong?
Well, I'll give you the quick one, and then we'll dive into the specifics of what's been going on today. Like, assumptions were wrong. There were many assumptions that were wrong for a very long time. And those assumptions were wrong up and down the pyramid of power or importance. So that's why. The problem is sensible people readjust their assumptions when facts don't agree with them. What is bad, and I would say unscientific, because it's my own background, right, is when you don't readjust hypotheses when information comes in that disproves them. And this is something that's difficult to do for many, especially when those were your assumptions for a very long time. It's important to know when to let go of your misconceptions. On the point of letting go of misconceptions, no, just kidding. On the point of what we're doing for the next couple of hours, right now, we're going to delve deep with CJ, Invades, and John into what's been going on in Kherson. In about 30 minutes, we'll be joined by Radan Kanev, who's a Bulgarian member of the European Parliament, and we'll be talking about important developments on the more geopolitical front with him. 30 minutes time from now. Radan Kanev. It's also up in the nest if you want to check it out. Helby, I hope that kind of answers your question there. Where if CJ wants to delve into this, I'm curious. But I have a question for CJ before that. I'll just pitch the question now. CJ, we heard from an analyst that this might be the single most cataclysmic day for the Russian army so far. I just want you to think about that question, about that statement for a little bit, and then provide an honest, objective assessment of it. Imperius, carry on.
To sort of elaborate a little, I think, for a wide variety of reasons, some of them sort of political, some of them institutional, the wrong assumptions were sort of carried through. But I think sort of more related to the actual operations going on the ground is that no one sort of took a really fine-tooth comb to the logistics of the Russian military and how corrosive corruption was on their military readiness and ability to sort of maintain their troops at a reasonable level of training and their supplies to be sort of fit for combat, because we've seen some vehicles that are in a total state of disrepair. Like some of these vehicles would get you fired if or well, not even fired, right? Like you would straight up be hauled up on a court martial for dereliction of duty and sent to military prison if you were in a Western military and you allowed your equipment to degrade in such a fashion. I think sort of going all the way back to the Moskva, right? There was a maintenance report that came out, I think after it was sunk, and basically nothing on it worked, right? Like one of the anti-air systems worked and nothing else. Like they couldn't keep the two of the three radars were broken, and I think they didn't have enough power for the other one. And this failure to sort of integrate that into the understanding of the readiness and competence of the Russian military is probably an intelligence failure that's going to be picked over for the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Imperius. Helby, I hope that clears stuff up. CJ, did you have time to ruminate on my question?
I mean, I sure hope so, because I said it, although I'm definitely no analyst. I just, as John will tell you, because he's been watching this much more closely than I, just the implications of what's been unfolding over now, like the last about 6 hours. And for the context I want to give is, the Ukrainian offensive in Kherson advanced, at most between 5 and 10 kilometers over the period of a month. And then, about 2 days ago, they advanced 25 kilometers. And today it's somewhere between 10 and 20 kilometers, with Russians reporting that they have no idea where their lines are. And this is very important because normally when the Russians retreat, they can at least put out a social media post or something to say, the line is now stable. We're at this town and this isn't even happening. They don't even know where they're supposed to regroup. It's just pure chaos. And I'll also note now that the Inglitz, bridgehead at the edge of the river there has collapsed, and Ukraine has made it possibly, within small arms range of Milov, if not maybe in the town already, definitely not liberated yet, but perhaps soon. This means now Ukraine is 40 kilometers away from Novikhovka in 2 different directions. And this is huge. This puts them within Excalibur range. Obviously, they've been in HIMARS range, but, only 10 more kilometers left and they're in regular tubed unguided artillery range, which means, if they advance another 10 kilometers like they have every day here, then by this time tomorrow, we can expect more consistent shelling on the Novikhovka bridge, which means that if the Russians aren't completely gone by this time tomorrow, they're done for, and that's it.
When you say done for, CJ, are funds collapsing?
Well, fonts are collapsing because what we saw in Liman and other areas is that Ukraine has a strong willingness to use these artillery delivered mines, which will land on the road and prevent Russia from taking any of their vehicles with them. So they either have to drive over the mines and lose the vehicles in the process, or donate them to the Ukrainian military by running for their lives. So really, that is the key moment. Once Ukraine reaches 30 kilometers from Novokhovka, it's all that equipment is now Ukraine's.
Is there a lot of equipment there, CJ? Is it any good?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. The northern pocket there has at least 5,000 troops, mainly from a VDV unit and a couple others. But this wasn't the second-tier Russian forces. This was the best forces that they had, at least in the Kherson front. And they were pretty well equipped with at least modern T-80s and a couple other nice pieces of gear that will do very well for the Ukrainians later on. But no, this is definitely not this is probably the best that Russia had to offer, and they're just being blown out of the water right now.
John?
Thank you, gentlemen. CJ referenced, the disorderly nature of the Russian retreat, as it would seem to be. There's been some interesting posts going around on Russian Telegram, particularly in regards to Davidov Brid. I believe, just as a microcosm of larger events, the CO of one Russian unit that was holding the road south of Davidov Brid, so near Bruskinsky. They reported that the unit that was holding Davidov Brid itself just up and withdrew without notifying them, or presumably any of the other surrounding units. So there is on the ground evidence that this is an absolutely, chaotic mad dash to the rear for these Russian units. And CJ, while you're here, I wanted to ask you, what do you think are the implications of this for, obviously, the Inhalets River is really the only geographic obstacle that the Russians can conceivably retreat to, or withdraw to in an attempt to stabilize their lines. But what do you think are the implications here for that? I'm not sure if salient would be the right word, but that salient of Russian forces up near Snihorivka on the southwestern side of the Inhalets.
Well, I think that the biggest point here is the fact that the Russian lines were never sustainable, right? I believe from about Kherson to Snihorivka, it's about 30 to 40 kilometers. And this was somewhat sustainable, right? This is within artillery range. This is within the systems of a lot of air defense range as well. And so a 30 to 40 kilometer line held succinctly is a pretty deadly thing, especially if you have 15 or 20,000 Russian soldiers supporting it. But this gigantic salient going north towards Kryvyi Rih was just never sustainable. And we're seeing why right now. In order to come back within their own protective, bubble, let's call it, they have to retreat even a little bit further. And of course, this is going to come at a cost, the cost of which now Kherson will be able to be shelled from 3 different directions and Novokhovka by 2. And I can't stress this enough, due to the terrible conditions of the roads, some of the highways aren't very passable even. They're the highways themselves, which are very paved and very wide, are just covered with mud. So unless you have tracked vehicles like the Ukrainians do, and Russia has to a lesser extent now that Russia is relying on a lot of civilian vehicles they're stealing, it means that Ukraine has a mobility advantage here on this dash to the river. So, if Russia is smart, giving them the benefit of the doubt, they will bring up everything they can right now, all the aircraft they can from Crimea, all the artillery reserves they can from Zaporizhzhia, and try and shoot as much artillery and drop as many bombs as possible while they retreat across. It's what they should have done a long, long time ago. But if they don't, they have about a 24-hour window before Ukraine gets online and is able to synchronize, massive amounts of artillery, way more than Russia has on this front. And it really is just going to be a bad time. I mean, the encirclements in Kharkiv were about 10,000 Russians at most, maybe. In Liman, maybe 5,000. This is anywhere between 15 to even 20,000. I think some people said maybe 25 to 30,000. I think that might be reading in too much to the pencil whip numbers that the Russians have been putting out the whole time, but at least 15,000. And again, can't stress this enough. These are the better trained Russians. This is VDV. These are some hardened units that have done a relatively good job at defending this area. And if they're taken out of the fight, as Rybar said and other Russian military analysts said, there's going to be nothing stopping the Ukrainians from just blowing right into Zaporizhzhia and pretty much ending the war.
Wow, wouldn't that be great if they actually got to do that? Okay, let's go to Imperious, then go to Raver, and then I think Nina has a question after that. Imperious.
Yeah, just to add a little color here as well, that the Ukraine seems to be focusing on setting up these encirclements, which then put the Russians in a very uncomfortable position, and then they start making very sharp and rapid movements backwards, which results in them abandoning lots of equipment. They're retreating out of position, so they're incredibly vulnerable to Ukrainian special forces or just regular Ukrainian infantry who are much more mobile than they are. They've got much more effective wheeled equipment that can sort of chase down the retreating Russians and sort of continue to mop them up even if they are trying to retreat. And the sort of frequency of this has been increasing. So we've seen more and more equipment being lost to the Ukrainians, and Russians increasingly unable to sort of prepare their next positions for the Ukrainian for further Ukrainian attacks.
Raver.
Hey, good morning, CJ. So as the Ukrainians secure the western bank of the Dnieper near Novokhorovka, what are they going to be able to take and enfilade on the other side from the Russians? What do the Russians have to stop them if they decide to try to jump the river?
So initially, Russia had a couple separate artillery brigades, one reinforcing from Crimea, one they brought over from Donetsk, and one they sent across the river. Well, the one that they sent across the river, I think, is done for. Either they're out of ammo, or their barrels are shot, or they're effectively pretty much out of the fight as of right now. So the two that remained on the eastern side of the Dnipro in Kherson, both seemingly, and John knows a little bit more about this, and maybe Doman, they tried to have them set up shop with their rocket launchers in Novokhorovka, an area that has been struck by Ukraine literally hundreds of times. And I don't know why they thought this would be a good idea, other than the fact that at Novokhorovka, they can range a lot of different areas. And we've heard reports that maybe 20 or 30 of these artillery pieces have been destroyed at a time by HIMARS, by airstrikes, by God knows what. So as of right now, I have no idea, and I don't think the Russians have any good idea what exactly is on that other side of the river, but it isn't much. And if it is artillery, then they have to really keep them on the move, because Ukraine at least has 6 M270 MLRSs over there. They at least have 4 to 8 HIMARS. I mean, they can range everything on that other side of the river. And so unless Russia wants to continually move all of their artillery around, which takes a lot of planning, a lot of gas, and a lot of coordination, they're just sitting ducks for whatever Ukraine has to offer. So that's why, when Rybar and others said that they fear a Ukrainian river crossing might be coming sooner rather than later, I would probably agree. It's not going to take much. They don't need to do what Russia did, right? They don't need to put 4,000 armored troops over the side of the river. They start with special operations on boats that they definitely have. They can move even light infantry on the boats that the U.S. and others have given. And before you know it, Russia has a huge problem to contend with in their rear. And they not only have to withdraw from Kherson, city, but also the rest of Kherson province as a whole, because this sort of attack is on multiple fronts. And Russia knows, and we sort of know based on what they're saying, that Ukraine has about 30 to 40,000 people in this fight in Kherson alone. And as the fonts collapse, as the pro-Russians say, or as the front collapses, those troops become more effective with more overlapping fires, and they're able to be much more of a potent combat force over a smaller area.
So a real quick follow-up: what do the Russians have in front of Zaporizhzhia that they could possibly throw? I mean, how thick do the Batniks have to draw their arrows to save this?
Well, they used to have a lot of air bases in this part of Kherson and a lot of, separate artillery. But, over time, the airfields got hit so much that they moved most of it to Crimea, if not to Russia itself. And the artillery brigades were just rotated in to never see the light of day again on the other side of the river. So what they have is, I think the last number I saw, and John Doman correct me, was something about 10,000 Russian troops in Kherson, not across the river. So a relatively large fighting force. But the question is going to become how many of these forces on the, the left bank of the Dnipro, somewhat safe for the time being, are going to be involved in the retreat for the other Russians, right? Because in order for the Russians to retreat across the river, the Russians need to provide covering fire, whether it be through airstrikes or artillery. And so this is going to tie up pretty much everyone in their AO with this endeavor if they do it right. If they do it wrong and just let them die, then, that's even worse for Russia. So this sort of massive distraction that's bubbling is really going to be beneficial for Ukraine, and it'll be very important to watch and see how they exploit it best now that they're still receiving gear. They just are going to announce 4 more HIMARS, right? I mean, no one is letting off the gas now until Ukraine is completely liberated, which is great.
CJ, quick question,
Thanks,
if I
CJ.
may. Now, the various maps which are appearing, obviously all are, as always, late. And they are reflecting something which may or may not be properly synthesized and assembled from the past couple of hours. But if I understand this correctly, in the last hour alone, we've heard signals of places such as Stepne, Sharivne, Novorossiysk all being shelled. Now, this is in the rear of that withdrawal movement or route or whatever we're going to characterize it of the Russian forces. Now, Cherivne is directly, more or less halfway down to Novakhovka from Davri-Brid. How do you rate this kind of retreat, route, withdrawal the Russians are doing and carrying out? Given the fact that they're going into the field of fire.
Yeah, this is the thing that's, really kind of somewhat humorous, but it's good news for Ukraine. If you go to my profile and you see the Russian Rybar maps, which again are pro-Russian military personnel who provide some, sort of coherent information for us to understand without breaching OPSEC or revealing Ukrainian positions. And they tend to, as you pointed out, Axel, be quite late. So what that means is Ukraine has advanced much further. The way they try and spin this sort of story or narrative that's developing is that they are all retreating together to consolidated positions. But if you simply just look at the satellite imagery or just open up a map, you can see there's very few roads in this area. There's dams, there's bridges, there's rivers. It's not as if they can all retreat backwards together. One, even if it was well planned and executed, which it clearly isn't, since they don't even know where each other is on the battlefield, which again, as John pointed out, is just not good situation for your element to your left or right to suddenly just leave. But they're going to get canalized at certain points. So there's going to be some roads that are quicker than others, some terrain that's easier to pass. So it means that even if they're all given the order to retreat together, which I doubt they were, they're not going to appear on a defensive line together. It's going to be very piecemeal and not set up. And that's why I think this line probably has been breached as well, because if pro-Russian people are trying to say they're all online and ready to defend, then they very clearly aren't.
Yeah, a friend of mine already said Suki na Sukhanove, because that's where seemingly 2 of their mechanized battalions are racing towards, and they're just closing in on a road which already is pre-sighted. So that road going, so to say, from north of Milov all the way west or west-northwest, that's not a safe place to be at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's what confused some people the other day when Russians were saying we were falling back to Berislav. Well, that's clearly still a little ways out, but there's so much confusion now. I mean, if I were a Russian, I'd be just making a beeline for the river just to live to fight another day, because again, within 12 to 24 hours, the escape route is going to be under fire control by Ukraine, which before meant that they were going to be harassed on their way out, but now means that devastating anti-tank mines are going to appear on their only avenues out. And they'll be forced to literally swim across a freezing river that at some points is 2 to 3 miles across. I mean, it's not possible. Even the most fit swimmer would die in that. So really not a good thing to look forward to.
Can I add one thing? Did you or any one of us see anything about Russian gravel dumping further into the lock at Novakhovka?
So yeah, I bet John knows more about this, but I saw it as they were trying to fix the holes in the road, not so much that they were actually trying to dam up anything. John, did you take that differently?
No, it was about the lock, the bombed lock. That was my question.
Yeah, they were definitely dumping gravel and other debris and materials into that lock because Ukraine had collapsed the rail and the road bridge spans over that lock with HIMARS strikes or with GIMLR strikes, and I believe about a week ago, I think it was several days ago, they had based upon some images and some satellite images as well. It looked like they had been able to fill it with gravel, debris, and other materials. Although I don't know what the status of the bridge itself is past the lock.
That would be interesting because that lock only has a distance of about 15 to 16 meters. So technically, they could use bridging tanks if they had one to work right next to the lock. Because if you look to the right of the lock, if you just go there, there's a parking lot on both sides. Technically, I mean, if these were Germans, they would just take the Beaver and flat out take 4 of them and build 4, say, adjacent bridges. Thank you very much.
I have something to note on this, actually. They did do that. They did put some of those collapsible, tank deployable bridges across. However, they put them there and just left them there, ready to be hit again. They didn't do the sensible thing of putting them down, getting trucks across, taking them down again every time. They just left them there, and I think they just kept getting hit. Because, they didn't do the sensible thing.
Yeah.
All right. Axel, in 6 minutes, we are being joined by a member of the European Parliament. Shall we quickly go and clear the hands before that, so that people don't wait and while we talk to? Everyone wash their hands. Nina, go wash your hands first. Quick questions to the point, so people can answer quickly and effectively. Nina.
I just washed my hands. Okay, so I will just not ask the question. I will be fast because if there is not a lot of time. CJ, you are giving out a lot of information. I hope Batniks are not in this space. That was I would have had a question, but I will save it until later. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Good thing is, Batniks can't do anything even if they learn of this information. Chris.
Hi, I'll just be very quick as well. I'll just say to you that I'm watching liveuamap.com. I don't know how up to date that is, but it's literally shrinking in front of my eyes. So every time I look at it, the red patch gets smaller. So I don't know how up to date it is, but there's something happening.
They're like everyone else. They're a few hours behind, but keep clicking that refresh button. If you don't stop, it will keep shrinking. That's how it works. Finance.
Yeah, with CJ up here. So Axel was showing me some maps with some bridge of the Davidov bridge was taken.
Davidiv Brid.
Davidiv. I should be able to say this one. It sounds pretty Israeli.
It's David's ferry crossing.
David's ferry's crossing.
Or maybe David's ford. Either one.
So my question for Fort or Ford? Exactly. David's Ford.
Question for my active artillery officer friend CJ is, if the Ukrainians took this some number of hours, 12, 3, however many hours ago, how many pieces of heavy kit and people could they get across this bridge, say every hour? As in, there seems to be a lot of possibly lightly defended Russian territory, and breakthrough seem to be a risk when you're a Russian military unit. So how much stuff can the Ukrainians get across this bridge? Like what's the capacity? How buck wild can the Ukrainians go with this bridge action?
I mean, unfortunately, there's not like an easy answer because it's MET-TC or we'd say, terrain and enemy dependent. But what I would say is it depends how well and how far out it's been planned, right? So I would imagine since the end of August when this offensive was officially launched that, it was planned even months before that. And hopefully they planned for a bunch of contingencies. The contingencies being, the operation is stopped, what do we do? The operation is successful, what do we do? If it fails, what do we do? Et cetera, et cetera. Because they have, objectives on the way to the final objective, which of course is clearing out all the Russians from Kherson. But so, there are some things you can do, right? Like if you're worried about Russian aircraft coming to spot you, You could bring Gepards up, you could bring Stinger teams up, and for an hour or two, while you have a lot of air cover or air defense coverage, you could rush as many vehicles as possible over and then stop. And so if Russian aircraft, or more specifically Russian drones, show up, not only is no one crossing the bridge, but you have a significant force across the way. And then now Russians have to go deal with that. And while Russia is trying to deal with that, you can bring more people over. So really, there's no significant answer other than, as far as I saw, the bridge looks like it could sustain, or at least the bridge head could sustain pretty heavy equipment. So it's probably up to the imagination and amount of fuel that the Ukrainians have. But they haven't moved too much in that specific part of the front for quite some time. So I bet they've got pretty nice stockpiles, if I had to guess.
Well, thank you, CJ. George, shoot, and then John and CJ can close us out before we're
for CJ
joined by the Bulgarian MEP. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, for CJ, really quick. CJ, you were saying as Ukrainians push the Russians into the pocket in the Kherson, west of the river, they're going to have to move up their artillery to engage them. Well, since we've now seen those M30A1 rocket pods for MLRS and HIMARS, they don't really have to wait for the artillery to move forward, right? They can just blast them as they concentrate with the HIMARS and MLRS, can't they? From distance?
Yeah, this is pretty much the worst news Russians could get, which is what you brought up. So the Mike 30 Alpha 1 is an alternative warhead, used for HIMARS launched missiles, that are still GPS guided. So they're still technically GIMLers, but they have a bunch of tungsten, balls in them, and they're pretty much preferred, like a gigantic shotgun, you could say, over a very large area to kill anyone inside or even outside of a vehicle, up to a certain amount of armor. So what does that mean? It means when Russia was trying to get troops across the Dnipro, once the bridges were gone, they formed these massive columns of 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 vehicles long. It was so obvious you could pick it up by satellite. So this is going to be, 15,000 Russians trying to cross the river at once. These columns are going to be, hundreds of vehicles long of Russians just stuck in a line or a queue waiting to get across the river. And this is pretty much a perfect target. All you have to do is what we call hit lead and trail. So you take out the lead vehicle, you take out the trail vehicle, and then you just go to town, basically dropping these missiles in every 200 to 300 meters, and it becomes a highway of death, even more so than in Iraq, because the reality is these roads are very tight and there's a lot of woods and whatnot. So unlike in Iraq or Afghanistan, where you could drive off road, here there's nowhere to go. They're just going to have to run into the woods if they want to stay alive, leaving all the vehicles in between intact. So really just the absolute worst weapon for Russians to face right now is this alternative warhead that's going to just wreak havoc on them waiting to cross the river.
Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. And Axel, we've been joined by Radan Kanev, the Bulgarian member of the European Parliament we were expecting at this time.
Excellent. Welcome, Radan. Good to meet you again. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Axel. I hope you hear me well. I can hear perfectly well myself.
Loud and clear. So, how is it in Strasbourg?
It's pretty packed agenda. We are looking forward to the big key debate on the Russian. I think it's called the debate on the Russian escalation of the aggression in Ukraine. Tomorrow, the whole morning in the plenary will be dedicated to this issue. So we are very much preparing for that debate, being, of course, the most important topic now, along with the energy crisis caused by the same escalation anyway.
That's very good to hear. We discussed it yesterday, and I think it's very important for most of Europe to recognize that, contrary to many national parliaments, and national governments which have been dithering, the European Parliament actually has taken a very solid stance right from the beginning, which for some people came surprising, but you've been there for a long time. How do you rate the, sincerity and dedication of the European Parliament in recent weeks?
Oh, I think the colleagues are absolutely sincere, and here really you can feel an overwhelming mood in support of Ukraine, not only in words but very much very much working to that end. However, of course, there is one but, and it is that acting as it does, the European Parliament knows that it doesn't have the final say. So it's a bit of an easier position than being in national government in Germany or Bulgaria or Spain, because here we legislate, but we never have the final say on legislation. So, for example, we voted a resolution for full energy embargo the first week of the war, but when it came to the national government, of course, many of them were rather reluctant for such a swift move because they were counting their gas reserves and thinking they cannot manage without Russian gas. By the way, me voting for the full embargo the first week, I was absolutely sincere and I wanted it, because I was deeply convinced that if European countries don't impose the embargo, then Putin will start weaponizing gas, and that's what happened. So I think it would be better to act first as Europe as a whole. We did not do it, so now we are in more dire situation.
But it's good to hear, and I really appreciate it, and thank you for highlighting this again. That actually, the one institution where, if you gauge trust which people have, and which has been constantly polled in recent years, people always despaired that the European Parliament was discussing so many topics and was not making a difference. I think it's different this time around. The European Parliament actually has taken a very active role as an opinion leader in Europe, and that is important. I think we all know the limitations, but if nobody cries out, if nobody actually states what can be done and should be done, then that opportunity for being a moral authority is lost. And I think, thank you again to you and many of your colleagues from all sides across the center of the parliament. This has actually helped. And I think keeping the pressure up is vital, but that's just my point of view.
I think there is one very important thing from the very beginning, from this first resolution that I mentioned on arms supply and energy embargo, and even for the simple fact of declaring the illegal aggression as such, was that this first resolution and all resolutions after was supported by practically everyone, which such as the far-right nationalists in Italy, the Lega, there, or the Bulgarian socialists, good friends of mine that we can never get an agreement on these issues, and many others. They all voted for the final text, and we see that there is certain evolution in their national positions now, which is extremely important because, for example, the Italian Lega is almost certainly coming to power. But I'm also as certain that once in government, they will not dare to wear the Putin t-shirts anymore.
That would be nice, given the fact that some rather well-known people within the Lega have been advocating exactly that kind of garment all the time. And some of them have even been guests to the Russian embassy in Rome 4 times at least.
I think it's no surprise for many parties in Europe, but what we can see, for example, in recent elections we had this weekend in Bulgaria, is that even if in the most pro-Russian country in Europe, due to specific historic circumstances, it is my home country, unfortunately, Bulgaria. I've never been part of this pro-Russian sentiment, but I have always been in the minority in Bulgarian politics, so it's no surprise. But even in a country which is overwhelmingly sentimentally pro-Russian, extremely dependent on Russian energy supplies, and unfortunately with a very, very strong Russian infiltration of politics, business, and media, and with a rather pro-Russian caretaker government in power before the elections, still the openly pro-Russian parties got less than 15% of the vote. And even if we count the Socialist Party, which was in the previous government and behaved rather decently, even if we count them in, it's less than a quarter of the vote. So
Isn't that interesting, Radan, if you think about it, that Bulgarians have shown that raping, pillaging, annexations, war crimes are earth-shattering to everyone in Europe, and that Bulgaria is part of what is the European family of nations.
A problem is what you see on TV, what you read in the newspaper, what you hear from your high public officials, and maybe most importantly, what you see on your social network when you open your smartphone or your computer if you're Bulgarian. Because unfortunately, the reality for a large portion of the population in my country is quite different. They are overwhelmingly fed with softer or even quite hardcore pro-Russian propaganda, both on mainstream media and social media. And it creates a pervert alternative realities, which of course influence their perception of what's happening in Ukraine.
And at the same time, they didn't vote for those parties in such an amount.
No, they did not, because you might have your sentiments, you might have your delusions, you might have your aggression towards some aspects of Western life and change that we're living in, but still common sense says you quite clearly you don't want to live in Russia. You don't want Putin to be your master, and you don't want Russia to be your security ally. And common sense is stronger than delusion, I hope.
It seems to be, and that's what I said about the European family of nations. There is a common bond, and there is a certain reaction which people in Europe now have had against that Russian invasion. Now, maybe you can provide a little bit of context as to the elections which occurred over the weekend. You already started in that regard. I think it's important for us to hear the voices, so to say, who are close enough to this, and what it means for Bulgaria, its support for Ukraine, and what it means for the next government, because Bulgaria is a partner of the coalition of the willing. Bulgaria has NATO forces. Bulgaria has supplied already, even very carefully, support. But in terms of the election, let's start with this. How did it go? What happened? And what do we have to expect from the next Bulgarian government?
I think the war and international politics generally didn't have a very significant impact on elections in Bulgaria. And I think it's common phenomenon for Europe. Elections are mainly driven by internal questions, inflation, energy, economy overall, and partially the international situation, the security risks coming from Putin. So we obviously had a pro-Russian party which had 5% in the last elections and grew double to 10 now, but it is still an isolated and in many ways politically harmless group. I was afraid of higher result, but thanks God it didn't materialize. And when it comes to the other political forces, one thing I can say is that during the campaign, they all had their evolution towards more strongly pro-European, but also pro-Ukrainian stance in their discourse. They understood that pro-Russian discourse brings nothing, and hopefully they had some moral restraints, keeping with some ambivalence that was characteristic for the previous months. For example, on the gas issue, at the end of the campaign, most politicians, including the two parties that scored first and second on the elections, had quite clear positions. Whereas the winner in elections, the ex-Prime Minister Borisov, was much more ambivalent a couple of years ago and bears the huge responsibility of building the so-called Turk Stream, or as he calls it, Balkan Stream for gas, which circumvented Ukraine and was one of the facilitating events of the aggression. So a party that bears significant responsibility for what happens has now a much, much clearer stance, and I think that is positive, although I frankly don't like him. Everyone in Bulgaria knows that. But we must credit what's due.
Radan, of this, change in discourse that you mentioned, how much of it is just discourse? How much of it will be converted to action?
This depends very much on whether we will have government at all, because it were the fourth elections for about a year and a half in Bulgaria. We had two completely failed parliaments, one after the other. And the third one only survived for 8 months, with 6 months of regular government. And Bulgaria is in quite deep political crisis, which is not due to Putin's aggression. It started before that, and it has very strong internal reasons. So it's important to see whether we'll have government at all. But what I can say is that we are moving towards consensus that we shall live without Gazprom, which is very positive and is even leading to a decrease of gas prices in the last 2 months. Positive, of course, again. And what I can also say is that, unfortunately, I see no close prospects of Bulgaria openly delivering weapons to Ukraine, because we have some old Soviet models which are very well known to the Ukrainian armed forces, and they would happily use them, including a few aircrafts, which could be of great use for Ukraine and no use for Bulgaria whatsoever. But for the moment, I see no realistic chances of this happening, because we still have the caretaker government appointed by our president, and his stance on the conflict is not something that makes me proud. Let's say it like this.
You said gas prices went down. A couple of days ago, 3-4 days ago, there was a new pipeline open from Greece to Bulgaria that allows the delivery of a lot more gas from Azerbaijan to Bulgaria as well. Is that part of the reason why the gas prices went down?
Yes, this is a very significant reason, because we had a long-term contract for supply of Azeri gas with quite good prices, but it needed this pipeline to be open, and this interconnection between Greece and Bulgaria took 12 years to be completed. And just to compare, the Turk Stream, bringing Russian gas to Serbia and Hungary without having any supply for Bulgaria, was built for less than 2 years, which shows how strong the Russian infiltration into our institution, and especially energy ministry and energy business, is, because this delay is most of all a result of covered Russian influence within our business and institutions.
Quick question. The impact of inflation has been massive all across Europe in recent months. And obviously, there's a continued force behind it: QE, QE2, QE infinity. Too much monetary supply as one of the major forces behind all this. So it's something of a self-inflicted wound, which then festered and imploded and got worse thanks to the energy price shock. Say after first COVID supply chain disruption, then energy price shock, all of this is not good. Bulgaria seems to be significantly more susceptible at this point in time. How is the government dealing with this, and how much of a role has this played?
Oh, it plays enormous role because Bulgaria is a country with quite an aging population. We have a lot of retired fellow citizens, and most of them are at the really lowest income scale anyway, because basically pensions in Bulgaria are quite low, and most of these people don't have significant other assets to support them. And especially the inflation of food products has been very high. I would roughly say at least 30% for the last year. And it affects these households very, very strongly. On the other hand, two consecutive Bulgarian governments managed to keep electricity price for households rather low, and to provide certain compensation mechanism for businesses. So the impact of energy over the most products on the market is very significant, but energy bills themselves are not that high. It's more of the implication through transport, production, etc. So it's a difficult situation to sustain these lower prices for households, and compensation for business is no easy task. One of the benefits that we have as society and economy is that Bulgaria is, by paradox, everyone, due to this Russian propaganda, speaks about gas, but we are not very dependent on gas as industry. We have no electricity generation from gas, and we have a lot of generation capacity. So we are a big exporter of electric energy. We have coal mines, we have nuclear, we have hydro, we have solar. And most of the time we're exporting significant amounts of energy, which gives the state, as the main owner in energy business, huge profits to compensate for the internal prices. This is a specific situation in which usually not very well performing Bulgarian energy is making windfall profits, and of course the government is benefiting from that situation with bigger incomes.
Okay, so who do you think will actually form a reasonably reliable government, or will this be a transition government yet again?
No answer to that question for the moment. The first signals could easily be read that government is impossible in the new parliament, but it's only 2 days after the elections, so I would say that it's much too early to assess the situation.
What would happen if President Radev were to continue with caretaker governments, but would at least make a strong signal pro-NATO?
Yes, Radev is military guy. He was the head of the air forces of the Bulgarian army, and I think he understands quite well what happens in Ukraine, that Putin is losing his war in Ukraine. So I would expect that the new caretaker government will be rather more pro-Western than the existing, and there will be some changes in the government, because if we look at who the really rotten apples in the present caretaker government are, I would easily name the defense minister and the energy minister. So if those two are changed, this will be a signal for significant shift in policy.
Would it have to start at the top? Would Radev actually have to change his rather ambiguous messaging? Beforehand, he has never really condemned the annexation. He has never condemned the invasion in that format. He has been reasonably calm, has he not?
I wouldn't expect him to make a significant shift in his public discourse because he's convinced that the way he behaves is the way which appeals to the public most. He doesn't make mistakes when he says, for example, that Crimea is de facto Russian, although internationally Ukrainian. He says that because his assessment of his voters base is that they will like this message of his. So a much bigger change in international balances, triggering maybe new moods in Bulgarian society is needed for him to change public behavior. But I expect him to change real de facto policies in a better way.
So essentially, the whole setup, yet again, if I may say so, from the outside looking in, and my last trip to Sofia is a long time ago, albeit that I really liked it, and I have friends who have been, shall we say, more inclined to be pilots in the Bulgarian Air Force, and they're very good people there. But what I understand from the outside looking in is that it seems that at the moment the decision to live in this impasse between the various parties, and even the previously ousted Borisov not being in a position to form a stable government, would give the president more opportunity to steer his course. Is that correct, or am I just projecting?
Yes. I would agree as far as, of course, forecasts are certain in such situation because we have never been in such a deep parliamentary and political crisis as we are facing now. So everything is a bit new. I must admit I am quite concerned because I would like to see a situation in which our parliament manages with this fragmentation. But for the moment, obviously, it does not. And what all the implications are, no one can say because we've never been there. But yes, I wouldn't be surprised if Radev retains this unproportionate power for a few more months. And if so, I would expect him to move to a more decent policy course. But a bit more decent, not largely so.
But okay, from a Ukrainian perspective, the support of Bulgaria is not on a trajectory to decrease. Let's put it this way.
Oh no. It could only remain as it is or increase, but certainly not decrease.
That's good to know. Doman, shall we go to Hans? We have a lot of people asking questions.
Let's go to Hans. Let's start with M, then Antti, then Bertrand Russell's puppy, and then one of Radan's constituents. M.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Doman. Good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your insights and your expertise. To expand on this topic, the president's position and the stalemate currently happening in Bulgarian politics, and given the fact that we know that last May 2021, the president dismissed the chief of the SAS after discovering a Russian spy ring in operating in the capital. in what has unfolded since? Do you see a power struggle happening between Bulgarian security services vis-a-vis how the president wants to carry forward with his policies?
Radan, can you
I
hear
think,
us?
yes. Now I do. I think I just had a short blackout, but I heard the question. So the internal struggles in Bulgarian secret services always have two faces, as basically our political crisis now has two faces. One is more linked to the Russian influence in many spheres of public life, including in national security. And the other one is more daily basis corruption, which of course involves part of the state apparatus as it is due. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to exist. So we always have to keep in mind both aspects. They have some intimate connection because high-level corruption in Bulgaria is very much related to Russian influence throughout the decades, not something that happens today, but something which we have inherited even from the communist regime. But so on the very particular case that M mentions, I couldn't say much more because it would be speculation. Still, I've been out of Bulgaria for most of the time, living in Brussels, and although, of course, I keep very close touch with Bulgarian politics, such secret services matters are a bit out of my grip.
Understood, sir. And if you don't mind for a quick follow-up. So given the current caretaker government situation, and understanding that Bulgaria is facing a lot of threats, national security threats in Serbia and the Black Sea region, how do you see a government forming going forward, or the caretaker government going forward, responding to those threats and challenges?
I'm not feeling optimistic. That's one of the reasons I said I feel gravely concerned about the political situation in Bulgaria, even a bit more strategically, because being unable to form a government for a year and a half obviously means also being quite unable to cope with serious challenges in security. Which, against the dissolution of a few parliaments was exactly the situation which we are facing point of view national security. So I would certainly say this is one of the reasons it's better to have a regular government and working parliament than to go on with the caretaker government. But I couldn't say much more on this. What we need is really a deep, essential reform of our security sector as such, and it's obviously impossible for the present political balances in Bulgaria. This is something which would require a much bigger political change that we can see now.
Thank you so much, sir. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Antti.
Thank you. So thank you from my part as well, sir, for coming here and discussing these issues with us. And I have also two questions. How do you see in the future, in what sectors of armaments industries Bulgaria likely, if at all, likely to increase its support of Ukraine?
Without being expert in defense at all, I can say that aviation and the aviation-related sectors, including air defense systems of the old type, are something available in Bulgaria. And of course, munitions production. We all know, and it's common knowledge in Bulgaria that our munition production has increased 3 to 5-fold after the start of the aggression, which obviously means that Bulgarian munitions get to Ukraine through other countries. But of course, we also have the option to supply directly. And it's both for artillery, small arms, and there are some products in which Bulgaria is rather good. So we don't talk anymore about old Soviet weaponry, but some kinds of protective equipment, optics, textiles. Bulgaria is a modern producer for supplier of NATO armies. I assume these products also find their way to the Ukrainian armed forces, but not officially.
Thank you. And my second question, does the former royal family carry any sort of weight in public discourse anymore? And if they do they do so in a productive manner?
Oh, okay. On this question, I'm rather partial. I've been well known for my disdain to the figure of the ex-Bulgarian monarch and ex-prime minister, and I will very openly tell my opinion that his public behavior vis-a-vis of the Russian influence in Bulgaria has been extremely toxic throughout the years and even decades. I wouldn't dare to share my explanation of his inclinations, but he is one of the most toxic pro-Russian speakers in Bulgaria. Although he never hesitated to support our EU and NATO adherence, of course. His government was instrumental in us joining EU and NATO. The very concept of Trojan horse in the Western alliances was part of the same design which brought the ex-Tsar back in Bulgaria in the late 90s.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting to hear, considering the personal history of the ex-monarch in leaving Bulgaria originally. So I'm surprised to hear that. Thank you so much.
I assume that speaking of personal history, there is some hidden part of it much later than the period when he left Bulgaria as a child. But of course, these are only speculations.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Bertrand Russell's puppy.
Hello, sir, and thank you very much for your time here. It is much appreciated. So, one quick question about the European family. So, the way I see it, the EPP is overall a force for good. And you yourself here are saying things almost word by word that I tend to agree 100%. So, at the same time, the EPP includes members that are not pro-Ukrainian at all. In fact, in Italy, it includes people that are frankly on the record, even recently, like a week ago, saying things that sound being Putin apologists or even Putin fans. So I know your approach here is nuanced, and I do appreciate it. I know your history, and at the same time, I also read the Italian press, and some of the things that members of this particular European family are saying are embarrassing, to say the least.
Oh, yes, I wouldn't refrain to comment on that, because me personally, I was outraged when I first read what Signor Berlusconi was saying. Even I hoped that at the first point that he was misinterpreted, because it was more of a left media that I met for the first time his speech before Rai Uno, and then I just looked at the recording, and I have enough knowledge of Italian to understand what he was saying, and I was clearly stupefied by that, and I'm very, very disappointed by the fact that the EPP leadership did not have a stronger reaction, because EPP just said, okay, Forza Italia is for the independence of Ukraine and against the Russian invasion, and that's the official position. Okay, but we heard bloody Russian propaganda from the mouth of the leader. And it's not enough to say there is a position of the party. I'm not the leader of my party, but if I go and speak like that, my leader will be really I don't know. He'll have very, very, very hard time. And some years ago, I was the leader of the party, and I would be pushed to resignation if I had spoken something like this. So it's a very serious thing, very, very serious thing.
Thank you for highlighting this, Radan. It's much appreciated, and it shows also that there is still a significantly civil heart in the EPP in that regard. Actually, an overwhelming majority of the EPP has decried those statements by Bunga Bunga Berlusconi. Domen, shall we go to our Bulgarian lot of friends and people?
Yes, we have two of them. But before that, I just briefly note that, of course, it's not just Italy, right? We have a leading party in another country, in Hungary, that has just decided to vote against even scheduling a vote on Finnish and Swedish NATO accession, and has also done many irresponsible things with regards to Ukraine. So there's at least two black sheep in that family.
Domen, we do agree that there's no vote required in Hungary, right?
If only.
No, the president can sign the bill without a vote.
With her proclivities, I don't think she is likely to. That's all. Technically, yes.
I agree.
Practice, right? What's going to happen is more.
There is an audience. There's an audience and a vote of one in Hungary.
Precisely. Anyway, let's get back to Bulgaria. Christa.
Hey, Domen. I'm glad that you have managed to get Mr. Kanev. He's actually one of the few very respected politicians in Bulgaria by me. And yeah, I know I promised to update you guys on the election result, but I was a bit too depressed to do it. I'm glad that he's somewhat optimistic, but for me, things went from bad to worse. And I got one question and one comment. The comment is that unfortunately in Bulgaria we don't have real politics anymore. People try to vote for whoever is least corrupt. So the whole left-right thing is a bit aside, and this is why populists like Borisov utilized very well after taking control over pretty much all the media to gather votes and to gather support. So I don't think he's pro-Western like he's trying to pretend right now. He's just a populist, and we must remember that the whole Ukrainian war, the war of Russia against Ukraine, started only after Mr. Borisov allowed Putin to build his gas pipe and to go around Ukraine. And we got some leaked documents from the national security services that they knew about that at that time, so they proceeded anyway. So he's just another Putin enabler that loves the ruble. And I'm totally pessimistic about any government with his participation. And my question is for Mr. Kenneth, does he believe that any intervention from the European Union is possible the same way they did yesterday with Hungary, and actually forcing them to accept some anti-corruption votes? Because otherwise, I don't believe that we will be able to become a normal country and send more support to Ukraine. Thank you.
So in my assessment, from the, let's say, Brussels point of view, Bulgaria is far away from Hungary in the perception of European institutions. So to expect some really acute action from the European institution against Bulgaria, like, for example, cutting partially or fully European budget because of endemic corruption, does not seem a realistic prospect for the moment. I'm afraid that whereas Poland and Hungary are regarded as quite strong countries with a very strong ideological narrative in the heart of Europe, Bulgaria is regarded as an eminently corrupt but otherwise harmless part of the Union. So the chances for a really strong push against corruption in Bulgaria for the moment are not high, unfortunately. Of course, there are many softer resources like the Resilience and Recovery Facility, which already required some changes in the control mechanisms for our chief prosecutor, and more will follow. But still, Bulgaria is not mentioned as a really heavy problem of the Union point of view corruption, except for the report that we had for Bulgaria in October 2020. We have no other precedents in that direction.
Thank you. Donny, go ahead, and then we go to Plamen. Then I have a quick question about the future. Donny.
Thank you. Dobro večer. I'm wondering about military spending. Before COVID, Bulgaria was on track to go well above 2% for the military budgets. Since then, it's dropped down. Where do you think Bulgaria would fit into the NATO puzzle best? Naval spending, better airframes? What are your thoughts there?
I would very much like to say naval spending because my family originally comes from Varna and from on the Black Sea coast, and from a very old maritime family. Of course, we are not a maritime country, but realistically, I think we are too far away from current standards in naval defense, and we don't have the budget also to develop it. Maybe in some more specific niche parts of naval we will have future, but I think that a lot of things like radars, optic, a bit of a not so advanced high tech, because we don't have the patents there, and I'm afraid our partners don't trust us enough. And what we already have, which is large-scale small arms production, is more the future of Bulgarian military spending and defense spending. Of course, we can have more ambitious ideas, but for the moment, I don't think they are covered well by our resources, both human and financial.
In a follow-up, pre-pandemic, the demographics were not the greatest in Bulgaria. Most, my cousins and everybody left Ireland to work, and as Tarko Mihailovgrad/Montana. Have you seen a change in demographics in the past year and a half, 2 years? Have people been coming home? Have with the boomers getting to their 70s, are we going to what are your hopes for demographic change and bringing people back, bringing the men back to work in the country?
Oh, it's too broad a question to answer in a few minutes. In a few minutes I have, but first, unfortunately, no. Maybe some high-end freelancers remained in Bulgaria working remotely for their companies abroad. But it's really on the high end. I think that most people who came back because they couldn't cross borders during COVID, etc., are once again working in Western Europe. Because there is still a lot of demand for workforce, so we are suffering workforce shortages even more than the European average. This is for the question how demography developed after COVID. Good news is that for Bulgaria, the real boomers is my generation. Born in the 70s. My birth year, 75, is the year with the single biggest birth rate in Bulgarian history. So we have a few more years, maybe decade and a half, to try to adapt our labor market and social security system to the new demographic reality. When we speak of demographic policy, I'm afraid that usually the trends are not defined by politicians and political decisions, and quite a few policies in this field have been proven unsuccessful in the years, and with hardly predictable outcomes. Of course, some policy to support families is needed, but we have seen such policies expanding in Bulgaria with no big result, to say the least. On the other hand, we can, especially in Bulgaria, very clearly see a close connection between wealth and birth rates. So the higher the standard of living of an average Bulgarian family, the more children they tend to have. And it is quite a well-established trend from the 40s of the 20th century till now. So I would say with better work for our economy and some improvement in demography will follow. Not drastic, not tremendous. That's why I say we certainly need to adapt to a worse demographic situation. But still, we can at least slightly improve it by working for the economy and not by working for birth rates. It's family job, It's not political job in my view.
Благодаря.
Thank you very much. Plamene.
Thank you, guys. I come in a bit later in this conversation. Hopefully, this subject wasn't discussed, but if it were, please cut me short. Dear Mr. Kanev, a quick question from your perspective. We all know that huge part or there is a huge activity, huge propaganda activity on behalf of the Russians currently in Europe, specifically in the Eastern European flanks of NATO and so forth and so on. What is your view in terms of European response to this sort of massive attack which unfolded before our eyes since the invasion began, since the aggression began? Are there some specific measures? Is that seen at the European level, at the EU level? Thank you.
Yes, it is. It is seen. By the way, we are now preparing a hearing on disinformation campaigns in the European Parliament. It won't be the first. It won't be the last. We are trying to get higher and higher in contacts, both in security circles, to enhance cooperation with US and other NATO countries, to share experience at least, and look for some solutions. For the moment, what we see as feasible and legally feasible and possible on European level is in the domain of managing the super online platforms. It's the Digital Services Act, DSA, above all, very close to entering into legal force, which gives certain instruments. So problems are not the same everywhere. For example, Western Europe is doing well with cutting off the main reports of Russian propaganda like Sputnik, Russia Today, etc. Whereas in Bulgaria, the problem is that you don't need to listen to Russia Today or Sputnik to be overwhelmed by Russian propaganda. It's enough to turn on the Bulgarian National Radio, which shares the same narrative. And here I think it's more of a problem of Bulgarian security services and national security. But on global level, the impact of social networks, of online giants, is so strong that by dealing with them, ensuring transparency of their algorithms, cooperating with them, we can get a better result than by any measure which is directed directly towards the media. Because a lot of the toxic media are products of Facebook and Google algorithms, and not vice versa.
Thank you. Radan, I have a question for you about the future, about the point when Ukraine has prevailed, kicked Russia out of Ukraine, and Ukraine gets to start being integrated in these Euro-Atlantic integrations, kind of in a similar way Bulgaria was not that long ago. One thing that I think is very much missing in discussion across Europe is not just excuses of, not just being defensive of, yes, but we have to help them because reason or another. The actual presentation of the benefits of the actual also economic benefits to the other countries in Europe of having a free democratic Ukraine that is not encumbered by invasion and occupation, and the Ukrainian reconstruction. Those benefits isn't something that is being talked about. So, for example, in the case of Bulgaria, of course, clearing that north-south corridor from eastern Bulgaria up through eastern Romania, up into Ukraine and on into Poland, etc., bypassing the Carpathians on the east side, something that's already a part of the new TEN-T, the Pan-European Transport Network. Is this something that's being highlighted? Is this something that's being discussed? Why isn't it being discussed and highlighted nearly as much as it should be?
As you imply in your question, it hasn't been discussed, at least not enough. I think there are many reasons for that, and somehow different reasons. For example, most colleagues coming from the eastern part of Europe, I think they simply don't dare dream about it yet, feeling it's a bit too good to be true, and much more preoccupied with the war now and with stopping the Russian aggression, the Russian military effort, and getting rid of the imminent threat that we face now. Whereas for a significant part of Western Europe, Ukraine in the EU is a scary prospect. We have to admit it, because when time comes, we'll need all the diplomacy in the world to really settle things, because Ukraine is, in their eyes, far too big and far too poor. Much poorer than even Bulgaria and Romania were when we entered the Union, but above all, much bigger. And it's a kind of the Turkey debate, because when it comes to Turkey, we have the problem with Islam, and does it work in Europe? And then we had the problem with Erdogan moving from democracy to almost open dictatorship, or fully open dictatorship presently. But the main problem always was the number 80 million. 80 million free moving people, and just on a next level, it was 80 million, mostly Muslims. So more or less, same applies for Ukraine. The fact that you have a huge number of people who be enjoying the free movement and overflowing labor markets, although these labor markets are facing shortage of workforce, admittedly. This will be a significant problem, but also the voting rights within the EU are a question that is now rarely debated, but it is very much pending, because in the future, really united Europe, one can easily say that Poland and Ukraine together will be a bloc which could very hardly be circumvented in political decisions, and that's not something which makes any German or French happy. So, as I say, we have really a lot of diplomacy ahead of us.
We have Alan, I hope we have a few minutes more. We have more questions from Risto and more questions also from our DM. So if you want to continue, Risto, please.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question regarding sanctions against Russia, and how an European MP basically is involved in that. Do you sit in a big room and go through a list of people and vote, yeah, we're going to sanction that one or not? And is there anything planned probably for companies related to Russia propaganda? I want to bring that back, because, for example, in regards to what Domen said about after the war, integration with Ukraine, etc., we've already started seeing this information about and some scaremongering that once Ukraine gets into the European Union, the grain will be so cheap that all the local grain producers will go bankrupt, and protect the Bulgarian grain producers and stuff, and all that media bullshit talk. So, yeah, back to the propaganda problem.
Okay, about sanctions, unfortunately, none of it. The European Parliament has no say on sanctions. We only call the member states in our resolutions to impose more sanctions, but it's solely council decision. The regulation on sanctions is adopted by the council, and is not voted in Parliament. So we have meager participation in the whole procedure. And when it comes to this propaganda markers. So, of course, in this case, with the grain producers, you have two sides of the problem. One is clearly that the Russian propaganda is preparing these talking points and messages, but of course you have the producers in Bulgaria who are used to enormous profits and who were anticipating their best year as profit because of the expected high prices of this year's crops, and when the matter with the export of Ukrainian corn was more or less settled, then prices became more or less reasonable, and they were, I think, most of them sincerely disappointed. But this doesn't mean that the government should do anything about that. And as far as I see, no government is doing, of course, anything. They express sympathetic feelings, but nothing more, because the profits of Bulgarian grain producers will be more than enough this year as the previous and as the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Radan. A question from another Bulgarian, expatriate listener. How real are the fears of Radev pushing for a presidential republic in light of the current parliamentary crisis?
I don't think that it's an imminent present danger, but the longer the Bulgarian parliament fails to produce a stable government, the bigger the risk will be. I don't see the so-called Great General Assembly happening anyway soon to change the Bulgarian constitution, because we need the Great General Assembly to change from a parliamentary republic to a presidential form of government. So it could be more the result of an utter implosion of Bulgarian institutions. By the way, one of the historical paradoxes that few know and few of them mention is the fact that in 1958 de Gaulle took power and established the Fifth Republic in something which could be more easily described as coup d'etat than as democratic process. He simply entered an empty presidential palace and sat on the chair, and then organized a referendum for the Fifth Republic Constitution. So this is where implosion of institutions and procedures leads. I'm afraid that we are rather close to such an implosion, but I hope being a member of the European Union and NATO does not allow for such moves, which would be otherwise maybe possible, because no one would object. But going through the regular constitutional procedure with convoking of Great National Assembly and getting 2/3 in the Great National Assembly for presidential republic, I don't see that coming. And I hope I'm right in that assessment.
We've spoken about the 4 parliamentary elections in a year and a half. The turnout for the first one was close to 50%. The one since then, only around 40% of the electorate actually showed up to vote. Why is that? Why is the turnout so low, even comparing to other countries that have had electoral disappointments and snap elections? That seems like a particularly low proportion of people actually voting. Is there just general disillusionment, or what's going on with that?
First of all, we must keep in mind that the calculation is far from correct, because if you see the lists, I missed the exact word, but the number of voters eligible under official documents, it's about 6 million, and these 40% are counted over 6 million. The real number of voters in Bulgaria is hardly 5 million. So this 40% are indeed 50%. It's still a low turnout, but it's not that low. I think that that having so many elections in a row is, of course, discouraging some people to participate. They don't really see the point in it. And we have, I have studied this issue. We have about 1/4 of the active population of the country who either never voted or voted once in their lifetime. So we have this group of society which simply doesn't vote, and so it's about another quarter which seldom votes, but is not out of the voting caucus. And it's in this last quarter that some fatigue, some disillusionment obviously happened during the last year, and they see no specific point, no specific reason in voting. This doesn't mean they are against democracy per se. I think they are looking with interest what happens, but they don't feel involved in it.
What can be done, or what should be done for Bulgarians abroad? And you noted how many now live outside of Bulgaria, how many went to, especially other European countries, to be able to vote, or just to vote more readily. And what changes would that bring about?
I think that Bulgarians living in Europe have the option to vote. Some of them are obviously voting. Most of them are not, which I find is making sense. Choosing to permanently not live in Bulgaria, they don't feel so engaged in Bulgarian everyday politics. Anyway, I don't like to, make a tragedy out of the fact that some people aren't voting, that some people abroad are not voting, or indeed that some people are living abroad. More or less, this is the point of EU, that you're free to move, you're free to decide. You can vote on local elections in Germany without being German citizens. You can vote in national elections for Bulgaria in Germany if you like to, or you can not. I think that 50 up to 60% effective turnout is quite enough to move a democracy ahead. I don't explain political phenomena with political turnout on elections because we don't see such huge difference when the turnout is different. Generally, I evade a lot of dramatization of these issues. I think the country must work on education and economy, and if it's done well, people are really easily coming back. We see the example of Ireland, with tens and hundreds of thousands coming back across an ocean. A lot of them ancestors of families that left 100 or 70 years ago. So there is a way, and it's very simple. It's being successful. It's not making policies for someone to come back. There are no such policies. Policies being attractive. If you attract people from Sudan or people from Belarus, you will be attractive to your citizens too. Then you complain that you have too many Sudanese in your country, of course, but still it means you're successful.
Thank you very much, Ran. I have one last question for you. What positive thing, what is something that Ukraine can learn from Bulgaria? What is something good that Ukraine can learn from Bulgaria? And maybe not repeat the same mistake, or maybe take advantage of something that that Bulgaria has done previously and benefit from that going forward.
Oh, it's a very difficult question now with having the Ukrainian society is it's really such an outstanding example for our nations. It's very difficult to say what they gotta learn from us. But I've been in Ukraine back in 2015 on a political visit, meeting with members of the parliament, the Rada, and civil activists, and so on. And I think they know the main lesson. We discussed it a lot, and it is that no transition happens if there is no deep reform in the judiciary. Because now we are in our 15th year as a member of the European Union, but because we failed to reform our judiciary, we don't really feel like a European society in Bulgaria. And our market economy, quite thriving in some sectors, is always hitting that glass ceiling because of corruption, which is not prosecuted. And I think that Ukrainian civil society knew this problem back in 2014, 2015, 2016, and now with all the internal strength they have gathered in their defense of their homeland, and with all the suffering they really lived through together. They must gather the strength to get rid of rotten apples in their judiciary once and for all, and start on green, as one says. And this will make them the most successful economy in Eastern Europe, because none of the other countries really did.
Alrighty, that was quite comprehensive. Radan, thank you very much for taking the time this afternoon or early evening. It has been an absolute pleasure and a privilege. We hope that tomorrow, when you are in Parliament, that you, your colleagues, and those who debate will make a clear stance. And if there's anything memorable from there, we hope to read it from you, and respectively, we'd be very glad to welcome you back anytime to report on this and give us some input and feedback as to what the European Parliament is actually doing and how they're keeping the moral authority. So sincerely appreciated.
Well, I thank you very much for inviting me, and yes, I'll be more than happy to keep in constant touch. Have a nice afternoon or evening wherever you are, guys, and thank you very much once more.
That's super. Thank you so much from all of us. Everyone, please give Radan a hand. It was an absolute pleasure, and we look forward to having him back.
Thank you very much for joining us. And as Axel said, literally anytime.
Yeah, it's the easy thing, Domin, isn't it? The people can actually come here anytime they like, request the microphone and talk to us. Unless, of course, they are, hiding in the cracks and being Russian agitators and the likes. Then, of course, we'll have a little look at them, snip it and off it.
And Axel,
are you hitting
we already
have
have
in the
someone.
background?
I'm not, I promise. We already have our next guest here with us, Alexandra. Very nice to meet you, Alexandra. Alexandra is not from Bulgaria, she's from Ukraine, who would have thought, and definitely not a Russian agitator. Are you, Alexandra?
Yeah, I'm not. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. And you could call me Sasha. That's short from Alexandra. I know it's bizarre, but yeah, it is what it is. Sasha.
Good evening, Sasha. Well, you can call me Vika then, you know?
Yeah, hi Vika. Yeah.
Yeah, Alexandra Zubal, she's IT expert from Ukraine and who turned wartime volunteer, and she's a co-founder of IT company Maidan. So maybe Alexandra, you just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Good evening, good day, as the previous speaker said, wherever you are. Yeah, I'm from Ukraine, and been working in IT for last 15 years, I think. I'm 36, and I'm a mother of a lovely daughter. She's 6. I live at the west of Ukraine, which is kind of important geographic location these days, because it is more or less safe, considering the situation in Ukraine overall. I'm actually doing 2 things in professional area right now. Both of them are in IT. So during my daytime, for my daytime job, I'm a manager in one of the IT service companies here in Ukraine. We provide services to other companies who need digital services and provide talents to support their efforts in information technology. And in my spare time, my team and I are building a product called Maidan. And Maidan is actually a Ukrainian word for square, where people get together and they either vote or they discuss important political matters. But our startup is about managing your tasks so that all of the people in the company are on the same page. They know where they are, where they are heading to, and well, basically when they are going to arrive to that goal, to that particular milestone. So this is what I do. And yeah, in my other spare time, which is not much, I'm bringing up my daughter. She's 6. She started to go to the first grade, which is a big deal in Ukraine because it is supposed to be the first year in school. So this year it's a bit awkward, but if you're interested, I will tell you also about that. And given this big situation around the war, I also do some of the volunteer job. So I actually do a couple of things. I do fundraising, and then I spend money on some of the supplies for our soldiers at the front line. And between these 2 things, I mainly figure out all of the problems that arise with the logistics. And I'm a bit of a kind of problem solver here, and like doing a math task in a math class, because logistics is not easy these days in Ukraine.
Alexandra, if it's all right by you, or Sasha rather, if it's all right by you,
fine.
can we scroll back to the night of the 24th of February, early morning of the 24th of February rather? What were you doing when Ukrainian history was forever changed? And how were those early hours for you? I think it's something we ask a lot of our guests from Ukraine, because it's always a different experience, and yet they all have similarities, and it helps to understand a lot of what people have been doing since.
I do believe that all of the Ukrainians will forever remember the early morning of the 24th of February. So do I. And I believe all of us were sleeping at the time, because the actual invasion started around the 5 a.m. in the morning, and usually people sleep at that time. So I was sleeping too, and Emilia's father, Emilia's my daughter, woke me up and said, and showed me the Telegram message that you shouldn't be bringing your kids to school today. And I was like, well, it's 7 a.m. in the morning, a message from school, and I was like asking why, and the answer was because war has started. And I was kind of like, what do you mean the war has started? And suddenly there was a flood in the news channels telling us that there were missile attacks, there were cities on fire, and Russian soldiers invaded from different directions. And we were like, what's going on? What shall we do? Shall we pack? Shall we go abroad? We're living around 60 kilometers from the Polish border, so it's close. And it was, there were lots of uncertainty. And my team is located in different cities in Ukraine, in the central Ukraine, on the east of Ukraine, in Kiev, for instance, also in the south of Ukraine. And they all started messaging that they have to leave their homes and they do not know what to do because the cities are being bombed. And my family started calling because we had this plan that we are meeting at our family cottage house outside the city whenever the war starts, but everyone actually didn't believe in that. So we never believed that the actual war would start at that scale. Months before the war, I was in California on business trip, and during the small talk, people kept asking me, are you going home? And like I said, yes, my family's there, of course I'm going home. And they were telling me like, the war will start like in a couple of weeks. And I was like, no, there's nothing on the news. There's no expectation of anything huge that is going to happen. And I was like in disbelief that morning. And then I'm a person of action, so I'm usually reacting to any kind of crisis situation by doing something. So I packed all of the stuff. I took my daughter outside the city and went back and started organizing accommodations for my team members. So I knew that they were driving from different locations with only backpacks, if they're lucky, and they didn't have a place to stay. So I was expecting them to arrive, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 hours. In reality, it took them around 24 to 30 hours to get here to Lviv, which is the western part of Ukraine. And I was kind of busy organizing and doing whatever I could. So this distracted me a lot. But then when the night came, nobody was able to sleep, of course. So I was scrolling the news all the time, what's going on. There were lots of attacks in different cities throughout Ukraine. And honestly, I was really scared. Because I actually didn't know what to do, whether to go to Poland, whether to stay at home and see what happens next. But I decided to wait for all of my team members to make sure that they have places to live at least temporary. So I stayed, and 7 months later, I do not regret this decision. Because it turned out that it's quite important to me to stay in touch with whatever is going on in Ukraine.
Alexandra, like many Ukrainians, you went from what now to action. You also noted that your partner went off and is fighting for Ukraine, for a free Ukraine, for a free country, for his country, for all of your country. Yes. What did you do? What did you first do to kind of go from a state of shock to actually deciding I can do this, I can be helpful? And how did you put your skills to good use?
Right. So there was an internal discussion in the family between Emilia's father and myself, and he decided to join the army straight ahead. He had skills, even though he's an IT professional. He is educated with weapons of different kinds. He knows what to do, so he decided to join the army straight away. So it instantly became personal to me, and also at the very same time, my cousin joins the army, and a close friend of mine also joins the army. So I decided that I will do anything to help them fight for our freedom. And this has all started with, like, we need first aid kits, we need knee pads, we need helmets, because as you understand, an ordinary person who works in IT or is an entrepreneur doesn't have all the equipment at home. So I started buying these things, and naturally we ran out of supplies in Ukraine, so you had to look abroad. And this is how I got into all of these conversation around delivery of different kind of supplies on the request from the people I know. And since I'm a manager and very good with kind of problem solving, it was a real problem with logistics, especially. So imagine that you have to buy, first aid kits of good quality so that you could trust the blood stopping tourniquets, for instance, that they're trustworthy and not made in some basement. I don't know. And I started researching the internet, what's good, what's not. And it really helped me that I had a lot of connections from the past. I used to be a lecturer in one of the evening IT schools here in Lviv, and I know a lot of people that were my students at the time. And one of my students, she now lives in the United States. She contacted me and said, I'm willing to help with whatever you need for the soldiers. We want to support Ukrainians. I know people from the Ukrainian community here I think she's from New Jersey. And imagine you have to bring, I don't know, knee pads from the US to Ukraine. If you use the conventional methods like DHL or postal services, it could take ages, and we needed them for like yesterday. It's not a problem for me to work with deadlines. Managers are usually solving the issues around the deadlines. So I started thinking how this could be done. And you won't believe it, but it was organized in very unordinary way. So there were people who bought seats in the airplanes from, let's say, New York to Warsaw. Warsaw is the capital of Poland, and Poland is geographically very close to Ukrainian borders. They bought tickets and they checked in with like 30 bags, all packed with different kinds of stuff requested by soldiers, like first aid kits, like sleeping bags, clothes. And they just would bring those bags to the Warsaw airport, and then we delivered them on land through the Polish-Ukrainian border to Lviv. And from Lviv, I distributed the supplies all around Ukraine. So we figured it out in the end, and it took, I don't know, maybe a week to deliver everything that I ordered from all of the US sites, like Amazon, for instance. to Ukraine. It is easier right now because logistics is more or less solved. So I have connections in Poland who I have their addresses, and the delivery goes to the addresses in Poland, and then we deliver on land to Ukraine. And in Ukraine, it's a bit easier because we have a reliable delivery company which delivers to the nearest peaceful city, to the front line. This could be around 100 kilometers from the actual war zone, but then the soldiers go and pick up on the weekly basis whatever we send them. So it was like a math problem that you have to solve in the school, right? So you face a problem, then you solve it. And I was kind of the whole March and April, I think I was doing this kind of stuff all the time. And on the other hand, there was the fundraising part, because everything, you have to pay for everything basically. And here, Twitter helped me a lot, because on the first day of the war, I posted this famous, I think it's famous for myself at least, picture with my daughter and myself. And I was saying that we're trying to survive the night in Ukraine, and I was in the survival mode in reality, and it went viral. So I had a lot of followers who supported Ukraine and supported our fight. And this was actually where I did most of my fundraising at that time. But then I started also fundraising campaigns in Ukrainian IT communities. And once in May, we even collected money for a car that cost about $7,000. And it all happened so fast in 2 days. I remember I like posted the message that we're collecting money to buy a car for my husband, who's in the front line. He's also an IT specialist turned soldier. And while I was driving, I kept receiving notifications from my bank, and it was like a half an hour drive from one place to another, and I realized that half of the amount was on my bank account already, and I was like, this is crazy, but I'm buying a car today.
Alexandra, you said it was almost like a math problem, right? It's almost like a graph theory traveling salesman type problem that
Right.
you had to do, kind of work through. And you're right, obviously, and that's what every logistician always has to exactly deal with. Did your background, not just as a manager, but also in IT and in a field that deals with such problems, did that help as well? Do you have any examples of how working in information technology translated to this very real life, very analog situation?
Yeah, I could give you an example. For instance, whenever we are doing projects, there's a planning phase, and then we decompose it into smaller chunks, and then execute on each chunk. And well, basically, at the end, we deliver the value. So this is the very same thing. So you have to understand. The plan is you have to understand what's required, and then you have to decompose it into several steps and execute each step separately, not thinking about anything else. You have a goal and you have execution steps. So these kind of planning skills, and we utilize different, for instance, project management systems in our daily activities. We utilize different kind of tools for like system of records. We're recording whatever we're doing in different ways. So I started recording finances, for instance, because I had to actually produce some of the reports to the public that I have spent the funds on these kind of supplies, for instance. So, of course, the community helped a lot. So I've been building, getting to know people throughout all my career, 15 years in IT, and the community, the people I know, and the people who actually know me helped a lot with communication. We shared knowledge with each other. And for instance, I didn't know anything about bulletproof vests. That was a really hard task for me to understand what's the quality one and what is not. And we shared this information in the community of IT specialists turned volunteers. So this helped a lot. And of course, we utilized whatever tools we had, social media, internal chats. So like the communication happened the very same way as we do in our daily activities.